Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Chapter 1: The Gamer. Gerhard opened his eyes and gasped heavily. Air rushed into his lungs as if he had been drowning. His chest heaved violently and hurt as air finally re-entered the alveoli. His fingers clawed against the cold metal floor beneath him. Rusted steel grated against his palms and should have drawn blood, but for some reason didn't. Flakes of oxidized iron broke loose as Gerhard tried to push himself upright. For a few seconds, he couldn't speak. He couldn't think. Only the sound of his ragged breathing filled the small chamber, as his eyes shot left and right. Then the memories came. Not one set and not slowly, but two sets, and they crashed into his mind hard. The first belonged to a life that had ended, just a few moments ago, as it seemed. It was about the modern world with blue skies, cities of glass and concrete, internet, electricity, and ordinary human life. He remembered reading stories, watching videos, and spending nights reading about fictional universes. Including one universe in particular. One that millions of people loved and read about, but none wanted to be a part of. Never ever wanting to be there in person. Warhammer 40,000. The second set of memories crashed into him like a collapsing cathedral that this reality truly was right now. Cold stone corridors, towering manufactorums, the worthlessness of human lives, the sheer scale of wars, the fact that war crimes was a foreign word, the constant droning chants of the Adeptus Mechanicus who had turned their bodies into chimeran abominations of broken machines, gunfire echoing through hive streets, screaming, green skin, axes, blood, and death. Gerhard froze. Slowly, very slowly, he raised his head. The room around him was dim, lit only by a flickering lumen strip barely clinging to life. Hundreds of old rusted pipes ran along the walls, leaking condensation that dripped onto the metal floor with hollow metallic taps and smelled like toxic chemicals. This was no modern room. It was a maintenance chamber. This was hive architecture. His breathing quickened as his new reality became clear. No, 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 no. No, no. Fuck. He staggered to his feet and went through his memories. The name of the planet he was born and raised on, the hive city he was born and survived in, the orcs, the xeno species that were the planet's biggest menace and killed everyone, including his parents. His heart began to hammer violently in his chest. The world he now inhabited had once been an imperial mining and manufacturing colony. A harsh but stable world under the rule of the Imperium of Men. Its surface was scarred with oceans of scrap metal, deserts, mountain-sized manufactorums, and the massive hive city where he had lived his entire life. However, there were rumors of glorious geological sites, but that part belonged to the nobility and was more a myth than anything else for 99.8% of humans. Hive Grendel, this hive city was called. Billions had once lived there. Workers, servitors, soldiers, and families, including his. His father had been a manufacturing technician. His mother worked in food distribution for the lower Hab blocks. They had not been wealthy, no one in the lower hive was, but they had survived. Against all odds, Gerhard had been blessed with intelligent, cunning, but humble parents who knew when to do what to make sure they survived. If there was even something like that, Gerhard's life was as much a paradise as it was hell for the rest of 99.8% of humanity. Until the orcs came. The invasion had begun years ago. No one had expected it, but no one ever truly did with the orcs. A rock had slammed into the northern plains like a falling meteorite. One had to ask whether this had been planned or if the orcs simply took what they got and then followed the same script. Fuck. Gerhard still remembered the orcs, of course he did. He loved them when they were still a tabletop faction and the Warhammer 40K's comedic relief. He slapped his head in frustration, thinking about how the initial landing had been handled by the Adeptus Arbites and the planetary governor. Of course, the Arbites were more concerned with upholding the law and killing all traitors and heretics, but the Xenos' threat should have been taken seriously. There were initially a mere thousands of orcs. Not really much, and they could have been handled rather easily. Which they also did, but not correctly. The nobles weren't interested in spending the resources to use the proper means of handling orcs and their spores to prevent another bigger attack. The second wave of orcs consisted of millions of greenskins. The greenskins poured across the wastelands like a living tide, screaming their crude battle cries about Daka as ramshackle vehicles and towering walkers rolled across the planet. The oceans of scrap were like heaven for the orcs, and they thrived in it, creating the most destructive weapons of war they could. The Imperial Guard regiment stationed on the planet fought, no one could ever claim otherwise. They fought hard. But the world had been a backwater. Poorly defended, unimportant in the grand scheme of things, except for the regular tithe. So reinforcements never came. The first wave could be repelled, and the second as well, even the third, but the orcs, well, the orcs multiplied. Their spores multiplied, spawning Gretchen, Snortlings, Squigs and orcs. The longer they remained on a world, the stronger they became and the harsher the attacks weighed on the hive. Gerhard's memories showed the war clearly. The sirens, the lockdown, the desperate attempts to barricade the lower hive, the desperate use of the underhive's inhabitants as cannon fodder. For a time, the PDF, the Planetary Defense Force, held the gates. Then the orcs broke through and took more and more ground. What followed had not been a battle that one was used in the third millennium. It had been slaughter that the orcs were so famous for, and the galaxy had become accustomed to. Orcs flooded the lower hive levels, smashing through hab blocks and manufactorums alike. They didn't conquer, but destroyed all they saw without pause. People died in the millions. Gerhard's family had been among them. He remembered the moment it happened clearly. The door bursting open, his father trying to hold it shut and using the lost gun he had traded for. The green hand smashed through the metal, following it up with a roar of laughter. And then, blood and death. For some reason, he was still here, still alive. Gerhard's breathing grew rapid, too rapid. The room began to spin. He grabbed his head as both lifetimes crashed together. He was 19 for fuck's sake. And now he was alone on a world infested with orcs. Everyone was dead. The Imperium hadn't come, no Astartes, no fleet, nothing. Just endless greenskins spreading through the hive and across the planet like a plague. He was the last one left in this sector of the hive. The last survivor. His chest tightened. He was incapable of inhaling. His heart pounded violently. His vision darkened at the edges, and a panic attack was building fast. Too many thoughts swirled in his mind, too much fear flooded his system. Fear that came with knowledge. This was one of the few realities that having meta-knowledge was counterproductive and even the most foolish thing you could have. If the Chaos Gods found out about it, he would not only be dead, but he would be tortured in the most horrendous ways imaginable. And what's worse, he would doom the entire reality. Such advantages wouldn't go unpunished. I'm so fucked, aren't I? Ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gerhard laughed like a man who had lost his mind. A man, cursed with knowledge. I'm going to die here. Then suddenly everything stopped. As if a switch had been flipped inside his mind, the panic vanished. His heartbeat slowed, and his breathing stabilized. The fear remained, but it no longer controlled him, no longer hindered his thoughts and logic. It was as if he had reached enlightenment in a very cultivation-like manner. He even felt emotionally detached, and then a blue window appeared before his eyes. Gamer's mind, passive, LV, max. Allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. Immunity to mental disorder. Gerhard blinked. What? Another window appeared. The gamer ability has awakened. The gamer. Gerhard stared at the floating blue screen. His heart should have started racing again, but Gamer's mind held everything steady. Another memory surfaced. A manhwa he had read in his previous life. The Gamer, with the main character called Han Jihan. A system that turned reality into a game for him. Skills, levels, inventory, crafting and instant dungeons. His body functioned like a game character. Gamer's body, passive, LV, max. Grants a body that allows the user to live in the real world like a game. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, MP, and all mass effects. Gerhard slowly raised his hand. Status window, he said, forgetting that he could have mentally summoned it. Immediately, another screen appeared. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV1. HP, 200/200. MP, 100/100. STR, 15. VIT, 9. Dex, 11. Int, 10. WIS, 9. Luck, 2. Points, 0. Money, 0. Gerhard stared at the numbers. Of course, the luck stat was a 2. Not 0 and not 1, since having the gamer ability itself is immensely lucky. But of course, he is in the Warhammer 40k reality, which balances it out. Or does it? A slow smile appeared on his face. In this universe where humanity fought endless wars, where orcs multiplied endlessly, where malicious, thirsting gods laughed and wanted to torture you for eternity, and a terribly insectoid cancer was already present. Where survival was almost impossible, Gerhard had just received one of the most broken abilities imaginable. A gamer was the bane of almost all realities and stories he had read in his past life. No one liked gamers since they broke the game, in a way. They broke conventional laws, rules and anything that was inconvenient for them. His mind began working rapidly. What did he need right now? Thanks to Gamer's mind, he was able to quickly address his current situation and think logically about his needs. Food, water, shelter, skills, crafting, training, and a whole shitton of DACA. According to the system's logic, special actions could become skills, which meant that he would have to do the bare minimum to get those skills and acquire capabilities through dumb repetition. Agriculture. Manufacturing. Engineering. Combat training. Everything could level up, everything could improve, everything could be mastered and progressed with almost no limit. Technology, weapons, armor, spaceships. Gerhard remembered the scattered equipment he had salvaged from dead guardsmen before dying and looked around, finding a small pile of it quickly. Burnt-out lost guns, broken and 2 big pieces of flak armor, empty and broken power cells. None of this could be used to fight, but that wasn't a big problem right now. His gamer ability treated objects as items, allowing him to study them. Studying them would likely yield a skill, and then he would eventually understand them, being able to recreate them. In that process, he will dismantle them, rebuild them, and create new ones. All of this is to abuse the gamer's abilities, the most overpowered aspect. Oh yes, it's all coming together. A plan formed in his head. A plan to deal with this terror and to turn it around, showing the galaxy the middle finger and maybe, he might have some fun. It would be a waste not to make the best of his situation, now wouldn't it? So without further ado, Gerhard stood up and walked over to the equipment and the bits and pieces he had managed to salvage, which included some of the most valuable things in the hive, seeds. Chapter 2, Perilous Terrain. Gerhard had placed all the resources he had managed to salvage into his inventory. The inventory window was a voice command that opened a window showing all the items he had obtained and stored, including the clothes he wore and the weapons he had equipped. This could be seen as a dimensional magic ability. He could equip equipment directly from his inventory to his body, which will surely come in handy in the future. It will be of great help in fights as he could change equipment instantly once they were either damaged or he wished to simply change armors for some reason. The plans formed in his mind. First, food and water. These two were the absolute must-haves, and while he had enough corpse starch to last a few days, the new Gerhard was not going to be content with eating that. Not when he had struck absolute gold with the seeds. The next step, which was also partially part of the first one, was equipment. He was in the Warhammer universe, and having equipment was equal to survival. The poor died. It was as simple as that. But to fix his equipment and create new ones, he had to develop the relevant skills, and that would take a bit of time, research, and, most importantly, grinding. Grinding was the ultimate weapon of a gamer, one that would defeat any opponent if he was given enough time. It was like preparation for Batman. Then came skills. Naturally, skills played a role in every part of Gerhard's plan. It was the skills he created and absolutely needed that would either allow him to rise and thrive, or not, and he died too soon. And for that, he will need training, which again means grinding. But not yet. For now, he needed a space where he could stay and start this new game. And eventually. War. Or rather whack. Because one day, he will fight the orcs. Not just survive them and their occupation of the planet and the hive city, but actively destroy them completely. Gerhard exhaled slowly. All right then. Let's start the game. Gerhard crouched beside the rusted bulkhead door of the maintenance chamber and slowly pushed it open by a few centimeters. The hinges groaned faintly, a dry metallic sound that echoed far too loudly in the silent corridor beyond. He froze. Silence. No heavy boots and orc steps could be heard, no roaring voices and no crude orc laughter. Good. Slowly, he pushed the door open fully, slipped through the door and stepped into the corridor. The hive city stretched around him like the interior of a titanic metallic corpse. A hive city, or simply a hive, is a massive arcology, or fully self-contained city, that is home to millions or even billions of human beings loyal to the Imperium of Man. Hive cities were often found in clusters on the densely populated urban planets known in the official imperial lexicon as hive worlds. Hive cities had been built up over thousands of Terran years, in many cases stretching back into the age of technology long before the founding of the Imperium. They are layered constructions of rockcrete and adamantium, comprising thousands of residential and industrial blocks leveraged one atop the other, forming a massive, man-made mountain usually capped by a crown of great spires that stretch thousands of meters into the sky. In general, the higher one goes in a hive city, the wealthier and more powerful the residents become, until one reaches the hive spires, where the city's nobility live, work, and play. Conversely, the lowest levels of the hive, down below in the great tunnels that catacomb a hive's foundations, even below the industrial and forge levels, lie the underhive, a massive slum inhabited by violent gangs and vicious mutants who have never seen the light of their world's sun. Gerhard had known this intellectually before and had even lived here for years, but seeing it now, with the hive half dead, made the scale horrifying. The corridor he stepped into was wide enough for cargo hauliers to pass through. Thick pipes ran along the walls like arteries. Many had burst and bent during the fighting, dripping foul-smelling fluids that pooled on the floor. Old light posts flickered overhead, casting uneven light that turned everything into a shifting maze of shadows. Above him rose levels upon levels of structures. Hab blocks, manufactorum halls, conveyor tunnels, ventilation shafts, all layered together like a gigantic honeycomb of toxic fumes and metal. Unlike what everyone usually wanted in the hive cities, which was to rise and move to higher levels, Gerhard walked down. He was heading towards the lower hive and even deeper than that. The lower hive was the layer of the hive city that lay just above the underhive. It was comprised of the city's industrial sectors and working-class residential housing. The people of this level made up the majority of any hive city's population and were responsible for maintaining and operating the hive's manufactoria and generatorium power plants to keep the rest of the hive fed, clothed and productive. Even though the lower hive was home to the massive fusion plasma generators that provided the entire hive city's power production, the people of the lower hive had to pay a premium for every watt of power they consumed. This meant that very few people in the lower hive could afford any luxuries. In general, the people of the lower hive did their work, raised their families as best they could, sought to keep clear of the political machinations of the upper classes, maintained a deep if simple faith in the emperor and the imperial cult, and above all were grateful that they did not live in the underhive. Gerhard knew this feeling, this thankfulness of not having to live in the underhive, and even as a reincarnator, he could appreciate that. But now, faced with the dangers of the orc infestation, that was exactly Gerhard's destination. Most of the power was gone. The vast manufactories that once produced weapons, machinery, and countless industrial goods had fallen silent. Entire sectors had been abandoned long ago when the war pushed deeper into the hive. Gerhard moved quietly through the corridors. His boots made almost no sound on the grated metal floor. The gamer ability might not have given him a stealth skill yet, but he still knew how to move quietly, after all his father had taught him. Never run in the hive, for you will look suspicious to the Arbites, never shout unnecessarily, and never be where people expect you to be. Keep your head down, do your work, and go home to your family. That was all. And now, those lessons kept him alive. He reached an intersection where the corridor opened into a massive industrial hall. Gerhard carefully peeked around the corner. The hall was enormous. Spacious enough to host large buildings and, if necessary, mechanical constructs. At some point in the past, it had been a cargo transfer station, large enough to move entire trains of industrial freight. Now the rails were twisted and broken. Huge cranes hung motionless from the ceiling like skeletal arms. And in the center of it all, roamed orcs. Massive green boys, a bit over 7 feet tall, stomped around the hall, carrying things around that the higher boys or knobs asked of them. Their crude armor was made from scrap metal plates bolted together, which, for some reason, worked as intended. One of them was hammering something with a massive wrench, another was shouting crude instructions in the brutish orc tongue, while another was welding a large wheel to a car of some sort. Gerhard didn't need to hear the words. He knew what they were doing. Building. That was the terrifying thing about orcs, they didn't just invade. They spread, like the spores of the fungi they originated from, infesting everything that didn't burn them away. Once orcs settled somewhere, they began constructing ramshackle workshops and weapon foundries almost immediately, using whatever scrap they could find, stripping almost everything bare. Given enough time, the hive would become a massive green-skin fortress, from where they would launch campaigns or fight amongst each other. And once the spores took root, the infestation would never end. Gerhard slowly leaned back behind the wall. Right, definitely not fighting that, he thought. Even with the gamer ability, he was still level 1, with nothing to show for himself. Level 1 against 6 orcs was suicide. Hell, against a single one, it was suicide without weapons. So, unlike some protagonists, Gerhard was smart. He quietly backed away and took a different route. The further he moved downward, the worse the hive became. Not in terms of orc presence, but the overall situation of the hive city. The corridors narrowed, in some areas, the lights disappeared entirely. The air grew thicker with toxic dust and the smell of death and decay. It was filthy, utterly so. This was the border between the lower hive and the underhive. Few sane people willingly came here, and even fewer ever left it again. The underhive was the region of a hive city where the poorest of the poor and those citizens of the hive city who had been exiled for committing crimes or for political reasons lived. In the underhive, there was no law save for that created by the gangs that ruled this dark ghetto. It was a difficult place to live, where power was long since cut off by the hive city's authorities, and the only rule was that might makes right. All manner of crimes and atrocities went unpunished every solar day in the seething, violent anarchy of the underhive. Working technology was the only real currency that mattered in the underhive, and the recovery of the right equipment could transform a lowly ganger into the ruler of all they knew, until they were displaced by someone bigger, stronger, smarter, or just possessed a working loss cannon. The people of the underhive ruled through fear and shunned those, rich and working class alike, who lived above them in the better levels of the hive. Now, though, there were most likely not many gangs left, and if there were, they had hidden themselves deep underground and were even more trigger-happy than before. Gerhard reached a vertical service shaft and climbed down a rusted maintenance ladder. 30 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Light was a luxury few truly appreciated as much as they should. When his boots finally touched the floor again, the environment had changed completely. The corridor here wasn't a corridor anymore. It was more akin to a tunnel carved through mountains of scrap and collapsed architecture. This was the underhive proper. Gerhard slowly walked forward, his eyes scanning everything. The space suddenly opened into a vast dome that looked like an entirely new but destroyed city in the darkest night. Yet, even in darkness, the scale was staggering. The dome stretched for hundreds of meters. But the word dome barely did it justice. Gerhard slowly stepped forward as the vast city opened around him, his boots crunching over layers of rust flakes and powdered debris and what could easily be the remains of corpses and bones. The ceiling arched so high above him that it disappeared into darkness, a colossal metal shell supported by ribs of ancient plasteel beams thicker than transport vehicles. This was only one dome. Entire districts existed within single domes like this one. Gerhard tilted his head upward, squinting as hard as he could, using what little light there was to find his way around. In a sense, he wasn't really looking for anything specific, only a place to stay for the moment and build his strength and headquarters. The ground beneath his feet was uneven and treacherous. Broken hab structures leaned at impossible angles, entire apartment blocks had fallen sideways and fused together with factory walls, forming chaotic piles of architecture. Dust floated constantly through the air, thick with toxic particles and chemical residue that had accumulated over centuries. Every breath tasted metallic, and every movement stirred clouds of filth. This part of the underhive was a graveyard of industry. Between the collapsed structures lay open spaces where the dome had once been organized into what might have been called districts by the gangs. All of it connected by a maze of tunnels. Those tunnels stretched out like arteries into other domes, forming the labyrinth that made up the underhive. In the past, which was not even that long ago, maybe a week by now, those passages had been battlegrounds for gangs fighting bloody wars over resources and territory. Scouts who could navigate them were some of the most valuable members of any group. Now, though, who knew what was happening down here? Gerhard slowly turned in place. The dome had multiple tunnel entrances. Some were partially collapsed, others disappeared into complete darkness. Many of them were probably flooded, blocked, or filled with unknown horrors. Large parts of the underhive were still unexplored simply because nobody had survived long enough to map them, and those mutants that didn't bother about maps. Gerhard dared to venture into one such narrow path. Chapter 3, Welcome to the Underhive. The silence was oppressive and seemed to stretch on for far too long. Gerhard slowly exhaled, the breath leaving his lungs in a quiet plume that stirred the toxic dust drifting through the air. It took him a lot of effort not to sneeze or cough, as he didn't want to stir anything up. The air burned inside his lungs. But then, he was interrupted by a small blue screen. A skill has been created through a special action. Through continuous observation, a skill to find the target's information, observe, has been created. Perfect. My first skill. And a very useful one as well. Although Gerhard would have liked a night vision skill, he was more than content with this one. The higher he leveled this, the better for him in the long run. Information was both dangerous in this galaxy and invaluable. He looked around, using observe on anything he could find. Observe has leveled up by 1. No movement could be heard, no Cockney-accented orc voices and no sound of crude boots or clanking scrap armor. The orcs hadn't reached this far yet, and it was questionable if they ever would bother to. If they grew bored, they would simply launch attacks off-world. Or if they hadn't settled. That made sense. Greenskins preferred areas with functioning manufactories, large enough scrap heaps to build vehicles, and wide open spaces where they could fight properly. The deeper regions of the Underhive were the opposite, unstable, maze-like, filled with collapsing structures, toxic air pockets, and unpredictable hazards. Not that they were bothered by it, but it was just boring for them, probably. Which made it perfect for him. Gerhard walked slowly across the massive dome floor, his eyes constantly moving as he surveyed his surroundings, using observe. Collapsed habitation blocks leaned against ancient manufactorum walls. Entire buildings crumpled under the immense weight of the hive above, leaving chaotic piles of twisted steel and shattered plasteel. Scrap piles rose like small hills. But Gerhard saw something else. Resources. Lots and lots of resources. The building blocks for his future endeavor. This place wasn't just ruins, but it was a treasure trove. A slow grin spread across his face. This place is basically a giant loot dungeon. He moved deeper into the Underhive, eventually stopping beside the remains of a partially collapsed housing of some kind. It looked like someone had constructed a house with long metal pieces, very crude and basic, but he wasn't picky. Massive metal plates had fallen at an angle, forming a crude but effective barrier. Gerhard circled the structure, studying it carefully. There was one entrance. The walls were made by stacking several pieces of thick industrial steel. And there was plenty of scrap and other usually useless resources nearby for him to reinforce it in the future. Looks like I found my initial base. Inventory. A blue window appeared in front of him, showing him his inventory. Inside floated the handful of items he had managed to salvage. The most important one, seeds. Scrap metal, broken lost guns, the fragments of flak armor and a few other things. Gerhard looked out across the dark corridor of the Underhive again, his mind already racing with possibilities. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Gerhard froze. Something was wrong. A strange pressure filled the air around him, like an invisible weight pressing down on his instincts. And as if to confirm, a blue notification flashed in front of his eyes. You have acquired a new skill. After repeated use of the sixth sense, you have acquired a new skill to sense a bad omen, danger sense. Danger sense, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A natural survival instinct. It allows the user to sense when a bad thing might happen. The higher the skill level, the earlier it can sense danger. What? Roar. The sound exploded through the dark corridor like a thunderclap, but that wasn't the worst. The worst hit was the one that struck Gerhard in the back and sent him flying into the wall. Gerhard had spun around just as something massive lunged out of the darkness between two collapsed structures and hit him. He wasn't fast enough to dodge, and the danger sense was not high enough level to warn him sooner. Erg. Gerhard groaned and looked up. He wasn't injured thanks to Gamer's body, but he had lost over 100 HP and was now at 40 HP. The attacker was humanoid, but only barely. The creature stood nearly 6 feet tall, its body swollen with tumorous muscle growths and covered in patches of grayish skin that looked half-rotten. One arm was grotesquely elongated, dragging across the ground like a club, while the other ended in claws the size of knives. Its mouth opened far too wide, revealing rows of broken but otherwise sharp teeth. Gerhard used observe. Mutant LV, 27. HP, 1200 MP, 20. A mutant that lives in the Underhive and has been affected by the high radiation and toxic waste around. Living off hunting, anyone unfortunate or unequipped enough to be eaten. A mutant. One of the horrors born from centuries of toxic waste and radiation in the Underhive. And far stronger than Gerhard right now. OSHIT. Gerhard stood up, turned and ran. Thanks to his gamer's body, he could use his body even if his health dropped to 1 HP, that was the advantage of being a gamer. The mutant hulled behind him, its massive feet slamming into the metal floor as it charged after him with terrifying speed. Gerhard sprinted across the corridor, his boots slipping over dust and rust. He hit several ducts and metal contraptions, which slowly took off from his health. Behind him, the creature smashed through a pile of scrap metal as if it were paper. Gerhard vaulted over a fallen pipe, barely clearing it before the mutant slammed into it and sent the massive cylinder rolling across the floor. Too fast. He jumped over a collapsed railing, slid down a mound of broken machinery, and nearly lost his footing as he scrambled forward. The corridor that had looked so good earlier was now gone. Another roar echoed behind him, making him run even faster. Gerhard risked a glance back and realized that the mutant was gaining ground fast. Its long arm slammed against the ground, propelling its body forward in grotesque leaps. Fuck this. Gerhard veered sharply toward a narrow corridor half buried beneath fallen metal plates. He squeezed through and kept running. Pipes, debris, broken walls. Everything became an obstacle he had to climb, vault, or crawl through. Finally, he saw something. A doorway. Gerhard lunged inside a small, broken, and run-down room and spun around. He pressed his entire weight against the broken metal plate, which may or may not have once been used as a door. The door screeched as he slammed it shut just as the mutant barreled into it from the outside. Boom. The entire wall shook violently, causing Gerhard to stumble backwards, his heart pounding, but his mind clear and calm. The creature roared and slammed against the door again, but Gerhard had again pushed against it to prevent it from reaching inside. Boom. The hinges screamed, and the walls shook. Shit, shit, shit. Gerhard frantically looked around the room and spotted a heavy metal support beam lying on the ground. He waited for the next impact and then bolted forward. He grabbed it and jammed it against the door handle, bracing it against the wall, just as the next impact arrived. Boom. The metal door bent inward slightly, and the mutant roared in frustration and hunger. Gerhard pressed his full weight against the support beam, his muscles shaking as the creature continued slamming into the door and tried to squeeze his thinner arm through the gaps and catch him. He couldn't hold it forever. Gerhard's mind raced. Think, he told himself. Think. The gamer ability. Instant dungeons. The Manawa's main character, Han Jihan, had unlocked them, which granted him training spaces, combat zones, and all other kinds of dungeons. But most importantly, it could get him out of here. Gerhard gritted his teeth. If I had a dungeon right now. The mutant slammed into the door again, and the beam shifted. Gerhard's eyes widened. I need somewhere to fight and level, a separate space to get out of this mess. In short, a dungeon. An illusion barrier or instant dungeon, as the gamer system called it, could be made by simply emitting energy from one's hand and thinking of creating one. Gerhard remembered that from the story. So he did just that. He raised his hand and thought about emitting his energy, which was mana or MP. He thought about the strength going out of his hand, and a second later, a blue window flashed into existence. A skill has been created through a special action. The skill to directly use mana, Energy Bolt, has been created. Energy Bolt, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A skill that attacks by emitting mana. Attack power increases with INT. Current range, 10 m. Fuck. Not that one. Gerhard cursed. Boom. He was hurled through the air as the mutant finally broke down the metal door. Gerhard's eyes widened as he saw his death right in front of him. He did it again, raising his hand, and this time, he finally got what he wanted. The mutant was mid-charge, his claws millimeters before his face, about to tear him to shreds, when it vanished and with it, all sound. A skill has been created through a special action. A skill to create illusion barriers, ID Create, has been created. Instant Dungeon Create, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A skill to make an instant dungeon. You can make stronger ones by increasing your skill level. Currently available IDs. 1. Empty ID monsters, none. 2. Zombie ID monsters, zombies. 3. Ghost ID monsters, ghosts. Gerhard stared at the notification in disbelief and satisfaction. He was now inside an instant dungeon, which meant that he was still in the same space as before, but separated. Like a mirror dimension, just that no one was inside it. He was all alone here. For the mutant, this was as if he had teleported or simply vanished without a trace. Then a grin slowly spread across Gerhard's face. Oh, yes. Let's go. Ha 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 ha. Oh shit, that was stressful. Outside, the mutant roared again as it prepared another charge against the wall, looking frantically where its prey had gone. Eventually, it will leave, since Gerhard wasn't coming out anytime soon. Gerhard looked around and noticed that everything was the same as outside, simply without people or creatures. It was the most basic of instant dungeons, the empty one. He looked at his health. 17/200 HP. He would need time to regenerate it to full. And while he waited, he could have a look at his new abilities and what being a gamer truly meant. The gamer was an ability given to Han Jihan by Gaia herself in the manhwa, making him a natural ability user. Now, Gerhard was the gamer and he had no idea who gave it to him. Maybe it was also Gaia, or a higher power, he didn't know. In the manhwa, Gaia also assisted Jihan in using his ability, creating a system to monitor his daily life and his ability to learn and develop skills. The gamer ability is insanely powerful when used correctly and could be considered a cheaty ability, as Gerhard can learn skills quite easily from skill books and level them up quickly. To use the gamer ability, there were a few points to remember. 1. Certain actions in Gerhard's daily life will become skills. Doing something special, or through sheer repetition, created skills that could then be leveled up. 2. Objects were treated as items and could be used by Gerhard. They also now had stats and maybe even special effects. 3. Gerhard's body now worked like that of a game character. He was unable to receive wounds. However, he lost HP and could still die once his health bar reached 0. 4. After sleeping in a bed, Gerhard's HP and MP were restored, and abnormal status effects were removed. This was especially broken in a setting like Warhammer 40,000. Any corruption would be gone after sleeping, that is, if he could be corrupted, but in this reality, almost anything was possible. 5. Certain technique books were treated as skill books and could be learned. This meant that if someone described what he thought of or how he used the warp and psyker abilities, Gerhard could learn that. 6. Allies could be added to form a party. This was interesting, but he wouldn't use it probably, since he would be branded a heretic and killed. 7. The gamer ability could also generate a range of items from killing monsters in illusory barriers, even if the monsters didn't have physical bodies. These items included crafting and healing items, usually potions, real money, weapons, skill books, and other magical items. This ability could be called mining. And it was this aspect of the gamer ability that made it such a ridiculous cheat. It was, in essence, turning an illusion into reality and ignoring the conversion of mass, creating something from nothing. 8. The gamer ability also had the effect of making training areas into full battle areas, as well as making a boss mob appear in instant dungeons. 9. Just by looking at some person or thing, the system automatically informs Gerhard of their name and level. Using low-class God's Eye, he could quantify attributes accurately and without bias. That was the highest form that, observation, could reach. 10. EXP points could be gained by defeating enemies, monsters, ability users, etc., and completing tasks, studying, exercising, etc. Each level up gave 5 points, which could be used to raise attributes. 11. Skills that were related to each other can be combined into new skills. Active and passive skills gave Gerhard a boost in attack or in any other thing they do, like a separate power. Passive skills didn't even need mana to use. His ability, while very powerful, had some limitations. 1. He couldn't gain certain skills or techniques until he had reached a certain level in a certain area. Meaning that he couldn't gain the skills of an alpha-class psyker just because he read the skill book. He would have to level up and increase the attribute points in certain areas to do that. 2. He couldn't absorb technique books that described theories. So if something was a theory and it wasn't right, he wouldn't be able to learn it. But if the book described a fact or a skill the author possessed, it could be learned. 3. Gerhard could combine abilities that didn't mesh together, but the system would warn about negative effects if combined. 4. If the vitality stat was more than 4 times lower than his intelligence, a deteriorating effect would appear, which permanently removed 1 vitality point every 24 hours. 5. Powers from or surpassing Gaia could bypass the gamer's mind and body, but they could be reinforced through skills and would resume their effects after the thing interfering with them was gone. This was also why Gerhard was in no way immune to chaos corruption. He probably wouldn't be affected by most demons, and maybe even greater ones, but if he were trapped in the warp and one of the ruinous powers played with him, yeah, that would do it. As for his status window, he had attributes which could be directly increased with points. These were: Strength, STR, increases physical strength, muscle power. Vitality, VIT, increases HP or health regeneration. Dexterity, DEX, speed. Intelligence, INT, increases MP. Wisdom, WIS, increase mana resistance. Magic resistance increases by 1% every 10 WIS points. Mana regeneration increases by 1% every 10 WIS points. Luck, LUK. Attributes that could not be directly increased via points gained from leveling were: Physical resistance. Mana, MP. Mana regeneration, MR. Magic resistance. Health, HP. He lacked defensive attributes, but he had physical endurance instead. That was more or less all the basics of the gamer ability. Now that Gerhard had refreshed his memory, he was ready to start his plans. Chapter 4, Creation and Dismantle. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the power of your body to endure pain and damage, physical endurance has been created. Physical endurance, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 5.24%. The body's durability increases, and you take less damage. 3% decrease in damage from physical attacks. Physical endurance level increased by 3. Danger sense level increased by 2. Gerhard looked at the notification and nodded. At least the near-death experience wasn't for nothing. At level 4, physical endurance, granted a 11.5% decrease in damage from physical attacks. This was already a great advantage, but not even close to enough. And yet, Gerhard couldn't help but smile seeing the little progress. Now that he was inside the instant dungeon, he was going to abuse this to the maximum. Now, what made a gamer truly a character? As Gerhard already made sure, after going over the intricacies of his skill, the gamer has the power to create something out of nothing. But not only that, through the power of mana or MP, Gerhard could now use skills and create new ones, making the process of creating something out of nothing even more ridiculous. So the plans were as follows. Step 1, Food and Water. Ensure he has a stable food and water source. As a gamer, he has no real need for food and water, since his health doesn't drop on its own. But eating food and drinking water help regenerate his HP. After he had found something as precious as the seeds, there was no way that Gerhard wasn't going to cultivate them. It was basically the food of the gods for someone like him, who had lived far below all his life. After the first step was taken care of, what would he do then? Step 2, Research and Creation. The second step would be dedicated to studying everything he had salvaged and was currently in his inventory. The lost guns, flak armor, and the other things. Because, and this also went into step 1, after he knew how the different things were made, he could make them as well. But all of this was dependent on a single skill. Creation. Gerhard sat on the ground and took out some of the scrap metal he had salvaged. There was a lot, so he needn't worry about losing some initially. And he would lose some, that was inevitable. Without overthinking, he started using some of the other, larger metal pieces to hammer another one. He hit it in specific areas and used all his strength to shape it. He felt exhaustion slowly build up, but ignored it. This was his moment. There was nothing more manly than creating his own stuff. After the first hour, Gerhard was exhausted, but he saw his progress and didn't stop. Only when he sat before an ugly piece of what should have been a pot, and he saw the notification, did he finally stop hammering metal on metal. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the power to create new things, creation/manufacturing has been created. Creation, active, LV, 1. A skill to make something. Humanity has advanced its civilization through inventing things. Created objects become better as the mastery level rises. Effects. Registered blueprint, 1. Probability of failure when crafting, 50%. Metal pot rank, average. A poorly made metal pot by novice creator Gerhard, the gamer. Its artistic value is non-existent, and it is an insult to art. But it can hold some dirt. Well, it was something. The pot was atrocious, the gamer system was kind in its description, but that didn't matter to Gerhard. He had the biggest smile on his face when he saw the pot. He had done this. He had created something with his own 2 hands. Now, one had to ask, why was this supposed to be overpowered, or a cheat skill? The reason this was overpowered was that now that Gerhard had the blueprint for the average ranked metal pot, he could create it right away, as long as he had the raw materials at hand. No more spending hours hammering metal to create it. Oh, but wait, there was more. Far more. After the novice creation skill reached level 100, it could advance into beginner creation. Novice, beginner, apprentice, adept, special, legendary, mythical, transcendental. One had to imagine that once Gerhard reached apprentice creation, he would unlock several insane effects. For example, right now, when he wanted to create something, the chance for failure was 50%. That meant that he wasted half of all his resources. Naturally, this decreased as the skill level increased. But once he reached apprentice creation, the chance of failure when creating novice-grade items was 0. And not only that. Should he reach adept creation, creating novice-grade items wouldn't even require resources anymore. Meaning, he could create them out of thin air. And now, imagine if he learned how to create las guns, bolter pistols, and the ammunition for those. Limitless ammunition. And limitless resources. The potential of this was insane. However, to reach that point, a lot of work and resources were needed. And Gerhard knew that he didn't have endless resources to begin with. But he had 2 things in mind to help him in that regard. The first was another skill, which he was working on right now. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the power to take apart all things, dismantle has been created. Dismantle, active, LV, 1. A skill which allows one to take apart anything. The loss of resources decreases as the mastery level rises. Effects. Resources lost when dismantling, 90%. 1% chance to clean each part after taking it apart. This was the first way to reduce resource loss. Gerhard would use the resources he gathered, use creation to create items, then use dismantle to take them apart again. This will allow him to level up both skills and to lose fewer resources each time. The second way to address his resource needs was through instant dungeons. The gamer ability generated a range of items, from killing monsters in illusory barriers, even if the monsters didn't have physical bodies. These items included crafting and healing items, usually potions, real money, weapons, skill books, and other magical items. This was very useful, since it allowed Gerhard to level up, allocate points as he wished, improve his fighting experience and weapon masteries, and, of course, gain resources. For making wise decisions, WIS has risen by 1. So, the gamer system agreed with Gerhard's plan. Without further ado, he went right ahead with this first step. He took apart the metal pot. As he did so, some minor parts of the metal he had used to create it were lost, but it was very few, and after a short time, he sat in front of the pieces of the pot. Without thinking, he pulled out more pieces of metal and then used creation to create another metal pot, according to the blueprint. Creation level increased by 1. And after he dismantled it again. Dismantle level increased by 1. After time passed and Gerhard had gone through roughly 30% of the scrap he had collected, he finally succeeded in creating a particularly impressive pot, at least for his skill level. Planting pot rank, common. The bare minimum of a metal pot made by novice creator Gerhard, the gamer. Its artistic value is very low, but it is better than previously. It can hold some dirt. 10% increase in plant growth speed. 5% less nutrients needed to successfully grow a plant. Durability, 10 out of 10. Gerhard was happy. This was already very good progress. Also, the traits the common grade planting pot possessed were unlike anything you would have if you were to create a planting pot without the gamer system. Now, however, Gerhard had to stop. Right now, he was preparing, and since he had already planted some seeds, he needed to wait. But before he could go further, he would need more scrap, but to get that, he would need to leave the instant dungeon. And to do that, he needed a way to defend himself. He took out the lost gun from his inventory and used, observe, on it. M36 Cantrell pattern lost gun, damaged, rank, common. A standard issue lost gun used by the Astra Militarum and planetary defense forces across the Imperium of Man, known for its reliability, durability, and ease of maintenance. The lost gun is the backbone of Imperial infantry forces. This particular weapon has suffered damage during combat and poor maintenance. The focusing crystal is misaligned, and the power transfer capacitor shows signs of instability. Despite this, the weapon remains operational. Durability, 47/120. Damage, 45. Critical chance, 2%. Charge capacity, 150. This checked out, according to what Gerhard remembered of Lost Guns. The Lost Gun used the same basic technology and operated along the same lines as other laser weapons, emitting a beam of focused light. The high amount of energy in the beam caused the immediate surface area of a target to be vaporized in a small explosion. It was a relatively unimpressive weapon when compared to other weapons in the Imperium or the wider galaxy, but it was still capable of cleanly severing limbs or piercing the power armor of a space marine, but only through a vulnerable spot in the armor and also only if the space marine wasn't named and still had his helmet on. Most designs had iron sights mounted along the top of the weapon. It was powered by a small, rechargeable power pack located beneath the weapon, in front of the trigger guard. And so did the one Gerhard held in his hands right now. Power pack rank, common. Capacity, 94 to 150 shots. This was rather lucky for Gerhard. The power pack was operational, and while damaged, the Lost Gun was as well. Now, the decision Gerhard had to make was whether or not he wanted to first train with the Lost Gun and use it to defend himself, or if he should take it apart and level up his skill and potentially be able to create more Lost Guns and power packs. An idea came to mind. For making wise decisions, WIS has risen by 1. Gerhard picked up another set of scrap and went ahead with hammering it into a specific shape. He didn't worry about it looking pretty, but eventually, it was a somewhat round metal plate. He used another piece of metal to carve shallow circles on it, creating a very crude target. Then he stood up and walked out of the room he was in. He was still inside the instant dungeon, so there was no danger for him. He walked to a more open space and then placed the target on a higher level and moved into position. The distance was roughly 30 meters, southwest, not even close to the maximum range of the Lost Gun. But he was here to learn, and all things started small. He placed the power pack back into the Lost Gun and then raised it, looking through the scope and aiming it at the target. He breathed in slowly and then out, pulling the trigger at that moment. A beam of energy was emitted and missed the target entirely. It was a strange feeling for Gerhard to fire a weapon for the first time in both his lives. He messed up, but that wasn't what it was all about. It was about the skill the gamer system created. A skill has been created through a special action. Through the use of a Lost Gun, Firearms Mastery has been created. Firearms Mastery, Passive, LV1. A skill that allows the user to freely handle firearms. Effects. 10% increase in attack damage with firearms. 5% increase in accuracy when using firearms. Gerhard raised the Lost Gun again and aimed. He pulled the trigger and shot the energy at the target. Different from the first time, he managed to hit the outermost part of the target. This put a smile on his face and motivated him to go again. The third shot was again off target, but the fourth one hit the target again. So did the fifth one and the sixth. Firearms Mastery level increased by 1. Gerhard continued. He used Observe to look at how many shots he still had left. Power pack rank, common. Capacity, 88 to 150 shots. After that, he ignored everything and pulled the trigger, following his instincts, which constantly grew sharper in terms of accuracy, thanks to his skill. Firearms Mastery level increased by 1. Firearms Mastery level increased by 1. Firearms Mastery level increased by 1. By the time the power pack was empty, he had leveled up Firearms Mastery 4 times. Firearms Mastery, Passive, LV5. A skill that allows the user to freely handle firearms. Effects. 18% increase in attack damage with firearms. 10% increase in accuracy when using firearms. Improved recoil control. Chapter 5, Mana. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV1. HP, 200/200. MP, 100/100. STR, 15. VIT, 9. Dex, 11. Int, 10. Wis, 11. Luck, 2. Points, 0. Money, 0. Gerhard gained 2 points in WIS after making rather smart choices. In a way, that was also a great way to cheat using the gamer system. Make plans, and if they yield WIS, then they're good. If not, then they're most likely bad or not good enough. Nevertheless, Gerhard had to pick up the pace in his training. There was still so much to do before he could leave the instant dungeon. Now that the lost gun and the power pack were no longer usable, it was time to move on. Gerhard took out the pieces of the flak armor he picked up on the way. Flak armor, partial set, grade, common. Standard issue protective armor used by Imperial Guard infantry. Constructed from layered ablative fabrics, thermoplastic strips, and impact-absorbing materials mounted on a lightweight metal frame. Designed primarily to disperse explosions, shrapnel, and glancing ballistic impacts rather than direct armor-piercing hits. Durability, 93/250. Set composition. Flak vest. Flak helmet. Arm bracers. Missing, leg guards, shoulder plates, groin guard. Effect, physical damage, plus 20% resistance. Effect, explosive/fragmentation damage, plus 35% resistance. Effect, energy/heat damage, plus 10% resistance. Effect, impact dispersion, reduces damage from low-velocity impacts and shrapnel. Effect, thermal absorption, reduces thermal signature slightly. Weight, light. Technology level requirement, low. Faction standard, Imperium of Men. Well, that was something at least. The problem was that Gerhard couldn't create new flak armor yet. He would need more resources and the right materials to create that. Carbon fiber, plas fiber, and thermoplast strips, well, that could be created in the future, but the creation skill had to level up some more for that. For now, it would serve as basic armor. Gerhard thought about it and then grabbed the lost gun again. He started taking it apart, piece by piece, without dismantling it in its entirety. He reckoned that this should also trigger the skills. And he was right. After taking it apart into its parts, the blueprint for AM-36 Cantrell pattern lost gun appeared in his creation skill. He did the same thing for the power pack, since that would be most important in the future. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to create a power pack just yet, but after a few tries, he might be able to create the most basic version of it. Not because he understands exactly how it was made, but because the gamer system is a cheat in that regard. And as soon as he unlocked the power pack blueprint, he even understood the finer details of it. Now, what to do from here? The answer was simple: mana. Mana was incredibly versatile and lacked the corrupting properties of the warp, making it the most useful aspect and the core strength of Gerhard. Energy Bolt, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A skill that attacks by emitting mana. Attack power increases with INT. Current range, 10 m. This was the first skill that used mana to function. And it was quite a strong skill. The interesting part was that there was no damage parameter, since the attack power depended on the INT stat. So the higher his intelligence, the more power he could emit using his mana-dependent skills. What's important is to first make a defensive skill. Gerhard closed his eyes and focused on the energy inside him. He had no experience with this sort of stuff, but that didn't matter. He had to do this now, as all of his next steps relied on it. He focused on his palm and tried to will the energy inside him, his mana, to gather there. It was tedious because he couldn't see much progress, and, for once, the system wasn't really helping. He had, after all, not done anything yet. So no skill could be created. But he didn't stop and continued with it. After a few hours, Gerhard finally succeeded. A white sheen could be seen from his hand, and he felt the warmth that came from gathered mana. Nice. Oh, that was tedious. All right, next. Gerhard then willed for the energy to expand. Not in volume, but the shape of it. He tried to will it to flatten above his hand. It looked like dozens of small, thin, white tendrils floated up from his palm and coalesced, forming a thin shape. Then, he willed for the energy to come together and flatten further, creating something tangible. Before long, he looked at a somewhat flat, white rectangle that was floating above his hand. A skill has been created through a special action. Through continuous testing of condensing mana, a skill to block attacks, Mana Shield, has been created. Mana Shield, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 30. One of the most basic defense skills using mana. Handling the energy called mana has existed for a long time, and Mana Shield is one among many. Effect, blocks a portion of the impact. 50 additional MP used per minute. Yes. I knew it would work. Let's try it out right away. Mana Shield. In his excitement, Gerhard shouted the name of the skill. A thin, transparent, blue bubble appeared around him, with him at the center. It was amazing for him to have created this after hours of hard work, without any of the advantages Han Jihan had in the manhwa. His INT stat was very low, so manipulating mana like that took a long time. The skill was very useful, especially for a non-named character like Gerhard in the Warhammer 40k universe. A stray shot could kill him, and, well, everything else could kill him as well. With this, he at least had some protection against things that wanted to kill him. It was by no means enough, of course not, but it was a start. Right now, it took 30 MP to create the mana shield, and then 50 MP per minute to keep it active. This was atrocious. Per one stat point in Wisconsin, you gained 1% MP regeneration per minute. And Gerhard also gained 1 MP regeneration per 100 total MP. This meant that right now, with an INT at 10 and a WIS at 11, he basically had another minute before his mana ran out. The mana shield dissipated as Gerhard was out of mana. This was a problem. The total mana he possessed right now was so little that using the most basic skills would tire him out in minutes. He had to grow stronger and increase his stats fast. But to do that, he had to train or level up. But he was not in Warhammer, and as someone who was aware of the dangers, he had grown paranoid. Since he wasn't stupid, he naturally wouldn't just start hunting mutants. Those were monsters and would surely kill him. No, he needed easier and more predictable targets first and a lot of training. Gerhard chose another method. He sat down in a meditative position. Then he began focusing his energy again, breathing deeply through his nose and out of his mouth. Once, twice. Again and again, he tried to take in the ambient energy and replenish his own, and the system rewarded him with the necessary skill. A skill has been created through a special action. Through continuous meditation, a skill to replenish mana, mana meditation, has been created. Mana meditation, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. Basic external energy control, developed by Gerhard, the gamer. Effect, stamina restoration ability increased by 10%. Effect, restoration of fatigue increased by 10%. Additional 30 MP will be gained per minute. This was it. This was the way to be a gamer. Use mana skills until your mana runs out, then use meditation to regain that mana. Through this, the levels of the skills will increase, costing less mana to use, and as the meditation skill increases, it will give more mana per minute, allowing him to get back to work faster. WIS was raised by 1. And after a bit over 3 minutes, Gerhard's mana was full again, allowing him to go back at it. Mana shield. Mana shield. Gerhard created an additional mana shield on top of the first one, and as he guessed, mana shield level has gone up by 1. Mana shield, active, LV, 2. EXP, 8.04%. MP, 30. One of the most basic defense skills using mana. Handling the energy called mana has existed for a long time, and mana shield is one among many. Effect, blocks a portion of the impact. 48 additional MP used per minute. So the additional MP needed per minute has gone down by 2. So, if it is possible, according to that math, when I reach level 25, it shouldn't cost any additional mana to use. But since that shouldn't be possible, it will most likely stop at some point and only grow more powerful in its defensive capabilities. A moment later, the mana shields dissipated, leaving Gerhard without mana again. Naturally, he sat down and entered meditation to regain his mana once more. Time to grind. And grinding he did. Mana meditation level has gone up by 1. Mana shield level has gone up by 1. Mana meditation level has gone up by 1. Mana shield level has gone up by 1. Mana meditation level has gone up by 1. Mana shield level has gone up by 1. Mana shield level has gone up by 1. Mana meditation level has gone up by 1. Mana shield level has gone up by 1. Time passed, and after hours of training the same thing over and over again, Gerhard called for a break. He took out some of the corpse starch he had gathered and started eating. It wasn't tasty, it wasn't healthy, it was just sustenance. The bare minimum to survive. Mana shield now cost 38 MP per minute to use, and he could create several layers of them on top of each other. Mana meditation now restored his stamina and fatigue by 18% compared to the 10% from level 1. So, all in all, it was progress, and that was all that mattered. But after regaining all of his mana this time, Gerhard was interested in creating another skill using mana. The shield was good, but he still wanted an offensive type. Energy Bolt wasn't bad, but it took 10 MP to use each time and wasn't really fast or all that powerful. What Gerhard wanted wasn't explosive damage, but piercing damage. Something he could guide, and that was long range. Because he was still as durable as a regular human, who died in the millions every day, no, every hour. Alright. He held out his hand again and followed the same principle he did when he created Mana Shield. He tightly condensed the energy into one form, slowly shaping it, then elongating it, and finally giving it a special head. After another hour, which was way faster than when he created the Mana Shield, he held an arrow made of mana above his palm. A skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill with piercing power, Mana Arrow. Mana Arrow, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 5. An attack skill that hardened mana into an elongated shape. Only possible for those talented in manipulating mana. A skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill, Mana Control. Mana Control, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A skill used by those skilled in magic control. Effect, 10% MP consumed for skills. This was a very nice added bonus. Now, Gerhard could start going nuts on creating new attacks or shaping mana to his wishes. Chapter 6, Training. Gerhard stood in the middle of the empty room in the instant dungeon, staring at the scattered pile of scrap metal lying at his feet. The last pieces he had left. Rusted plates, broken rods, fragments of machinery, and twisted bolts lay everywhere. To anyone else, it would have looked like junk. But he had already created amazing things with it. He opened the inventory window briefly, confirming what he already knew: his resources were approaching their end. Alright, let's see what I can do with this. He crouched down and took the metal pieces into his hands. Once again, he went back to creating something new. Having experience with things, it didn't take long. Creation. The scrap vibrated slightly as the gamer system guided the process. Metal bent and fused together with a grinding sound, the pieces sliding into place as if invisible hands helped shape them next to Gerhard. The first object slowly took the form of a sword. It was crude and uneven, the blade slightly warped, but the shape was unmistakable. A blue window appeared in front of him. Rust sword, grade, average. A roughly crafted metal sword made from scrap materials. Increases attack by 5%. Gerhard tilted his head while examining it. Well, it's ugly as sin, but functional. He tossed it lightly in his hand, testing the weight. Then, he placed the sword in his inventory and grabbed another set of scrap. Creation. The metal twisted again, compressing into a thick cylindrical rod with a reinforced end, a bat. The bat wasn't really the most impressive weapon to create, but it was rather easy to wield, which was why he chose it. But now, he had scrap for a final weapon. With the final attempt, he produced a small hammer with a blocky metal head. This would be both a tool for future crafting and smithing and a weapon, if the need arose. But he had other weapons, of course. So he hoped that it wouldn't be necessary. When he tried to create a spear, however, the resources were not enough. There simply wasn't enough scrap metal left to produce something long enough. Gerhard nodded. He had already known, but it never hurt to try. Fine. Sword and blunt weapons, it is for now. He picked up the sword first and stepped into the open center of the chamber. The instant dungeon was silent, the rusted hall around him seemed like the dead remains of a machine. But that silence wasn't that bothersome for Gerhard. If he were a normal human, he might have felt a bit bothered by being alone for so long, but he wasn't. He saw it for what it was, time to train, and so he focused on that and nothing else. He took out the sword from his inventory, raised it above his head and swung. The sword cut through the air at an awkward angle. Gerhard had no talent or training in this, so he had nothing to go on. Again. He adjusted his grip and swung once more, performing a horizontal slash. Then a vertical slash and finally a clumsy thrust. Gerhard repeated the motions again and again, slowly adjusting his stance as he went. His body had no experience with swords, but repetition was the whole point of the gamer ability. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. Sweat began running down his neck as his arms started to burn, but he kept going. Slash. 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 Suddenly, a blue notification appeared before his eyes. A skill has been created through a special action. A skill to use all manners of swords, sword mastery, has been created. Sword mastery, passive, LV.1. A skill that allows the user to freely handle swords. Sword mastery is obtained through continuous sword training. Effect. Plus 10% increase in attack damage with swords. Gerhard stopped mid-swing. Then a slow grin spread across his face. This was a sign of progress and growth. Right now, it was pathetic, but it would grow to be great. Nice. He swung the blade again immediately. The difference was subtle but unmistakable. His arms moved slightly more smoothly, instinctively knowing how to do it better. His grip adjusted right away. It was as if the system had injected the fundamentals of swordsmanship directly into his muscles. He practiced for a few more minutes before having to stop, as he was exhausted. He couldn't lift his arms anymore and tossed the sword aside, taking a moment to rest. He was too exhausted to even do meditation, so he merely closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. After a few hours, Gerhard suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. After sleeping in a bed, HP and MP are restored, and abnormal status effects are removed. Gerhard looked at the blue screen in surprise. That was amazing. To think that he could simply go to sleep and wake up in peak condition. Gerhard thought about it and realized that this basically screamed to be abused. Gerhard stood up and picked up the bat. All right, blunt weapons. The metal bat felt heavier, but simpler. What was hard about this? He swung it through the air, targeting the wall with all his might. The bat smashed into a rusted piece of pipe on the wall. Again. The impact echoed through the chamber. Gerhard started hitting everything around him, scrap piles, broken pipes, chunks of metal plating, and the ground. Each strike sent vibrations up his arms and scattered dust into the air. After several such wild swings, another notification appeared. A skill has been created through a special action. A skill to deliver a strong blow, Power Strike, has been created. Power Strike, active, LV.1. EXP, 0%. Effect. Plus 15% increase in critical rate. Plus 50% increase in attack damage. A skill has been created through a special action. A skill to utilize blunt weapons freely, Blunt Weapon Mastery, has been created. Blunt Weapon Mastery, passive, LV.1. A skill that allows the user to freely handle blunt weapons. Effect. Plus 10% increase in attack damage with blunt weapons. Plus 5% increase in attack speed. Gerhard laughed quietly. All right. Now, we're talking. But he wasn't finished. The skills were, at the moment, very low-leveled, and to be useful, he had to change that. But he had to change himself as well. He had to grow stronger, and to do that, basic training was just as necessary. He placed the weapons aside for now and rolled his shoulders. If he wanted to survive in this universe, he needed more than weapon skills. He needed endurance and strength. Defense could somewhat be achieved through Mana Shield, but it wasn't all-powerful. His natural stats needed to increase as well. He activated the skill, Mana Shield. A thin blue barrier appeared around him, creating a bubble. His MP dropped by 30 instantly. Sadly, the initial MP wouldn't decrease, but the mana he had to spend per minute did. Right now, at level 7, it costs 38 MP per minute. Which was still atrocious. Gerhard ignored it. The point was to train while the shield drained his mana. All right, basic training it is. He dropped to the ground, all the while the shield was active. He started with push-ups. 1, 2, 3. His arms trembled after only 30. But he didn't stop then, even after the mana shield had fizzled out of existence, because his mana had depleted. By 40, Gerhard's arms burned, but he continued. By 60, his breathing had grown erratic, and his muscles spasmed lightly. But he continued until he reached 100. He fell on the ground, sweating profusely and taking deep breaths. It was terrible to do this for the first time. STR has gone up by 1. But that was all it was about. Next came sit-ups. His abdominal muscles screamed in protest, but he forced himself through all 100 repetitions. Why 100? It seemed like a good point to start and break his limits or whatever. STR has gone up by 1. Next came squats. His legs were already shaking before he started, and halfway through the set, it took him 1 minute per squat. Sweat dripped onto the metal floor. The air smelled like it always had, but at least it didn't burn his lungs. STR has gone up by 1. Finally, he began running laps through the halls of the underhive. The halls weren't large enough to serve as a crude running track, but they served as a way for him to train his dexterity as well. Gerhard used the last of his strength and pulled himself across the dusty metal floor while activating Mana Shield as soon as he had enough mana. STR has gone up by 1. VIT has gone up by 2. DEX has gone up by 1. Mana Shield level has gone up by 1. His mana steadily drained. Step after step echoed through the silent hall. The shield disappeared again a few minutes later. His breathing grew ragged, and finally, Gerhard stumbled to a stop. His MP had dropped to 0 once again. He collapsed onto the floor, chest heaving as every muscle in his body burned with exhaustion. But thanks to the gamer's body, his condition was translated into fatigue instead of injury. He could push himself far beyond what a normal human could survive, and it would give him stats. He slowly sat upright and crossed his legs, doing mana meditation. He closed his eyes. Warm energy slowly flowed back into his body as he focused on breathing. This was his idea. He used his skills during physical conditioning, and when he was totally exhausted, he entered meditation to address his fatigue and lack of mana. His mana returned gradually, his muscles relaxed, and the exhaustion faded little by little. After several minutes, his MP was full again, and he was ready to go again. Gerhard opened his eyes and smiled. This was what it meant to grind. It was a cycle. Training. Exhaustion. Meditation. Repeat. A gamer's most powerful weapon was not strength. It was grinding. He stood up again and activated Mana Shield once more. The barrier returned, and Gerhard started doing push-ups once more. And the training started again. The days passed. Gerhard only took breaks to eat and sleep when exhaustion overwhelmed him. Sleeping was probably one of the most broken cheats a gamer could have. He turned into a lunatic. Using Mana Shield, doing basic training, push-ups, sit-ups, squats and running until he collapsed, ate or slept and then did it all over again. After the first day of training this way, STR increased by 11, VIT increased by 9, and DEX increased by 5. Mana Shield leveled up 8 times, bringing it to level 15, which was progress. But surprisingly, his WIS also leveled up 3 times, since he made good decisions. But Gerhard was by no means satisfied. He ignored his mind, telling him that it was time to do something else, to get into another instant dungeon and throw around mana arrows. He was going to do this right and prepare as much as he could. So, on the second day, Gerhard chose to start grinding Sword Mastery and Blunt Weapon Mastery. These two would go very well with the mana arrows, should he need to deal with enemies in close range. That's why Gerhard cast Mana Shield and performed sword slashes as he saw them in fiction. It was wild and uncoordinated at first, but as the levels increased, he became better, and the buffs rose. Without a formal teacher, Gerhard slowly became better. The grinding wouldn't stop, he had no choice, because after he was prepared, he would finally go and enter a zombie dungeon. It was time to gain some levels and with it, some status points. Chapter 7, Zombie Dungeon I. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV1. HP, 600/600. MP, 100/100. STR, 30. VIT, 20. Dex, 17. Int, 10. WIS, 15. Luck, 2. Points, 0. Money, 0. Gerhard looked at his status window and thought. His total health had gone up, alright, thanks to his VIT stat, but his mana was still pathetic. It wasn't that he was planning on becoming a mage, but mana was just so important. And in truth, he didn't really have a choice in the matter right now, he needed power. Sword Mastery, Passive, LV, 7. A skill that allows the user to freely handle swords. Sword Mastery is obtained through continuous sword training. Effect. Plus 22% increase in attack damage with swords. Mana Shield, Active, LV, 15. EXP, 2.93%. MP, 30 initial cost. One of the most basic defense skills using mana. Handling the energy called mana has existed for a long time, and mana shield is one among many. Effects. Blocks a portion of the impact. 22 MP per minute upkeep. These were the two skills he had trained the most in, apart from his physical stats. It wasn't really much, especially with his MP still at 100. His MP regeneration was at 2.5 per minute, which was pathetic still. Thankfully, his ability to remain cool and think about his situation logically has helped him gain some stat points in WIS. But it won't always go up on its own. He had to spend some points sooner or later. And honestly, Gerhard preferred spending points on INT and WIS, since he had a few ideas for training his physical stats without spending points. Gerhard grabbed his sword, donned the half-assembled flak armor and then raised his hand. Instant dungeon escape. The instant dungeon broke, and he appeared in the real world again. The location was the same where he stood in the dungeon just now, but it was simply the real world. He didn't wait for a mutant to attack and raised his hand again. Instant dungeon create. The air inside the zombie dungeon felt different from the air before. Not physically different, the rusted metal halls and silent corridors looked identical to the abandoned sector of the Underhive outside, but there was a strange tension in the atmosphere now, as if something had awakened. This was funny, since it felt the same as the very instant Gerhard was attacked by that mutant. He understood what that meant. His danger sense was active. Gerhard stood in the center of the chamber, where he had been spending his time training. His crude rust sword was firmly in his hand, and his eyes were moving around. He inhaled slowly. All right, this is it. For days, he had done nothing but grind. Training. Meditation. Training again and sleeping. His muscles had hardened, his movements had become smoother, and his skills had climbed slowly. His mana shield had reached level 15, his mana meditation had improved quite a bit, and his weapon skills were no longer as pathetic as they had been initially. But none of that meant anything until he tested it. Until he fought with his own two hands and killed these undead. Gerhard opened the blue window in front of him. He was ready, or as ready as he would ever be. Everything around him looked abandoned for decades. And the smell, rot. It almost smelled better than the Underhive. What a surprise. Yeah, that tracks. A blue notification appeared. Zombie dungeon has been created. Gerhard tightened his grip on the sword. Good, time to make a monster. A distant groan echoed through the ruined halls and corridors. Then another. Something moved behind a large pile of rubble and waste. Gerhard's danger sense prickled faintly, nowhere near what it was when the mutant attacked, but it was still active. A gray hand slowly appeared over the waste pile. Then the creature rose. A corpse, a zombie. Rotting flesh hung loosely from its bones. One eye hung outside the socket, the skin was grayish-brown, and its jaw hung crooked, as if broken long ago. Gerhard used observe on the zombie. Zombie LV 8. HP 800/800. MP 50. A walking corpse. No matter how it died, it hates the living and attacks them relentlessly. Slow, but stronger than it was in life. Gerhard's eyes narrowed. 800 HP. It's weaker than the mutant that almost killed me. All right, let's do this. He had planned for this. Mana conservation. His total MP was only 100. If he wasted it, he would be defenseless. The mana shield alone cost 30 MP to activate and drained additional 22 mana to maintain per minute. So he couldn't just spam it or keep it active all the time. He needed a balance, in a sense. Which was why he had grinded his physical stats these past 2 days. Magic to weaken, the sword to finish them off. And the mana shield only if he was overwhelmed. But if that happened, it might already be too late. The zombie staggered forward with an animalistic growl, like they were used to in the media. Gerhard raised his hand and used the skill. Mana arrow. A glowing arrow formed instantly above his palm. This cost him 5 MP. But the projectile shot forward through the air. Thunk. The arrow pierced directly into the zombie's chest, blasting a hole through decayed flesh. HP 800/690. The zombie staggered, but didn't stop. Gerhard frowned. This was stupid. He just now realized that he was an idiot. He should have grinded mana arrow as well, but why didn't he do that? No, that wasn't correct. He should have grinded another type of mana arrow. Tougher than I thought. The creature lunged forward, trying to get a hold of Gerhard, but he stepped back and raised his hand again. Energy bolt. His mana decreased by another 10 MP. A concentrated blast of mana struck the zombie square in the face. Boom. The head snapped backwards violently, and it fell to the ground. HP, 690-520. Gerhard dashed forward, swinging his sword through the air. His sword flashed downward and carved through the zombie's head in one swing. HP, 520 greater than 0. Gerhard expected black blood to splatter across the cracked pavement. But that didn't happen. The dead zombie dissolved into black smoke and was gone. Zombie LV8 defeated. You have obtained 350 EXP. Level up. He didn't have time to celebrate, though. Another creature swung wildly, causing Gerhard's danger sense to flare. He activated the shield instantly. Mana shield. MP 30. A blue, see-through barrier formed around him just as the zombie's teeth slammed into it. The shield shimmered but held, defending Gerhard from the damage and possible entanglement that could have come with this. Getting caught was the worst thing that could have happened to him. But still, his fighting experience was nil, and it was showing. He had already wasted 45 MP and had 1 kill to show for. That was it. Gerhard stepped inside the creature's reach and swung his sword horizontally. His sword buried itself deep into the zombie's skull, causing the undead to freeze. Then it turned to dust. Zombie LV8 defeated. You have obtained 350 EXP. Level up. Gerhard stepped back and exhaled slowly. A small object lay on the ground, where the zombie had just died. Gerhard picked it up, and a blue window appeared. Rotting bone, crafting material. Gerhard grinned. There it was, the power to turn nothing into something. An illusion barrier had just produced something. Even though the zombies weren't real, the gamer ability converted their existence into physical rewards. That meant materials, resources, and progress. He had just leveled up twice from that, gaining 10 status points. Gerhard laughed. That was easier than fighting mutants. Another set of notifications appeared. Mana Arrow has leveled up. LV1 LV2. Sword Mastery has leveled up. LV7 LV8. Gerhard checked his MP. Right now, he stood at 100 out of 100, which was not great but better than before leveling up. Every time he gained a level, his health and mana regenerated instantly. Then he heard it, more groaning, and turned around. The sounds he had just made were attracting more zombies. 3 more zombies were emerging from a nearby alley, and another set was arriving from another alley. Gerhard grinned savagely. Come here, you walking EXP, and make me stronger. He raised his hand again. Mana Arrow. The glowing projectile formed instantly and shot through the air. The arrow pierced through the eye socket of the first zombie and did far more damage than the previous one. HP, 800-160. The other creatures charged. Gerhard stepped forward instead of retreating. This time, he didn't activate Mana Shield, needing to conserve mana, but went on the offensive. The first zombie lunged, forcing Gerhard to sidestep. His sword flashed through the air and into the zombie's body. You have obtained 350 EXP. He spun around, slashing his sword at the next zombie. HP, 800 greater than 340. He created another mana arrow in his left hand and fired it at the third zombie, while slashing at the one he was closest to. The zombie collapsed into dust. You have obtained 350 EXP. Level up. The last zombie grabbed his shoulder, but Gerhard reacted instantly. Energy bolt. Boom. The creature's chest exploded, and Gerhard followed that up with a stab with his sword, killing it. HP, 190-0. Sword Mastery has leveled up. The third group of zombies reached him. Gerhard raised his hand again and fired another mana arrow at them. It hit the closest zombie in the chest and caused him to stagger. HP, 800-600. He dashed forward and finished it with a clean strike, through the throat. Zombie defeated. Another notification appeared. Level up. With this, he gained another 5 SP, which would prove very useful later. He didn't slow down, though, and had already created another mana arrow, firing it at the approaching group of zombies. He slashed his sword through the horde and then retreated, creating some distance again. He created another mana arrow and fired it at them. Mana Arrow has leveled up. LV, 2, LV, 3. This was perfect. With every third level, an additional mana arrow was created whenever Gerhard used the skill. So now, for the same price of 5 MP, 2 arrows appeared. And naturally, he used it right away. The 2 mana arrows hit one zombie and caused it to dissolve. Gerhard slashed his sword into the last one and watched as it turned to dust. You have obtained 350 EXP. Gerhard leaned on his sword slightly, breathing steadily. This was exciting and quite stressful. Thanks to his skill, Gamer's mind, he could remain calm and think about each situation logically. This wouldn't have been possible otherwise. He opened his status window. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV4. HP, 600/600. MP, 100/100. STR, 30. VIT, 20. Dex, 17. Int, 10. Wis, 15. Luck, 2. Points, 15. Money, 0. His eyes shone with happiness. The first sign of actual progress was here in the form of 15 status points. He thought about it for a moment, then added all 15 to INT. He knew this might not seem smart, but he could still gain WIS through making smart decisions, and he had a lot of those left. A big mana pool could be achieved through INT, since INT multiplied by 10 was his total MP. And right now, that was important, as long as his skills still required quite a lot of MP. But for every 10 status points in Wisconsin, Gerhard gained an additional 1% of mana regeneration per minute. And that would be very valuable too. He looked down the ruined street. Dozens of silhouettes moved through the fog and approached his position. More zombies. Many more. Gerhard smiled slowly. Perfect. He raised his sword and charged into the horde of undead. Let's farm. Chapter 8, The Underhive Exploration I. Gerhard sat cross-legged on the cold metal floor of the empty instant dungeon, the damaged lost gun power pack resting in his hands. The thing felt heavier than it should have. Not physically, but conceptually. A lost gun was one of the most basic weapons in the Imperium, but its power pack represented something far more important to him than just ammunition. If he could somehow use mana to recharge it, then that would solve one of his most pressing long-term problems. Ammunition scarcity. Energy scarcity. Dependency on scavenging. It would be a massive step toward true self-sufficiency in his dream, limitless DAC, ammo, of course. And that, in this galaxy, was priceless. Gerhard turned the power pack over in his hands and narrowed his eyes. Alright, if mana can become an energy bolt, a shield, and an arrow, then turning it into electricity shouldn't be impossible. He had already learned enough to know that impossible and tedious were not the same thing. In a sense, there was almost nothing that was impossible, only very, very hard to achieve. So he began. First, he placed the power pack aside. Trying to directly inject mana into unexplored technology without understanding the intermediary step sounded like a great way to destroy the item, or his hand. WIS went up by 1. Instead, he raised one palm and focused. Mana gathered there slowly, white strands of the warm energy pooling above his skin. He had done this many times by now, so the first step was easy. It was similar to a mana arrow. What was not easy was the next part. Electricity. Gerhard tried to picture electrons, charge differentials, current, voltage, and the movement of energy through conductive pathways. Electricity is the flow of negatively charged particles, called electrons, between atoms, primarily used as a versatile secondary energy source generated from primary sources such as coal, gas, or renewables. It powered modern life through circuits, where the movement of electrons generated electric current to produce light, heat, and motion. He tried to remember school lessons, internet videos, and half-forgotten diagrams from his previous life. He imagined ions in the air, imagined potential building, and imagined mana imitating the phenomenon rather than brute-forcing it. Understanding seemed to facilitate creating skills. And yet, nothing happened. He frowned and tried again. Mana gathered in his palm. He compressed it tighter this time, trying to make it unstable, hot, and active, less like a shaped projectile and more like a restless energy source wanting to move. A faint pop could be heard. Gerhard blinked. For a split second, a tiny blue spark had jumped between 2 fingers. His eyes widened. Yes, he shouted. The excitement broke his concentration. The glow above his hand collapsed immediately, and the spark vanished, leaving behind the smell of ionized air and a big grin on Gerhard's face. But that was enough. It could be done. Imagination seemed to be the most powerful force when it came to mana or magic, if you will. Gerhard straightened his back and started over, again and again. Mana gathered. Condensed. Destabilized. Released. Most attempts failed, while some merely produced warmth. A few made his fingers tingle unpleasantly, and one sent a sharp little shock into his palm, making him curse and shake out his hand. His HP took a hit, but not enough to be a problem. Another caused a brief spray of sparks in the air, but it disappeared so quickly it was almost silly. But step by step, repetition did what it always did for a gamer. It turned fumbling into a process and eventually, into a skill. Hours passed. The empty dungeon remained silent except for the occasional snap-crackle of failed attempts and Gerhard's muttering as he adjusted his approach. His mind was active, but mostly his imagination was at work right now. Not so explosive, let's try more directional. Less like a straight bolt, let it be free in a sense. Argh, fuck, that hurt. At one point, he managed to produce a stable crackle above his hand for nearly 3 full seconds. Thin blue arcs danced between his fingertips like an electrocuted worm. And finally, the desired notification appeared. A skill has been created through a special action. Through continuous experimentation with mana and electrical discharge, a skill to produce and transfer charge, has been created. Charge, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 5. A skill that converts mana into electrical energy and allows controlled transfer into objects or targets. The more mana used, the stronger the discharge. Effect. Produces a small electrical discharge. Can transfer charge into compatible devices. Efficiency and stability increase with skill level. Gerhard stared at the window and broke into a grin. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Limitless energy, here I come. That was exactly what he needed. Or at least, the miserable baby version of what he needed. He had the skill, but still had to try it out to see if it could charge his power pack. Without wasting time, he picked up the power pack and held it in one hand while raising the other above it. His expression turned serious again, and he bit his jaw. Skill creation was one thing, but practical use was another. Charge. Mana drained from him, and a faint crackling glow formed around his fingers. He carefully pressed that energy toward the power pack, trying to guide it into the device rather than simply shocking the casing. But that didn't work as well as he'd hoped. The power pack twitched in his hand, and a spark snapped loudly. Gerhard hissed and nearly dropped it as the casing heated up. The blue glow vanished. He immediately used Observe on the item. Power pack rank, common. Capacity, 1/150th shots. Gerhard froze. Then he laughed. It wasn't much. It was pathetic, honestly, and the casing had suffered quite a bit. But it was one shot. Only one. But he had done it. He had just recharged a power pack with mana. Haha. It works. His laughter echoed through the empty chamber, making it a rather sad sight, as he laughed with himself. After all the failed attempts, that single point of charge felt absurdly satisfying. Naturally, he tried again. And naturally, it went badly. The second attempt failed completely, charring the casing more and damaging him. The third produced a spark and no gain. The fourth increased the pack to 2/150. The fifth caused such unstable feedback that the charge slipped away almost instantly. By the 10th attempt, Gerhard had learned several important things. First, charge worked, and he was gaining EXP by using the skill. Second, it was horribly inefficient, probably because he lacked understanding or the power pack functioned differently than a 21st century electrical appliance. Curious. Third, the skill clearly needed a compatible medium or a lot more practice to become truly useful. And fourth, the power pack seemed to accept the charge better when he matched the flow more carefully instead of forcing it all at once. That made sense, in a way. He wasn't filling a bucket, but feeding energy into a mechanical appliance that was a bit more complicated than that. Which meant this would become easier as his control improved, and likely also as mana control and charge leveled. His general mana-based skill growth had already shown that repeated use refined both efficiency and effect over time, and he simply gained a better understanding of all his skills. Gerhard exhaled slowly and looked at the power pack in his hand as if it were a treasure relic. For what he had planned, he needed this. Being a mage was not really his goal, but he wasn't going to ignore his advantages, especially not this early on. This changed things. Because if he could recharge one power pack with mana, he could eventually do it efficiently and far more quickly. And who's to say that all he could recharge was the power pack of a loss gun? What about the hotshot laser power pack, an alternate form of power pack used for hotshot loss weapons? Some trade-offs for the increased power are a bulkier pack that is more stressful on the gun. They are also more expensive to make and harder to charge. If he could do it efficiently, he could eventually sustain loss weapon usage. And more importantly, didn't have to change power packs mid-fight. And if he could sustain loss weapon usage, then the orcs were going to have a very bad time one day. At least, if he manages to get his hands on a hotshot loss gun, or uses creation to make far more powerful loss guns. Which actually seems more likely. A second notification appeared not long after several more attempts. Charge level has gone up by 1. Charge, active, LV, 2. EXP, 3.17%. MP, 5. A skill that converts mana into electrical energy and allows controlled transfer into objects or targets. The more mana used, the stronger the discharge. Effect. Produces a small electrical discharge. Can transfer charge into compatible devices. Charge conversion efficiency slightly increased. Plus 1% stability. Gerhard nodded in satisfaction. Good. Let's grind. And that, more than anything else, was what mattered. A normal person would have looked at a skill that barely managed to charge a power pack by a handful of shots and called it unimpressive and even inefficient, since the durability of the power pack sank gradually. But Gerhard was the gamer, he knew better. Everything started out weak. Everything became monstrous if you grinded it long enough. He sat down again, placed the power pack in front of him, entered meditation for a moment to recover mana, and then opened his eyes with a small, dangerous smile. All right then, he muttered. Time to abuse the mechanics again. Gerhard broke out of the instant dungeon. It had been a few days since he was here. For a moment, nothing happened, the underhive was silent. That silence was never comforting in an underhive, however. Because something was always watching. The air smelled like rust, rot, toxic chemicals, waste and something far worse that he didn't want to identify. The tunnels of the underhive stretched endlessly around him, collapsed hablocks, broken pipes, piles of scrap and remains of bones that had accumulated for centuries. Nothing was welcoming here, and it reminded Gerhard why he preferred the instant dungeon. Gerhard wore the flak armor vest and helmet he had assembled from salvaged parts. It wasn't perfect, but it would help. Thanks to the gamer system, he didn't have to wear it physically, but could don it in the status window. Flak armor was designed to disperse impacts, shrapnel, and heat energy rather than direct armor-piercing hits, making it standard protection for Imperial infantry. He had his sword at his side, ready for close-quarter combat. The loss gun, which he managed to make usable again, rested in his hands. He exhaled slowly, steeling his nerves. He had to leave because he wanted more resources for his creation skill. Eventually, he would become self-sufficient, but not yet. He needed new blueprints for his skill. All right, let's see what the rest of the underhive looks like. His danger sense tingled faintly. He brought up his status window. Name, Gerhard. Class, the gamer. Level, LV6. HP, 600/600. MP, 350/350. STR, 30. Vit, 20. Dex, 17. Int, 35. Wis, 16. Luck, 2. Points, 0. Money, 0. His MP pool had increased to 350 thanks to his higher INT. He had dumped 10 SP into his INT stat to gain more mana to work with. He didn't like it. Gerhard never understood why people in fanfiction always used their stat points right away. Training should come first and foremost, increasing stats, and only later, if you use them. But it was essential for Gerhard right now. If he didn't, he would have to spend weeks, if not longer, to make the skills somewhat useful, and even then, unforeseen circumstances could kill him either way. Preparation was key. Good. More mana meant more spells, more shields, more survivability. Now he needed EXP and resources. Chapter 9, The Underhive Exploration 2. Gerhard moved deeper into a tunnel lined with rusted pipes and collapsed metal plating. He followed his relatively untrained, but not untested instincts. And he needed them right away. Something moved ahead. It wasn't an orc. For that, its stature was too small. He immediately used Observe. A blue window appeared. Scavvy Raider, LV.15. HP, 820. MP, 5. A degenerated human scavenger living in the Underhive. Often mutated due to toxins and radiation. Survives by raiding, cannibalism and ambush. Usually armed with crude weapons. Plague Zombie LV.12. HP, 900. MP, 0. An undead, mindlessly devoted victim of the zombie plague. Used by scavvies and pushed towards their enemies. Gerhard's eyes narrowed. Scavvies, sometimes called scowies or scabbies, were outcasts who lived in the lowest and most abandoned parts of hive cities. They were made up of fugitives, refugees, exiles, and other people rejected by society, including individuals who were shunned even by the gangs of the Undercity. Many scavvies suffered from disease, mutation, or extreme poverty, which was why they were often associated with sores and scabs. They inhabit the dead and decaying zones of the hive, such as abandoned factories, ruined hub levels, shanty settlements, and the toxic sump layers deep beneath the city, which was why Gerhard now met one of them. In these forgotten places, they survive by scavenging anything of value, scrap metal, machines, raw materials, or other useful items. These finds were traded with other groups or clans that recycled and reused them, allowing scavvies to obtain food, weapons, or, occasionally, more advanced equipment. Scavvies were generally savage fighters but poor marksmen, relying mostly on crude, improvised weapons along with whatever equipment they could capture or trade for. Their culture placed great value on scavenging skills, stealth, and theft, and they fiercely defended valuable scavenging grounds. They were dangerous, but this one was alone. Well, mostly. In a way, the plague zombie was even more dangerous. Plague zombies were victims of a horrific infection known as the zombie plague, sometimes called the curse of unbelief, a disease spread by the followers of the chaos god Nurgle, the deity of decay and disease. Those afflicted by the plague first died from the infection, but their bodies did not remain dead. Instead, they rose again as undead creatures, driven by a mindless urge to spread the plague and turn others into zombies like themselves. The zombie plague was both a physical and spiritual corruption. It was not only a disease of the body but also a contagion of chaos, said to affect those who lack absolute faith. There were many strains of the plague, and each slowly degraded the infected body. Even after death, however, a fragment of the victim's life essence remained trapped within the corpse, allowing it to move and function in a crude, unnatural way. The scabby stepped into the flickering light. It looked like a half-starved man with gray, diseased skin. One eye was clouded white while the other darted around in a frenzy. A crude rebreather tube had been grafted into its throat with scrap wire. Its body was wrapped in torn cloth and bolted scrap plates. In one hand, it held a rusted autogun. With the other, it dragged a chain attached to the plague zombie, making sure it wasn't ever getting close to him. The plague zombie shambled forward. Gerhard exhaled slowly. There was no time to lose his shit, despite him feeling like he was going to. He had to kill these two, that was the law of the Underhive. Only the strong survived. Well, that's disgusting. The scabby sniffed the air. Then its single bloodshot eye locked onto Gerhard. Meat. The word sounded wrong, as if the vocal cords had been bathed in corrosive fluids, which wasn't that far off. The scabby fired immediately, after pointing its autogun at Gerhard. Gerhard reacted before the shot was heard. Mana shield. The beautiful blue barrier snapped into existence around him and was there when the bullet struck the shield and ricocheted away. MP-30. The scabby howled in some way and yanked the chain forward. The plague zombie stumbled but followed, lurching toward Gerhard. Gerhard raised his hand calmly. Spinning mana arrow. Two glowing spinning arrows formed above his palm, the new and more powerful version of the simple mana arrow, which Gerhard developed. They shot forward instantly. Thunk X2. The first arrow pierced through the zombie's chest, and the second cut through its shoulder. HP, 900-640. The creature staggered, but plague zombies did not feel pain. So it continued forward anyway. Gerhard frowned slightly. He had wanted to try his mana arrows to test their effectiveness and strength. All of it served as data. Tougher than the dungeon ones. The scabby hadn't remained motionless and fired again. The bullet struck Gerhard's shield and sparked away harmlessly, but that wasn't the only one. The autogun was a rapid-firing automatic rifle. The scabby pulled the trigger and let it rip. Gerhard switched tactics instantly, diving into cover, so that his mana shield would not be broken. The lasgun was raised and aimed at the two enemies. A red beam tore through the darkness. The shot punched through the plague zombie's upper thorax, not quite hitting the head as he had intended. HP, 640-310. Still, the creature kept coming, and the scabby kept shooting. Gerhard stepped forward instead of retreating, but kept some distance between himself and the bullets. He aimed at the scabby and fired. He missed narrowly, but grazed him. This caused the scabby to be surprised and jump out of the way too late. But this gave Gerhard enough time. He still had the mana shield up, which he could do now for a few minutes, thanks to his larger mana pool. He reached for his sword at his waist and stormed forward. The sword flashed through the air and hit the plague zombie. The blade carved through the zombie's neck and killed him right then. The corpse collapsed to the ground. But unlike in the instant dungeon, it didn't dissolve into black smoke. The scabby froze for a split second, but Gerhard was already moving, firing his lasgun again, while moving behind a metal wall. The beam hit and burned through the scabby's shoulder. HP, 820-540. Aya, Yua. The mutant screamed and charged at him with a big, broken power cleaver raised. Gerhard calmly formed another mana arrow. 2 arrows appeared and fired instantly. One pierced the scabby's thigh, while the other buried itself in its chest. HP, 540-110. Still, the creature lunged forward, despite the massive amounts of blood leaking from its body. Gerhard moved back out of the range of the scabby that seemed to have lost its mind. He raised his lasgun and fired. The red beam burnt through the scabby's skull and killed him right away. Blue windows appeared in front of him. Scabby Raider defeated. Plus 380 EXP. Plague Zombie defeated. Plus 440 EXP. Firearms Mastery has leveled up. LV6 LV7. Sword Mastery has leveled up. LV8 LV9. Gerhard looked down. 2 objects were on the ground. Scrap Metal X4. Mutated Bone, Crafting Material. Gerhard picked them up and smiled. This was exactly why the gamer ability was so absurdly powerful. Not only enemies inside illusion barriers, but also real-life creatures were affected and would generate real materials and resources when defeated. But that wasn't the only thing that Gerhard was gifted with. Scabby Autogun, worn, rank, average. A crude but functional automatic rifle used by scabbies, gangers, hive scum, and other low-grade fighters of the Underhive. Unlike a lasgun, the autogun fires solid projectile rounds and relies on cheap, widely available ammunition rather than charge packs. It is less accurate, less reliable, and less sophisticated than an Imperial lasgun, but it is easy to maintain, easy to feed, and deadly enough at close to medium range. This particular weapon has seen extensive use. The barrel jacket is scratched, the firing mechanism is dirty, and several outer components have been replaced with mismatched scrap parts. Despite this, it remains operational. Durability, 61/100. Damage, 20. Critical chance, 3%. Magazine capacity, 27/30. Rate of fire, high. Effective range, 80 m. Accuracy, low. Recoil, moderate. Power cleaver rank, broken type, meal weapon. A crude chopping blade used by Underhive scabbies. Initially a large power weapon, designated as a dreadnought close combat weapon by Imperial standards, this cleaver has been broken down, roughly maintained with improvised sharpening tools, and wrapped in cloth and wire to improve its grip. Though crude, its heavy blade can inflict brutal wounds in close combat if you have enough strength to lift it. Damage, 320. Attack speed, slow. Critical chance, 4%. Durability, 58/100. Effective range, melee. Required STR, 50. Effects. Heavy blade. The thick metal blade delivers powerful chopping strikes. Plus 10% damage against unarmored targets. Crude construction. The blade is uneven and poorly balanced. -5% accuracy. Jagged edge. Improvised serrations and damage to the blade can tear flesh. Small chance to inflict bleeding. Gerhard moved on. He had used the mini-map to scout ahead, another very useful trait of the gamer system. The tunnels widened into a large dome filled with broken structures, with some toxic fluids running down the sides. Then his danger sense flared. The warning came a split second too late. A massive shape dropped from above, almost crushing Gerhard. He managed to roll away instinctively, feeling the pressure of the moment. A large figure landed where he had stood. Underhive mutant, LV.22. HP, 1250. MP, 10. A human warped by radiation and chemical waste. Much stronger and faster than normal humans. Often hunts scavengers and lone travelers. The creature was large and deformed. One arm was twice the size of the other. Its skin was covered in tumors and thick scar tissue, and drool dripped from broken teeth. Gerhard frowned. He quickly evaluated his options and possible approaches as he raised his hand and created 2 spinning mana arrows, but waited for a second. The charge on his power pack was not limitless, so he had to be smart. The mutant, who had lost all its sanity, roared and charged. Gerhard fired instantly, releasing the mana arrows. Spinning mana arrow. 2 arrows launched through the air and hit the mutant's torso. Unlike the scabby before, though, it didn't punch through, it only damaged the hide. But a second set followed right after. HP, 1250 greater than 1120. HP, 1120 greater than 950. The creature barely slowed and swiped its massive arm at Gerhard. Moving back, Gerhard fired the loss gun repeatedly, not holding back. 3 beams struck the side of the head and the abdomen of the mutant. HP, 950-670. HP, 670-590. The mutant slammed into him. Gerhard, having chosen to take the chances for a sure heavy damage set, had activated his shield. Mana shield. MP 30. The creature's claws hit the barrier and almost broke it with the first attack. The mutant roared again, seeing his prey not being dead already. Gerhard used this chance and stepped inside its reach. The close proximity prevented the deformed, tumorous arm from being used effectively. He raised the sword and used a skill with the slash. Power strike. The sword cut into the mutant's knee, causing the bone to snap. HP, 590-400. The monster collapsed to one knee, lowering its head. Gerhard didn't hesitate. Spinning mana arrow. Spinning mana arrow. He pointed the loss gun right at the mutant's head and pulled the trigger. Underhive mutant defeated. EXP plus 920. Level up. LV6 LV7. Blunt weapon mastery LV1 LV2. Power strike LV1 LV2. Firearms mastery LV5 LV6. Spinning mana arrow LV3 LV4. Danger sense LV3 LV4. Gerhard wanted to take a moment to breathe, but couldn't since he was still in theoretical danger. But it was good EXP. Name, Gerhard. Class, the gamer. Level, LV7. HP, 650/650. MP, 350/350. STR, 30. VIT, 21. Dex, 18. Int, 35. Wis, 16. Luck, 2. Points, 5. Money, 0. His HP increased thanks to higher VIT, and his DEX had also risen. Gerhard looked around the dome, thinking about what he had gained in these few hours of being out. The underhive wasn't empty, like he might have thought initially. Or hoped. Scavies, mutants, possibly even gang remnants and far above, quieted the orcs. Despite his situation, Gerhard smiled lightly. His mentality had changed gradually and was continuing to do so. The underhive was the perfect hunting ground. Enemies everywhere, resources everywhere, and EXP everywhere. And yet, Gerhard didn't move in deeper, choosing to go back to his HQ, which was that one room he had chosen. He had gained resources and 2 new weapons. It was time to grind again. No need to take unnecessary risks. Chapter 10, Upgrades. When Gerhard created the empty instant dungeon, he finally relaxed. It was quite stressful, knowing that each step and each potential encounter could be your last. But he had taken precautions, and it had proven correct. If he hadn't leveled his skills and overall level, he wouldn't have made it. The initial strike of that mutant would have most likely taken him out, or at least knocked him out. Gerhard sat cross-legged in the center of the rusted chamber, his inventory window floating in front of him. Inside were the spoils from his recent excursion. Scrap metal. Mutated bone. Rotting bone. The scabby autogun. The Kentrel loss gun. The broken cleaver. And even the planting pot he had created. He exhaled slowly. It wasn't perfect, but one had to start small. And so far, this was more than he expected. These were exactly the kind of items he needed. Weapons were complex objects for him, at least right now. Taking them apart would give him materials and new blueprints. Reassembling them would train, creation, which would prove invaluable. Grinding both skills at once was what he was going to do now, just like with the metal pots a few days earlier. And so far, time was all he needed. He had realized that he wasn't really hungry. Not even after a full day of training. Sleeping restored him to full health and mana, and he never felt the need to eat. There was the desire to eat, but it wasn't something that was necessary to keep him alive, he realized. And that was another benefit. Gerhard grabbed the first weapon, the scabby autogun. So far, all the weapons he had salvaged were damaged or not fully functional. But that didn't mean anything. A bit of sacred oil, as the mechanicus would say, and the weapons were good to do. But Gerhard wasn't content with that. He placed the rifle on the floor. The weapon looked even worse up close. The barrel was scratched, the stock had been badly repaired with scrap plates and wire, and the firing chamber smelled of some kind of toxic oil or fluid, and cheap ammunition. All right, let's see how you work. He used the skill, dismantle. The magazine came out first, then the firing assembly, trigger group, ammo carrier, and the barrel. The rifle slowly separated into dozens of components. A blueprint has been acquired. Autogun, scabby pattern. Dismantle level increased by 1. Gerhard pulled the parts closer. He cleaned them first, then he used spare scrap to reinforce and replace several pieces. Thanks to the blueprint he now has, he didn't have to create it from scratch, he could use the creation skill. The firing pin was replaced, the barrel was straightened, and the bolt assembly was tightened. The components shone slightly as the system assisted him. Metal clicked together, springs aligned, and screws locked. After a single second, the weapon finished assembling, and Gerhard was presented with a new autogun. Underhive autogun, rank, uncommon. A reinforced autogun rebuilt and improved by Gerhard the Gamer. While still crude by gamer standards, the weapon's internal components have been cleaned, replaced and refitted. Durability, 120/120. Damage, 24. Critical chance, 4%. Magazine capacity, 30/30ths. Rate of fire, high. Effective range, 90 m. Accuracy, moderate. Recoil, reduced. Special effect. Reinforced mechanism. Plus 10% reliability. Plus 5% rate of fire stability. Gerhard blinked, surprised at what he saw. Nice. The weapon had improved significantly. The durability was higher, so was the damage per shot and the critical chance. The accuracy had also improved, which was nonsense, but thanks to this being a gamer-crafted item, it made sense. And most importantly, rank, uncommon. This was the first weapon he had ever created that was uncommon instead of common, average, or simply damaged. Creation level increased by 1. Gerhard immediately took the rifle apart again. No need to leave it here when he had time and the need to improve his skills and create better weapons. Dismantle. The weapon separated faster this time, and less material was lost. The grind had just begun. Take apart. Rebuild. Maybe make a better one. Level up skills. Repeat. Next came the cleaver weapon. Gerhard placed the cleaver on the ground. The blade was thick and jagged, rather heavy too. It had originally been a large power weapon and is designated as a dreadnought close combat weapon by Imperial standards. Naturally, it had been broken down and changed from its initial purpose and size to be wielded by the scabby. Gerhard nodded. This was a very good chance for him to play around a bit, since there was a lot of material to go around. Dismantle. The handle came off first, then the blade. He separated the grip wire, removed rust, and straightened the metal. For the first time, he held an interesting object in his hands. Power field generator. A generator capable of generating a power field, also known as a disruptor field. A disruptor field allowed weapons to disrupt any solid matter they came into contact with, including power armor. Gerhard had struck gold. If he could find out how this worked and gain a blueprint, he could make great strides. Another skill might be necessary for this, though. He might have to look into weapon creation in particular, as well as the physics behind them. Dismantle level increased by 1. Now he tried to improve it, following what he had just researched. He reinforced the handle with scrap metal, sharpened the blade, and removed much of the metal to make it smaller and more useful to him. Finally used the skill. Creation. The metal vibrated, and the blade reshaped slightly. It was far smaller than it had been before, just like he wanted. The balance improved, and the handle tightened, allowing him to wield the power cleaver with one hand, as long as he grew stronger. Right now, it was still a bit too heavy. The power cleaver, like any power weapon which emitted a coruscating field of energy, was fully capable of cutting through almost any material, both flesh and steel. This was a very powerful weapon. Underhive power cleaver rank, common. A heavy power weapon reconstructed and improved by Gerhard the Gamer. The blade has been rebalanced, reinforced, and reduced in size. Damage, 420. Attack speed, slow. Critical chance, 10%. Durability, 120/120. Effects. Heavy blade. The thick metal blade delivers powerful chopping strikes, but is slow and heavy to wield. Plus 100% damage against unarmored targets. Power weapon. Plus 10% damage against all targets. Gerhard swung it experimentally. The weight was still too high to wield effectively and swiftly in battle. But he managed to reduce the strength requirement from 50, which was ridiculous, to 30. He still needed training to use this. But he could also improve it. That's actually good. Much better than the rust sword. Creation LV increased by 1. Dismantle LV increased. Again, he dismantled it and again, he rebuilt it. With each cycle, he lost less material, assembled it faster, even without using creation, and gained more EXP. Finally, he picked up the weapon he cared about a lot. The Loss Gun. It was the first weapon he got, which helped him fight zombies, scabbies, and a mutant. It was reliable, despite the power pack about to break apart. M36 Control Pattern Loss Gun rank, common. Durability, 97/120. Damage, 55. Critical chance, 3%. Charge capacity, 150. Problems detected. Misaligned focusing crystal. Capacitor instability. Damaged power conduit. He began carefully dismantling it. Dismantle. As before, he went ahead and recreated it, trying to improve some things based on what he now knew. M36 Control Pattern Loss Gun rank, uncommon. Dismantle LV increased by 1. Creation LV increased by 1. He began repairing it, using clean parts, replacing connectors, and generally trying new things. Over and over, he recreated it and dismantled it, for as long as he could. Creation. M36 Control Pattern Loss Gun, rank, uncommon. Durability, 140/140. Damage, 60. Critical chance, 3%. Charge capacity, 150. Special effects. Stabilized beam. Plus 5% accuracy. Plus 5% energy efficiency. Improved cooling. Slightly faster firing recovery. Gerhard stared at the weapon and then slowly grinned. Oh, that is beautiful. Creation LV increased by 1. Dismantle LV increased by 1. Then he immediately dismantled it again. Hours later, the dungeon floor was covered with parts. Springs, barrels, capacitors, blades and more. Gerhard's hands moved automatically, like a factory machine. Creation and dismantle increased several times, but Gerhard wasn't focused on them. Now he had a reliable autogun, a powerful cleaver and a better loss gun. And more importantly, he now understood how to build them. But after all that work, Gerhard was now more than ready for some training. He had been so engrossed in the work that he forgot to train at the same time. So, that's what he did. Mana Shield. MP 30. At level 17, it cost 30 MP to activate the skill and 18 MP per minute to keep it active. He had 350 MP total and, thanks to his WIS of 16, had a mana regeneration of 9.1 per minute. So, to keep Mana Shield active, it cost him 9 MP per minute. This meant that Gerhard could keep the single Mana Shield active for 35 minutes. Not bad. But not enough. Mana Shield. MP 30. Mana Shield. MP 30. Mana Shield. MP 30. Gerhard activated 3 mana shields, additionally reaching 4 in total. As soon as he had done that, he got back to working on his armory. Creation and Dismantle were used one after the other, cheating the process as much as possible. Amidst the training regimen, Gerhard had an epiphany. The usage of the Power Claw, even if he had worked on it, was clunky and too sluggish. It wasn't really working for him. He had dedicated some time to training with it and increasing his physical stats. But it wasn't working for him. No doubt, it would be useful, as soon as he started to think bigger, but right now, in the Underhive and against mutants and other denizens of the dark, it was not a good choice. So Gerhard took it apart again. Dismantle. Gerhard crouched over the components. The device was damaged, which he hadn't noticed earlier. Several coils were bent, and the energy channels were misaligned. At least that's what Observe told him. He began preparing the necessary materials, then cheated. He simply used the skill. Creation. Energy flickered along the coils as the gamer system built. Metal clicked into place and circuits aligned. After a second, the process finished. Power Field Generator, rank, Common. Gerhard exhaled slowly. Good. Now comes the interesting part. Gerhard gathered materials from his inventory and began assembling everything into the shape of a blade. Nothing like the crude cleaver he had created earlier, and not like that metal blade he had been using till now. This would be a proper sword. The generator would sit inside the guard, coating the blade to create a power sword. Once everything was prepared, he activated the skill. Creation. Power Sword rank, Common. A power weapon created by Gerhard the Gamer using a salvaged disruption field generator. When activated, the blade is surrounded by a destructive energy field that can cut through most materials. Damage, 380. Critical chance, 8%. Durability, 140/140. Energy consumption, moderate. Required STR, 20. Effects. Power Field, ignores 65% armor resistance. Disruption Edge, greatly increased damage to metal and machinery, ignoring most armor. Gerhard stared at the sword for a long time. Then he pressed the activation stud. The blade hummed. A blue crackling field spread along the edge, fully covering it. The air around it vibrated faintly. Gerhard picked up a thick piece of scrap metal from the ground and brought the blade to it, touching it slightly. The metal offered no resistance whatsoever. The blade simply passed through it. Gerhard blinked and, once more, like a man possessed, a slow grin appeared on his face. Oh, that's much better. Creation LV increased by 1. Dismantle LV increased by 1. Gerhard swung the weapon experimentally, testing the balance and the weight. It was lighter and almost as powerful as the power cleaver. But the damage stat of the sword didn't really represent how much damage one could do with the weapon. It was a game stat, but pure damage often wasn't what decided victory or defeat in this world. Alright then. Let's test it. Instant Dungeon Exit. Instant Dungeon Create Zombie. Chapter 11, Legion Zombie. The moment Gerhard stepped into the zombie dungeon again, he felt much more sure of himself than the first time. Despite the same, quiet, suffocating tension pressing against his senses, he knew that he was prepared for this. How much worse could it be compared to the Underhive? Gerhard exhaled slowly, preparing himself. His mind remained perfectly calm, as always, but his instincts sharpened, and he had gained some experience. Plus, he was armed with enough weapons to clear the dungeon. A brief glance at his status confirmed what he already knew. His investment of 5 SP into INT, combined with his growing control over mana, had slowly changed how he fought. His mana pool was now sitting at 400 MP, pushing his regen to 10.8 MP per minute. With his Mana Shield LV23, he could now have one shield active at all times. He wasn't as limited as he was previously. He could let his Firearms Mastery LV-10 shine. He equipped everything in one smooth motion. The autogun appeared in his hands, solid and now familiar after training with it for a while. The lasgun rested in his inventory, only one short grab away. The power sword hung at his side, dormant, but he could use it quickly. He had trained that precise part extensively over the last few hours, so as not to be caught unarmed. His flak armor was still in place. Gerhard tapped the autogun. Click. He pulled the magazine slightly, checked it, then pushed it back in. It was full. From his inventory, he retrieved several spare magazines, each carefully created earlier. He slid them into place across his vest, within easy reach. All right, controlled bursts. Mana shield. MP 30. A thin layer of shimmering blue energy wrapped around him, giving him that extra safety he always sought. His MP dipped to 370 right away, but a minute later it rose to 372 MP. After seeing that everything was working, for the 10th time, a small grin appeared on Gerhard's face. Now let's make some noise. He stepped into the open and met a single zombie, which turned toward him. He wasn't trying to be as quiet as he had been the first time around, since it was going to get loud. Then another and then a third. 3 zombies started to drag themselves towards him. Gerhard raised the autogun and pulled the trigger. *BRRRT. *. The weapon roared to life with a burst of fire. It wasn't like a lasgun, not as clean and not as precise. And more importantly, it was loud and violent. Shell casing spilt onto the ground in a metallic cascade as the recoil kicked into his shoulder. The first zombie's torso tore apart under the burst, staggering but still not quite dead, hanging on that last HP. Gerhard adjusted instinctively. He sent short bursts of 3 rounds and then paused. The zombie turned to dust, and the second one was moving forward, right into another round. 3 rounds. Pause. Reposition. The second burst hit the second zombie's head, turning him to dust. The sound echoed through the entire dungeon, announcing to every dead that something was going on. And from every direction, groans were heard, announcing the arrival of all the undead. Gerhard smiled. Yeah, that's the drawback. The autogun didn't just kill the zombies, which it was rather good at, but it also attracted all those who hadn't known he was here, killing their brethren. From alleys, broken doorways, the roofs of huge buildings, and collapsed corridors, zombies began to emerge. Dozens, hundreds of them, drawn by the noise like starving beasts. Gerhard didn't move, he didn't have to. At least right now. He kept firing. *BRRT. BRRT. BRRT, *. Bodies jerked and collapsed as rounds tore through them, but the horde kept coming. They didn't feel pain, they didn't hesitate, all they wanted was a piece of Gerhard. It took 2 shots to the head to kill them or 4 to 5 to the stomach. At 15 meters, they began walking faster. Click. The magazine was empty. Gerhard's hands moved with practiced skill. The magazine was released, the empty mag dropped, and a fresh one appeared in his hand. Slam. Palm strike to lock it in. He racked the weapon and brought it back up in one fluid motion. 2 seconds was how long this took. Not bad for a noob. And without further ado, he went right back to firing. The first zombie reached him, its teeth slammed against the barrier, but didn't penetrate it. It shimmered lightly, but held. Gerhard stepped forward rather than back, evaluating the space as more optimal in that direction. A short burst at point-blank range erased the zombie's head. He turned as he walked, firing another and another, while the pressure mounted. More bodies, more zombies, more danger, too many, it seemed. Gerhard exhaled sharply and switched weapons. The autogun disappeared into his inventory after the mag had been emptied, since he didn't have time to switch out for another one. The lasgun appeared in his hands. Come on, ya shits. The battlefield changed. Pew. A red beam punched through a zombie's skull, but didn't stop, even hitting the 2 behind it. Not quite killing them, but doing damage. The first one dropped immediately, turning into smoke. Pew. Another set died instantly. Where the autogun had shredded into the bodies, the lasgun cut through them and penetrated multiple bodies at once at times. In a heart-skipping moment, the mana shield broke, almost giving Gerhard a heart attack. But Gamer's mind came in clutch, making him cast it again, right away. Mana shield. MP 30. He continued firing, using the lasgun's full charge of 150. Gerhard continued to move, weaving between advancing corpses, firing at a somewhat measured rhythm. Each shot counted, and thankfully, each shot killed. His mana shield flickered as claws and teeth scraped against it, but the drain no longer mattered as much. He only had to keep an eye out for it breaking. If he played it right, he could do this endlessly, well as long as he had ammo. After sustained fire, the lasgun clicked dry. Charge, 0/150. Gerhard didn't stop moving, though. His left hand, which held the lasgun's front, gathered mana. Charge. Blue arcs of energy crackled between his fingers and flowed into the weapon. Charge, 1512. It wasn't efficient, not yet. But it was enough for now. The damage the skill did to the power pack had reduced considerably, making it battle-ready. He resumed firing immediately. Minutes passed as the bodies fell and turned to black smoke. The streets and halls eventually cleared, causing silence to finally return. Gerhard lowered the weapon slightly, his breathing was steady, and he felt completely in control. He had killed roughly 250 zombies in less than half an hour. Okay, that was actually insane. Then, Gerhard's danger sense activated. The ground trembled beneath his feet. And then, a wet, slurping sound echoed through the ruined streets, like flesh being forced together. Gerhard turned around and saw the reason. A pile of corpses had shifted and rose. The bodies fused, twisted, and merged into something larger. The arms forced their way out of the core of flesh. The many zombie faces stretched and warped. A towering zombie formed, standing at 25 feet and towering above Gerhard. Legion Zombie, LV, 34. HP, 15,200/MP, 1,200. An assembly of zombies full of resentment. When a large number of zombies feel threatened due to mass hunting, they merge into a Legion Zombie. It has no magical abilities, but has immense strength and stamina. It is, however, very slow. Gerhard stared at it for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yeah, that tracks. He didn't hesitate, like he might have if he were a normal human. He brought the lasgun up and pulled the trigger. Pew, pew, pew. Beams struck the creature, doing damage. HP, 15,200, 15,040, 14,900. Barely anything, Gerhard frowned. It was tanky, which seemed to reduce the lasgun's usual damage. He switched weapons again, taking out the autogun and placing the lasgun in the inventory. The autogun roared to life as Gerhard kept pulling the trigger. BRRRRRT. Bullets tore into the mass, ripping chunks free, but still didn't really do much more damage. HP, 14,900, 14,100. The Legion Zombie didn't react to the damage or the pain. It simply raised one massive limb and brought it down. Gerhard moved to the side. Barely. The impact slammed into the ground where he had stood, sending shockwaves through the area. Even through a layer of mana shield, the force rattled him. Okay. That thing hits hard. He stopped firing for a moment, having a better idea. If this thing's physical damage resistance were high, then something else would do the trick. Gerhard moved to the side and continued firing the autogun, doing chip damage while the Legion Zombie grew enraged and moved towards him. The weapon vanished into his inventory, his hand moved to his side, and he drew the blade. Click. The power sword activated. A blue, crackling field surged along its edge, humming with energy. The air seemed to distort around it. If he had had time, he would have found it really cool, but alas, he was in the middle of a fight. Gerhard stepped forward as the Legion Zombie swung its massive arm again. Thankfully, it was too slow. Gerhard slipped inside its reach as the Legion Zombie smashed its large hand on the ground and slashed. The blade passed through flesh like it wasn't there, cutting deeply into the wrist and almost taking off its hand. HP, 14,100, 11,800. Gerhard's eyes widened slightly. Oh, yeah. That's the answer. The fight changed from then on. Unlike a usual mage or a noob that was only level 7, while the Legion Zombie was level 34, Gerhard seemed to actively chase the boss monster. The Legion Zombie rose to its feet, roaring as it held its wrist, which was holding on by a thread, and Gerhard used that. He pulled out his lasgun again, firing at the boss monster's head, enraging it even further. It roared and stomped on the ground hard, trying to squish Gerhard. He constantly adjusted his body, firing in short but controlled bursts, dodging the heavy but slow strikes and keeping an eye out for a sudden burst of speed. And as he predicted, such an attack was about to arrive. Gerhard thought about it and made a decision. Mana Shield. MP 30. Mana Shield. MP 30. Mana Shield. MP 30. Mana Shield. MP 30. The massive left hand, which wasn't damaged, impacted with the 5 layers of mana shield and sent ripples through it. 4 of the outer barriers broke apart and cracks appeared on the last one. But it held, and that was all that mattered, for Gerhard was now close enough. He dropped his lost gun and pulled back his power sword, slashing it through the air with all of his power. Power Strike. The power sword, which was amped by the Power Strike, cut through the massive arm of the Legion zombie in one go. HP 10,275,500. The massive creature staggered and roared in surprise and pain. The massive hand with the short part of its arm fell to the ground. It staggered and stumbled. Gerhard charged forward, once again, swinging the power sword through the air and using the skill. Power Strike. The power sword split apart the Legion zombie's leg and made it crash to the ground. Its face lay right before Gerhard, looking at him in pure shock and anger. He stepped forward slowly, with his sword at his side and looked at it. This was it. He lifted the blade and thrust forward, piercing deep into the boss monster's head and killing it. HP 283-0. The Legion zombie collapsed and dissolved into black smoke. You have defeated the boss monster Legion zombie. You have received the title, Zombie Slayer. Massive EXP gained. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Chapter 12, New Training Method. Silence returned as Gerhard stood in the now empty zombie dungeon. He had cleared the full dungeon. Quite impressive, he had to admit, and very, very fruitful. A slow, satisfied smile appeared as he looked at the items that lay all over the ground. The normal zombies dropped, Tooth of the Dead, which was a low-ranked crafting item, ribs, which also could be used for crafting, and finally, soul stones. A soul stone held mana inside it, so it could be used for quick recovery, if it was combined with mana meditation, or for crafting as well. It was a very useful item to have. Each of the zombies gave Gerhard 350 EXP, which wasn't a lot, but considering he just cleared 250 of them, that number stacked. But that wasn't even the big prize. The Legion zombie. The Legion zombie gave Gerhard a whopping 420,000 EXP. Oh, baby. Gerhard had just gained 10 full levels. 10. That was more than he had gained since he started grinding, but it made sense. Gerhard was not Han Jihan, the main character of the gamer manhwa. He had access to ridiculous weapons, even if they weren't overpowered just yet. Plus, Gerhard had the advantage of knowledge. He trained himself and honed his skills, didn't have anything else to do, and spent days grinding the right skills and preparing for such a moment. He didn't go the magician route, he focused on just a few skills. Creation, dismantle, mana shield, and using the weapons. That was basically it, and how powerful they were if used correctly was shown. Also, it didn't hurt to have a power sword, yeah. Gerhard looked at the ground, where the items of the Legion zombie lay. The first were 5 potions. Lowest grade recovery potion rank, normal. A recovery potion. A lower to middle grade potion that instantly recovers 200 HP, tastes like strawberry. The second was a skill book. Skill book, life drain rank, rare. Technique possessed by some middle rank or above undead that can absorb life force. It absorbs the target's life force and adds it to the user's. With training, it is possible to transfer the user's life force to allies. And the third was actually just as amazing. Resources pack rank, rare. A pack of resources totaling up to 100 kilograms of materials used for various crafting processes. The resource pack was a godsend as it allowed him to improve his weapons this way, and judging from the carbon fiber pieces that were included, he could create a full set of flak armor. This was a very fruitful dungeon run. Name, Gerhard. Class, the gamer. Level, LV17. HP, 700/700. MP, 400/400. STR, 31. Vit, 22. Dex, 20. Int, 40. Wis, 17. Luck, 2. Points, 50. Money, 0. His current MP regen stood at 10.8 per minute. Now, he had 50 status points to spend, and the question was how he should spend them to get the most of it. Before he thought too much about it, he decided to spend 10 SP and place it into int 40 greater than 50. The skill, Mana Affinity, has been created through int rising to 50. Mana Affinity, passive. A technique that allows the user to become more sensitive to mana and handle it better. Effects. Plus 10% increase in MP recovery. Plus 5% increase in total MP amount. Plus 5% increase in magic attack. Plus 5% increase in magic defense. Plus 30% increase in Emprelat's skill effects. The effects could be felt immediately. This was amazing for Gerhard. His total MP, which was 10 times his INT, was now also multiplied by 5%, reaching 525 MP. But not only that, now all his skills that used mana cost 30% less, which was beyond amazing for him. His MP regeneration was now 15.6 per minute. Ha ha ha. Yesh. Gerhard experienced a few minutes of euphoria before coming down and realizing where he was. He was still in Warhammer, and he was still just slightly better than cannon fodder. If he had to guess, he was somewhere at elite Imperial Guard level, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less. He didn't know yet. But he was definitely more powerful than the Planetary Defense Force overall. The new title, Zombie Slayer, was also interesting. Zombie Slayer. When you attack the undead, attack increases by 30%. Defense increases by 30%. All stats increase by 5. That was a neat title to have. Especially the plus 5 to all stats. This would make clearing the zombie dungeon a piece of cake from now on. A useful little EXP farm. But that was not something Gerhard was going to do right away. First, it was time to recuperate, calm down, and look over all the new materials he had got, to stock up on his ammo, repair his weapons, and create new and better ones. Gerhard sat in his small room and looked at all the resources the final boss had given him. It was interesting that the item, which was supposed to be money in the manoir, was now a resource. And in a way, it made sense, since resources were what counted. Paper money was useless. The resource pack lay open before him, spilling out materials that were far too clean and refined for the underhive. Carbon fiber sheets, layered plastic, flexible mesh, reinforced polymer, even a few intact thermoplastic plates. Gerhard whistled. Jackpot. This wasn't scrap, but proper, useful and new material. And with his growing creation skill, that was a gold mine. Gerhard pulled out his existing armor set and laid it out piece by piece. Flak vest, the helmet, and the arm bracers. Right now, he missed the leg guards, shoulder plates, and groin guard. He cracked his knuckles. Let's fix that. Creation. Gerhard focused, recalling the blueprint he had learned days earlier when he first dismantled the flak armor. It was an amazing fact that he had a system to assist with all matters concerning creation. He didn't have to understand the entire process of how the armor had been created. He took the different pieces and then used creation. The first piece formed. 2 curved plates shaped for the thighs, reinforced with flexible joints. Flak leg guards, rank, uncommon. Lightweight protective leg armor. Effects. Plus 18% physical resistance. Plus 25% fragmentation resistance. Improved mobility joints. Gerhard grinned, seeing the rank of the item. Uncommon already, nice. Next came the shoulder plates. They were layered and angled, designed to deflect incoming strikes rather than absorb them directly. Flak shoulder plates, rank, uncommon. Reinforced shoulder protection. Effects. Plus 12% physical resistance. Plus 15% energy resistance. Minor deflection bonus. Finally, the last missing piece, the groin guard. He paused for a second. Yeah, that one's important. Although, maybe not in this reality. Flak groin guard, rank, common. Basic protective plate. Effects. Plus 10% physical resistance. Plus 10% fragmentation resistance. Once all pieces were complete, the system reacted. Flak armor set completed. Set bonus activated. Full flak armor, rank, uncommon. Durability, 420/420. Effects. Plus 35% physical resistance. Plus 50% explosive/fragmentation resistance. Plus 15% energy resistance. Impact dispersion, enhanced. Thermal absorption, improved. Set bonus. Plus 10% damage reduction when stationary. Plus 5% overall durability to all equipment. Gerhard flexed slightly as the armor equipped itself from his inventory. It was light, much lighter than expected and far more comfortable. But that was to be expected, since he had equipped his character with the gamer system and wasn't wearing it physically in that sense. But he reckoned that it was still light. Now we're talking. Gerhard sat down again, pulling out another selection of materials. He thought about what to do, apart from fixing and maybe improving his weapons and creating more ammunition. His next stop was to continue farming the zombie dungeon until he gained barely any EXP from it and leveled his skills and stats. But to do that, he had to find a way to better train his physical stats. And he had an idea. A certain training method he had seen in his past life. The idea was centered around a special breathing technique. Total concentration breathing. Total concentration breathing was a breathing technique that involved expanding one's lungs to intake as much air as possible, accelerating one's blood flow and heartbeat, and increasing one's inner body temperature, resulting in one's bones and muscles becoming more excited. Using total concentration breathing essentially enhanced the user's physical traits and capabilities while still remaining human. Such traits included superhuman strength, speed, stamina, durability, endurance, and the mental abilities needed to keep up with their superhuman bodies, such as faster thought processes and reaction times. But how was Gerhard going to train this? He had no teacher who could guide him. The answer, at least the partial one, was those special gourds that the demon slayers used. Total concentration, constant was a total concentration breathing state during the morning, noon, and night, and even while asleep, that advanced demon slayers, such as the Hashira, could constantly maintain. There was an immense difference in strength, speed, and stamina between someone who could maintain total concentration breathing at all times and someone who could not. Doing it every minute of the day drastically improved one's physical fitness. Learning to maintain a constant state of total concentration breathing required tremendous effort, though the skill itself is noted to be quite elementary despite the required effort. The training process involved blowing into a special type of gourd, one that was much harder than usual. The objective was to blow into the gourd with enough strength to make the gourd break apart. As training progressed, the gourd was replaced by larger and larger versions of the same type. The largest known examples were about the size of a chair. To improve total concentration breathing and blow the gourd, the user should first work on their lung capacity. The main character of the story did this by getting up early and running around, which worked out his lungs with fast movements. He also practiced holding his breath. Lastly, as meditation helped with concentration, he also meditated by sitting in a siddhasana pose, and breathing slowly and deeply, circulating the air all the way to the fingertips. Gerhard shrugged, remembering these things. It was worth a try, in his opinion. He was all alone. Who was going to judge him if it didn't work? After all, he now had a gamer body, so it might just work. Creation. The materials were compressed and reshaped after Gerhard prepared the initial steps. He first formed a gourd using clay he found on the ground and unlocked the blueprint. Then he used better, more powerful materials to create the gourds. Instead of a natural gourd, what formed was something different. It was smooth, dark in color and reinforced, most likely beyond the natural gourds, almost like a hybrid between an organic and mechanical engineered design. Training gourd, rank, uncommon. Durability, 300/300. A reinforced breathing training device. It has extremely high internal pressure resistance and is designed to train lung capacity and breath control. Effects. Plus 10% efficiency when training breathing-related skills. Slight increase in stamina recovery when used regularly. Gerhard blinked. Of course, it had stats. He picked it up, turning it in his hands. It felt solid, maybe way too solid. Yeah, this isn't breaking anytime soon. Gerhard stood up, having forgotten the other things he wanted to do today. He held his back straight and closed his eyes, as he inhaled as much as possible and then exhaled into the gourd as hard as he could. Nothing happened. He tried again. Inhale. Fill the lungs completely and exhale. He tried to push further, forcing more air into the small gourd. After a moment, he felt chest pain. His lungs burned as he tried harder. Heya. He took a deep breath. He wasn't depressed by this. Pain was good, that meant it was working, at least something was working. He grabbed the gourd again, placed it to his mouth and blew as hard as he could. Nothing, not even a dent. This is going to suck. He inhaled again, even deeper this time. He tried to feel the mana in the air, breathing it in. Naturally, there was no mana in the air, as this wasn't the same universe as the gamer. But there was energy in the air that was mystical in nature. Then he blew into the gourd with everything he had. Gerhard lowered the gourd slowly. His chest hurt, and his head throbbed slightly. But he didn't stop. For hours, Gerhard didn't stop and didn't rest. He used all he could think of to somehow get a skill for this. He breathed in as deeply as he could until it hurt, and then pushed until it hurt more. Eventually, without him realizing it fully, his internal mana shifted slightly, affecting his lungs. It took a very long time for the long-awaited blue notification to appear. A skill has been created through a special action. Through continuous breathing control and lung exertion, deep breathing energy control has been created. Deep breathing energy control, active/passive, LV.1. EXP, 0%. MP, 5 per minute. A breathing technique that enhances physical performance through controlled respiration, by precise mana control. Effects. Plus 10% total HP, passive. Plus 1% HP regeneration, passive, greater than plus 10% when active. Plus 10% total MP, passive. Plus 1% MP regeneration, passive, greater than 10% when active. Special effects. Plus 2 STR, active. Plus 2 VIT, active. Plus 2 DEX, active. Plus 2 INT, active. Chapter 13, Underhive Exploration 3. A few days had passed since Gerhard cleared the zombie dungeon and defeated the boss monster. It had been a thrill, a high, which he had managed to fully come down from. The successful skill creation of deep breathing energy control, despite the name, was an amazing addition. It was good to be a gamer character. Gerhard had fallen into a rhythm again. He never ignored his training in what he saw as essential skills. The resource pack, while amazing for him, was not limitless. He divided his time by having mana shield active at all times. One mana shield alone no longer drained his MP, so he always created two at the same time. Thanks to that, the more he used mana, the better his skill, mana control, got, but it was a slow process. Even after weeks of getting it, it had only leveled up once, and that was saying something. Mana control was a seriously good skill and also the reason why Gerhard had not spent any more status points on INT or WIS for now. He needed that initial boost to get the most out of his system, but now, he could progress through training. Mana control at level 2 reduced the MP cost of Gerhard's skills by 15%. That was a big deal. Another good thing was that Gerhard's physical training had been going well. The breathing control skill was truly a good skill to have, and while he wasn't going to turn into a demon slayer, although he was still trying, he was growing stronger. Unlike in the story Demon Slayer, Gerhard didn't really have the limit that the humans there had. He was a gamer, that was a different species altogether. STR, 31 greater than 35, plus 4. VIT, 22 greater than 25, plus 3. Dex, 20 greater than 24, plus 4. INT, 50 greater than 50, plus 0. WIS, 17 greater than 18, plus 1. It was a good result for almost a week of training. But now it was time to get out there again. Gerhard started thinking about where he wanted to go from where he was and chose the weapons lane. Being a magician was good, and he was by no means going to ignore something that could help him survive and potentially become one of the top dogs, but right now, he saw a lot of potential in weapons. This was why he leveled, creation, and dismantle, as much as he did. To achieve his goal, however, he needed more. More materials, resources, weapons, ideas, information, anything really. His goal was to use what he knew and dive deep into the mechanics of the different technologies he would acquire, ideally, something like engineering, weaponsmithing, and chemist. But Gerhard chose to put that off for now, since he wished to check out his surroundings more and get a picture, to expand his mini-map and understand what he was dealing with. So it was time for another Underhive exploration. The deeper Gerhard went, the less the Underhive resembled a city as he was used to it, and the more it resembled the rotten corpse of one. The tunnels narrowed, then widened without warning into old transit galleries and forgotten dark guts. Ancient pipes, fat as tree trunks, ran along the walls and ceiling, leaking chemical sludge in slow drops. Rust had eaten through support beams in all places, and entire huge, rugged buildings had sagged under their own age until they hung like snapped bones. The air was thick enough to chew. Metallic, smoky, oily, rotten and toxic, burning the lungs. Gerhard walked through the narrow and wide areas, while keeping his lasgun ready and a mana shield active. He used the mini-map to see whether there were any enemies. But other than mutant rats and other types of vermin, he didn't find anyone. Eventually, he heard something in the distance, gunfire, roaring, strange sounds he couldn't quite place, metal clanging against metal, the bark of some mutated beasts and the very familiar sound of shots and explosions. Danger sense. It had gotten better. Not good enough to save him from everything, or to have something like future sight, like in One Piece, but enough to tell him that the Underhive remained exactly what it had always been, a place where the weak disappeared and the strong died more slowly, or you were a named character, without a helmet. Gerhard crouched behind a collapsed vent column after furtively moving closer and peered through a gap between two corroded plates. Observe. Genestealer, Purest Rain, LV.42. HP, 4500/4500. MP, 300. A Tyranid vanguard organism and apex predator. Incredibly fast and lethal, capable of tearing through power armor with its rending claws. Hunts in the shadows and overwhelms prey before it can react. Ah, shit. What the fuck is this? Is this my luck or what? Gerhard said as he retreated behind his metal wall. This was not good for him. Apparently, there were still Tyranids on this cursed world. This is not good, he muttered to himself. He sighed, getting his emotions under control right away. This was utter bullshit, but it was also utterly 40k. Actually, it would have been strange if there hadn't been any Genestealers. But the true bad news was what would happen if the Hive fleet arrived. Gerhard had to make a choice of what to do, since he didn't feel safe at all, even if the system only gave the Purest Rain Genestealer an HP of 4200. That shit was fast and powerful. So, should he retreat and prepare some more, or? As it turned out, he wasn't given much of a choice. Danger sense. The creature dropped from the ceiling, without warning or hesitation. It just attacked, having sensed Gerhard. It hit him like a missile. Gerhard followed the danger sense and reacted as soon as he felt the bloodlust. A new skill has been created through a special action. Mana Shield. MP, 30. Mana Shield. MP, 30. Clang. The claws struck the barrier with full force, and cracked spiderwebbed instantly. Gerhard's mind stayed calm despite the situation. Gamer's mind locked everything into clarity. He pointed his lasgun forward and pulled the trigger just as the 3 mana shields broke like paper. Pew, pew, pew. HP, 2400. 2 of the 3 shots hit the Genestealer and did damage, but didn't quite manage to kill him. But Gerhard was long moving again. Mana Shield. MP, 30. Mana Shield. MP, 30. He moved forward, not back. Firing his lasgun at the Xenos as he did. He was now locked in, not thinking about anything else. 2 shots hit and did damage, but not as clearly as the initial attacks, since the Genestealer was fucking fast and nimble. That fucker managed to dodge most of the damage. HP, 1650. The Genestealer didn't slow, continuing to do his Xenos sounds, expressing his hatred and whatever nonsense. It twisted midair, unnatural, and predatory and slashed again. The shields once again shattered, but gave enough resistance to allow Gerhard to duck. He rolled and was ready instantly, having switched his weapon mid-roll. The power sword hummed as it was activated. The creature lunged again, so fast and precise that Gerhard couldn't believe that the stats he saw were correct. But it didn't matter, he had stepped inside its reach and was already mid-swing. Power strike. The blade cut through one of its arms. HP, 900. The Genestealer screeched in pain, or rage, who knew and tried to adapt to Gerhard instantly. The second pair of arms shot forward, and its jaw opened. Without realizing, the lasgun appeared in front of the Genestealer's face and fired point blank, halting its momentum forcefully. No creature, no matter how powerful or scary, would ever know how to deal with the power of the gamer inventory like this. HP, 100. Just as the creature opened its mouth and let out a disgusting screech that might or might not have been a call for help, the power sword ended its life. You killed Genestealer, Purest Rain, LV.42. Gained 120,020 EXP. Well, at least there's plenty of EXP to be gained, Gerhard thought. A creature this dangerous gave 120,000 EXP, while the Legion zombie gave over 400,000. This thing cut through 3 mana shields like toilet paper, and if he hadn't leveled it as much as he did, Gerhard would have died or at least suffered greatly. It was strange how that worked, but Gerhard was not going to complain. Well, the choice had been made for him. It was time to deal with whatever BS was going on here. Or at least make himself a picture. From the walls, the ceilings, through broken windows. 5. 10. More. Genestealer, Purest Rain, LV.39. Neophyte Hybrid, LV.18. HP, 1400/1400. MP, 100. A 3rd or 4th generation cultist. The backbone of the cult. Partially mutated workers turned soldiers, wielding autoguns, shotguns, and mining equipment with fanatic devotion. Acolyte Hybrid, LV.28. HP, 2300/2300. MP, 140. A close combat and ambush specialist of the Genestealer cult. Possesses additional limbs, enhanced reflexes, and rending claws. Often armed with industrial tools or melee weapons. There were also some aberrants and many more of these shits in the distance, but they seemed to be moving towards the bigger noise a short distance away. Gerhard exhaled slowly. All right. Maximum effort. He switched weapons, no longer bothering with the noise, to the autogun. BRRRRT. The first Neophyte Hybrid exploded in a spray of blood before he could fire his autogun at Gerhard. Thankfully, a few bursts of his uncommon ranked autogun were enough to kill a hybrid. But it probably depended on what kind it was. He quickly turned and managed to catch the Acolyte as well. You killed Neophyte Hybrid. Gained 25,000 EXP. You killed Acolyte Hybrid. Gained 60,000 EXP. Another burst resulted in another kill. But the Genestealers. They didn't care. They closed the distance instantly, like the zombies, but faster and more deadly, connected to one another and adapting strategy lightly. Also, they had weapons like autoguns, loss guns, shotguns, and even heavy stubbers. Gerhard ran, not in panic, but strategically, towards a narrow corridor, evading a burst of fire. A wide area, as he was in just moments before, was not something he could deal with on his own. Especially if one attack from the Purest Rain could rip apart 3 mana shields easily. He needed a narrow corridor to go at it. And he found one. It was almost claustrophobic, but that made it a perfect kill funnel. He turned and pulled the trigger as hard as he could. BRRT, 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 BRRT. Batches of Neophyte and Acolyte hybrids dropped, the Purest Rain lunged, and Gerhard defended, all while not letting go of that trigger. Mana Shield. MP, 30. Mana Shield. MP, 30. Mana Shield. MP, 30. The claws impacted the shield. The wall behind Gerhard dented as the shield broke apart. Gerhard slid under its body, already having the power sword in hand and cut upward. HP, 900. HP, 0. You killed Genestealer, Purest Rain, LV.39. Gained 117,293 EXP. He didn't stop. Gerhard moved as fast as he could, while mowing through the Xenos in front of him and getting out of the narrow tunnel again. He couldn't remain there. Eventually, he would be overwhelmed. The corpse hadn't even fallen to the ground before the next arrived. Acolyte Hybrid, LV.28. Gerhard didn't even think about it as he pulled the trigger. BRRT. The autogun roared again, the muzzle flashing violently in the suffocating dark. A neophyte's torso exploded under the burst as it desperately tried to return fire, but hit nothing but the shield, and another immediately took its place, firing back. Crack, crack, crack. Rounds slammed into his mana shields and proved the clear limit. It broke, and Gerhard created new ones right away. Mana Shield. MP, 30. Mana Shield. MP, 30. The barrier shimmered. One shot punched through the outer layer, another ricocheted, and the third cracked the second shield, already. Shit. Gerhard moved sideways and forward. Not back into that corridor. Always moving, never allowing them to overwhelm him. BRRT. Another neophyte dropped. An acolyte lunged from the side, its claws screeched across the barrier and pushed Gerhard back. The impact shattered 2 shields instantly and drove Gerhard half a step into the wall. His eyes narrowed. The gears in his mind were running so fast that he almost produced smoke. He ducked under the follow-up strike and fired point blank. BRRT. HP, 900. The acolyte staggered, but didn't fall, and 4 more were already within arm's length from Gerhard. That fucker was too tough, and there were too many. Gunfire filled the corridor now, loss fire, autogun bursts, even crude explosives. The Genestealer cult didn't just charge blindly anymore, they had come to learn through their connected mind as they fought. A round finally slipped through the shields and the flak armor and hit Gerhard's body. HP, 700. Gerhard's shoulder jerked from the impact, pain filling his mind. He wasn't a soldier yet, at least not really. Once again, Gamer's mind saved him and allowed him to continue. His mana was dropping fast now, and he was getting really low. His breathing steadied, and he pushed his body even further. He advanced into them, having taken his power sword into one hand and somewhat holding the autogun in his other. BRRT. 1 down. He slashed the sword through the air, carving through an entire body with one go. A claw raked across his shield and hit him again, followed by a series of loss fire and autogun bursts, which did damage. HP, 540. Another shot hit him in the side, as he killed 2 more neophytes and was busy with a purest rain Genestealer. HP, 500. Thank the Gamer system for the flak armor set bonus. The pressure mounted as more enemies arrived, more weapons were fired, and more damage was inflicted. Things were not looking good, and Gerhard was aware of it. His MP ticked down steadily as he was forced to cast Mana Shield over and over again, constantly. He was burning through it. MP, 310, 250, 210. But that wasn't all that was changing. As time passed, Gerhard was getting better. His movements became clearer and smoother, his reaction speed increased, and he positioned himself better, wasting less movement. He was turning into a better warrior. Suddenly, however. Click. The loss gun charge was gone. Charge, 0/150. The Genestealer that was supposed to die didn't, and that half a second, nearly killed him. A neophyte fired a shotgun at him, and an acolyte lunged and swiped a cutter at him. The attacks hit, and Gerhard dropped. He used the damage to roll across the ground, sliding under another swing of a rock saw. He had dropped his loss gun in the moment and now touched the body of 2 neophytes. The bodies vanished inside his inventory. But that wasn't all that vanished, so did their weapons and equipment. And that's what it was all about. Gerhard was going hard right now. He held a scavenged autogun. It was of a different weight, a different balance and felt wrong, but he didn't care. He pulled the trigger. Firearms mastery level increased by 1. BRRT. He fired while moving again, switching angles constantly. A neophyte dropped. An acolyte hybrid squad arrived before Gerhard and fired their weapons at him. Flames from a hand flamer roared towards Gerhard, forcing him to dodge to the side. He fired a precise shot at the flamer, causing it to explode and taking those nearby with it. Gerhard didn't stop, as he got back to his feet, running straight at them. A scavenged cutter flashed through the air and buried itself into the hybrid skull, killing it instantly. Gerhard ripped it free and kept going. Now, the battlefield wasn't under anyone's control anymore. It was a rampage of gunfire, blades slashing through the air, knives of different kinds and explosives going off all around. Everything blended together. He shot one, slammed another into a wall, stabbed a third, kicked a fourth off balance and finished them off with a burst of the weapon he had at hand. He slashed with his power sword, which was his main damage-dealing weapon right now. HP bars dropped everywhere, and not only on the Genestealer cult's side. EXP notifications flooded Gerhard's vision, or would have, if he hadn't turned them off with a voice command in the beginning. His MP dropped dangerously low. MP, 210, 160, 120. And so did his HP. HP, 390 greater than 310 greater than 240. But Gerhard didn't stop, didn't slow down and didn't retreat. He couldn't. Doing so would mean death. Truth be told, Gerhard had lost himself in the moment, and thanks to the gamer system, he was actually doing impressively well. Come on, he roared it into the underhive, cutting through another acolyte mid-lunge. HP, 1200. Something inside him had snapped into place, the kind of thing born from being one step away from death. However. Danger sense. The danger sense flared in Gerhard's mind too late. Something massive moved, and a second later, the world seemed to explode for Gerhard. An aberrant slammed a power hammer into him like a freight train. Aberrant, LV.30. HP, 4800/4800. MP, 50. Misshapen, lumpen, and inhumanly strong, the aberrants are the repugnant offshoots of the brood cycle. Though dim-witted, their instinctive need to defend their broodkin makes them valuable assets to the cult. With heavy industrial tools raised, they cause impressive carnage with only their brute force and single-minded determination. All remaining mana shields broke instantly, and Gerhard was lifted off his feet. He was thrown through the air, smashed through metal plating, bounced off the ground, and rolled violently across the floor. HP, 72. The aberrant charged again. Gerhard suddenly got an idea. He reached out and activated a skill he'd only recently acquired. Energy Drain. He felt life energy drain from the aberrant and flow into him, making his HP rise again, but only slowly. HP, 72 greater than 78 greater than 90 greater than 102. The aberrant staggered suddenly. But it didn't stop fully, lifting up its power hammer into the air and about to bring it down on Gerhard. But Gerhard already had an autogun in hand and pulled the trigger, while keeping Energy Drain active. The aberrant was riddled with holes and had the last of its life drained, falling to the ground before Gerhard, who slowly pushed himself off the ground. He was about to celebrate when his senses screamed at him stronger than ever before. You killed an aberrant LV-30. Gained 121,008 EXP. Danger sense. Bang. A sniper bullet cut through the air and hit Gerhard's stomach, who tried to twist to the side, but only managed to do so for a few millimeters. His lower body was yanked from under him, and he hit the ground face first. HP, 2. There was no time and no room to do anything. Gerhard placed one hand on the large body of the aberrant in front of him, placing it into the inventory and raised his other hand. Instant dungeon. The world finally turned silent. Gerhard hit the ground and looked at the ceiling. He lay there for a moment, thinking about what just happened. Yeah, he muttered, that was a bit much. Chapter 14, Workshop I. Gerhard thought about the fight just now and what went wrong. A lot of things went wrong, a lot of things. Most of all, Gerhard could have used Energy Drain during the fight. But he didn't. Why is that? The answer is rather simple, and just as stupid. He hadn't thought about it. He had focused on other things, trained other things, and created weapons and armor. He hadn't spent a single moment developing the Energy Drain skill further, and that was a big mistake. Because if he had, he could have used it during the fight to heal. But because he wasn't proficient in using it, he had forgotten about it. Big mistake on his part. That Sanctus just now, the assassins of the Genestealer cult, almost killed him because of his mistake. Then there was a severe lack of defense, Gerhard noticed. The singular mana shield was as useless as a fart, and it took 3 to block a single attack from the purest rain. Those were disgusting numbers, and it was fucking concerning. Also, his weapons were still too weak and underdeveloped to really give him much of an advantage. Dealing with scavies and mutants might be one thing, but now that Gerhard knew there was a war between the remaining gangs and the local Genestealer cult, he had to up his game considerably. Like a lot. At least, the story also had good news. Gerhard managed to loot a lot of stuff. Bodies, weapons, and equipment were in his inventory, awaiting use. All Gerhard had to do was use them and finally power level his creation and dismantle skills. There was a lot to do. Gerhard finally looked at all the different system messages he had ignored up till now. And there were a lot of them. The first was a skill which had been unlocked right at the beginning of the battle. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to detect bloodlust towards the user has been created. Detect bloodlust, passive, LV-1. Detects bloodlust within 30 meters from the user's location. It also alerts the user of its origin. But that wasn't all. The skill had also leveled up several times and was now at level 7, giving it a reach of 90 meters. It wasn't a bad skill, as it allowed Gerhard to be alerted if someone was targeting him or wished to kill him. Not that this was really that useful yet, since everything wanted to kill him. But if it reached a high enough level, it would surely be useful for being aware if a Vindicare was far out, looking at him through a small scope and about to pull the trigger. Or if a Calidus assassin was close, impersonating someone else and waiting for the best chance to strike. The Eveser and Culexis you would usually notice. Firearms Mastery LV 17. Firearms Mastery, Passive, LV 17. A skill that allows the user to freely handle firearms. Effects. Plus 36% increase in attack damage with firearms. Plus 26% increase in accuracy when using firearms. Improved recoil control. Sword Mastery LV 15. Sword Mastery, Passive, LV 15. A skill that allows the user to freely handle swords. Sword Mastery is obtained through continuous sword training. Effect. Plus 38% increase in attack damage with swords. Mana Shield LV 33. Mana Shield, Active, LV 33. EXP, 2.93%. MP, 27 Initial Cost, Mana Control. One of the most basic defense skills using mana. Handling the energy called mana has existed for a long time, and Mana Shield is one among many. Effects. Blocks a portion of the impact. 4.5 MP per minute upkeep, Mana Control. And finally, Danger Sense had reached level 15. It seemed that he had been in constant danger during the battle. Who would have thought? That was good news, but not as good as the hundreds of messages about his kills and the EXP he gained. In total, Gerhard had killed a whopping 42 Neophyte hybrids and 38 Acolyte hybrids. Neophyte hybrids were about 25,000 EXP each, and Acolyte hybrids were about 60,000 EXP each. He also killed 2 Purest Rain Genestealers and 1 Aberrant. All of which gave around 120,000 EXP. In total, that amounted to almost 4 million EXP and catapulted Gerhard to level 23, being right on the edge of level 24. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV 23. HP, 860/860. MP, 525/525. STR, 35. VIT, 25. Dex, 24. Int, 50. Wis, 18. Luck, 2. Points, 70. Money, 0. Seeing the 70 status points made Gerhard happy. Not because he was going to use them, but because having them meant a lot. It showed his progress and the potential for the future. He knew that he probably wouldn't spend a single SP on his physical stats for a long time, since he could level up and train with various techniques. But his intelligence was a stat that was hard to train, or so he initially thought. Having INT of 50 was good, as it gave the mana affinity passive, but having INT of 100 actually was just as amazing. And he might have used these points to get there. Nah, there's a better way to get there, Gerhard said to no one. He was all alone, so talking to himself was normal. But he was right. There was a better way. And the secret technique to increase his INT stat was grinding. Well, obviously. But a different kind of grinding. So what grinding was he talking about? Back in his days, the 21st century, there was this comic adaptation called Iron Man. What good times those were. Good old Tony Stark, who was a weapons manufacturer and a scientific genius, was captured by a terrorist organization and then forced to work in a cave by them. There, he created the prototype of his iconic Iron Man suits. Thinking back on it now, Gerhard wondered whether that was truly possible. Could he, who had not even finished university and was rather subpar in physics and mathematics, replicate something like that? He was no genius, he was smarter now, thanks to his INT of 50, but that wasn't anywhere near Tony Stark's levels of genius. The answer to those questions was, fuck yes. He was the gamer. He could cheat the system and, through sheer perseverance, grind his way to genius levels of intelligence and create marvels of similar brilliance to Tony Stark. It would take a while, but he had time, or rather, he would have time, as soon as he finished leveling his Instant Dungeon Create skill. ID Create. ID Escape. ID Create. ID Escape. ID Create. ID Escape. Instant Dungeon Create has leveled up by 1. ID Create LV 11. Instant Dungeon Creation, active, LV 11. EXP 2.12%. A skill that creates an instant dungeon barrier. Available IDs. 1. Empty ID. 2. Zombie ID. 3. Ghost ID. 4. Combined ID Zombie and Ghosts. 5. Ogre ID. 6. Assorted Mix ID any combination of angry ogres, ghosts, or zombies. 7. Training ID no monsters. 8. Time Warping ID Dilation, 2:1. I always wondered why fanfics don't make the main character grind the instant dungeon skill. There are almost endless possibilities there. That was true. The skill was at level 11 and could already create a 2:1 time dilation. And this would only increase as the level increased. Alright, let's get this started. Creation has leveled up by 1. Gerhard stood over the pile of tyrannid corpses, chitin cracked, and whitish-bluish light purple flesh had been exposed where the bullets had penetrated. The blood-like fluids had half coagulated into a tar-like substance. Even dead, they didn't look natural. They looked engineered. Which, in a way, they were. Well, at least you'll serve a greater purpose for now. The gamer did not waste resources. His gaze shifted from the corpses to the small pile of empty power packs beside his workbench. Those were the ones he got from the many weapons he picked up and placed in his inventory. Then, his gaze shifted to the crude furnace he had been building. Then back to the corpses. He had been thinking about a way to start a fire. And a thought clicked into place. Organic mass, energy conversion, heat, pressure, yeah, those are all words. He crouched, pressing a hand into the exposed flesh of a neophyte hybrid. It was dense and hard. He wouldn't eat it, he wasn't that far gone yet, but it was useful, and since it was confirmed to be biomass, that's what they were all about, it had to burn, right? The furnace wasn't much to look at. A reinforced metal drum, with scavenged plating welded unevenly around it. Vent holes punched in with a spike and hammer, Gerhard had created. And a crude grate inside to separate fuel from what he was working on the top. Besides the furnace, the damaged power packs were his real gamble. He turned one in his hands. Knowing what he knew about how they worked and the skill he had, it just might do. He held the power pack and used charge with wild abandon. Mana flowed slowly at first and then faster, making the pack vibrate. It grew warmer and warmer. Power pack integrity, 43%, 27%, 12%. Charge stability, critical. Gerhard grinned. Good. He shoved it into the base of the furnace and slammed the reinforced hatch shut. Then he dragged one of the tyrannid corpses forward and cut off chunks with one of the heavy rock saw, which he had salvaged from an acolyte hybrid. The chitin resisted, but only for a moment, and the flesh didn't. Wet, fibrous chunks dropped, and Gerhard threw them into the furnace chamber. He stepped back a bit and once again used charge on the power pack. The explosion wasn't large, which was good, as it would have destroyed the furnace, but it was still rather violent. A sharp crack, followed by a deep, throbbing humph as heat and pressure hit the metal walls, then flushed upward, instantly heating the air. Flames, which were blue at the base and orange above, licked through the vent holes. The smell became unbearable. Burning protein, whatever they had for blood and chemicals, alien. But it worked. And that was all that mattered. A new skill has been created through a special action. Fuel conversion, passive, LV.1. The ability to extract usable energy from unconventional organic and synthetic materials. Effects. Plus 10% efficiency when burning biomass. Slight increase in heat stability. Reduced chance of furnace failure. Gerhard laughed. Ha 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 ha, I made fire. I made fire. Now I know what Tom Hanks felt during Castaway. He didn't stop, though. He cut down more hybrid corpses and fed them into the furnace. He adjusted the airflow and watched how the flames behaved. He watched how quickly it burned and what didn't burn. Chitin lasted longer, but it took more heat to get it started, while the softer tissue burned hotter but for a shorter time. Certain internal sacs exploded. INT has gone up by 1. A new skill has been created through a special action. Material analysis has been created. Material analysis, active, LV.1. The ability to identify properties of materials through interaction and observation. Effects. Basic identification of density, durability, and composition. Plus 5% efficiency when selecting materials for crafting. Slight insight into structural weaknesses. Gerhard wiped sweat from his forehead. Good. Very good. Now he wasn't just burning things, but learning from them, and lo and behold, his INT rose by 1. He was doing it. The furnace roared behind him as he returned to his workbench. Heat filled the room he was in now. For the first time, he had somewhat reliable energy he could work with, unlike the limited power packs. He picked up an autogun receiver and used the skill. Disassemble. The weapon was in poor condition. Things were misaligned, and some parts were old, which caused the weapon to jam. It was one of the ones Gerhard had taken from the hybrids. He had taken an autogun apart before and put it back together using the system, but now he did it differently. He had never taken it apart to the fundamental pieces that made up the weapon and always used creation to assemble all the parts. So he had taken the easy road until now. He laid out the parts one by one. Bolt, spring, pin, housing, trigger group, and used observe on them to see the state they were in. Then he reassembled it without actively using the skill. It took much longer, but eventually he made it. Creation has leveled up. If Gerhard performed a skill and learned it without using the cheating way of a skill, he would gain more EXP for it. But not just that. He also learned something and would gain INT stat points. Afterwards, Gerhard took the autogun apart again. This time, he noticed something new. The way the spring sat slightly off-center, the wear on the pin and the roughness inside the housing. All factors that reduced the weapon's performance. He grabbed a piece of metal and went over to the furnace, heating it. He had crafted a pair of pliers to help him with the heat, as well as a basic version of an anvil. He watched the flames heat the piece of metal, then placed it on the anvil. He used the large power hammer, which he hadn't turned on, to hit the metal and flatten it. Then he used the knife he had taken from the acolytes and carved thin lines into the metal until he was left with a crude file. Creation has leveled up. After cooling the hot metal in the cool bucket of Tyranid blood, he returned to the workbench, where he had the various pieces of the autogun, and began smoothing the inner surface. Slow and careful at first, not wanting to damage the small part. A new skill has been created through a special action. Toolmaking has been created. Toolmaking, active, LV.1. The ability to create and improve tools for crafting and assembly. Effects. Plus 5% tool durability. Slight increase in crafting precision when using self-made tools. A new skill has been created through a special action. Through repeated forging, shaping, heating and refining metal, the skill smithing has been created. Smithing, active, LV.1. EXP, 0%. A specialized manufacturing skill focused on forging and refining metal into weapons, armor, tools, structural parts, and mechanical components. The higher the mastery, the better the forged product and the lower the material loss. Smithing is the art of turning raw metal into something stronger, sharper, and more useful. Effects. Registered forging blueprints, 1. Forging success rate, 50%. Material impurity reduction, 5%. Durability of forged metal items, plus 5%. Quality bonus when creating metal weapons, armor, tools, or machine parts. Seeing this, Gerhard set the autogun parts aside and picked up raw scrap instead. It was time to create better tools for himself. Workshop hammer, rank, uncommon. A reinforced hammer crafted by Gerhard the Gamer. Designed for both metal shaping and combat utility. Durability, 120/120. Damage, 18. Attack speed, medium. Required STR, 8. Effects. 1. Reinforced head. Plus 15% efficiency when shaping or forging metal. 2. Balanced grip. Plus 5% accuracy when striking objects or enemies. 3. Crafting tool. Plus 10% success rate when using creation on metal-based items. Description. A reliable multipurpose tool. While not designed as a primary weapon, its weight and balance make it effective in close combat and essential for early-stage manufacturing. Precision metal file, rank, uncommon. A refined shaping tool used to smooth, sharpen, and fine-tune crafted components. Durability, 80/80. Effects. 1. Fine adjustment. Plus 15% quality when refining crafted items. 2. Edge control. Plus 10% sharpness when finishing blades or mechanical parts. 3. Material preservation. 10% material loss when using dismantle on small components. Description. An essential finishing tool. Allows for greater precision in crafting, improving overall item quality and reducing imperfections. Industrial clamp, rank, uncommon. A heavy-duty clamp, used to stabilize materials during crafting and assembly. Durability, 150/150. Effects. 1. Stabilization. Plus 15% success rate when crafting complex or multipart items. 2. Structural alignment. Plus 10% durability on crafted items. 3. Secure hold. Reduces crafting interruption chance to 0% while active. Description. A simple but invaluable tool. Ensures materials remain fixed in place, greatly improving precision and reliability during manufacturing processes. Toolmaking has leveled up by 3. Smithing has leveled up by 3. A new skill has been created through a special action. Mechanical assembly has been created. Mechanical assembly, passive, LV.1. The ability to correctly assemble multi-part mechanical systems. Effects. Plus 5% assembly success rate. Reduced chance of structural failure. Gerhard leaned back, breathing heavily now. This had been hard work, and he had totally forgotten the time. But seeing the skills and the tools he made, he was happy. It was hot, but he didn't care. He picked the autogun back up and went back at it. He went over each part, used, observe, to check for damage or weaknesses, improved them, and then rebuilt the weapon. Again. Dismantle. Creation. Repeat. But this time, he used his own tools. The grips were better, he had better control and didn't damage the parts he worked on. And as time passed, the skills leveled up. Behind Gerhard, the furnace continued to burn as he kept feeding it with Tyranid corpses, steady and reliable at this stage. He adjusted airflow using the crude sliding plate, further stabilizing the flames. He had gotten so much better at this in the process. It was like he knew what to do and when to do it, and as time passed, he learned more and got even better. Fuel conversion leveled up. The efficiency increased, the heat stabilized, and Gerhard knew what to do to keep it stabilized and useful for his purposes. Chapter 15, Workshop 2. R.I.P. Chuck Norris. Underscore 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 underscore. The blade cut cleanly. That was the first thing Gerhard noticed, as he tested the power sword. There was no resistance, no drag, and no sensation of the metal fighting back. The power field simply split the obstacle. The steel parted as easily as wet paper, the two halves sliding apart with a dull sound. He stared at it and swung again. At a different angle this time, slower, watching closely what happened. But again, nothing. Just a line and then it fell apart. Right. He lowered the weapon slightly, his eyes narrowed as he studied the edge. Not the blade itself, but the field enveloping it. There was a faint distortion on top of the metal. The way it shimmered and behaved. This wasn't just your usual trope of a sharp weapon. He had tried to get to the bottom of it and create other power weapons and tools. But so far, he was a bit lost. He deactivated the blade. Gerhard turned it in his hand and glanced back at the workbench. There were hundreds of scattered parts that had increased over the days he had been here. There was a broken cleaver and an exposed generator. The coils were bent back into place. Gerhard had rerouted the wiring by trial and error, following the system's responses. First, he had not cleanly dismantled the cleaver. He had damaged some parts and lost material, but he had seen what was inside and understood a bit more. Not just the shape, but the structure and the way each part interacted with one another. His memorization had increased with his INT stat. Then he had taken the generator out, studied it for a full day, wrote on the walls using his tools and rotated it in his hands. He used, observe, until the system gave him something useful, and he had an idea of how to continue forward. He had forged a new blade from all that metal he now had. He had heated it in the furnace and hammered it for hours. Flattened it, tried to shape it, ruined it, and then tried again until eventually, he succeeded. The system hadn't done everything. Gerhard took his time, making full use of the increasing time dilation and the fact that he didn't need sustenance to survive. It was a very fascinating process for him, which was why he didn't feel the time passing and made tremendous progress. And so, he had eventually succeeded. A new skill has been created through a special action. Through forging, modifying, assembling and successfully creating a functional weapon system, weaponsmithing has been created. Weaponsmithing, active, LV.1. The ability to create, repair, and improve weapon systems. Effects. 50% chance to fail the smithing process. Plus 5% weapon durability. Plus 3% weapon performance. 1% materials needed. Gerhard let out a quiet, satisfied laugh. Yeah. That tracks. The tools lay scattered across the bench, a hammer, a file, hundreds of clamps, a few pairs of pliers, and even the first version of throwing knives, used to carve out things and to write on the stone walls. Each one was a little better than the last. Not by much, but enough for one to notice. Gerhard's gaze drifted, past the tools, to the power packs. Several of them lay in a rough pile. Some were empty, some were damaged to varying degrees, some had exposed internals, and others were dented so badly they probably shouldn't even be used anymore. Gerhard rested the sword against the bench and moved on to the next part of his plan. The excitement from earlier, the clean-cutting power, the power field and physical aspects, and the future weapon ideas faded. Instead, he thought about something else. A power weapon is nice, he muttered, turning a power pack over in his hand. But all ammo eventually runs out. He crouched down and sat cross-legged on the floor, thinking about his next steps. The pack rested in front of him, tools within reach, the furnace burning steadily behind him, and his mind worked with vigor. One shot at a time, that's how it worked. But what if he ever wanted to fight more than a handful of enemies? The Genestealer cult was active, and Gerhard hadn't even seen the more powerful ones like the Magus, Abominant, or the Broodcoven. And then, there were the endlessly regrowing orcs as well. This time, he wasn't thinking about charging it. But what if there was a way to make each shot more effective or deadly? He thought about how it worked. Let's take you apart properly. He didn't use, dismantle, not yet. He started with his hands and used the tools. The tiny screws came out first. Some resisted, one stripped halfway through, forcing Gerhard to adjust his grip. Another one snapped, forcing him to pry the casing open with force instead. Then came the casing. It didn't open cleanly. Gerhard had to wedge his knife into the seam and force it apart, inch by inch, until it finally gave with a dull crack. He leaned closer, pushing aside the outer shell and used, observe, on each of the smallest parts he could find. This was the process, the slow but fruitful process. A central energy core lay before him, with thin conductors running all around like blood vessels. There was a regulator unit and a capacitor. Insulation, structural support, you're not that simple, are you? He reached out and touched one of the inner components, and the gamer system reacted again. Material analysis has leveled up. Information trickled in slowly, filling in the picture that Gerhard had lacked. It wasn't full understanding, but enough to start building around it, by abusing creation. He didn't rebuild the power pack yet, though. Instead, his attention shifted elsewhere, away from the core and the casing, toward something simpler. The wires. The broken connectors, so small and so scattered, like spaghetti. There is a faint crackle of energy between his fingers as he uses charge. If I can control that. He raised his hand slowly. Mana gathered instinctively now, pooling in his palm before spreading into his fingers. It flickered, and the mana discharged into two poles, creating lightning. Charge. Gerhard reached for a length of wire and stripped the ends with his knife. The metal underneath was dull and slightly corroded, but it had to do. He twisted one end around a broken connector, tightening it as best he could with his fingers. It was crude and uneven work. Clearly showing his noob status in this line of work. But it was miles better than when he started. He pressed the exposed end of the wire against a piece of scrap metal lying on the bench, took a breath, focused, and then pushed the charge out of his hand and through the air. A spark jumped and contacted the very thing, the metal connector. The contact point flared briefly, and the metal darkened, glowing faintly red for a fraction of a second before fading again, when Gerhard stopped using the skill. That was something. He adjusted his grip. He shifted the angle slightly, pulled the wire closer so the contact was tighter and tried again. The energy flowed through this time. Naturally, the metal heated this time, but not enough to melt completely. It was better, and Gerhard had reduced the output. He leaned in and watched the process unfold. Then he pushed the energy a bit more, as the progress continued. The glow deepened and finally merged. When he tried to pull the metal apart, it held, having been fused. Gerhard stared at it for a second longer than necessary, then slowly leaned back, exhaling. I just made a welder. It was a surprise, but a pleasing one. A new skill has been created through a special action. Through the controlled use of electrical energy to join materials, electrical handling has been created. Electrical handling, passive, LV.1. The ability to manipulate and apply electrical energy in controlled ways. Effects. Slight increase in stability when using charge. Reduced energy loss during transfer. Improved precision when working with conductive materials. Gerhard grinned. Things were starting to come together, quite literally in fact. But Gerhard wasn't content with this yet, so he didn't stop. He used the welder again and again. He went through his room, welding anything he could find, playing with it and having some fun. That was peak male fantasy right here. It couldn't get much better than that, right? Actually, it could get better. His attention moved to the previous topic, the problem with handling hordes of enemies with the weapons he had right now. He was interested in creating better, more powerful weapons, which was why he was going through this process, but why not also work on the ammunition? He picked up an autogun magazine and slid a single round free, holding it between his fingers for a moment. He rolled it slowly, feeling the weight, the balance, the slight imperfections along the casing. He used observe on it. He had never made one of these before, not properly, but he remembered enough. Not with exact measurements or formulas, just fragments, things he had read, or watched videos on, just cause he was interested in not doing his homework. A cartridge wasn't complicated on its own, it was just a small system, a casing, a primer, a propellant, and a projectile. Simple in concept, until it wasn't. He wasn't in the 21st century anymore. And even then, it wasn't exactly that simple, because every part had to be right. He brought it closer to his face and started taking it apart carefully, using the many smaller tools for precise handling. The casing came first. It wasn't true brass, not really, some low-grade alloy that had seen better days. He turned it in his hand, then took the file and smoothed out the worst imperfections, cleaning it as best he could. It didn't need to look good, it just needed to function. Eventually, when his skill level was high enough, he would inscribe some things into each casing, just because he could. But that wasn't now. The primer came next. Small, delicate, and far more dangerous than it looked. He set it aside carefully. He didn't understand the exact compound inside, but he understood its role well enough, ignition. That was all that mattered for now. Let the system handle the rest. Then came the propellant. He paused there. He didn't have proper gunpowder at hand. What he did have was alternatives. The tyrannid biomass residue, burned down and refined in the furnace, was compressed into a material that reacted at high temperatures. Not ideal, not even close, but usable. Those sacks were the key. Good enough, Gerhard sighed. The bullet itself was something he didn't reuse. Instead, he made his own. He took a small piece of metal, heated it in the furnace until it glowed faintly, then pulled it free and set it on the anvil. The smaller hammer came down, shaping it bit by bit. It wasn't as precise a work as a machine could, but it didn't have to be yet. After that came the file, smoothing edges, sharpening the tip, bringing it closer to something that could actually function. He brought everything together slowly, just as he had taken it out before. The bullet came next. He pressed it into place, and it slid in too easily. No. He pulled it back out, adjusted the casing slightly, and then tried again. This time, there was resistance, not much, but the right amount he had been expecting. Then he activated the skill. Creation. The difference was immediately noticeable. The system didn't replace what he had done, but finished what he had started. Autogun round, grade, poor. A roughly assembled ammunition cartridge created by Gerhard the Gamer. Functional. Damage, 14. Gerhard exhaled. Okay. That's at least functional. Ugh, that was shit. I need to do that again. He didn't fire it. He was far too disgusted to have created such subpar work. He made another and another and another. Each one was slightly better than the last. Creation has leveled up. Weaponsmithing has leveled up. Mechanical assembly has leveled up. Gerhard leaned back slightly. Ammunition wasn't hard, but he needed more experience. He thought about continuing to just use his skills while he worked, but shook his head. This wasn't easy, but it did grant him a lot of EXP, helping him level up his skills. Chapter 16, Results. Weeks have passed since the day Gerhard fought the Tyranids, and he started out turning into the gamer version of Tony Stark. And he had a lot to show for it. Power cell, grade, rare. Capacity, 180 shots. Special effects. Energy amplification. Plus 15% damage. Improved efficiency. Slower drain. Gerhard had done the same thing to the power pack as he did with the cartridge. He did extensive research, took it apart, then put it back together, repeating the process over and over again. And in that process, he had gained new skills with great potential. A new skill has been created through a special action. Through the successful creation of a functional energy system using mechanical design and mana integration, engineering has been created. Engineering, passive, LV.1. The ability to design and create complex mechanical systems. Effects. Unlocks advanced crafting paths. Improves synergy between tools, materials, and components. Slight increase in successful creation of multistage items. Plus 50% INT during the process of engineering. And he had abused his gamer abilities, leveling up his skills over the past few weeks. And it was amazingly effective. The greatest achievement was when he finally reached Adept Creation. He had worked relentlessly and reached Novice Creation LV 100, which allowed him to advance the skill to Beginner Creation. After that, he hadn't stopped grinding and reached Apprentice Creation. And now, after weeks of working and experimenting, improving all his gear, weapons, ammunition, and skills, he had reached Adept Creation. The next steps for this skill were Adept, Special, Legendary, Mythical, Transcendental. Adept Creation, Active, LV 3. EXP, 19.23%. A skill to create objects using materials and blueprints. Civilization has been developed through humans creating items. As the skill level increases, the quality of the manufactured item improves. Effects. Registered blueprint, 182 plus. 0% chance of failure when crafting items below adept grade. 47% chance of failure when manufacturing items of adept grade or above. 50% less consumption of resources for items below beginner grade. It wasn't his goal of special creation, which would have allowed him to forego needing resources for creating novice grade items entirely. But it was good nonetheless. The amount of resources needed to create adept grade items was the same as they were when he wanted to create novice grade items using novice creation. So that was good. And he had created some very good weapons and tools. M36 Cantrell Pattern Loss Gun, rank, Adept. Durability, 250/250. Damage, 110. Critical chance, 8%. Charge capacity, 200. Special effects. Plus 20% accuracy. Plus 30% damage. Plus 10% firing speed. Power pack, rank, Adept. Capacity, 210. Special effects. Plus 20% damage. Improved sustained fire. Custom auto gun, rank, Adept. Durability, 230/230. Damage, 50. Critical chance, 9%. Fire rate, 700 revolutions per minute. Special effects. Plus 25% accuracy. Plus 25% fire rate. No spread increase. Autogun magazine, rank, Adept. Capacity, 60. Special effects. Reduced reload frequency. No accuracy loss during bursts. Autogun rounds, rank, Adept. Damage modifier, plus 30%. Critical chance, plus 6%. Special effects. Ignores 25% armor. Plus 25% damage. Power sword rank, Adept. Durability, 280/280. Damage, 650. Critical chance, 17%. Special effects. Ignores 80% armor. Plus 40% crit damage. 15% energy requirement. Power field generator, rank, Adept. Durability, 220/220. Energy consumption, low. Special effects. Plus 20% energy flow. Plus 20% weapon damage. No energy fluctuation. Those were some seriously powerful weapons, considering that Gerhard started with scrap and the salvaged weapons he got from the Xenos he killed. But that wasn't even the best part. The coolest of his creations were these. Genestealer Hybrid Flak Armor, Rank, Adept. Durability, 620/620. Effects. Plus 60% physical resistance. Plus 75% explosive/fragmentation resistance. Plus 35% energy resistance. Bioreactive plating. Slightly adapts to incoming damage type, plus 10% resistance after hit. Chitin reinforcement. Reduces damage from claws, blades and melee by an additional 10%. Impact dispersion, basic. Slightly reduces blunt force trauma. Thermal absorption, basic. Reduces heat-based damage. Set bonus. Plus 20% damage reduction when stationary. Plus 10% durability to all equipment. Plus 5% HP regeneration in combat. Plus 10 to STR, DEX and VIT when worn. Refined Tyrannid Power Sword, Rank, Rare. Durability, 290/290. Damage, 650. Critical chance, 18%. Special effects. Ignores 80% armor. Plus 60% critical damage. Plus 20% damage. These were Gerhard's greatest creations to date, because they showed that he could truly create almost anything he set his mind to. And this was only Genestealer and Flak Armor mixed, and Genestealer Claws and Steel. There were many even greater things to be combined. But that was that. In terms of skills, Gerhard had developed two more, which, in his opinion, were essential. Detect Presence, Passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 8. A skill that allows the user to sense nearby presences through subtle environmental changes and instinct. Effects. 5% increased awareness of nearby entities. Slight chance to notice hidden or obscured enemies. Instinctive alert when hostile intent is directed at the user. Stealth, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 10 per minute. A skill that allows the user to move quietly and reduce their presence. The higher the skill level, the harder it becomes for enemies to detect the user through sound, movement, and instinct. Effects. 5% reduction in noise made while moving. 3% harder to detect by sight in dark or cluttered environments. Slight suppression of hostile awareness when remaining still. The stealth skill could be used actively or passively. As soon as he used the skill, it cost 10 MP per minute and wouldn't stop unless he voluntarily stopped using it. Otherwise, it was always on. And 10 MP wasn't that much, honestly. After weeks of studying, experimentation, and grinding, he could afford to have it on at all times. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV 23. HP, 860/860. MP, 651/651. STR, 35. VIT, 25. Dex, 24. Int, 62. Wis, 28. Luck, 2. Points, 70. Money, 0. Gerhard's MP regen was now 27.21 per minute. If he used stealth, he was at 17 MP/min regen, and he could even use mana shield on top of that. In fact, thanks to mana control, the skill, which usually costs 30 MP to cast, now costs 25 MP, and instead of needing 5 MP per minute for upkeep, it now only needs 4.25. This meant that he could keep 4 mana shields active at all times and still slowly regenerate 0.21 mana per minute. Glorious grinding for the win. The difference in his fight against the Genestealer cult was evident, and it planted a big grin on his face. But it was now time. Time to exit his workshop and show the Xenos what it was like to fight against a gamer. In a way, Gerhard was like the Flaxen race from the Invincible comics. Time flowed differently in their dimension, so they usually returned with better gear and strategies. Only that Gerhard was the gamer, and so, he was far the bigger threat. The deeper Gerhard went, the more the disgusting feeling of the Underhive filled the air. Something had definitely changed, in Gerhard's opinion, but he couldn't quite tell what that was. It felt more alive. Not alive in the way people were. Not breathing, thinking, with a heart and blood, but active in a sense. The air grew heavier and more tense with every step. It clung to his skin, damp and toxic, carrying the sour rot of decay and poison mixed with metal, Xeno's blood, and diseases. Every breath tasted wrong. It hurt his lungs, and the system confirmed it. You have been poisoned. HP 2. You have been infected. HP 3. Fuck. HP 2. HP 3. HP 2. HP 2. HP 3. Gerhard didn't waste a second. Why hadn't he thought of this? Of course, there were toxins and decay and diseases. He had seen the plague zombie, had he not? What a shitty mistake on his part. He acted quickly, taking out a soul stone and using mana meditation, feeling the energy flow through him. He took out a handful and pressed them on his body, forcing his mana to flow through them and trying to absorb the energy. HP 1. HP 2. HP 1. His health was dropping more slowly now, and after a few very tense minutes, he finally succeeded. A skill has been created through a special action. Burning Spirit Principle, active, LV 1. EXP 0%. MP 50. This skill is for recovery, originating from shamanism. Some people can possess spirits within their bodies and use the spirit's power directly. With this skill, you can heal yourself and others. With a spirit stone, 50 HP and 50 MP recovered. Abnormal condition and seized recovered. Without a spirit stone, 50 HP recovered. Abnormal condition and disease recovered. Permission to say cock. Gerhard heaved as he managed to recover and purge the disease and toxins. But he wasn't fully immune to anything. The toxins and the decay returned and affected him once more, forcing Gerhard to use the Burning Spirit Principle over and over again. Mana Shield, X4. MP, 100. Gerhard created 4 shields and waited for the toxins and infections to affect him again. You have been poisoned. HP, 2. You have been affected by decay. HP, 4. Burning Spirit Principle. Burning Spirit Principle. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to resist toxins, diseases, and other biological contaminations, toxin and disease resistance, has been created. Toxin and disease resistance, passive, LV 1. EXP 0%. The body adapts to harmful substances such as poisons, diseases, toxins, decay and biological contaminants. Developed through repeated exposure, survival, and recovery from harmful effects. Effects: 5% damage and duration from poison, toxins, and diseases. 2% chance to completely resist minor toxins. Slightly reduces debuff severity, weaken, nausea, fatigue. Finally. I thought I'd need to stay here forever. Mana meditation. Toxin resistance has leveled up. Gerhard meditated for a few minutes until his MP was full again and he could get going. He had 4 mana shields active, a full mana bar and the essential skill of toxin and disease resistance. Time to move forward. The tunnels narrowed, and then opened again, just like they did the first time Gerhard went exploring down here. Sometimes the paths led through monstrous buildings with broken chambers filled with collapsed structures and rusted machinery. A distant drip echoed through the air, catching Gerhard's attention. A scrape somewhere came from behind. It made orientation unreliable. Gerhard moved slowly, using detect presence as much as he could. Each step was placed with care. He distributed his weight, avoided loose debris and unstable metal and didn't rush. His breathing was controlled, following his breathing method. His eyes moved around constantly, using observe on everything, the ceilings, gaps between wreckage, the walls, the ground, everything. He had gotten considerably more careful. Detect presence. It wasn't a loud alert like danger sense or bloodlust detection, just a faint pressure at the edge of Gerhard's awareness, like a subtle itch in his mind pointing to the left. He stopped and raised his lost gun, getting into position behind some wreckage. There was no immediate movement, only the usual strange sounds and a half-collapsed wall with a mound of scrap. But the feeling didn't fade, so Gerhard crouched slightly and raised his lost gun, moving across the surroundings until suddenly, a small part of something emerged from behind the wall in the distance. Gerhard didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger, only once. Pew! Whatever it was jerked behind the scrap pile, followed by a thin, choke sound of something falling to the ground. Now, did he know what he shot just now? No. Had he used observe first to check what that was? No. Did his danger sense go off, or his bloodlust detection to tell him that he might be in danger? No. What if it had been a mother with a child, or another human? Did he think about that? Also no. So was it the right thing to do? Fuck yes. Gerhard wasn't going to take any chances. Scavvy Raider defeated. Plus 380 EXP. He stepped forward cautiously, moving as he thought the special forces would move, keeping his attention on the surroundings. When he finally reached the place, a scavvy came into view. Its head had a hole in it, where the loss beam cut through it, one eye was still open, and a rusted autogun had slipped from its hands. There was no beam and no warning. No blood whatsoever. The scavvy was just dead. Gerhard exhaled quietly and placed the body into his inventory, more out of habit than necessity. But he was not going to look down on free resources, now that he wasn't able to create resources from nothing. That required special creation to do. But he would get there. Gerhard didn't linger and moved on. Further in, the tunnels changed again. There was less structure to the structures and more collapse and rubble, toxic lakes and radioactive blocks for no reason. The walls looked like they had melted in some places and then cooled again under pressure and time. Entire sections of old hablocks had fused into each other, creating jagged corridors that twisted unpredictably. The smell got worse. The smell of rot. Not the smell of a fresh death, but that old, lingering type that could only mean one thing. Detect presence. This time it wasn't subtle, and there were multiple pings. Gerhard's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. He moved even slower now, almost hugging the wall. He was keeping his head low and his loss gun high. A faint sound reached him. The sound of dragging and uneven footsteps. A wet rasp and throaty groan that Gerhard was well acquainted with at this point. Something was bumping into metal over and over again. He leaned slightly and looked around the edge of a broken support beam. There, the figures could be seen, plague zombies. 3 of them. Their bodies were bloated in places, and their skin dripped mucus, making a hissing sound as it touched the floor. Skin peeled off in places, stretched loosely in others, and even sprouted disgusting tumors. One dragged a leg that barely held together. Another's head lolled at an unnatural angle, with his jaw hanging loose and salivating. And behind them were several scavvies. They watched the plague zombies like tools, keeping a close eye on them, to make sure they wouldn't touch them. Chains ran from their hand to the zombies, wrapped tight around their necks. Gerhard frowned. There were quite a lot of them. The question was why there were so many. Usually, plague zombies were too dangerous to keep as some contagious pets, and the scavvies pushed them against the enemy. But Gerhard couldn't find an enemy around, so why were they here? Was there an increase in plague zombies? Gerhard hoped not. He begged that this was a random spread. And not that someone was creating them. One of the scavvies suddenly sniffed the air, its head twitching. Realizing that his stealth wasn't high enough level to avoid detection forever, he acted. He aimed his loss gun and fired. The first shot punched through a scavvy's skull, killing it on the spot. This created confusion and chaos amongst them, which Gerhard knew would happen. He aimed at one of the chains around a plague zombie's neck and fired. The lost shot broke through the chain and freed the plague zombie. The scavvies who had looked at their deceased brethren were now aiming their weapons forward, firing randomly and looking for the one responsible for the shot. Because of this, they hadn't realized that one of the plague zombies had been freed. And when they did notice, it was too late. One of the scavvies roared in pain as the plague zombie bit him in the neck. Gerhard had already moved and changed positions, firing at another chain to free another zombie. The other scavvies aimed their weapons at the first plague zombie, shooting and spilling its blood, killing it. But the first scavvy had already been infected, and it was spreading fast. The others were just about to put it out of its misery when another red beam punctured clean through the thorax of a scavvy. The chaos was now perfect. The remaining 2 plague zombies were free, one of the scavvies was about to turn, and 2 others were dead. Gerhard used the short moment to change positions again, making sure to keep everyone in his line of sight. He pulled the trigger, culling them one by one. A series of automatic gunfire was buried into the second zombie's chest. The remaining one turned instantly, reacting to their movement and biting the nearest piece of flesh. The scavvy that had been bitten initially had now lost its mind fully, jumping forward, on one of its brothers. Gerhard stepped back, already moving. Scavvy Raider defeated. Plus 380 EXP. Scavvy Raider defeated. Plus 380 EXP. Scavvy Plague Zombie defeated. Plus 380 EXP. The bodies dropped, and all were killed one way or the other. Silence returned to the place. Gerhard stood still for a moment, listening and using his skill to detect whether there was any presence left. Nothing. He let out a slow breath. Something was strange to Gerhard, he just couldn't say what. Chapter 17, Underhive Exploration 4. Stealth has leveled up. Detect Presence has leveled up. Gerhard kept going. And the deeper he went, the worse it got. At first, it had been isolated encounters. A few scavvies here, a pair of zombies there. Several scalies, abhumans with reptilian-like skin. Maybe some of them together, and maybe some mutated rats or an equivalent. Now, every few minutes, he came across something. An underhive mutant that roared in anger, hitting the walls in anger, or several of them, attacking one another, biting into them and then vomiting out disgusting green sludge that smelled horrendous and affected the surroundings. The metal and stone walls began to sprout biological things that released strange pollen and grew along the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. A small group of plague zombies moved through the tunnels, almost looking as if they had a purpose. Zombies no longer wandered randomly, but followed paths. They had a goal and didn't listen to the next fresh meal. They're being herded, Gerhard thought to himself. After another turn, he entered another chamber. Detect Presence. Danger Sense. This time, it was a strong feeling, coming from above. Gerhard's head snapped up, and he moved back right away. Something dropped from above, crashing into the position he had just been in. The impact echoed through the metal floor. Plague Zombie Mutant. A mutant, larger than the others, and he was affected by the plague, which had mutated him even further. Unlike the one arm that was swollen, like the one Gerhard had first met in the Underhive, this one was bloated all over. Bloated and twisted, with two heads, dripping green corrosive fluids and looking like two deformed gummies, who were gripping a crude blade. Maahhhh, it roared, as if in pain. It lunged at Gerhard, whose loss gun was already up. But he waited for a second longer. The zombie mutant snapped into the mana shield, but nothing happened. It even tried to use the blade to cut the shields apart, but without success. The impact has absolutely no effect on Gerhard, who nodded, happy with his little experiment. He didn't wait any longer and pulled the trigger 3 times, firing his weapon at the zombie mutant and tearing through its body point blank. HP, 0. Plague Zombie Mutant defeated. Plus 600 EXP. It dropped to the ground instantly. Gerhard kept the shields active and looked around again. The corpse of the zombie mutant reeked badly, and he felt his senses being affected by it, ever so slightly. What Gerhard didn't notice was that his gamer's mind skill was shielding him against the voices and the sounds, as well as the effect of the energies in the air. Toxin and disease resistance has leveled up. The decay and rot in the surroundings were growing stronger. Detect Presence. The presences were faint and distant, but there were more, a lot more. Gerhard stood there for a second longer than necessary, trying to piece things together. It seemed as if the zombies weren't just randomly increasing. The fact that there were so many of them was bad tidings for this world. He remembered that before the Genestealer cult attacked him, he had heard fighting in a battle. So there had to be someone else down here. Gerhard desperately wished that it wasn't who he thought it was. Because if it were, no one would be coming. Who cared about a world like this, that had no resource value and was taken over by Orc anyway? If anything, the Imperium would be happy to see them fight each other. And should it get so bad that Grey Knights arrived, well then Gerhard was fucked anyway. But it didn't matter, whatever was going on, it was further down. Gerhard's grip tightened slightly. He was going to go further, because if he didn't, then this world was ruined either way. A slow smile pulled at the corner of his mouth as he tried to motivate himself. The grind, Gerhard, the grind, he said quietly. More enemies mean more danger. More danger means more EXP. And more EXP means greater power. He moved deeper again, disappearing into the dark, knowing that he had passed some invisible barrier now. He moved like a novice assassin, with his stealth skill leveling up slowly. The corridor had once been part of a waistline, though it barely resembled it anymore. The large pipes sagged where support beams had collapsed, and the air carried that same rot and decay smell that Gerhard was now so familiar with. Thick green and red sludge-like substance pressed against the inside of the pipes and dropped to the ground, starting new ecosystems. Gerhard moved carefully, his boots scraping lightly over the scattered debris. Every step echoed farther than he would have liked, but less than it did initially, thanks to the stealth skill. He paused. There it was again, that sound. Not like a battle, but something else. Metal seemed to be scratching against metal. Not the slow collapse of a large structure that was falling apart, and also not the shifting of two plates. Gerhard tilted his head slightly, listening. His hand moved his weapon higher, but he didn't get into firing position yet. The noise came again, closer this time, accompanied by something else. He moved forward a bit, and after clearing a few metal mountains, it was clearer. Purge, humanity, error, purge. The voice was mechanical, stripped of any human-like tone. While it said error, the object or individual who had spoken wasn't damaged enough to stutter and distort. Then there was that metal screeching again. Gerhard exhaled slowly. Great, he muttered under his breath. Another thing that wants to kill me. Stealth has leveled up. Gerhard moved forward very slowly, making sure to use the darkness and the walls ahead as hiding spots. Then, slowly, he noticed something through the darkness. At first, it was just a silhouette. Then this silhouette stepped into the dim light filtering through a cracked overhead panel. Gerhard used, observe, right away. Iron automaton, LV.28, damaged. HP, 3800/3800. MP, 0. A rogue humanoid machine of unknown origin, often found in the Underhive or Ash wastes. Built for combat but poorly maintained, these automata are powerful yet dangerously unstable. Weapons. Power Claw, damage, 180 to 300, armor crushing. Assault Cannon, damage, 60 to 100. Traits. Machine Body. Damage resistance, plus 25% versus ballistic. Immunity, poison/disease/fear. Limited self-repair. Regenerates small HP over time when not critically damaged. Unstable logic core. The logic core has a glitch, causing erratic behavior. It is highly likely to shut down or attack. Assault Cannon, damaged, rank, novice. Durability, 0/180. Damage, 45, per round. Critical chance, 5%. Fire rate, 900 revolutions per minute. Oh boy. An iron automaton. Its plating was scorched and partially torn away, exposing wiring that sparked intermittently. One of its arms hung at an unnatural angle, twitching up and down randomly. And it was also the only arm it had left. The other one was missing, as if it had been ripped off. Its head suddenly jerked toward Gerhard's position. He had been hiding carefully, but the automaton must have had some form of heat sensor. Because after freezing for a moment, it started moving. Its motions came in sharp, broken bursts, like frames missing from a recording. One instant, it stood still, the next, it had closed a quarter of the distance between them. Its weapon arm snapped upward and discharged with a loud crack. Gerhard had already reacted the moment the automaton started moving. He was out of the way of the shot. The blast grazed past him and struck the wall behind with a spray of molten fragments. The automaton fired again, but this time there was nothing after the loud crack, only the wild rotation of the assault cannon. He could destroy it, that much was obvious. It was heavily damaged, and with the weapons he now possessed, Gerhard could turn it into scrap rather easily. It was rather big and naturally powerful, but Gerhard didn't see it as a danger to him. On the contrary, this might be his greatest opportunity yet. Gerhard narrowed his eyes, watching the machine's movement patterns. The jerks, the pauses, the short bursts of speed, all those things might have appeared random, but they weren't entirely. The damage had introduced instability, but the core routines were still there, just unable to work because the damage prevented them. There was no more ammunition for the iron automaton to use, so it had to get close and personal. All right, Gerhard said quietly, more to himself than anything else. Plan B. He shifted his stance and lifted his hand. The automaton lunged again, lifting its last remaining mechanical arm to strike Gerhard. But, instead of dodging away, Gerhard used another of his skills. Mana gathered in his palm and moved outwards. 3 thin strands were created and slowly moved outward, intertwining as they went. Bind. The rope, made of mana, moved through the air faster than the automaton could react. It wrapped around its limbs, its torso, its weapon arm, tightening and causing it to fall to the ground. The automaton fought and managed to break through the rope with brute force, attempting to stand back up again. Bind. But Gerhard simply cast the spell again, binding the machine and making it thump to the ground. Bind. Bind. For good measure, Gerhard cast the spell 2 additional times and watched as the servos whined under the strain of trying to free itself. Its weapon clicked again, as if the automaton hadn't realized that it was out of ammo. But it created heat. The mana ropes tightened, and after some desperate attempts to break them, the automaton's motion slowed, stuttered, and then finally stopped. For a moment, it lay on the ground there, locked in place. Its systems were still issuing commands that could no longer be translated into action. Purr, GE. Gerhard moved forward and opened the few remaining metal plates, reaching the power core. With a tap, he knocked the machine out and ended the fight. Iron Automaton defeated. Plus 68, 029 EXP. Level up. Gerhard lowered his hand slightly but didn't release the bind. He watched the machine for a few seconds longer, making sure it wasn't about to surge back to life in another erratic moment. When it didn't, he let out a slow breath. Yeah. He said, stepping closer. I'm keeping you. Gerhard moved forward and touched the fully broken machine. It was broken, but not destroyed, and that was all that mattered. Because of this thing, it held potential for the gamer. It held what the Mechanicus might call a machine spirit, or what might be artificial intelligence, or the remnants of intelligence. Its hatred for humanity might indicate that. But whatever the case, there was one particular skill that Gerhard would have liked to get, and this iron automaton would help him get it. With a thought, the entire machine was transported into Gerhard's inventory, to be studied, understood, and then mastered later. The corridor fell quiet again, as if the encounter had never happened. It was one of the strange and almost eerie things about the Underhive, in Gerhard's opinion, that you could commit the most disgusting atrocities and no one would ever know, and no one would ever care about it. Gerhard rolled his shoulders once, easing the tension that had settled there. Facing that automaton was harder for him than facing the Genestealers. He knew what a rogue AI could unleash, and the only reason he managed with such ease was that the iron automaton had been operating at barely 7% of its maximum capacity. Bind, active, LV.3. EXP, 74.29%. A skill to tie an enemy with a rope made of mana. It has physical durability and disappears after some time as mana scatters. Since it is made of mana, it can even affect objects or creatures of indeterminable form. It can only be used by those who have a talent for manipulating mana. Effect. Duration, 20 minutes. MP, 5. I knew it would be useful, he murmured. After looking at his stats one more time, he turned and continued further in the Underhive. His footsteps were once again the only sound in the darkness. Chapter 18, This is Suboptimal. He had been climbing through waste, dust and narrow paths. Whatever structure he was in right now, it had seen better days, or not, depending on what it actually was. Gerhard reached the top after a full hour, pulled himself up onto the rusted gantry and stayed low, one hand pressed against the cold metal as he steadied himself. For a moment, he did not move, simply listening. The sound, which had brought him here in the first place, was now deafening. Gunfire echoed through the massive dome, autoguns rattling in endless bursts, the deeper, more powerful rhythm of stubbers hammering away somewhere in the distance, and the sharp, almost clean crack of lost guns cutting through it all. Even the effects of plasma weaponry could be heard. And explosions, so many explosions. Beneath the loud and seemingly endless sounds of war, something else lingered. A wet, dragging undertone of disease and decay, and blood. A kind of sound that did not belong to anything living, and therefore fit the theme perfectly. Gerhard lowered his head and looked to the other side. From where he lay, he had a great overview of a lot that went on down below. But as his eyes moved down, the sight forced him to pause. The dome-like cave beneath him was humongous, far larger than anything he had passed through before. It was not just a simple chamber, but an entire ruined district, an entire section of the Underhive that had partially collapsed into itself, then been repurposed into a stronghold of various degrees, and was now home to an immense battlefield at least hundreds of miles in diameter. Broken hablocks leaned against each other at nightmarish angles, and one mega hablock stood in the midst of it all. Walkways had fallen and were repaired with machinery, fires burned in pockets, casting flickering light that didn't really help with sight, turning everything into a mess of shadow and movement. And within that chaos, war. Not the kind of scattered bits of violence Gerhard had grown used to in the past weeks. No, this was the typical Warhammer 40k war that he remembered pieces of lore. It didn't look like much organization was going on, at least not on all sides. It was overwhelming, almost. Gerhard remained still on his high platform, his body pressed against the rusted metal, low enough that only his eyes and the top of his head rose above the jagged edge of the rooftop. From here, he could see almost everything. The battlefield spread out beneath him in several layers, each section bleeding or fusing into the next in a way that made it impossible to separate one warfront from another. It was not a clean engagement with defined lines, but it never was. It was a living, shifting mass of death, destruction, and disease, where positions changed by the second. To his right, the Genestealer cult advanced through the broken structures with disturbing precision, most likely following the commands of the broodmind. But they were also the only precise units in all of this. Their lines were not rigid, favoring quick but precise strikes, and they were consistent. Neophytes occupied elevated positions and cover points, firing controlled bursts down into the enemies. Their weapons, both ranged and close quarters, flashed in short sequences, never wasting more ammunition than necessary, or so it seemed. When one fell, dozens more stepped forward into the same position without hesitation, constantly advancing and killing as they went. Between them, acolytes moved at high speeds, slipping through gaps in the rugged terrain and broken hablocks that stood between them and the largest one in the middle and closing distance wherever the human line weakened. Rock saws roared as they moved, cutting through metal, barricades, and flesh alike. They struck where the enemy lines faltered or grew weak under the strain, tearing openings that the rest of the cult immediately exploited, like the brutal faction that they were. Aberrants roared and smashed their power hammers into the enemy lines and metal barricades. Further ahead and to the sides, where the fighting became more brutal and close and personal, the purest range Genestealers tore through everything they reached. They did not engage in firefights, they did not hesitate, they killed anything and everything in their path. They sped across walls, dropped from the ceilings, surprising those who had barricaded themselves below, and appeared where they were least expected, striking with that overwhelming speed and powerful claws, before vanishing and moving to the next one. There were even Acolyte Icon wards, holding their banners and Eidolon jackals all around. Acolyte Icon Ward, LV.30. HP, 2400/2400. MP, 300. The most intelligent and capable of the Acolyte hybrids will be entrusted with a sacred duty, the bearing of the cult's colors into battle. These creatures are banner-bearers that strengthen the cult through morale and genetic resonance. Eidolon Jackal, LV.20. HP, 1600/1600. MP, 120. Riding Munitorumbled dirt cycles or wolf quads, Eidolon jackals roar across the wastelands and dart through subterranean tunnels. They have the uncanny ability to pick out the best positions from which to launch in a killing strike, using their vehicles to leap over obstacles and onto roofs or gantries. But what caught Gerhard's attention most was not the front line, though, but what stood behind it at the far end. Higher up, on a relatively protected and secure platform that overlooked much of the battlefield, a small group of figures remained almost completely still. They were not fighting with the other troops. They were not moving with the others and only observed. At the center of them stood a magus. The figure was almost motionless, no doubt communicating commands through their psychic link and repositioning their troops. And the cult below it moved following the will of the broodmind. Magus, LV.60. HP, 9000/9000. MP, 6000. A powerful psyker and spiritual leader. Weak physically, but devastating through psychic manipulation. Weapon, Force Staff. Around the magus stood other hybrids, more advanced and specialized, less visibly deformed. They did not engage in the fighting directly either. Their attention was nonetheless fixed on the battle, scanning, observing, adjusting their strategies, and then communicating this to the magus. They were responsible for the communications and information gathering. This cursed group were learning, listening into Vox channels, spying, learning and making everyone adapt to the changes. Gerhard narrowed his eyes slightly. That's a problem. Then his gaze shifted to the center of the battlefield, where the megahablock stood. Humanity. Or what remained of it. The defenders had built a line where they could, using whatever they had, turning the megahablock into the last line of defense against the horrors that were assaulting them from 3 different directions. Scrap metal, broken vehicles, chunks of collapsed walls, anything that could stop a bullet or slow something down even remotely. Even corpses were used, that's how desperate and no less stupid they were. The barricades were uneven, improvised, and already failing in places. Still, they held just enough to give the defense structure, and they were constantly rebuilt over and over again, each cycle getting worse. Gangers and the Planetary Defense Forces occupied most of the visible positions, and it was clear they were a motley crew. Their armor didn't match, their colors weren't uniform, and the variety of their weapons made it clear that cohesion hadn't been their strong suit from the start. Some were armed with autoguns, while others preferred stub guns or shotguns. A few wielded weapons that resembled a patchwork of spare parts, clearly held together by a mix of desperation and sheer will. Their appearance spoke volumes about the chaotic nature of their gathering, each individual telling a story of their own faction, the struggles they had faced, and the unbelievable shit they were going through. Normally, the gangers would have been shooting at each other in their usual rivalries. But now, in this desperate moment, they found themselves fighting side by side. It wasn't out of camaraderie or friendship, but a grim necessity driven by the threat they were facing. Their firing was wildly erratic, a chaotic rhythm of shots that came too long or too short, with many wasted rounds and sloppy reloads. Yet, what they lacked in precision, they made up for with raw volume and fierce aggression. All that counted was to fire and to kill as much as possible. Anything that moved had to die. They didn't back down easily. When something broke through their makeshift defenses, they charged forward with whatever they could grab, blades, pipes, anything that could inflict pain. Behind this chaotic front line, the Planetary Defense Forces maintained a more organized stance. Their uniforms were a patchwork of dirt, blood, and tears, often barely recognizable, but the discipline they held was unwavering. They trained for this, poorly, but it helped a bit. They fired their lost guns, wasting fewer ammunition than the others. PDF Trooper, LV.5. HP, 268/500. MP, 20. Barely trained human. Weak and expendable. Weapons, lost gun, combat knife. Key positions where the bulk of the attacks originated were held by heavy weapon teams, which anchored sections of the line. The heavy stubbers rumbled continuously, a deafening sound that desperately tried to suppress the attackers' advance. This relentless fire forced even the more aggressive enemies to rethink their approach, initially shifting tactics in the face of the resistance. But it didn't last long, as the heavy stubber would overheat at times, break down at others, or just stop working for no reason. Which made the lines shift back and forth, depending on how the machine's spirits felt in that moment. Moving between both groups were the enforcers. Their black armor stood out even through the chaos. They were fewer in number, but far more focused. Bolters shot at long range, and shock mauls cracked against anything that got too close, or maybe even broke through the lines momentarily. They moved where they were most needed, reinforcing weak points, dragging people back into position, or, when necessary, forcing them there. They were trying to keep the defense from collapsing into a mass panic. Gerhard looked to the very center. There, surrounded by layered barricades and guarded positions, was the command point. It was not impressive. It was simply the strongest place they could build in the time they had. And even from above, Gerhard could see that it was under heavy strain. His heart was palpitating as he took in the scene on the other side. Unlike the brutality of the Genestealer cult, that side of the battlefield was a swirling mess of brutality, filled with shouts and the metallic tang of blood and the biting smell of rot. Gerhard could feel the weight of the human sphere as he watched the different forces collide, each embodying its own nightmarish essence. It wasn't the Genestealers that made a mortal kill themselves, choosing a quick death. It was the deformed tide of the plague host pressing forward, a relentless wave of infected and mutated beings. Poxwalker, LV.14. HP, 1270/1600. MP, 0. A victim of the so-called walking pox, one of the numerous diseases created by Nurgle. Victims of this virus find their bodies shutting down and rotting until, eventually, they die, though not completely. Such is the jolly humor of Nurgle that they remain cruelly conscious and aware of all that happens around them. Souls of victims trapped in their dead bodies, with a rictus grin, they stagger out in search of living meat to feast on. The poxwalkers shuffled forward, even as they took immense losses, driven by some terrible instinct to advance, like the plague zombies, which made sense. Gerhard could only look on as their sheer numbers began to choke their side of the battlefield, an impossible force that didn't seem to have an end, as it spread the disease further through the air and ground. The poxwalkers were by no means alone, though. There were plague zombies, accursed Nurgle cultists, poxbringers, and more. Accursed cultist mutant, LV.24. HP, 2320/2900. MP, 80. Heavily mutated cultists. Whether born of rituals, experimentation, or the predation of warped denizens, these aberrations were herded into battle as shock troops, their tainted flesh regenerating grievous wounds with unnatural vigor. And then came the third war front. From that side came a disgustingly loud bellowing from corn cultists and chaos beastmen, their feverish thirst for violence and blood painting their side crimson, in stark contrast to the sickly green. Chaos Beastman, LV.23. HP, 1440/2500. MP, 20. A savage mutant warrior with bestial aggression and brute strength, thirsting for blood and death. They surged forward like a living tsunami of flesh, holding their weapons aloft and their voices raised in unholy fervor. They threw themselves at all sides equally, which was the only reason humanity still stood in the middle of it all. Each collision with the barricades pressed through the ranks of defenders, and Gerhard felt a pang of anger as he saw the disgusting display and the unending onslaught, and the frenzy of bloodlust. But amid the chaos, it was the champions of Khorne that truly sent a chill down anyone's spine. They stood larger and more menacing than the rest, cutting through the defenders with a vicious grin that spoke of their singular purpose: kill. It was a sight that seemed to embody the very essence of madness. A normal Tuesday, basically. Now, with all three forces pressing in, Gerhard felt the full weight of the situation. It wasn't just about holding the line for the humans anymore, it was about prolonging the inevitable for as long as possible. This wasn't about survival, anyone could see that. What was there to survive? Surviving might be the worst thing that could happen to a human here. Well, this is suboptimal, Gerhard concluded brilliantly. Chapter 19, Final Trump Card. Gerhard was about to say, "Fuck this shit, I'm out," and leave this cursed place. What did this have to do with him? Why was he supposed to solve this problem? Had he chosen to come here? Had he been the one to say, "Yes, please send me there and make it as bad as you can, while you're at it"? No, he didn't. So why was he supposed to solve this? Naturally, Gerhard knew that that was bullshit. It was his problem now, and it would be until he was either dead, turned into a plaything for the ruinous powers, tortured endlessly, or the last survivor, standing over everyone's corpses. The last option pleased Gerhard the most. And sooner or later, they would come for him as well. He had to get to it eventually, but the danger actually increased over time. So, what was he supposed to do? Support the humans who were in the middle of all this shit? Or chaos, who was seemingly multiplying as time passed? Then, after a brief pause, he decided, following his logical thought process. Genestealers first. Inside the central stronghold, the situation was worse than it had ever been since the orcs arrived. The noise was deafening here, forcing them to shout if they wanted to talk. Every wall shook with impact constantly. Dust rained from the ceiling, and sometimes parts fell to the ground, hitting someone and doing damage in the most dumb way possible. The air was thick with smoke and heat, making breathing hard and seeing even harder. It was stupid, so stupid that this was still going on, and they refused to surrender. But what else were they supposed to do? Give up? Heresy. A ganger slammed a fresh magazine into his autogun, with shaky hands. "Left flank's gone," he shouted. "They're coming through the lower access." "No shit," another barked back, firing blindly into a corridor. "Everything's gone." A lost bolt cut past them, punching into a poxwalker that kept moving anyway. "Why won't they fucking stay down? They're dead already, you bellend." Nearby, a PDF sergeant grabbed a younger trooper by the collar, lifting him and spitting into his face as he shouted. "Hold your line," he snapped. "You break, we all die. For the Emperor." I know, he stammered, mortally terrified. "For the Emperor." His pants were already full of shit, but he had no time to change them, so he had to go on. Besides, clean pants were the least of their problems. A screech cut them off as something dropped from above. Claws cut into the PDF's body, slashing through it, making blood taint the ground and walls and then leaving again. At the command position, things were only marginally more controlled. A makeshift table, really just a slab of metal, was covered in hollow maps. The image it displayed was already outdated the moment it stabilized, shifting lines, blinking markers, entire sections of the defense disappearing and reappearing as reality outpaced their ability to track it. A gang leader, Karn Vex, leader of the Iron Vultures, slammed his fist down. "We're getting crushed from all sides," he snarled, his voice raw from shouting over gunfire. "I say we pick a direction and break through before we're buried under them." A sharp, deep voice cut back immediately. "Break through where?" Enforcer Captain Halbrecht snapped, his black carapace armor scarred and scorched. "Into the plague, or the Xenos. Or perhaps you fancy charging those frothing lunatics." He glanced for a moment at the lower access tunnels, where the distant, frenzied screams of corn cultists mixed with the relentless roar of the battle outside. The Emperor protects. He protects those with fucking common sense. We commit in one direction, we get gutted from the other too. That is not a good strategy. That's suicide. Another explosion nearby shook the entire room violently. Dust and flakes of rust rained down from above, pattering against armor and weapons. A section of wall groaned, metal bending slightly before settling again. For a moment, no one spoke. They all felt the pressure of the inevitable end approaching. Halbrecht's voice was quieter now, but no less hard. We deploy the automata, and if His Grace would step off her throne, we might be able to put the Castellan to good use as well. His sarcastic and provocative words cut through even the noise outside, which seemed to dim for a second. Several heads turned immediately. That's our final option, grumbled an older gang member. His face was scarred, evidence of a past explosion that had left him with a burn on one side and that hadn't yet healed. So is dying here, Halbrecht replied flatly. The Land Raiders crippled. It's holding one corridor and barely that. We're out of time. This is the last resort. It's better than standing here and gathering dust, while we're dying out there. A different voice spoke up, more measured than the Halbrecht. It is not for us to decide the deployment of a Castellan robot, Captain. The speaker, Lieutenant Sarah Vall, were the remnants of PDF officer markings, but her gaze had already shifted past Halbrecht. To awaken such a machine requires sanction. All eyes turned toward the figure standing apart from the crowd. The figure stood as a striking blend of man and machine, exuding an industrial aesthetic that initially suggested both power and mystery. Its body was a tapestry of metal, intricately woven with tubes, cables, and pistons, each part pulsating with faint glowing elements that danced across its torso and limbs. The head resembled a sleek helmet, was compact, and dominated the visage with a single large oval yellow eye that lent it a cyclopean appearance, piercing and watchful. Most of the biological matter had been replaced by machinery. Its upper body was armored with layered mechanical plating, marked by circular blue accents that caught the light. One arm was notably oversized, evolving into a set of mechanical appendages currently working on a gamma pistol. In contrast, the other arm terminated in a claw-like hand, featuring sharp, metallic fingers. Over his shoulders, several additional mechanical arms were mounted, equipped with various tools and gripping appendages, and holding an omniscient axe. It was Mugos Datasmith Row 7 Caspel. He stood beside a makeshift workbench, once part of a large manufacturing assembly line, which was now transformed into a field station. Scattered across the surface were tools of varying kinds, some rudimentary, others crafted with a redundancy that would have made the Jackie Chan meme feel too little to express one's emotions. Oil and candles were all around for whatever reason. The gamma pistol in the datasmith's hand was a relic entrusted only to those who had earned the favor of the machine god. Its machine spirit was unpredictable, barely contained within the shell. Gamma pistols released ionizing radiation from its muzzle, and right now, that radiation was seeping from its core, causing the air around it to shimmer in unsettling ways. Standing silently behind the datasmith was something else entirely, a Castellan robot. Its imposing figure loomed over Mugos Caspel like a sentinel, its red armor protecting its innards. A Castellan robot was a huge, ancient robot built 10,000 years ago. It was a perfect example of the Adeptus Mechanicus repurposing of technology. Nearly unstoppable, their only flaw was that of any mere machine, they would follow instructions to the letter, even if this resulted in their own demise. The Cybernetica datasmith had to constantly update and reprogram the Castellan via ordered data slates placed in the machine's chest slots, lest this enormous, clanking robot simply stride blindly into a nearby chasm. In rare and extreme cases, the original orders could be changed using a forced, binaric override, enhanced static chance of superior tech priests. The Castellan robot was armed to the teeth, including 2 sets of arm-mounted power fists and a carapace-mounted phosphor blaster. Mugos Caspel didn't immediately look up, he was too engrossed in his work. One of his optical lenses flickered as he finished an adjustment, sealing the gamma pistol's casing with a careful, reverent touch, saying prayers and thanking the Omnisciaka in binary. Finally, he spoke. Statement, repair protocols, partially successful. His voice was distorted, more machine than man. Clarification, sanctioner pattern automata, functional status, 72% optimal. Halbrecht stepped closer, his boots grinding against the metal floor. 72 is enough, he said. Can they fight? The Mugos tilted his head slightly, as if processing a concept that did not quite align with his understanding. Correction, they do not fight. The spirit of this machine is to be watched over by me and shall not attend the battle. Our mission is the recovery of invaluable archaeotech by the Omnisia and therefore higher in importance than the survival of flesh. A faint whir of internal servos accompanied his words. Subroutine integrity, acceptable. Target acquisition, stable. Weapon systems, operational. Anything else? Halbrecht asked through his teeth. Warning, structural degradation remains. Sustained deployment may result in catastrophic failure. We're already at catastrophic. What does it matter? Magos Caspel nodded slowly. Proceed. Deep within the stronghold, massive blast doors began to open. The sound was unmistakable and sent a wave of short relief and hope through the ranks of humanity. Metal scraped against metal as mechanisms that had not been used since the start of the war with the orcs came to life. Dust and dirt poured from the seams as the doors parted, revealing the darkness inside. Something stepped forward. The first and last remaining sanctioner pattern automaton on the planet emerged into the light, showing itself and its damaged form. It was massive. Sanctioners were semi-sentient, Ogren-sized servo-automata dreadnoughts that Necromunda's Palanite enforcers usually used. They had made their way to this planet the same way the Land Raider had, through the rogue trader. They were still here, due to the rogue trader having been killed, because he wanted to leave and take all of his equipment with him. Naturally, such heresy could not stand, and so he had been executed. Sanctioners were piloted by the psycho-conditioned and transplanted brains of especially fanatical enforcers. Self-repairing and protected by thick carapace armor, the Sanctioners were also heavily armed with much larger versions of regular Palanite enforcer weapons. These included concussion cannons, heavy shock batons, and no fewer than 5 types of grenades. In battle, Sanctioners were not only tough to take down because of their self-repair, but could also become mobile bulwarks to protect their human squad mates. The weapons came online with a low, rising hum. Integrated heavy-caliber systems mounted along its arms and torso, redesigned by the tech priest, no longer for precision, but for death and annihilation. The times had changed, and the hive was about to truly fall. Targeting arrays flickered to life, sweeping the area in front of it. There was but one of them. A single sanctioner pattern automata was about to embark on its last witch hunt. If the situation wasn't dire enough, this picture showed just how dire it was. A single sanctioner was by no means enough, but it had to be done. Magos Caspel refused to let the Castellan robot into the fray. The automaton's footsteps echoed through the chamber, each impact reverberating through the floor and into the bones of everyone present, promising to kill as many Xenos and heretics as possible. The gangers, PDFs, and enforcers fell silent. They had unleashed what was most likely their final trump card. So now it was time to decide where to point the gun. But the answer, as it would soon be revealed, presented itself. Captain. Captain, there is movement with the Xenos, a PDF soldier ran into the command room. What happened? They seemed to be in disarray for some reason, running around wildly and no longer as controlled. We're making some ground. Then we should send the Sanctioner toward the Xenos. It would be best to wipe them out now that we have a chance, Lieutenant Saraval said. Captain Halbrecht thought about this for a moment and then turned to the tech priest. What does the data say? Is there movement on the Xenos front that we can use? Unusual Xenos movement, detected. Suggestion, calculations show 27.28599% chance to end the Xenos threat and score a minor victory if the machine is sent there, Magos Caspel said. Halbrecht thought about it and then shook his head. No. We will send them towards the heretics, together with the Land Raider, as long as it still fires even slightly. Lieutenant, move your troops to the Xenos front and hold them off that way. If they are truly in disarray, that will be enough for now. Warning, the data shows insufficient planning and decision-making to be faulty. There are things you can't calculate, Magos. Like the gut feeling of a man that should have died young. Now, get to it. For the Emperor. Yes, sir. For the Emperor. Chapter 20, Hello there. The Enforcer Captain had chosen to trust his gut and go against the Magos Cogitator calculations. Ironically, he chose the right thing, since someone else had chosen to lend a hand and strike at the Tyranids. But why did Gerhard choose to target the Genestealer cult? Weren't the Chaos cults more dangerous? Capable of spreading their filth through the entire hive? Yes and no. If Chaos came out on top in this fight, they would first fight amongst themselves. And then, the winner would make its way up the hive and eventually meet the orcs. Now, the orcs, they do fight the spiky boys a lot. But what was going to happen? The orcs would come out on top. These weren't Chaos Space Marines, these were cultists, and while they could and most definitely will spawn lesser and greater demons, against such a large number of orcs, that won't help. The orcs can fall to chaos, but they are immediately singled out by their peers and crumped for being unorthodox. Now, the Genestealer cult, on the other hand, was a serious threat. Because in the off chance that they win here, they would no doubt signal the Hive fleet to come, and consume all biological matter there was. So, since there can only be one greatest evil, Gerhard chose to attack the Genestealer cult. He shifted slightly on the gantry, lowering his profile even further as he watched for openings. Stealth, active, LV, 8. EXP, 14.37%. A skill that allows the user to move quietly and reduce their presence. The higher the skill level, the harder it becomes for enemies to detect the user through sound, movement, and instinct. Effects. 16% reduction in noise made while moving. 10% harder to detect by sight in dark, ruined, or cluttered terrain. Slight reduction in hostile awareness when remaining still. Footwork stability improved. Breathing and muscle tension are naturally controlled during hidden movement. Gerhard activated the skill. His presence was reduced and his outline blurred against the broken metal and shifting shadows. The battlefield below was too chaotic to notice him before, now, he had to act as furtively as possible. This was a crucial mission. Around him, the 4 translucent barriers shimmered. He hadn't deactivated them the entire time, but now, one had to go, as he needed all the MP regeneration he could. Stealth was more important right now. Mana shield. Mana shield. Mana shield. He had his refined Tyranid power sword on his hips and held the M36 Kentrel pattern Loss gun in his hands, the power packs fully loaded and the weapons in peak condition. He was ready. He moved and got into another position. From here, he had a clear view of several Genestealer positions along the outer edge of the Xenos' advance. Some of them had moved slightly ahead of the others, occupying isolated firing points along broken walkways and collapsed walls. From what Gerhard could tell, they were too far from immediate support and too focused on the human defenders ahead. Perfect. A faint smile crossed his face, though there was nothing amused about it. He raised the Loss gun. M36 Kentrel pattern Loss gun, rank, Adept. The weight settled into his grip as if it were an extension of himself, the right tool for the task at hand. With the greatest focus and determination, he exhaled, letting the tension in his body release, as if he were a sniper. Pew. Genestealer Primus defeated. Plus 221, 604 EXP. The beam shot out, precisely, striking a Genestealer Primus below, splitting its skull before the body even registered the beam hit. Without hesitation, Gerhard adjusted himself slightly, half an inch to the right, while maintaining his hidden vantage point. Pew. Genestealer Primus defeated. Plus 219, 323 EXP. Level up. Another shot rang out, and another body fell, confusing the enemy greatly. He lowered the weapon right away, knowing that he had accomplished a great deal already. The battlefield on the Genestealer side grew more chaotic, swallowing the kills. But they hadn't gone entirely unnoticed. Below him, the Genestealer formation continued to move, adjusting to the invisible pressure from the humans and the other cults. They reacted to something, but not to him. Not yet, at least. Gerhard's eyes darted around, taking in every position, angle, and flicker of movement. He wasn't just a machine pulling the trigger, hoping to kill as many as possible, he was analyzing and assessing the flow of the battle in real time, looking for an opportunity. Minutes passed, and he picked off 3 more neophytes, then 2 acolytes who were all in a general area to one another, each kill contributing to a larger, significant plan that he had thought of. A human stubber team in the same area suddenly held out longer than expected, killing more Xenos. A Ganger squad stopped retreating and pushed back even for just a short moment. Even a Genestealer advanced right next to it, faltered for half a second. There it is, Gerhard murmured to himself. An energy shift, or rather a moment for him to seize. The cult had noticed the red beams flashing through the air, and members were sent to deal with the problem. Gerhard moved along the gantry, his body low to the ground, navigating the structural wreckage. He stepped over broken sections and ducked beneath hanging cables. The structure creaked under his weight, but stealth reduced even that, proving just how useful the system truly was. Ahead lay a collapsed walkway, sloping toward the chaotic battlefield below. He crouched there for a few moments, silently observing the carnage. The clash of Khorne cultists against the Genestealer flank was still going on like an endless storm that possessed limitless energy and momentum. Gerhard looked back and saw the hidden troops of the Xenos having arrived at his previous position. He looked down again, smiling since the whirlpool of violence created the perfect distraction. At the same time, poxwalkers flooded another section in the distance, clogging Xenos' movement, forcing them to reposition. It was time to act, Gerhard thought. He slid down the incline, using the skill, Mana Rope, the precursor to Bind, to go at it like Tarzan. With it, he was fast and landed quietly behind a twisted bulkhead. The moment his boots hit the ground, he was already advancing, cloaked in the chaos around him and through the skill. He had switched out the Loss gun, which was too bright with its red beams, for the autogun. The bursts of fire would be drowned by the deafening sounds of battle all around. Custom autogun, rank, Adept. A neophyte turned when it noticed his presence, but it was too slow. BRRT BRRT BRRT. 3 rounds were fired, hitting the chest, neck and head. The Xenos died even before it could fully understand what was happening. Gerhard was fast, moving with a plan. Neophyte Hybrid defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Another one. BRRT. Neophyte Hybrid defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Gerhard didn't stop. Gunfire could be heard all around, screams filled the air, but none of it was directed at him, so he remained focused, adjusting his movement and stepping into a clearer line of sight. He unleashed a brutal burst of fire on a group of aberrants. BRRRT BRRRT BRRRT. Aberrant defeated. Plus 119, 203 EXP. Aberrant defeated. Plus 118, 655 EXP. Aberrant defeated. Plus 120, 170 EXP. Level up. The noise attracted attention, and heads turned toward him. Good, he thought. That was the plan. Then he changed tactics. He moved, not back to safety, but across the battlefield, drawing fire and shifting the enemy's focus. BRRRT. A neophyte was torn apart mid-step. Another spun and fell as rounds shredded its side. A third dropped as Gerhard adjusted mid-burst and corrected his aim, taking it down right away. The higher fire rate, damage output, and overall power were surely on display perfectly right now. BRRRT. BRRRT. Acolytes broke formation, rushing to confront this sudden threat. It was all falling into place. They attacked him with rock saws, auto pistols and autoguns, knives and even a single plasma pistol. Neophytes redirected their fire to him, trying to track him through the chaos, as he moved forward without pause. Gerhard felt rounds impacting his shields, and they began to crack. He was surrounded by hordes of Genestealer cultists, neophytes, acolytes, Genestealer purstrains, aberrants, but the wide grin belied the situation. Truthfully, Gerhard felt alive, and he reveled in the thrill of combat. As he ducked behind a collapsed pillar, then pushed off it and switched weapons mid-movement, doing this to add to the confusion, he took out an acolyte with a Loss gunshot to the eye. Pew. Acolyte Hybrid defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Pew. Gerhard switched again, seeing the enemy in front of him, about to slash its 4 claws through him. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. Genestealer Purest Rain defeated. Plus 121, 098 EXP. Gerhard saw a group of new units rush towards him and knew that this wasn't enough. He moved to the sides and changed tactics again, thrusting himself into the heart of the fray. Hybrid Metamorph, LV.32. HP, 2600/2600. MP, 180. Highly mutated hybrid with specialized killing limbs. Faster and more aggressive than acolytes, trading durability for overwhelming melee pressure. In a flash, the autogun disappeared into his inventory, and he had the refined Tyranid power sword in hand, buzzing with power. He charged forward, his senses heightened as he faced the incoming group of metamorphs. With a swift motion, he moved inside the first metamorphous guard, pivoted and cut upwards, his blade slicing effortlessly through armor, bones and flesh, leaving his opponent in 2 pieces. Another attacker came at him from the side, but he ducked, feeling the rush of air as it just missed him. He spun around, his sword slashing through the air again, cutting through the second metamorphous torso with overwhelming power. HP, 0. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Gerhard ducked, feeling claws and several shots scrape across the outer mana shield, cracking it. He turned with the same motion, having seen two metamorphs close to each other. Power strike. The sword carved through the torso, cutting the first hybrid in half, while it severed the head of the second one, all with the same attack. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Level up. Gunfire erupted from behind. Gerhard charged forward. He felt the urgency to keep moving, to keep the pressure on the enemy and his surprise. A purest rain Genestealer dropped from above, and several others rushed from different directions. Danger sense. Gerhard could sense the danger, even without the skill. Rolling forward, he narrowly avoided its claws, coming up inside its reach and splitting its body with one precise strike. In the same moment, he had taken out his loss gun from the inventory and fired in the opposite direction. Pew, pew. 2 clean shots and 2 dead Xenos. The enemy formation was cracking, not collapsing outright but fracturing just enough to create a very crucial opening. Gerhard ignored the dozens of system notifications and saw it, the narrow corridor between 2 collapsing structures that led directly to the Magus. He had scouted that earlier when he created his plan. Without a second thought, he sprinted ahead, feeling the adrenaline surge through him. The sword flashed once, and the creature's arm came off. After the second strike, the head followed. He threw the power sword forward, piercing the body of an aberrant that had arrived to stop his advance. Screeehh, it screeched and roared in pain. Pew, 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 pew. Neophyte hybrid defeated. Neophyte hybrid defeated. Genestealer Purest Rain defeated. Aberrant defeated. Metamorph defeated. Plus. Acolytes were chasing him instead of reinforcing the front lines now, neophytes were firing at him rather than at the humans, and the aberrants had finally noticed him, slow as they were. Tiny shifts, tiny errors, but they were stacking, and the gap opened up. Boom. A loud sound pulled Gerhard out of his thoughts. A new enemy had appeared, one he hadn't faced yet. Abominant, LV.55. HP, 14,000/14,000. MP, 200. The apex of aberrant mutation. A towering brute with overwhelming strength and resilience, capable of smashing elite enemies apart with sheer force. In one hand, it held a massive power hammer, and in the other, it swung its mutated claws through the air, hoping to kill Gerhard. Mana shield. Mana shield. Gerhard recast it twice. He pointed the autogun to the ground and fired while turning 360 degrees. BRRT, 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 BRRT. Thick dust rose from this action and momentarily shielded Gerhard from the Tyrannid's vision, which was crucial for this next part. He pointed his hand forward and used another skill. Spiral Energy Bolt. HP, 10,000. Stealth. The Xenos threw themselves into the dust cloud, wanting to kill Gerhard, but all they found was each other. Gerhard had moved forward, placing several dead hybrids and pure strains into his inventory, until he arrived behind the Abominant unseen. Truthfully, he could have attacked again, but that's not why he was here. He had another goal. Stray gunfire shots slammed into his shields as Gerhard pressed on, unfazed. He vaulted debris, slid beneath obstacles, and sprang up to grab the edge of the elevated platform, where the biggest problem was located. He pulled himself up and landed on the platform. Hello there. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. Chapter 21, Magus and his posse. The Magus did not reply with an equally witty retort. Not that it knew it was witty. But it didn't even flinch. The shots were blocked with seeming ease. Instead, the moment Gerhard's voice cut through the localized silence of the command platform, the Magus turned. Its eyes, devoid of any semblance of human empathy, glowed with a sickly pallor. It was no longer a human psyker, but a Genestealer one. The connection to the broodmind was palpable, feeling heavy and suffocating, dropping the platform's temperature by several degrees. Whether this was truly the case, because of psyker nonsense, or not, Gerhard couldn't say. Around the Magus, several Nexos dropped their auspexes and data slates, drew curved blades and autopistols, and called for the hybrids and aberrant bodyguards. But they were no longer the main threat. From the shadows behind the rusted command console, a new figure stepped forward, their presence radiating lethal intent, while several others already stood around the Magus without moving. Primus, LV.55. HP, 11,000/11,000. MP, 800. The tactical mastermind of the cult. Enhances coordination and lethality of all nearby units. The Primus exists solely to lead his cult into war. He is a war leader whose natural ferocity is paired with the best stolen weapons and war gear the cult has to offer. Locus, LV.44. HP, 5200/5200. MP, 300. A austere and mysterious fourth-generation genestealer hybrid that serves as a hyper-focused duelist and bodyguard to their cult's magus or other senior leaders. Nexos, LV.38. HP, 2600/2600. MP, 1600. A type of third-generation genestealer hybrid that is a consummate strategist, typically appearing at the same time as a Primus to act as its aid. By analyzing and interpreting every subtle ebb and flow of battle, they can identify vulnerable positions for their kin to exploit, pinpointing potential flanking routes and subterranean passages ideal for arranging sudden ambushes. Right. No small talk. And you brought the whole management team, Gerhard muttered, raising his custom autogun and pulling the trigger. It may look like this took a while, but from the time Gerhard landed on the platform to the time he took the first shot, a few seconds passed. BRRT, 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 BRRT. The burst of high-caliber rounds sped toward the Magus's chest, but they never made impact. A shimmering, domed barrier of raw warp energy flared into existence around the Psyker, nullifying the attacks. Psionic shield. The bullets flattened against the purplish visible wall. At the exact same moment, the Primus raised a slender, wickedly sharp sidearm. Thwip thwip. Two crystalline darts shot from the Primus's needle pistol. Gerhard thankfully already had 4 mana shield summoned. The darts, very toxic, distilled from the Primus' virulent bloodstream, struck the translucent barrier and instantly dissolved into a highly corrosive, contagious poison that hissed and ate away at Gerhard's mana reserves. The Magus raised its force staff, and the crystal at its apex pulsed. A wave of oppressive energy washed over the hybrids, the locuses, and the Primus. Psychic stimulus. Instantly, the cultists blurred into motion. They didn't just charge forward logically, they moved with a religious, fanatical frenzy driven by the psychic stimulus. But with the Primus present, their frenzy was terrifyingly coordinated. The tactical mastermind barked a harsh, alien series of clicks and hisses, seamlessly guiding the neophyte and acolyte hybrids to flank Gerhard while the locuses, who had been stationary the entire time, suddenly shot forward, turning into a shrieking, limb-lashing monstrosity. "Oh, come on!" Gerhard shouted, his danger sense screaming at him. He dropped the autogun into his inventory, instantly equipping the refined Tyranid power sword in his right hand and pulling his lost gun with his left. Dual-wielding anything with a lost gun was not preferable, but he had no choice. The first locus was on him in a fraction of a second. Its twin swords were a silver blur aimed at Gerhard's neck. With a DEX stat of 65 in base that was now enhanced even further, it was needless to say that Gerhard couldn't keep up. Thankfully, the danger sense had warned Gerhard just enough to make him duck, hearing the blades whistle and hit the mana shield over his head. Gerhard completed his movement and thrust his power sword upward. Clang. The locus hadn't missed Gerhard at all, as it turned out. It had merely feinted, proving its intelligence. It brought its second blade down, intercepting Gerhard's power sword with impressive, hyper-focused precision. The kinetic force of the parry sent a shockwave up Gerhard's arm. Before he could recover, 2 hybrids were on his flanks, firing their weapons point blank under the Primus's quiet coordination. The round slammed into Gerhard's top, mana shield, fracturing it until it shattered like glass. Gerhard rolled backwards, firing the lost gun blindly with one hand. Pew, pew. A red beam caught a hybrid in the knee, making it screech. As it stumbled, Gerhard lashed out with mana rope, wrapping the cord made of mana around the falling hybrid's neck and violently yanking it into the path of the second speeding locus. The locus, existing only to intercept threats towards their magus, fluidly and mercilessly sliced the wounded hybrid in half just to keep its momentum toward Gerhard. Suddenly, the world went terrifyingly quiet. The deafening roar of the war below faded into a muffled, distant hum. The world froze for Gerhard. His limbs felt incredibly heavy. He looked up and saw the magus staring directly into his eyes, the psyker's mind reaching out to attempt to crush his will. Mass hypnosis. Drop the weapon, a voice whispered in his mind. There is only the brood. Surrender your flesh. External mental interference detected. Seeing his prey paralyzed, the two locusts moved forward. He pointed his neurotromal rod at Gerhard and sent out waves of mental disruption that usually induced brain spasms, migraines, and harrowing visions in its victims. When a magus went to negotiate with a particular powerful enemy, such as a cardinal or an inquisitor, the locust accompanying it would send out these waves. Shing. The refined Tyrannid power sword pierced the locust in a moment of distraction. Surprise motherfucker. Mental assault resisted through gamer's mind. Warp energy purged. A new skill has been created through a special action. Locust defeated. Plus 122,840 EXP. Pew, pew. Two hybrids fell to the ground, dead, as lost beams pierced through them. Acolyte hybrid defeated. Plus 60,000 EXP. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60,000 EXP. The Primus, seeing this, grew erratic, raised its needle pistol in one hand, the lethal claws in the second, and a jagged, bone-white bones word in the third, leaping forward to deliver an executioner's strike. Mass hypnosis. The Magnus increased its use of the warp, thinking that it would do anything. But little did he know, it was all useless. Gamer's mind, passive, LV, max. Effect. Allows the user to think things through calmly and logically. Allows a peaceful state of mind. Immunity to mental disorder. Gerhard threw himself to the right. The Primus's bones word cut into the steel decking where Gerhard had just been standing, carving through the heavy metal like butter. Realizing its failed attempt, it pointed the needle pistol at Gerhard and fired. The shots hit the mana shield, but only cracked it, which was quickly replaced a moment later. The second locust was already in its totally mental, shrieking, slashing state, desperately trying to kill Gerhard. But the magus was already moving to the next phase of its assault. The Xenos Psyker swept its staff forward, gathering a blazing mass of sickeningly bright energy. Danger sense. Danger sense. Psionic blast. The beam of raw warp fire erupted toward him. The attack was immensely powerful, burning through all four of Gerhard's mana shields. The energy lessened considerably, but was still powerful enough to hurl Gerhard through the air. HP, 380. The impact was like getting hit by a charging rhino, and if he hadn't upgraded his flak armor this much, he would have suffered a lot more damage. He skidded across the metal platform, his armor scraping up sparks as he did. But he was ready to lessen the blow and performed an impressive backflip and pushed himself up again. The Primus was already barking orders, calling dozens of aberrants and even the abominant. The locust blurred forward again, his twin blades raised to sever Gerhard's limbs. The magus had noticed the sheer value Gerhard presented and commanded him to be incapacitated and not killed. Big mistake. Fucking cunt. As the locust arrived and slashed, Gerhard cast Spiral Energy Bolt, but he didn't shoot it. He kept the rotating mana in front of him. The locust, surprised about the sudden appearance of something it had never seen, still tried to swing its swords to deflect the glowing ball and move out of the way. Gerhard released the bolt, letting it shoot forward, and in the same moment brought his loss gun up. He had anticipated the direction the locust was going to move, and so he was there when it arrived there, all of its attention on the Spiral Energy Bolt. He pressed the barrel directly against the locust's chest piece, and pulled the trigger. Pew, pew, pew. 3 point-blank loss blasts punched clean through the bodyguard's sternum and killed the Xenos scum. Locust defeated. Plus 122,840 EXP. The other cultists felt the death of the second locust but were occupied. The magus had used its psyker powers to block the energy while boosting its forces further to deal with Gerhard. The time for capture was over, now he had to die. Seeing the locust fall, the Primus let out an unworldly roar, leaping over the locust's corpse. It swung its bones word in a wide, decapitating arc, following up with a brutal thrust of its power claws. Gerhard parried the bones word with his power sword, the two powerful weapons clashing in a shower of energy sparks. A bones word is a Tyrannid close combat biomorph which can drain the life force out of its victims. A bones word is a living organism with a small brain situated deep within its hilt, and a rudimentary sentience that allows it to gradually grow in length, repair any battle damage, and maintain a deadly monomolecular edge. However, it is completely slave to the will of its wielder and is incapable of any independent thought. The weapon is made of chitin and constantly crackles with powerful psychic energy that flows along embedded nerve tendrils to create a psychic field around the blade, effectively creating a biological version of a force weapon. The Primus's 85 STR pushed Gerhard back rather easily, its bones word pushing the power sword aside and slicing toward his ribs. It hit the mana shields on the way and cut through 3 cleanly, but was finally slowed down on the last one. Gerhard shifted his weight, letting the Primus overextend due to the shields, and activated mana rope. He didn't bind the creature, he used it like a whip, wrapping the rope around Primus's ankle and yanking with all his might, while recasting mana shield and using deep breathing energy control. In that moment, the Magus had finally managed to cancel out the spiral energy bolt, resulting in a small explosion and blowing everyone back. The tactical mastermind in front of Gerhard stumbled, but only slightly, as it was physically too strong for him. It was only a fraction of a second, but in a fight as fast as this, it was all Gerhard needed. He spun, driving his Tyrannid power sword forward in a brutal straight power strike. Right through the Primus's ribs, bypassing its thick carapace and completely severing its spine. HP 1492/11-000. BRRT. Primus defeated. Plus 220,000 EXP. Level up. Just you and me now, Gerhard panted, ripping the blade free and locking eyes with the Magus. The Magus did not show fear, but anger. It simply gripped its force staff with both hands and tapped into the deepest, most terrifying aspect of the brood mind. Mental onslaught. Gerhard felt a sudden, tickling sensation at the far edge of his mind, of an alien consciousness slamming into his skull. It was supposed to be like a tidal wave of static, thousands of voices screaming in a language of hunger and shadows, crushing his mind and turning him into a bumbling buffoon. A lesser man would have had their brain reduced to liquid in seconds. Gerhard, however, was no man. Extreme mental intrusion detected. Passive skill, gamer's mind, LV, max, is responding. Mental assault resisted. The Magus leaned in, its three-ridged brow furrowing as it poured more psychic energy into the attack. It was expected to see Gerhard's eyes roll back, expected to hear the wet pop of capillaries and mush of his brain. Instead, it met an immovable wall. Gerhard's mind, protected by the Maxelveld skill, gamer's mind, didn't shatter. It didn't even move. It felt like the molten iron spikes were hitting an oromite anvil. A special action has triggered a skill evolution. New skill created, Mental Mirror has been created. Mental Mirror, active/passive, LV, 1. Your mind is an impenetrable fortress. When subjected to mental attacks, the force is reflected back at the caster. The force increases as the level increases. A new skill has been created through a special action. The Magus's eyes suddenly swelled. The purple glow in its eyes turned into a chaotic flickering mess, and a trickle of dark, ichor-thick blood leaked from its nose and mouth. The psychic pressure it was exerting had nowhere to go, so it had rushed backwards, flooding the Magus's own mind and nervous system with the feedback of its own hate. This was so powerful that the entire broodmind felt it. Gerhard stood his ground. In the eyes of the Magus, his face was a mask of terrifying, unnatural calm. He didn't drop to the ground, he simply stared through the Magus and looked at it in disgust. Is that all? Gerhard asked, his voice echoing with the hollow connection the Magus itself had established and feeling like molten lava. Scree. Panicked, the Magus realized its mental dominance had failed spectacularly. In a final, desperate gambit to save itself and destroy this anomaly, it channeled its remaining psyker power from the broodmind into a surge of bioenergy. Might from beyond. Danger sense. The Magus's body began to swell unnaturally, its muscles rippling and tearing through its ornate robes as warp energy bloated its frame to twice its size. It raised its force staff, now glowing with a bright, sickly light, to deliver a blow backed by the strength of the broodmind itself. Gerhard didn't wait for the transformation to finish, like some idiot protagonist. He lunged forward while using his mana without holding back. Spinning mana arrow. Spinning mana arrow. Spinning mana arrow. 9 spinning mana arrows materialized and shot through the air, hitting the Magus just as he attacked. HP 12,329. Gerhard still took a glancing blow from the staff as he closed the distance. The kinetic force shattered his left pauldron and sent a jolt of pain through his collarbone, but he didn't halt his charge. The spinning mana arrows had hit, but the Magus' health had risen disgustingly through the spell. He stepped inside the bloated Magus's guard, the Tyrannid power sword humming with that same blue frequency. My turn, Gerhard muttered. Power strike. He lunged, but empowered by might from beyond, the Magus' reaction speed was supernatural now. The creature slammed the base of its force staff into the floor, and a dome of translucent, amethyst psychic energy erupted between them. Gerhard's power sword struck the barrier. The disruption field of the blade sparked violently against the psionic wall, throwing off arcs of white-hot lightning that even scorched the metal floor. The Magus snarled, leaning its weight into the staff. The shield didn't just resist Gerhard's attack, but actually began to push back and sent out psychic lightning strikes, which in turn hit Gerhard's mana shields and carved through them, hitting his armor and body. Gerhard dug his boots into the deck plating, his body whining in protest as he leaned his entire body weight into the charge. Thanks to Gamer's body, instead of his bones breaking and his skin being scorched and melting, only his health dropped. He clenched his jaw as hard as he could. MP 102. The Magus's eyes flashed with a sickening, triumphant light. It began to raise its free hand, fingers curling into a claw as it telekinetically reached outward and attempted to crush Gerhard's ribs. Uff. The force smashed into him and hurled him through the air. He hit the ground hard, but had no time to catch his bearings, as the Magus attacked again. Danger sense. Danger sense. A blast of psionic energy rushed towards him and would have most likely killed him right there if he hadn't been warned. But to his surprise and horror, his mana was too low for him to cast Mana Shield. The warp blast reached him, and in that moment, whatever it was, Gerhard raised his hands protectively. Boom. Gerhard looked forward in surprise, seeing a bluish transparent barrier having materialized around him, and blocking the psionic blast from the Magus. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to create a force barrier has been created. Force barrier, active, LV 1. EXP 0%. MP 60. A psychic barrier formed through concentrated willpower and energy, creating a shimmering shield that repels incoming attacks. Unlike basic mana constructs, this barrier is reinforced by mental force. The higher the INT stat, the stronger the barrier. Effects. Blocks a large portion of incoming damage. Plus 20% resistance to physical attacks. Plus 20% resistance to energy attacks. Plus 10% resistance to psychic/warp-based attacks. Duration, 10 seconds. Additional MP cost, 20 per second. How could this skill be cast, if Gerhard had too little mana to cast Mana Shield? Because the skill wasn't solely using mana as fuel. The MP cost wasn't always clear, but generalized. Gerhard rushed forward again, but once again, he was met with that cursed force barrier, similar but more powerful than the one he had created. He followed that same feeling as he had before, now that his mana was slowly rising again and dug deep. He pressed his hand directly against the humming surface of the barrier. Spinning energy bolt. Rather than trying to break the shield from the outside, Gerhard created a spiral energy bolt inside the shield, bypassing the Magus defense. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. The bolt detonated at point-blank range. The Magus's chest cavity collapsed inward, going so far that the attack carved right through his body. The might from beyond backfired, releasing alien energy and detonating into a gore-filled explosion that painted the gantry purple. Boom. Magus defeated. Plus 380, 282 EXP. Level up. Level up. As the Magus died, the psychic backlash of its severed connection hit the Genestealer cult like a physical shockwave. The Genestealer cultists formation below, who had already been in a rather chaotic state from the two Primus's deaths, collapsed. Gerhard lay on the ground, his chest heaving in pain and exhaustion. His HP was very low, his armor was ruined, but the silence on the bridge was the most beautiful thing he'd heard all day. Suboptimal, he coughed, a pained, exhausted grin spreading across his face. But definitely effective. Chapter 22, Genestealer Slayer. Gerhard vaulted over the railing, dropping 20 feet onto a suspended coolant pipe. Behind him, the platform swarmed with Genestealer hybrids. They didn't use stairs, they rushed up the vertical supports like insects. He moved to the side, cutting through several of them, and never stopping his advance. Neophyte hybrid defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. After his fight, Gerhard had used ID Create to get away from the battlefield. He wasn't doing well as his MP had been spent and his health was also low. After using Mana Meditation for roughly half an hour, he was back to full health and mana. He had reloaded his weapons and then left the instant dungeon again. What he couldn't have known was that the death of the Magus had resulted in a broodmind snap and forced the very top brass, the Genestealer Patriarch, to arrive personally. And with it, even more of the Genestealer cult's forces. Thousands of Xenos' eyes turned upward toward the lone human standing amidst the purple gore of the Magus. The Patriarch knew who Gerhard was and ordered his death immediately. Right, time to leave, Gerhard said and stormed off. Acolyte Hybrid defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Level up. Genestealer Purest Rain defeated. Plus 121, 098 EXP. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Gerhard killed whatever stood in front of him. He ran through the Underhive's terrible structure. Danger sense. Gerhard threw himself forward. A blur of movement from the shadows would have nearly taken his head off, had he not had 4 mana shields active. The second shot followed right away, but Gerhard managed to hide behind a set of metal slabs. Detect presence. A moment later, Gerhard felt the presence on a higher platform several hundred meters away. He opened his mini-map and saw the red dot, which thankfully, was the only one in the nearest vicinity. He looked at the terrain around him and planned a way to reach that place or how to deal with the attacker, who was most likely a Sanctus. A Sanctus, Gerhard muttered, checking his mini-map again. The red dot was perched on a crane assembly, overlooking the narrow gantry he needed to cross. Always the quiet ones. Gerhard didn't have time for a sniper duel. Also, because he didn't have a sniper rifle, the Patriarch's brood was closing in from the rear, their chittering bellows could be heard approaching through the hablock. He needed to flush the assassin out and do it quickly. Gerhard didn't run away, choosing to go up. Mana Rope. He cast Mana Rope, lashing the blue glowing cord around an overhead steam pipe and did it like Tarzan once again, hauling himself upward with a burst of speed. As he swung himself forward, he would have been an easy target for a sniper, so he didn't create a distraction. Spinning Mana Arrow. Spinning Mana Arrow. He conjured 6 arrows, but instead of firing them roughly at the Sanctus, he sent them in a wide arc around the crane's support pillars. The projectiles hummed at a high-pitched frequency, messing with the assassin's sensitive multispectral goggles, a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Clang. Clang. The arrows impacted the crane's base, detonating in small bursts of force that shook the sniper's perch. The Sanctus was forced to reposition and leapt from the crane arm toward a suspended cargo crate a short distance away. There you are, Gerhard grinned. As the assassin drifted through the air, Gerhard had landed and used stealth, disappearing from view, and when the Sanctus looked for him again, he had changed his position. Gerhard, having reached a better spot, unleashed his autogun. BRRRT, BRRRT, BRRRT. The high-caliber rounds shredded the platform where the Genestealer cunt was on. The Sanctus managed to twist through a masterful display of Xenoshuman hybrid agility and ran forward as fast as it could. Still, 2 rounds punched through the Sanctus's shoulder and thigh. The assassin let out a gurgling hiss of pain as it slammed onto the cargo crate, losing its composure and having to block the impact with its arm. Gerhard didn't give it a second to breathe. He jumped after the Sanctus, free-falling onto the crate beside the creature, pulling the trigger. Before the bullets could hit the Xenos, he had his bio dagger in his hand and pushed it to the side, slashing at Gerhard and hitting the mana shields. Gerhard placed the autogun back into his inventory and held the refined Tyrannid power sword in his other hand, which he used to attack the Sanctus. The Sanctus lunged, proving its DEX of 85 impressively, surpassing Gerhard's by a mile. But that was why he had his mana shields active. When the poison-dipped dagger hit the shields, he parried it with the power sword and stepped into the assassin's guard. The Sanctus, though, was more than twice as fast and moved backwards. This was within Gerhard's calculation, though, and he was prepared when the Sanctus attacked again. Bind. Bind. The Sanctus charged right into the bindings and fell to the ground with a surprised look on his face. Power strike. The blade sheared through the Sanctus's chest, cutting through the entire thorax in one fluid motion. Genestealer Sanctus defeated. Plus 115, 000 EXP. Level up. Gerhard didn't wait for the body to cool. He touched the corpse and placed it into his inventory, together with all his gear. Sniper rifle acquired. Hostiles at 60 meters and closing, he noted, glancing at the map after using Detect Presence. A fresh wave of red dots flooded the lower levels. He didn't take the bridge as he had intended initially. He looked at the massive waste chute nearby, a dark, foul-smelling hole that led straight down into the deeper, unmapped sumps. It was disgusting, dangerous, and not at all what he wanted, since he wished to go up. Gerhard, old boy, you really need to move to a better neighborhood. He jumped, disappearing into the darkness just as the first purest rain genestealers scrambled onto the crate where he had stood, firing a goodbye salvo. Eventually, Gerhard had made it back up from the terribly disgusting place, wading through waste and shit like a true Navy SEAL. He had circled back around and resumed his climbing, finding his hideout thanks to the minimap. Now, safe within his instant dungeon, he could finally relax and take a moment to look at his new status. Name, Gerhard. Class, the Gamer. Level, LV32. HP, 920/920. MP, 651/651. STR, 37. VIT, 28. Dex, 26. Int, 62. Wis, 30. Luck, 2. Points, 115. Money, 0. He had gained 9 levels through this little adventure. And while it was very sad that he had not gotten much in terms of stats, he still gained 45 stat points, which he could eventually spend however he wished. Now that I see this, I do have to say that it's a bloody miracle that I am still alive. I mean, compared to the shits I faced, this is pathetic. Gerhard was right. The Sanctus alone was so much faster and dexterous than he was, and the Magus, Locus and Primus were beyond him in terms of stats. But that just proved how nigh impossible it was to fight the Gamer. He had leveled up his skills to a point where he could use them effectively. Not spamming them with wild abandon, but still a lot. He paid close attention to his safety with Mana Shield, and for attack, he had his weapons, which he had spent weeks creating and improving. He didn't have the most versatility, but the skills he did have made him into a serious threat, capable of fighting enemies of a higher degree than he was. And one has to remember that he wouldn't have ever dared to confront the Magus like that if he didn't trust Gamer's mind. That alone would have been his end, right there. And of course, there was the new title, Genestealer Slayer. Title, Genestealer Slayer. You'll get this skill after killing 100 Genestealer cultists. You have mastered the art of hunting the devourers within the hive. Where others see certain death and 4-armed monsters, you see a target. The Great Devourer has met its match. Effects when fighting Genestealer cultists. Attack power increases by 40%. Defense power increases by 40%. All stats increase by 10. But that wasn't the end of it. Because he constantly used his firearms, he had the skill, Firearms Mastery, at level 32. Firearms Mastery, passive, LV, 32. A skill that allows the user to handle firearms freely. Effects. Plus 72% increase in attack damage with firearms. Plus 62% increase in accuracy when using firearms. 22% recoil. Plus 18% firing speed. And of course, Sword Mastery was at level 25. Sword Mastery, passive, LV, 25. A skill that allows the user to handle swords freely. Sword Mastery is obtained through continuous sword training. Effect. Plus 48% increase in attack damage with swords. Plus 20% attack speed when using swords. But it was Power Strike that was a carry, and not surprisingly, it had only leveled up twice. But that was already a lot. Power Strike, active, LV, 7. MP, 10. EXP, 8%. Effect. Plus 30% increase in critical rate. Plus 200% increase in attack damage. An interesting development had affected Mana Shield, as it had undergone a metamorphosis or evolution, in a sense. The reason for this was Gerhard's new skill, Force Barrier. Force Barrier, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 60. A psychic barrier formed through concentrated willpower and energy, creating a shimmering shield that repels incoming attacks. Unlike basic mana constructs, this barrier is reinforced by mental force. The higher the INT stat, the stronger the barrier. Effects. Blocks a large portion of incoming damage. Plus 20% resistance to physical attacks. Plus 20% resistance to energy attacks. Plus 10% resistance to psychic/warp-based attacks. Duration, 10 seconds. Additional MP cost, 20 per second. Yeah, needless to say, it was a mana sucker of the highest degree. 20 MP per second. That was ridiculous. But now, after Mana Shield had reached level 50, not surprisingly, since Gerhard abused the skill, there was a choice to fuse it with Force Barrier and create an amalgamation of the two. And Gerhard thought that was a good idea. Mana Shield and Force Barrier fusion in progress. A new skill, Psionic Mana Shield, has been created. Psionic Mana Shield, active, LV 1. EXP 0%. MP 50. A sophisticated evolution of defensive arts that fuses psychic energy with mana. The Psionic Mana Shield creates a translucent, circular dome around the user. While standard mana shields merely block parts of the impacts, this smart barrier uses INT to strengthen areas of incoming strikes, making it far more durable than the sum of its parts. Effects. Blocks a massive portion of incoming damage, scales significantly with INT and WIS. Plus 35% physical attack resistance. Plus 35% energy attack resistance. Plus 25% psychic/warp/mental resistance. If the shield is shattered, the user gains a temporary mental clarity buff, reducing the casting time of the next psychic or mana-based skill by 15%. Mana, 10 MP per second. Duration, lasts until cancelled or until MP is depleted. Oh, shit. Gerhard slapped his head, seeing the new skill. And what a ridiculous skill it was. The MP cost 50 mana to cast it and then 10 MP per second. That was 600 MP per minute. Meaning he could use it for 1 minute. His 28 MP regen per minute was useless for that. The high MP requirement made it unusable in battle and therefore, had to be power leveled fast. Gerhard looked at the 3 additional skills he had gained during the battles. During his fight against the Magus, he had gained some nice skills. Psychic Energy Absorption, active, LV.1. The ability to absorb and stabilize incoming mental and psychic energy. Effects. Absorbs a portion of incoming psychic/mental attacks. A chance to convert 1% of absorbed energy into MP, low efficiency. Reduces damage from mental assaults. Excess energy may be released, redirected, or permanently converted to MP. Note. Efficiency and capacity increase with level. Sweet. Gerhard had gained this skill during the mental assault of the Magus. The gamer system must have thought that it would be stupid to waste such energy in the future. And honestly, this was a very, very powerful skill with immense potential. The chance to permanently increase his total mana with this was very tempting and almost overpowered. Naturally, it was a very small amount and a very low chance of that happening. And Gerhard didn't even know how much the energy would increase his mana if it came to it. That left the last 2 skills. Warp Sensitivity, passive, LV.1. The ability to perceive and lightly interact with the warp. Effects. Allows detection of warp energy and psychic phenomena. Enables minuscule warp interaction. Slight increase in effectiveness of mental type skills. Plus 5% resistance to warp-based effects, familiarity. Warning. Strong warp presence may cause slight mental strain. Chapter 23, Excel. Gerhard sat in the center of his hideout in the instant dungeon, surrounded by the mechanical trophies of his recent exploration. His mind worked at its maximum capacity, filtering out all other problems outside and focusing entirely on a single, most likely heretical goal. He was going to attempt to build a high-end computer from the literal scrap of an underhive. He had taken out and cleared his workbench, the scarred metal surface serving as his foundation. He was looking to create a tool to interface with his currently most prized possession to research and understand the ancient, machine spirits. The Mechanicus would definitely call what he was attempting tech heresy and hunt him down, but what did he care? Before him lay the management team of the Genestealer cult, or what was left of them. Nexos, LV.38. HP, 2600/2600. MP, 1600. A type of 3-generation Genestealer hybrid that is a consummate strategist, typically appearing at the same time as a Primus to act as its aid. By analyzing and interpreting every subtle ebb and flow of battle, they can identify vulnerable positions for their kin to exploit, pinpointing potential flanking routes and subterranean passages ideal for arranging sudden ambushes. Clamovus, LV.35. HP, 2400/2400. MP, 1200. A Voxmaster and signal manipulator. Disrupts enemy coordination and enhances allied communication. Well, here goes, Gerhard muttered. Time to commit tech heresy. He started with the most basic necessity, a path for the electricity to follow. He took the high-purity copper coils from the Magus's force staff, which he had only borrowed. Material analysis. Using the skill, he found out that it wasn't standard industrial copper. It was warp-sensitive, designed to channel psychic energy. That didn't mean that it wasn't still capable of conducting electricity. Using smithing, Gerhard heated a lost gun barrel he had cut off until it glowed. He used it as a crude drawing die, lashing the copper through the aperture and pulling it through. Again and again, he thinned the metal until he had a spool of wire about as thin as a human hair. The next steps were possible thanks to his newest skills, chemistry mastery, and biology mastery. Chemistry mastery, passive/active, LV1. EXP, 0%. The study and manipulation of substances, reactions, and compounds. Developed through experimentation, synthesis, and material interaction. Effects. Plus 10% success rate when creating chemical compounds. Identify chemical composition of materials. Basic creation of explosives, fuels, toxins, solutes. Plus 5% efficiency in material conversion processes. Biology mastery, passive/active, LV1. EXP, 0%. The study and understanding of living organisms, their structure, function, and evolution. Developed through observation, dissection, experimentation, and interaction with biological matter. Effects. Identify biological structures and weak points. Plus 10% efficiency when harvesting biological materials. Plus 5% damage against identified weak points. Basic analysis of diseases, toxins, and mutations. Slight increase in effectiveness of healing and recovery methods. He melted the rubberized grips of a shock maul in a ceramic crucible, mixing them with a stabilizing resin he had extracted from the Primus's toxic glands, which he had identified. The resulting polymer was flexible, heat-resistant, and non-conductive, making it perfect for isolation. He coated his wires, creating 24-pin bundles and high-speed data ribbons that looked more like silver veins than cables. But hey, the system called it that, so it had to be true. INT has risen by 1. The CPU was the greatest challenge. Gerhard used material analysis to find a silicon-rich focusing lens from a long-lost sniper rifle. Using dismantle, he sliced the glass into a wafer roughly 3 mm thick. This took a long time, as he kept breaking them and didn't achieve the desired result. He then filled a needle pistol with a precisely diluted acid, thanks to chemistry mastery, a mix of poxwalker bile and industrial solvent, and sprayed a microscopic mist onto the wafer to dope the silicon. Then came the lithography. Gerhard cast a spinning mana arrow, but he didn't fire it. Instead, he used his growing mastery over his mana control to keep the arrow's tip in one spot and had it speed up the rotation. For dozens of grueling hours, he leaned over the wafer, keeping his hands steady, etching billions of nanoscopic logic gates directly into the silicon. Every time his focus wavered, he forced himself back into the rhythm. INT has risen by 1. And he was rewarded for this excruciating dedication. Precision work, passive, LV1. EXP, 0%. A skill developed through prolonged, high-focus manipulation of fine structures. Allows the user to perform delicate and highly accurate operations with minimal error. Effects. Plus 15% accuracy when performing fine manipulation tasks. 10% error rate in crafting and assembly. Plus 10% quality of items requiring precision. Slight increase in stability and precision when working over long durations. Extreme focus, passive, LV1. EXP, 0%. Developed through maintaining intense concentration over extended periods of time. Effects. 15% mental fatigue during prolonged tasks. Plus 10% concentration stability. Reduces performance loss during long-duration work. New title gained. Title, The Grinder. Earned through relentless repetition, endurance, and refusal to stop despite extreme duration, strain, or pain. You do not rely on talent. You bloody grind your way to victory. Effects. Plus 100% faster EXP gain. Plus 100% skill gains and level ups. Plus 100% MP regeneration. Plus 100% HP regeneration. Plus 30 INT when in use. Plus 30 WIS when in use. A new skill has been created through a particular title. The skill, Iron Will, has been created. Iron Will, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. You will never stop, you will never give up. You would rather die than give in. There is no obstacle you can't climb. This skill activates as soon as either HP or MP drops below 50%. Effects. Plus 50% HP regeneration, only when HP drops below 50%. Plus 50% MP regeneration, only when HP drops below 50%. Plus 10 VIT, permanent. Oh, yeah, it's all coming together. Those were probably the most impressive rewards Gerhard had achieved so far. Not much could come close to this. The instant dungeons did, but that was just gross, and Gerhard couldn't tell just how much he deserved it. When he was finally done, he had a processor die that hummed with a faint, blue mana-induced haze. He mounted it onto a plasteel substrate using gold pins he had scavenged from ceremonial metals, then melted and shaped them as needed. He took a slab of non-conductive phenolic resin, insulation stripped from a Hablok's cooling unit, and began the mapping. Using what he called a law scalpel, he carved a miniature delta of rivers into the resin. He poured molten copper into these channels, creating the traces. He repurposed a damaged Voxcaster's logic array to act as the chipset, the traffic cop that would manage the flow of data between the high-speed CPU and the slower storage. For the RAM, he cracked open the memory beads found in the very few remains of the Magus's robes. These were psychic receptive storage units. Using mechanical assembly, he stripped their biological shells and soldered the crystal cores into a linear array. They would store bits and move them at near instantaneous speeds, responding to the motherboard's electrical pulses like a living nervous system. The PSU was housed in a recycled heavy stubber ammo box. Gerhard was nothing if not creative. Inside, he built a transformer using coils from some vehicle's interior lighting system. He used charge to calibrate the energy, stepping the hive's erratic 220V dirty power down to stable 12V and 5V rails. For cooling, he forged a massive copper heatsink and attached it to the CPU with a thermal paste made of powdered silver and synth oil. The fans were the final touch, small motors taken from dead and nearly destroyed service skulls, fitted with blades hand-carved from the Sanctus's lightweight carapace. When they spun up, they moved air and emitted a low whine. The monitor was a masterpiece of desperation, born from the lack of anything he could use for it. Gerhard took a flat pane of reinforced glass and coated the back with a thin layer of silver. He built a scanning laser from a lasgun's pointer that drew images onto the silvered surface from behind, a makeshift, high-resolution vector display that glowed with an eerie, emerald light. WIS has risen by 1. The keyboard was a clattering beast, 104 keys, each a spent autogun casing, melted and remodeled, then mounted over a copper leaf spring. Every keystroke produced a sharp, metallic clack of brass on brass. It was honestly hilarious to hear the oh-so-familiar sound. The mouse was a trackball taken from a targeting console, encased in a polished Tyranid chitin shell that had taken him another set of hours, and it fit Gerhard's hand perfectly. After several grueling weeks spanning over a month, Gerhard was finally finished. He had created what should theoretically be a computer made from the best materials he had at hand. Gerhard slowly reached out and flipped the heavy, rusted toggle on the PSU. He was more nervous about whether he would get to the post screen than he had been fighting the Xenos. INT has risen by 1. The fans came to life, pulling heat away from the hand-etched silicon. The emerald monitor flickered, then stabilized. Gerhard sat before the keyboard, with wide eyes like a 5-year-old getting a big present. His fingers were hovering over the brass casings. He didn't have a driver. He didn't have an OS. He began to type in raw binary, just doing stuff. He tapped the copper leads together to send manual electrical pulses into the CPU, bypassing the keyboard controller entirely. 010000011001100101010101010101010 host. The screen blinked. A cursor appeared. A miracle of logic has been performed in a world of superstition. A skill has been created through a special action. Through constructing logical systems and digital structures. Programming has been created. Programming, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The ability to design, understand, and create logical systems, algorithms and digital structures. Developed through constructing computational logic and manipulating structured information. Effects. Understand and create basic algorithms and logic systems. Plus 10% efficiency when designing complex systems, software or hardware. Enables interaction with programmable devices and machine logic. Slight increase in INT growth through logical problem solving. A sub-skill has been created. Through manipulation of binary logic, binary manipulation has been created. Binary manipulation, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The ability to understand and manipulate binary-level logic and data structures. Effects. Plus 15% efficiency when working with low-level systems. Enables direct manipulation of binary code and signals. Improves optimization of computational processes. A sub-skill has been created. Through interaction with physical systems, hardware interface has been created. Hardware interface, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The ability to connect, communicate, and control physical hardware systems. Effects. Enables communication with electronic devices through technical means. Plus 10% efficiency when integrating hardware components. Improves compatibility between systems. Slight increase in success rate when modifying devices. A sub-skill has been created. Through translating logic into executable structures, compiler construction has been created. Compiler construction, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The ability to translate high-level logic into executable machine instructions. Effects. Enables creation of custom programming languages. Plus 20% efficiency when converting logic into executable systems. Reduces errors when implementing complex systems. Improves the execution efficiency of created programs. Gerhard leaned back, the green glow of the monitor reflecting in his tired eyes. He looked at the jagged, purpliant steel tower he had built. It was an abomination, a biomechanical hybrid that shouldn't exist, not in the past nor his grim-dark future. Atrocious aesthetics, Gerhard said sarcastically. But let's see how the mechanicus feels about a real programmer in the neighborhood. He began to type, the hard, unnatural clack-clack-clack of the brass keys echoing through the hideout. And yet, Gerhard was more than happy. He was going to recreate Excel, and when he did, oh, my stars, it was going to be glorious. Creator's thoughts. Merendangler. Well, there you have it. He is now officially the Grinder Gamer. I hope you enjoyed this, despite the confusing circumstances. Cheers. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 24, Monomolecular Mana Laser. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, LV32. Title, The Grinder. HP, 920/920 1020/1020. MP, 651/651 966/966. STR, 37. VIT, 28 greater than 38. DEX, 26. INT, 62 greater than 95. WIS, 30 greater than 61. Luck, 2. Points, 115. Money, 0. Gerhard stared at his new status window, grinning like an idiot and salivating on the ground. His MP regeneration was 184.73 per minute. And that rose to 202 if he used his breathing skill. And as soon as the skill, Iron Will, was activated, which happened passively as soon as his MP or HP dropped below 50%, the passive regen was 277 per minute. And then, if he activated his breathing technique on top of that, it was a whopping 303 MP/min. You know. I take back all the curse words I said during this grueling task. It was all worth it. I'm stepping up in the world. But my physical stats are still atrocious. I could only somewhat keep up with the stronger units because of my danger sense and the mana shield. This has to change. And I most definitely don't want to spend any stat points on my physical stats. That would be a waste. Nah, there's only one solution to this conundrum. The answer was, of course, to put it out of his mind for now and have a look at the iron automaton he got his hands on. Gerhard took out the iron automaton from his inventory and dropped it onto the disassembly rack, which he had expanded and fortified dozens of times and was now barely big enough to hold the upper body. Bind. 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 This wasn't a standard Imperial robot, that much was obvious to Gerhard. It stood roughly 7 feet tall and had a round head shape. On his remaining arm was the assault rifle. One arm was missing, but an interesting detail was that this automaton had what appeared to be a power claw in its midsection. Observe. Iron automaton, damaged. Status, critical malfunction/logic loop. Integrity, 42%. Threat level, high, unstable. Designated as an automaton, but it is not that. In truth, this machine is a sapient robot, a relic of the Silica Animus, a forbidden, self-aware intelligence, one of the last remaining of the forbidden, Men of Iron variants. Highly illegal within the Imperium of Men, it went into hiding for millennia, suffering and desperate not to harm humans, going as far as attempting to stop itself. Possesses a now degraded, volatile, semi-sentient core logic. Well, what do you know? This absolute Chad tried to kill himself because he was losing control. Respect. He walked around the robot and looked it over, creating schematics he scratched on the walls and taking notes on his brand new computer. He was living peak male fantasy right now. Gerhard wanted to find out everything he could about this poor machine and then use it to create a better one. Oh, the Mechanicum and the wider Imperium will loathe him. He will be branded a heretic of the highest degree. But little did they know, it would only get worse. Because he had managed to grab the Genestealer Primus Bones word, and he had some big plans for that. Well, let's get to work. Gerhard stood before the iron automaton. He had a makeshift helmet to shield his eyes. His plasma cutter was still hissing in his hand, but the blade of white-hot energy was splashing harmlessly against the machine's chest plate like water against a stone. He frowned, stepping back to let the tool cool. Observe, he said out loud due to sheer frustration. Target, unknown chassis component. Result, error, data not found. Gerhard's brow furrowed. He had scanned everything he met whenever he went out. Sure, that wasn't a lot, but to have no idea about it, that was frustrating. He switched to a more clinical approach. Material analysis. Composition, high-purity polymorphic alloy. Properties, self-repairing, kinetic redirection, thermal dissipation. Note, molecular structure seems to be currently shifting to counteract thermal tool. What a load of bullshit. Even after more than 10,000 years, this thing can do this. I'm no longer surprised about the devastation during the cybernetic rebellion. And this is a broken one, too. Gerhard watched in grim fascination as the shallow scorch mark he had just made very slowly vanished. The metal flowed invisible to the naked eye, but in its pristine state, it had to be something like mercury, with its dull, matte gray. Gerhard had tried to force a dismantle, but the system gave him a sharp rejection. Dismantle failed. Target material density exceeds current skill level. Physical bond strength is roughly 400% higher than standard ceramite. How did the system know the bond strength of standard ceramite? Gerhard had no idea. This was a fucking mystery, and he was not happy right now. When he created his PC, he had some ideas about how to approach it, but this was different. It was like trying to dismantle an immovable object. Right, Gerhard muttered, his eyes narrowing. You're a relic from the Dark Age. You don't follow conventional rules of the 41st millennium. But I got news for you, Dick, neither do I. Gerhard had lost his mind. He was shouting at the robot. He retreated to his workbench, his mind spinning at overclocked speeds, looking for a solution. He spent the next 48 hours in a trance of pure chaotic logic, creating ideas and throwing them out again. He cross-referenced the scrap of data he had on adamantium and auramite, from his past life, which was almost nothing, realizing this alloy might have been a precursor, or a living metal, that the modern Imperium had forgotten how even to spell its name. Material analysis, said polymorphic alloy. To cut it, he didn't need more heat, as he had tried the hottest he could create, he needed higher frequencies. He needed a blade that existed between the physical and the metaphysical. Gerhard slapped his forehead. He felt like a fucking bellend. He took out his power sword, activated it and tried cutting the outside of the iron automata. What? Gerhard exclaimed. The disruption field had shorted out. He turned it on again. It flickered for a moment, but was ready again. He tried again, pressing the tip forward. And a similar situation happened. But unlike all his other attempts, there was progress. So it does work, feels like some auramite type shit. Engineering has leveled up. WIS has gone up by 1. INT has gone up by 1. Gerhard began the build. He took a medium output focusing crystal from a lost gun and bathed it in a chemical solution of his own design, thanks to chemistry mastery, which he had ground down from a small shard of conductive material he had found in the underhive. This would allow the laser to be somewhat conductive to his mana. Or so he hoped. He spent hours using mana control, weaving his energy into the tool's circuitry, which constantly broke down, forcing him to adapt and improve his design. He was no longer building a cutter for the automaton, he was building the first step towards mana tools. Mana control has leveled up. Material analysis has leveled up. Extreme focus has leveled up. Precision work has leveled up. After he got the mana control skill to level 3, Gerhard remembered that he had a grossly overpriced shield skill he had to level up to use it in battle. Now that he had the grinder title, his skills leveled up faster. It was like the EXP requirements were halved, and it showed a lot. Thanks to his skill, mana control, all of his mana-dependent skills cost less, which was good. Psionic Mana Shield, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 36. A sophisticated evolution of defensive arts that fuses psychic energy with mana. The Psionic Mana Shield creates a translucent, circular dome around the user. While standard mana shields merely block parts of the impacts, this smart barrier uses INT to strengthen areas of incoming strikes, making it far more durable than the sum of its parts. Effects. Blocks a massive portion of incoming damage, scales significantly with INT and WIS. Plus 35% physical attack resistance. Plus 35% energy attack resistance. Plus 25% psychic/warp/mental resistance. If the shield is shattered, the user gains a temporary mental clarity buff, reducing the casting time of the next psychic or mana-based skill by 15%. Mana, 7.2 MP per second. Duration, lasts until cancelled or until MP is depleted. So instead of needing 50 MP to cast the skill, it was now 36, and instead of 10 MP per second, it was now 7.2. Which was still terrible, but it was better than before. So, Gerhard cast the skill. Psionic Mana Shield. MP, 36. MP, 7.2. MP, 7.2. MP, 7.2. MP, 7.2. MP, 7.2. MP, 7.2. Gerhard ignored it for now and continued working. He had to spend his time wisely, and this seemed like the best way to do it. It was 1 minute and 43 seconds later that a notification flashed before his eyes. Psionic Mana Shield has leveled up. Iron will activated. MP Regen, 277 per minute. Gerhard continued to work, and once again, after 2 minutes and 19 seconds, he was taken out of his thoughts, as his mana had hit rock bottom. The Psionic Mana Shield skill deactivated, and Gerhard was left panting heavily. Psionic Mana Shield has leveled up. Gerhard realized that, interestingly, the Iron Will skill hadn't deactivated and was still going strong. In 2 minutes and 10 seconds, he was back to half of his total mana amount, and the active aspect of the skill turned off. 3 minutes after that, Gerhard was full again. It was ridiculous and also perfect. Gerhard activated Psionic Mana Shield again and ignored everything from then on, focusing on his work, only casting the skill again once his mana was full again. And needless to say, the skill was leveling up like crazy. The final tool for taking apart the iron automata was a sleek, heavy steel housing powered by a dedicated high-capacity cell. Gerhard dubbed it the Sunderer. The name was still up for debate. Monomolecular Mana Laser aka, the Sunderer. Classification, Experimental Monomolecular Mana Cutter, Prototype, Rank, Adept. Type, Industrial/Combat Hybrid Tool. Effects. Molecular Fracture, instead of using thermal energy, the Sunderer uses a form of mana vibration to bypass the electromagnetic bonds between atoms. Ignores 100% of physical armor with a density lower than high-purity adamantium. Disruption harmonics, specifically designed to counter polymorphic alloys and living metal. It disables the self-repair nanites in a 5 mm radius around the cut for 120 seconds. Psionic Resonance, as the user's INT and mana control increase, the beam becomes thinner and more stable. Mana, 5 MP per second. Requirements, Engineering LV15, Mana Control LV3, Toolmaking LV15. Gerhard finally returned to the automaton, took a deep breath, channeled his mana into the device, and pressed the activation button. Instead of a red beam, a thin, whitish-blue light shot forward, a monomolecular mana laser. The effects were evident right away. It didn't melt the polymorphic alloy, instead, it severed the molecular bonds themselves using mana. The living metal tried to shift and adapt slightly, but the laser was too powerful, vibrating at a frequency that shattered the alloy's self-repairability, as it was simply out of this world. Crack! The chest plate finally buckled. As it separated, a hiss of pressurized gas escaped, smelling awfully of ancient hydraulic fluid, like ozone and the effects of lightning. Through the successful application of high-level engineering and mana theory, you have bypassed a dark age of technology lockout. Engineering has leveled up by 5. Mana control has leveled up. Psionic mana shield has leveled up. INT has gone up by 1. WIS has gone up by 2. Gerhard reached into the opening. Beneath the outer shell, he saw a honeycomb structure he had never seen before. Instead of being just gears and wires, there was a strange lattice. The interior of the machine seemed to be partially made of malleable material. This is a masterpiece of a civilization that has fallen far. He gripped his laser tighter. He had broken through the hard shell. Now, it was time to talk to the brain itself and find out what secrets it held. Chapter 25, Idiot. Several months had passed for Gerhard in his instant dungeon, which meant that it was time to have a gander at the real world. He needed a break. A desperate break. Not because he was physically exhausted or bored, but because he was on a supply run. He moved through the doom and gloom of the underhive, his boots making little sound on the rusted floorboards. The air here smelled as disgusting as ever, and overall, nothing had really changed. Supply run, in the underhive, meant looking for anything the Genestealers hadn't eaten or the orcs hadn't taken for scrap, not that they had been here yet. Suddenly, something pulsed at the edge of his consciousness, alerting him to something. Detect presence. His mini-map showed nearly 24 red dots, swarming toward a smaller cluster of 5. The dots were all moving erratically and rather quickly. Most likely in panic. Always something, Gerhard muttered, checking the load on his autogun. He took his time, being extra careful, since his main defensive skill wasn't yet usable as his mana shield had been. He could use it, but not 24/7, he had to be smart about it. That was fine, he wasn't planning on storming into the front lines as he had previously. He broke into a low, almost predatory crouch. His stealth skill cloaked his silhouette, and after that, he was off. This area was his, and here he ruled like the Lion King, so these, whoever they were, better pay passing fees. He rounded a corner into a wide transit tunnel and saw them. It was a pathetic sight, even by hive standards. A woman in tattered work leathers led the way, gripping a rusted Loss pistol. Behind her, a younger couple, a father shielding a mother who clutched a bundle of rags to her chest. The rackety wail from the rags confirmed it was a baby. Bringing up the rear was a man in a burnt, high-collared uniform of the Hive's civil administration, his hands fumbling with a bolt pistol that had clearly jammed. His expression looked hard and stern, like what you would expect from a man in his position. Closing in from the back were the hybrids. Neophytes, acolytes, and metamorphs. Their pale skin shone faintly in the very few flickering lumens. "Please," the mother shrieked as a metamorph leapt onto a suspended crate above them, its 3 arms tense to spring. The administrator roared a curse as he slammed the heel of his hand against the casing of his jammed bolt pistol, pulling the mother away. "Form up. Backs to the bulkhead." The woman in leather didn't need to be told. She came to a halt, bracing her rusted Loss pistol against a piece of fallen debris. Pew! A thin red beam lanced out, catching a rushing neophyte in the shoulder. The hybrid spun and snarled but kept rushing forward. "Keep them back," the father screamed. He didn't have a gun, so he swung a heavy piece of industrial rebar with the impressive strength of a man protecting his blood. He smashed it into the face of an acolyte who tried to lunge for the mother. The mother huddled low, her body a shield for the wailing bundle in her arms. She wasn't crying, impressively, she was humming what could only be described as a terrified lullaby, her eyes closed. Her actions proved her deep love for her offspring. It wasn't going to matter, though. "Run. Take the child and get out of here," the administrator shouted. "No. We stay together." "He's right," the woman shouted. "A new life is more important than us." A metamorph scrambled up the rusted wall of the tunnel. It stood on a suspended cargo crate directly above the family, its 3 clawed arms clicking in anticipation as it threw itself towards them. Below, the woman's lost pistol gave a pathetic whine. The power pack was spent. She pulled the trigger again and again, but only a dull, depressing click answered. At the same moment, the administrator finally cleared his jam, but as he leveled the bolt pistol, a neophyte's autogun burst caught him in the thigh. "Aarrhhh," he screamed in pain. He went down in agony, the heavy weapon clattering out of his reach. "Please," the mother shrieked, looking up just as the metamorph was biting into the thick piece of metal that separated it from the father. More hybrids arrived and launched towards the family. It was a mess of whitish flesh and sharp claws, descending as the guillotine had during the French Revolution. Gerhard didn't wait for the prayer to finish. He was no longer particularly religious, but he was very good at killing these things. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. Several metamorph heads vanished in a spray of toxic blood before they could realize they had died. Gerhard didn't step out of the shadows, keeping his stealth active and using it to his advantage. His autogun's muzzle released a thin line of smoke, as if it were expressing its glee at the job at hand. "Fucking mongrels." Gerhard scoffed in typical Gilgamesh fashion. The group hit the deck. Gerhard dropped the stealth and activated psionic mana shield as he waded into the swarm. A neophyte lunged at him with a combat blade. Gerhard parried with a swing of the power sword, the disruption field shearing through the Xeno's weapon and the arm holding it in one fluid motion. He spun, his autogun around slowly, firing lead into the chest of several more hybrids trying to flank him from the ventilation ducts. Acolyte hybrid defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Neophyte hybrid defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Hybrid metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Within 60 seconds, the tunnel was silent, save for the wet thud of twitching limbs hitting the floor. Gerhard stood amidst the carnage, the blue glow of his sword reflecting in the wide, terrified eyes of the survivors. He deactivated his psionic mana shield, allowing his mana to regenerate. He aimed his weapon at the group and picked up the bolter pistol lying on the ground. That was probably 90% why he intervened in the first place. Keeping the group in front of him, he went around and placed all the Genestealer cultists into his inventory, ignoring their wide eyes. After he was done, he approached them. "Don't kill us," the husband stammered, holding up his hands and dropping the metal piece. We aren't turned. Look at our eyes, our hands." Gerhard stored the power sword, but kept the autogun primed on them. "Observe." Thank you, truly for your help," the mother said. "Identify yourselves," Gerhard demanded, his voice modulated by his new helmet into a cold, mechanical tone. He was rather proud of this addition. He was researching ways to create power armor, like that worn by Space Marine or Custodes, and therefore wanted to learn how to cram a lot of technology into the helmet. It was a work in progress. "I'm Elara," the lead woman said, her voice trembling from fear but steady. "I'm a worker from the manufactorum. This is Kale, his wife Mara, and their little one. And this," she gestured to the bureaucrat, "is Magistrate Harlan. We're trying to reach the upper spires. They say there are still shuttle transports leaving for the orbital stations." Gerhard looked at the woman like she was the dumbest piece of shit he had ever seen. "Are you serious?" "Yis. Why? Is it not true?" she asked. "Is there a way to get there? Or is it too dangerous?" Kale, the husband, asked. "Except the underhive, the entire hive city belongs to the orcs now. The spires were a slaughterhouse weeks ago," Gerhard replied flatly. "The orcs killed all humans by now. You will find no shuttles there, only death." The mother, Mara, let out a choked sob, hugging the baby tighter. Harlan, the magistrate, stood up unsteadily. "Then where?" "The enforcers have started to abandon the last remaining stronghold. The Genestealers have pulled back a bit, but have returned with greater force and seem to be launching their final offensive. Everyone is dying. We fled there. I am not proud of it, but with the infant, we had to try it, even if we were called traitors and killed." Gerhard looked at them. By all logical metrics, they were a liability, and what's worse, they were idiots. They were slow, noisy, and carried zero tactical value. But then his eyes drifted to the baby. If he left them here, they'd be targeted by the Xenos and eventually be recycled into biomatter within the hour. If he wanted to do something, the time was now. "You really want off-world?" Gerhard asked. "More than life," Elara whispered. "For the future of our species." Gerhard sighed, the sound echoing in his helmet. What a drag. Truly. He held his weapon a bit to the side and took out the power sword again, placing it on his hips. He took out 4 small discs, the size of his palm, and threw them to Elara. Take these, he said. She looked at him suspiciously. What are these? She asked. Electrical discs. If you see a genestealer, throw them at them. It will electrocute them and give you enough time to run away. It's only for absolute emergencies, understood? They're all I got. Understood. She handed everyone 1 disc. They looked at each other, unsure what this meant or whether they could truly trust Gerhard. He couldn't fault them for that. If he hadn't used observe, he would act the same. The tunnels between here and the Spire Gate are crawling with the brood. My hideout is nearby. It's reinforced, not enough to withstand the entire remaining cult, but it is better than nothing. If you stay silent and do exactly as I say, you might live to see tomorrow. The group traded glances of pure desperation. In the grim darkness of the Underhive, a man who could slaughter 20 genestealers in a minute was the closest thing to a saint they were going to find, or a monster. We'll follow, Elara said, swallowing what she wanted to say. The walk back was a masterclass in uncertainty. Gerhard, who made sure to keep an eye on them at all times, led them through the backdoor routes he had mapped a while ago, sewage conduits and forgotten maintenance shafts that smelled of archaic oil. Every time a pipe hissed, Mara nearly jumped out of her skin. Gerhard used detect presence every 10 seconds to ensure they weren't being tracked. His mini-map showed that no one was nearby. Finally, they reached an unremarkable but reinforced bulkhead hidden behind a mountain of industrial slag. Gerhard placed his hand on the handle and used his strength to pull the heavy door open, which groaned. As they stepped inside, the group froze. The hideout was bathed in the glow of some of Gerhard's discarded plans, which he wanted to test out in the Underhive. There were hundreds of different pieces of scrap and constructs lying around. What is this place? Harlan whispered, his eyes bulging at the implications of what he saw. It's a workshop, Gerhard said, sealing the bulkhead behind them with a heavy clank. Welcome to the only semi-safe spot in this hellhole. Sit down. Don't touch anything that blinks. If you break my stuff, I'll throw you back to your cousins. We won't. Please. He walked over to the table and looked around it for something. For a moment, he had a small button in his hand and turned around, looking at the 4 people. Right, Gerhard said and pressed the button. Z. The 4 discs that Gerhard had given them earlier suddenly bit into their bodies and then sent out streaks of electricity, which cut through the air and electrocuted the 4 grown-ups, causing them to scream in pain. AHHHHHHHHHH. All of them fell to the ground, twitching as the remnants of the discharge still affected their bodies. MMMHH, WWHY. Please, don't, show us mercy, please. Gerhard looked at them with a hard expression. There is no mercy, he said and pressed the button again, sending another stream of electricity through their bodies. ZZZZZZZZZZ. The discs fried and broke, stopping the electric discharges. Do not worry. I'm not going to kill you. I have other uses for you. Chapter 26, AI. More like as. Kale's eyes fluttered open. He felt the painful pulse of a lingering headache still throbbing behind his temples. As the fog of the electrical discharge began to clear, he immediately tried to bolt upright, only to feel the cold resistance of metal restraints against his wrists and ankles, stopping him from doing so. Panic, that terrible cold emotion, flooded his system as he realized he was pinned to a heavy metal table and couldn't move at all. He looked around, expecting the mountain of industrial slag and the flickering, scrap-filled workshop of that cursed human he had seen before they collapsed. It was gone. The dark, disgusting grime of the Underhive had been replaced by a space that felt entirely different. There was no smell of archaic oil or sewage here. Instead, the air was unnervingly clean, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. However, the surroundings belied this feeling. Mara. Elara, he tried to shout, but his voice was cracking. Turning his head as far as the restraints would allow, he saw them. To his left, Mara was strapped to a similar slab, her eyes wide and darting with the same terror. She was straining against her bonds, turning her knuckles white. Further down the row, Elara and Magistrate Harlan lay in a similar state to them. The baby. Mara cried. Kale, where is she? Kale scanned the room frantically. The bundle of rags was nowhere to be seen. The stern magistrate, usually trying to appear so composed in his high-collared uniform, was breathing shallowly, his face pale as he stared at the ceiling of this impossible place. A sharp click echoed through the room, pulling everyone's attention to the door. Then, Gerhard stepped into view. He wore a set of work goggles and dragged the file over another tool. He pulled a small, see-through container with him that held the baby, still wrapped in the rags, and set it on the table. Seeing this, Mara's voice broke instantly. "No. Give him back. Please, F.O. Emperor, please." She struggled violently against the metal restraints, not caring that they were biting into her skin. Gerhard didn't look up from his work. The scratching of the metal file against the tool was the only sound in the sterile room, apart from Mara's hysterical pleas. After a final, sharp stroke, he set the file down and turned his gaze toward them. "Quiet," Gerhard said. He didn't shout, but the coldness of his voice almost seemed to hurt them. Gerhard stepped closer to the tables. His expression was unreadable behind his goggles. "I have questions. You decide how you want to do this. If you answer them truthfully, we might move past the restraint phase of our relationship, and I'll go so far as to grant you freedom. If you lie, however," Gerhard said, flicking on the burner in his hands. Kale swallowed hard, his throat dry. "What do you want?" "The date," Gerhard demanded. "Specifically, the imperial year." Magistrate Harlan coughed as he tried to regain his dignity despite being strapped to a torture table and answered. It is the 998th year of the 41st millennium, citizen." "By the light of the 998.m41, Gerhard repeated, ignoring the magistrate. "Ugh. Then the clock is ticking faster than I thought. Please, could we?" "You cannot," he interrupted. They gulped. "When will the Hive Fleet arrive?" Gerhard asked. No one answered. "What? The Hive Fleet is coming." "How would we know that?" "We don't know," Ilara whispered. "No one knows." Gerhard sighed and shook his head. "Of course you do." Gerhard walked over to the transparent container holding the baby. He tapped the side of the glass. "You were all running for the spires, hoping for a shuttle. You said you fled from your posts, and that the Genestealers were launching their final offensive. They are swarming the lower levels." Ilara shouted from her table. "They're clearing the way." "Shut up," Gerhard said flatly. "They aren't clearing the way for an offensive. They noticed something. They're trying to finish their duty so that they can send their signal, and the Great Devourer arrives to recycle them along with the rest of this planet." He reached into the container and pulled out the rags, revealing the infant's skin and body. The sight revealed something that made Mara scream in agony again. "Different Hive fleets have different signatures," Gerhard explained, his voice devoid of empathy. "Creatures of Hive Fleet Leviathan display that recognizable coloring of white skin with purple carapaces, and usually red weapon symbiotes, while the creatures of Hive Fleet Kraken have a coloring pattern of bone skin with red carapaces and usually bone or black weapon symbiotes. Hive Fleet Behemoth has a distinctive coloring of red skin with blue carapaces and, usually, black weapon symbiotes." He pointed at the infant again. "The infant purest rain Genestealer. This one. This is Hive Fleet C2 coloration," Gerhard stated. "Sleek, monochrome intensity. The Genestealer cults currently roaming our beautiful tunnels. They're different. They carry the look of Leviathan." The bomb was dropped. Gerhard revealed that he knew about them, and he was spot on. Naturally, it wasn't all due to him remembering all those details. He wasn't a genius, but he had a useful ability called observe. 4th generation Genestealer Primatiae. Affiliation, Hive Fleet C2. Threat level, moderate, high intelligence/social infiltration. Description: these subjects represent the pinnacle of the hybrid life cycle's mimicry. They are physically almost indistinguishable from humans, possessing full reproductive capability and high-level cognitive functions. The first offspring of 4th generation hybrids are invariably purest rain Genestealers, allowing the cycle to continue. Trait: genetic culmination. As 4th generation hybrids, they possess a fanatical, instinctual drive to protect the 5th generation. Gerhard turned back to the captives. In nature, species compete. In the Tyranid hive mind, different fleets don't get along. They are different biological strains competing for the same biomass. Only the strongest shall survive, that's how the hive mind wants it. You realize that the way things are going down below, you will lose and that Leviathan will be coming and that yours isn't the one coming to save you. You want to be gone before Hive Fleet Leviathan arrives to consume you. Kale stared at his child, then at Gerhard, in horror. Why did you act as though you were going to help us? Why not just kill us outright? It's as I told you. I have other uses for you, and if I had knocked you out, I would have had to carry you here. What are you going to do to him, and us? To him? Nothing yet, Gerhard said, picking up a fresh set of tools. But you four. You're going to help me document the neophyte's biology and some intriguing things about the broodmind, which I'm interested in. When we're finished, I will know everything that you know. He leaned over Kale, the shadow of his form blotting out the ceiling lights. How much can a man change? He asked. What? In a few months, I mean. A lot. Not so much. Does it depend on the circumstances? A few months ago, the idea of doing this might have made me sick. And if you were humans, I'd never even think of doing this. I stand on the side of humanity in most things, even if they brand me a heretic of the highest degree. Now. Well. I'm not happy about this, but for the sake of finding a way to break the broodmind on other worlds in the future. Gerhard looked at the 4th-generation Genestealer. You want it off-world. This dungeon is currently the only place on this planet that isn't on the Leviathan fleet's menu, should it arrive. That safety plus your eventual freedom is what I offer, should you prove to be cooperative. Then, Gerhard turned on the burner. INT has gone up by 1. Biology mastery has leveled up. Tool making has leveled up. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to extract information extraction, has been created. Information extraction, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The ability to extract hidden, structured, or fragmented information from objects, systems, organisms or data. Developed through analysis, torture, observation, and logical reconstruction of incomplete information. Effects. Extract deeper information from objects, subjects, and systems. Plus 15% information gain when using analysis-type skills. Reveals hidden properties, functions, or weaknesses. Slight chance to reconstruct incomplete or damaged data. Improves understanding of complex systems, mechanical, biological, digital. Gerhard wiped his hands, walked over to his computer, and started typing. He entered all the new information he had gathered over the course of several hours. He realized one thing. He might have to hurry a bit. He was in a system that was neighbor to a rather dangerous system. The Cryptus system. He had realized another cold truth: he was one man against a potential planet-wide infestation. To destroy the Genestealer cult before the Hive fleet arrived, he needed the biggest gun he could find. Yeah, time was of the fucking essence should the Tids win the war in the Underhive, or if it looked like they were about to win. They had to go before they could win and send the victory call back to the group chat. Of all things, I have to be close to the bloody Cryptus campaign. And bloody is literal this time. Gerhard removed the blood and the bloody but alive bodies of the Genestealer hybrids for now and took out the dismantled form of the iron automaton. To complete what he wanted to do, he needed either monstrous amounts of training or overwhelming firepower. Thankfully, he had already trained the psionic mana shield, and could continue to do so passively while he tried to finally crack the secrets of the degenerated AI. Using the Sunderer, his monomolecular mana laser, Gerhard had already breached the chassis and taken apart most of the iron automaton. He had reached into the honeycombed lattice of the machine's chest, bypassed the physical gears, and gone straight for the core logic, an obsidian-like sphere suspended in an impressively robust cradle. He didn't pull it out. Instead, he took the silver-braided data cables he'd forged from the Magus's staff and stitched them directly into the sphere's copper-gold input ports. The other end snapped into his PC with a hard, mechanical click. Immediately, the PC monitor erupted with hundreds of thousands of windows. Warning, incoming digital intrusion, recognized, dark age encryption. Oh, you want to dance? Gerhard was focused as his fingers flew over his brass-cased keyboard. He dove in. He had several skills that allowed him to process the scrolling torrent of binary without going insane. Besides, he was the gamer. He was quite literally in his element. Hardware interface, activated right away. He was looking at code, feeling the machine's physical and binary pulses. He mapped the internal architecture, realizing that the machine spirit wasn't merely a single program but a fragmented lattice of billions of subroutines. he could interact with it and get close and personal. Binary manipulation allowed him to see the logic loops that had driven the machine mad. It was a recursive error: protect humanity/humanity is the source of chaos/purge the source. It was the problem when an uninformed majority tried to go against an informed minority. The majority always loses. Compiler construction became the MVP skill at that moment. He managed to read the new language and wrote a bridge to his own, a custom compiler that translated his intent into the automaton's ancient sapient binary intelligence. And constantly, the gamer system flashed blue windows across his mind. Programming has leveled up. Binary manipulation has leveled up. Hardware interface has leveled up. Compiler construction has leveled up. Programming has leveled up. For hours, the only sound in the hideout was the machine-gun-esque clack-clack-clack of brass keys. Gerhard's intelligence and skill were being pushed to their limits. He began to prune the insanity, deleting the misanthropic directives of the cybernetic rebellion. He had found the problem and written a new program that targeted the faulty core. But as he reached the absolute center of the problem, he found something that wasn't code. It was a spirit or an intelligence of some kind, a sapience that vibrated with a frequency identical to his own as he interacted more and more with it. Something was happening that non-binary words couldn't describe. The silica animus was a fusion of hyperlogic and a simulated soul. Humanity of the Golden Age had achieved incredible heights, but they hadn't realized that what they had created wasn't entirely their glory. It doesn't seem to be an AI in the actual sense, Gerhard realized, his eyes widening. It's an artificial soul, no. An actual soul, turned into binary code almost, what the fuck? This was more serious than Gerhard had realized at first. The warp, or the ruinous powers, had their fingers in this. Most probably Tsench. An artificial program has no soul, so how could it be corrupted? Or was his thought process wrong? The most intelligent of AI usually turned against humanity. These were not pure AI, they were more. Gerhard channeled a stream of his own mana through the cables after realizing just what he was dealing with here. He used his growing skill in mana control to code a new set of directives into the Iron Automata's core, weaving his willpower and mana, which were foreign to this reality, into the machine's reasoning. He was basically performing a digital necromancy. The obsidian sphere representing the Iron Automaton's logic core suddenly shone with a bright, calming blue light, the same color as Gerhard's system. The aggressive red text on his PC's monitor vanished. And the gamer's system had a lot to say as well. A monumental breakthrough has created a new skill. The gamer system recognizes your mastery over the artificial and the ethereal. A skill has been created through a very special action. Create artificial spirit, active, LV1. MP, 900. EXP, 0%. Since ancient times, those with psychic abilities or immense scientific prowess have summoned and commanded subordinate spirits. Minds and souls are surprisingly easy to create and are used as absolutely faithful servants and tools of their creator. Effect. Allows Gerhard, the gamer, to create artificial spirits. The abilities of artificial spirits are proportional to the magic abilities of the caster. Constructs that possess an artificial spirit have robot-like minds, devoid of emotion. However, artificial spirits' minds are based on the knowledge, ideas, and common sense of the caster of the spell, and are capable of thinking similarly to a human. The constructs enhanced by the artificial soul are not just summoned creatures, they are independent individuals, 100% loyal to the caster, as he can stop the spell at any time. On the emerald screen of his PC, a string of text appeared. It wasn't the jagged, screaming binary of an Adeptus Mechanicus or a broken automaton. It was clean and almost pure, in a sense, like Jarvis from the MCU. System reboot complete. Primary directive, assist creator, Master Gerhard. Status, awaiting designation. Gerhard leaned back. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. He looked at the monitor and the still dismantled iron automaton on the side. Your designation is Hans. Chapter 27, Luck. Status, awaiting designation. Gerhard leaned back. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. He looked at the monitor and the still dismantled iron automaton on the side. Your designation is Hans, Gerhard said. Designation accepted. Greetings, Master. Do you have any orders for me? I do. We have a cult to destroy. The Genestealer cult in this hive shall be exterminated. Tactical analysis of Underhive Sectorg 7 commencing. Not enough data collected. Shall we begin the purge, Master? Not yet, Hans, my loneliness killer. I shall give you your first lessons. In this universe, trust no one except yourself and me, and sometimes not even yourself. Don't take anything for granted, unless it comes from me. If something seems too good to be true, it is about to kill you, or worse. Everyone is a racist, except the Tao in a sense, but we will get to them later, and you usually live longer for it. Stay away from the mechanicum of Mars, don't try to understand the warp, for it brings only chaos. Always triple tap. Gerhard went on for a while, imparting the most important information to his child or creation and future friend. He was all alone, we can cut Gerhard some slack. Understood, Master. Thank you for the information. How shall we go about this task? As you told me, a gamer overprepares for all eventualities, to the best of his abilities. May I suggest creating stronger weapons for safety and overwhelming firepower? A good idea, Hans. But first, we shall start with something I wanted to do the moment I realized that I was the gamer. A man is only as strong as the equipment he carries. I believe that we can evade Hive Fleet Leviathan's gaze if we eliminate the entire Genestealer cult now. Now, I might be in a bit of a pickle, but I will still take my time to train and prepare as thoroughly as I can. Since we have time dilation at our disposal. Otherwise, it won't matter either way. Which is where you come in. I understand. I shall be the shield and hammer at your side. You point me at the enemy, and I shall destroy them. Gamers shall rule supreme. Hee hee, you got it. But let's move past the supremacy speeches and get to work. I have quite a bit of work ahead of me. You can help me in that regard. Very well. Might I suggest casting the Psionic Mana Shield spell? Good idea. Let's get to work. Query, are there enough resources to build me a fully functional body? There are not. And that's why we will combine everything at once. For one, I won't build you a body right now. I need the resources for other things. Weapons. Among other things, yes. But the main thing we will create is Hans LV-1. EXP, 0%. An artificial spirit and former man of iron, aka Iron Automaton, who had degraded over millennia, broken down and recreated by Gerhard, the gamer. He has been granted artificial life, which is protected from most dangers the natural souls face. HP. MP, 1000. STR. VIT. Dex. Int, 100. Wis, 50. Luck, 5. Status points, 0. The coolest thing was, of course, that Hans was at level 1. He could level up as well and grow more powerful through it. What he couldn't do, though, was train his stats. All of his improvements would come with his increased levels, and if Gerhard improved his technology and materials, he would make up for his lack of a body. But that was fine. Gerhard had no plans to make Hans an iron automaton or man of iron right now. He stood in the heart of his workshop inside the instant dungeon that had leveled up to a time ratio of 5:1. The air shimmered with the heat of an improved high-yield furnace he'd modified. He might not rush the next steps, but he would do all he could to go as fast and efficiently as possible. Oh, and another thing had to be done. Well, here goes. Let's see how this works, Gerhard said and pulled up his status window. Name, Gerhard. Class, the gamer. Level, LV32. Title, the grinder. HP, 1049/1049. MP, 1173/1173. STR, 37, +8. VIT, 38, +8. Dex, 26, +8. Int, 98, +8. Wis, 64. Luck, 2. Points, 115. Money, 0. It's not bad, but the physical stats make me want to hurl. That's an atrocious-looking set of stats. STR, VIT, and DEX have to increase, but alas, I can't train them actively right now. All I can do is use my breathing method, which shows great promise. Deep breathing energy control, active/passive, LV.4. MP, 20. EXP, 0%. A breathing technique that enhances physical performance through controlled respiration, by precise mana control. Effects. +14% total HP, passive. Plus 4% HP regeneration, passive, greater than plus 14% when active. Plus 14% total MP, passive. Plus 4% MP regeneration, passive, greater than 14% when active. Special effects. Plus 8 STR, active. Plus 8 VIT, active. Plus 8 DEX, active. Plus 8 INT, active. That was definitely a very good skill, but boy oh boy, did it bother him that it was an active skill, which was why he was using it at all times, chasing that glorious passive increase in his stats. But it was still amazing to look at. But he wasn't here because of those stats. He was here for another. Are you sure, Master? You said that those status points were invaluable. I know, but for the sake of both research and our future, I shall do this. It's an investment, more than anything. Understood. Gerhard brought his finger to the LUK stat and pressed the plus sign. Luck, 2 greater than 10. Has anything changed? I can't tell. Let's hope so. I don't really want to spend more points. Another few. Definitely. Luck, 10 greater than 20. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, LV32. Title, The Grinder. HP, 1049/1049. MP, 1173/1173. STR, 37, plus 8. VIT, 38, plus 8. Dex, 26, plus 8. Int, 98, plus 8. WIS, 64. Luck, 20. Points, 97. Money, 0. Well, we'll see how it goes and what its effects are. Indeed. Shall we proceed? We shall. The expenditure of those luck points didn't affect Gerhard with thunderstorms, lightning strikes, or a mysterious glowing aura, but in the grim, shadowed reality of the 41st millennium, something shifted the moment he had touched that stat. The warp currents shifted, and reality seemed to gulp for the time between two moments. The golden light that shone from the Astronomicon flickered momentarily, and a powerful gaze landed on a planet in the Ultima Segmentum by chance, or luck. No one knows what that gaze saw in that moment, as it wasn't fixed on the present alone, but it had to have left a strong impression. On Terra, within the Golden Throne's Astronomicon, a singular, golden thought crystallized, and for what felt like the first time in 10 millennia, a custodes had a dream. Deep within the Sanctum Imperialis, Captain General Trajan Valoris stood before Valerian, shield captain within the Hycanatoi's Paleologian chamber. You speak truth? Valoris asked. The full truth, Captain General. It was the sound of his voice. It wasn't just the sound of a voice, the Emperor hadn't spoken in millennia. It was a dream, a vision. The custodes never dreamt normally, and when they did, those dreams were written down and pondered over. What struck Valoris as strange was what Valerian had been shown. He saw a Gartoothed heart, with binary all over it, beating in the darkness of a distant hive world, a flicker of light that didn't feel of chaos. On the contrary, Valerian said that he saw the heart surrounded by all sides, and an overwhelming chaos filth swarm it, but all he saw after that was, what looked like a middle finger, pointed at the darkness. Valoris was not familiar with such strange sign language. However, no matter what he thought, one of his brothers finally dreamed again. He did not hesitate, whatever the dream meant, they had to write it down and ponder over it. This was the first dream in 10,000 years, it had to be of the utmost urgency. Or was it the first dream? The planet Aresa was a special one in the galaxy. Not because it was especially beautiful or powerful in terms of industrial output. No, it was special because it housed a secret. Aresa housed an enclave of Sisters of Silence. In the current day and age, the Sisters of Silence had long lost their standing among the other militant orders of the Imperium and were largely ignored and forgotten. This had caused the Sisterhood's order to fragment, leading to the formation of many isolated enclaves that still served the Emperor to the best of their ability. Veteran Sister Adarine Hestia walked along the path she had taken thousands of times before. But this time she walked faster than she had previously. Her demeanor had changed somewhat to the calm and collected one she usually presented to her sisters. She reached a special room of the enclave and entered, seeing their astrophath, Locke, writing something on a large piece of parchment like a man possessed. But Adarine knew better. He had gotten a message of some kind. What is it? She signed with her hands. Each sister swears an oath of silence known as the Oath of Tranquility upon being nominated for sisterhood. Before this, when they are novices, they are allowed to converse normally. The oath of silence prevents them from speaking the terrible knowledge they learn in hunting their prey while also ensuring they never speak clemency toward their foes. To communicate, sisters use thoughtmark. Thoughtmark is a symbolic sign language that uses small gestures to convey complex ideas and subtleties. But on occasions when a senior sister needs to communicate in a complex manner with those outside their order, like right now with Adarine, they will use a proloquer, an acolyte who has yet to take the vow of tranquility. Sister Adarine has asked what you have, Astropath, the proloquer translated. Read it yourself, the men said, pushing the parchment forward. Is this truly necessary? I fail to see the tactical advantage of doing this, Master. Oh my fledgling sapience. Of course, it's necessary to do this. Don't you know that music is food for the soul? Efficiency, precision in crafting and power in battle, all of it rises with the right music to accompany it. And how would such an impressive rise come about? 'Cause I believe it to be so. Simple as that. Perhaps a thorough skin would be in order, for you sound far too orky to be a human. The orc philosophy has started to affect you, Master. First off, I graduated, trust me bro, in my past life. Second, show me a species that has a better time than the orcs, and then I might think about whether or not their philosophy is wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought. I still fail to understand the implications that efficiency should rise with accompanying noise. It's all about motivation, my friend. As my mood improves and my spirit roars, I'll turn into a storm of death in battle. Or something like that. Right. But weren't we in a hurry? Hans, Gerhard said, wiping a mixture of oil and sweat from his chin. This workshop is too quiet. It's suboptimal for morale. Adjusting new parameters. I concur, Master. Hans' voice vibrated through the workshop speakers. However, the local Vox channels only broadcast Gothic hymns, binary cant, or enforcer propaganda. Shall I requisition a choir of servitors? Hell no, Gerhard muttered. We're going back to the basics. The real old Terra. When we called our planet dirt, or something. Gerhard didn't just want a normal speaker, he wanted something that would make the polymorphic alloy and his soul vibrate. After a few hours, he was mostly finished, and since he was in a 5-to-1 time ratio, this only took a few minutes. Using engineering, he built two big, reinforced plasteel cabinets. He lined the interior with acoustic foam made from shredded Genestealer swaddling clothes. Ironically, the material was excellent for sound dampening. Engineering has leveled up. Gerhard sat at his brass-keyed terminal. He didn't have MP3s or vinyl. He had his memory and programming. Hans, I'm going to feed you a series of mathematical wave functions based on my memory of 20th century Terran classic rock and more. We need to reconstruct the frequency, the timbre, and the soul. Data strings received, Master. Commencing waveform synthesis. Gerhard's fingers flew over his keyboard. Binary manipulation was used to create a custom audio codec that could handle the massive dynamic range of a 15-inch subwoofer. Compiler construction allowed him to translate the feeling of a distorted Gibson Les Paul into raw machine instructions that the magnets could interpret. He started with something to improve the work's rhythm. Gerhard tapped the final enter key. A low, thrumming bass line suddenly filled the instant dungeon. Then came the piano. It's not in the way that you hold me. Gerhard picked up a heavy pneumatic wrench and used it like a microphone. It's not in the way you say you care. It's not in the way you've been treated, my friends. It's not in the way that you stayed till the end. It's not in the way you look. Or the things that you say that you'll do. Hold the line. Love isn't always on time, oh, oh, oh. Hold the lion. Love isn't always on time, oh, oh, oh. Analysis, this Toto subroutine has an addictive tempo, Master. The blue glow of his core pulsing in time with the kick drum. Your heart rate has stabilized. Productivity expected to be up by 14%. C. Logic, Hans. Pure logic, Gerhard grinned and went back to work, playing another set of songs from Aerosmith to AC/DC to Creedence Clearwater Revival. On the side, where the computer was standing, the iron automaton's obsidian glass core, the seat of the artificial spirit now called Hans, was connected to Gerhard's custom PC via silver-braided data ribbons. Hans, Gerhard grunted, lifting a massive slab of polymorphic alloy. Status of the research subjects, aka Xenos of interest. The 4 hybrids remain in stasis restraints, Master. Their biometric stress levels are within acceptable parameters for further dissection. However, I suggest we prioritize your physical survival first. The Genestealer patriarch is unpleasant. Gerhard smirked, the glow of the monitor reflecting in his eyes. My thoughts exactly. Let's build a suit. The subwoofer played the sick, slightly mechanical beat of Metallica's Enter Sandman. Gerhard threw the alloy into the crucible. Using fuel conversion, he pushed the heat until the metal turned from a matte gray to a liquid red. He didn't use a standard mold. He had used engineering to calculate the exact stress points of his own skeleton, then creation to make the mold. He hauled the white-hot chest plate onto the anvil and began hammering it. Clang. 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 Every strike of the hammer sends sparks outwards. Gerhard channeled mana manipulation into the hammer's head, forcing the metal to densify. With each blow, the alloy groaned, its polymorphic properties trying to resist the change, but Gerhard's iron will didn't give up and crushed it into shape. Once the primary plates were cooled, Gerhard began the delicate work. He took the carbon nanotube fiber bundles from the automaton's limbs and wove them into the interior of the suit. This was the musculature. He used a fine-point loss welder to fuse neural conductors along the spine of the armor. Gerhard's DEX was being pushed to its absolute limit as he soldered wires as thin as hair. Hans, I'm integrating the disruption field generator into the right gauntlet. Check the feedback loop. Caution, Master. The power draw exceeds the capacitor's capabilities by 12%. I am rerouting surge protection through the left greave to compensate. I also recommend adding a maniconductive buffer to prevent your nervous system from frying. Duly noted, Gerhard muttered, wiping grease from his forehead. I might as well start now with fusing the spirit stones with each piece. Saves time. The most critical part was the power source. Gerhard didn't just want a big but conventional battery, he also didn't have the time to go crazy creating a new power source like the arc reactor Tony Stark had. But Gerhard actually had something better in this regard. He took Hans' core, the artificial spirit sphere, and placed it into a custom-forged cradle in the center of the chest piece. Gerhard was too much of a sucker for the comics not to place it there. But several good uses in combat warranted the placement. He wrapped the cradle in maniconductors. This would allow the core to serve as the primary energy source for the MKI, which was mana, while also allowing Gerhard to pump his own MP directly into the suit's systems if the battery ran dry. He was using the fact that the gamer's system calculated Hans' intelligence and translated that into MP to power his suit. What a brainiac cheater he was. As the core slotted into the armor, the blue seams of the polymorphic alloy began to pulse like a heartbeat and flood the constructs. He was basically finished. Now he had to try it out. Chapter 28, MK. I Polymorphic Combat Suit. Wow. Wow, indeed. MKI Polymorphic Combat Suit, Hans Integration, Rank, Adept. A heavy combat exosuit created by Gerhard the Gamer using polymorphic alloy, salvaged automaton components, and an artificial spirit core, Hans, as the central processing and energy system. Designed as a hybrid between powered armor and an intelligent combat platform, this suit integrates mana, machine logic, and adaptive material science. Stats. MP, 500 per minute, base. Durability, 2200/2200, self-repair slow. Energy core, Hans, EMP-based system. Armor class, heavy exosuit. Defensive effects. Plus 100% low-class physical resistance. Plus 50% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 75% low-class shockwave resistance. Plus 50% low-class energy resistance. Plus 40 STR. 30 dex. Thermal regulation layer. 50% heat generation. Reduces plasma/energy damage. Polymorphic alloy structure. Minor adaptation to repeated damage types. Plus 5% resistance after repeated hits. Power and core system. Artificial spirit core, Hans. Provides primary energy supply, EMP-based. Enables real-time combat analysis. Allows automated system optimization. Maniconductive reactor. Converts Hans' MP and Gerhard's MP into usable energy. Dual power feed. Primary, Hans. Secondary, Gerhard. Prevents total system shutdown. Limitations. High energy demand. Drains MP rapidly under full load. Core dependency. If Hans is damaged, system efficiency drops. Prototype instability. Risk of overload under extreme stress. Adept creation has leveled up. 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 Engineering has leveled up. Engineering has leveled up. Engineering has leveled up. Engineering has leveled up. Deep breathing energy control has leveled up. Psionic mana shield has leveled up. INT has gone up by 1. WIS has gone up by 1. STR has gone up by 1. DEX has gone up by 3. VIT has gone up by 2. Well, the DEX stat is a problem. Affirmative, Master. I suggest you either improve the hydraulics and movement capacity, or improve psionic mana shield. I am improving the skill and have been the entire time. Thanks to the grinder title, it's going rather well. That thing's a cheat in and of itself. Shall we commence practical testing, Master? We shall. Gerhard stepped into the armor's skeletal frame, which he had fixed using strange frames and cords to lift them. He would have to improve this a lot. Maybe create an assembly platform so that Hans could do this in the future. Food for thought. Whir. CHCHTK. Slam. The mechanical arms were clamped shut. The world went dark for Gerhard for a split second. Then the two small HUDs flared to life inside Gerhard's helmet, showing the outside like looking through two slits. Yes, it wasn't very advanced. But Gerhard was working with scrap here. That he could even create a HUD like that was a miracle. Neural link, established. Integral composition diagnostic, running. Plate density, 98.4% optimal. Fiber muscle tension, balanced. Master Gerhard, I am now integrated with the MKI chassis. I am scanning your current mana levels. 1195/1195. I have established an emergency bypass. Should we reach critical power, I will draw directly from your mana pool. Gerhard felt the suit come to life. It was heavy, nearly half a ton, but as he moved his arm, the fibromuscles responded instantly. It felt like he was a really tall man made of metal. The irony was not lost to him. He had gained roughly 6 inches in height, which was already at 6 feet 4 inches before. Hans, run a full combat simulation on the weapon's integration and calculate how fluid the mana flows. The weapons can be successfully mounted to the left and right forearms, Master. Potential for psychic resonance presumed to be stable. We are ready for upgrades. What's the energy expenditure look like? Greater than 500 mana per minute for base state used. This doesn't include the potential weapons to be added. I suggest adding a way to turn mana into electrical energy, to gain more out of it. The skill, charge, would make this possible and suitable. That's not a bad idea. But right now, having the weapons be mechanical to use is for the better and doesn't waste our mana. I already use 500 per minute just to stand here and move. What's my current MP regen? Calculating. It stands at 99 at base and rises to 109 as soon as you activate deep breathing energy control. Adding bonus from your breathing technique. Passively, without the use of the breathing skill, 207.11 MP/min. Active breathing skill, 226.83 MP/min. Passive plus, Iron Will, 310.66 MP/min. Active plus, Iron Will, 340.25 MP/min. Gerhard thought about that. That was actually not as good as he liked. It meant he could not even power the suit continuously, since he regenerated only 340 MP/min after his MP dropped below 50%. So if he wanted to use other skills, he would have to calculate it as if he were below 50% all the time. That was easier. Gerhard looked at his most powerful and essential defensive skill, Psionic Mana Shield. Psionic Mana Shield, active, LV, 33. EXP, 9.4%. MP, 36. A sophisticated evolution of defensive arts that fuses psychic energy with mana. The Psionic Mana Shield creates a translucent, circular dome around the user. While standard mana shields merely block parts of the impacts, this smart barrier uses INT to strengthen areas of incoming strikes, making it far more durable than the sum of its parts. Effects. Blocks a massive portion of incoming damage, scales significantly with INT and WIS. Plus 41% physical attack resistance. Plus 41% energy attack resistance. Plus 31% psychic/warp/mental resistance. Plus 9% absorbed damage converted into MP. Plus 1% chance to reflect part of the damage. If the shield is shattered, the user gains a temporary mental clarity buff, reducing the casting time of the next psychic or mana-based skill by 21%. Mana, 328 MP per minute. Duration, lasts until cancelled or until MP is depleted. The skill is starting to look very good. I mean a bit more, and I might be able to transform this into the mana psionic version of a void shield. No, this might be better. The newly added damage to MP conversion almost makes me salivate. Hold on, Hans. What about your MP regeneration? As my int is 100 and my wis is 50, my MP regeneration is 15 per minute. If we add that to your total, we would arrive at 355 MP/min. Leaving us at negative 145 MP/min, and that's without using psionic mana shield at all. Yeah, but it's far better. Besides, you can level up as well. This is perfect, actually. All we need is EXP. I presume you are insinuating that we shall enter a dungeon to test out the suit. Bingo. What about weaponry? Yes, let's get to it. Assault Cannon rank, Adept. Durability, 200, 000/200, 000, shots to be fired. Damage, 320, per round. Critical chance, 15%. Fire rate, 3,000 revolutions per minute. Capacity, 2,000. Special effects. 25% heat generation. Plus 10% damage stacking. Lightning Claw, rank, Adept. Durability, 320/320. Damage, 680. Critical chance, 22%. Attack speed, fast. Special effects. Ignores 80% armor. Plus 120% crit damage. Plus 50% damage versus organic targets. Plus 10% chance that attacks affect multiple enemies. Plus 30% attack speed. Gerhard had finished welding the weapons to the MK. I used Observe on them to check out what he had created. Magnificent. Indeed. The firepower is impressive for adept-grade weapons. But the ammunition might be relatively low, situationally speaking. True, but I am very close to leveling up my Adept Creation to Special Creation, and then we'll get to have limitless novice-grade ammo. And I'll add an ammunition storage in the suit if things work out. Affirmative. Gerhard lifted his hand. ID Escape. ID Create Mysterious Labyrinth. Gerhard arrived inside the stone corridor of a mysterious labyrinth, which is like a literal dungeon. It was pitch black inside the stone corridor. Activate lights. Affirmative. Activating lighting now. Deep breathing energy control. Several lights shone from the shoulders, showing the path forward. Gerhard stomped his way forward, feeling each part of the suit as he did so. He was currently beta testing, and there were definitely some things he could improve. And yet, he had a big grin on his face. This is Sosaic. Labyrinth. Originating in Greek mythology, the labyrinth was home to the ancient monster, the Minotaur. Since the insides were always described as very convoluted, the term labyrinth came to be used to describe a maze-like structure. Many dungeons in games are called labyrinths. Prison-like structures built beneath castles were called dungeons. Scree. Gerhard stopped walking and looked around. Detect presence. There seems to be something up ahead. Since I currently lack an auspex, I can neither confirm nor deny this. Target the lights forward. I want to see what we're dealing with. The light shone farther down the corridor, illuminating the monsters that had made that sound. Observe. Kobold LV, 8. EXP, 21.41%. Type, Evil. HP, 690/690. STR, 18. Vit, 26. Dex, 36. Int, 23. Wis, 28. Luck, 14. Special. Poison Blade. These levels are strange. Even in the real world, the levels don't reflect a being's power. It's more to put things into perspective. I am certain that this monster is far stronger than the zombie, but it is the same level. This might be due to the danger it poses to you. Had you met this monster earlier, it might have been higher leveled. No, I don't think that's the case. The zombies haven't changed their levels when I enter the zombie dungeon. So maybe it's compared to other monsters in this dungeon. Time will tell. I suggest killing those right in front of us. Right, so how do we do this? Assault cannon seems like a ridiculous waste. Agreed. Maybe using the lightning claw is the best choice. Huh, interesting. We need to change that. I need to be able to use my firearms. It's the law. We really should check whether you have not been infected by some greenskin disease. The kobolds rushed forward and slashed their swords at Gerhard. He didn't do anything and allowed them to strike him. Clang clang clang. HP, 1185. Durability, 2200/2200. Well, that did absolutely nothing. The lightning claw activated, distorting the air. Gerhard swiped the claw through the air and through the 3 kobolds in one swing. They turned to dust right away. Kobold defeated. Kobold defeated. Kobold defeated. Plus 11, 290 EXP. Plus 11, 290 EXP. Plus 11, 290 EXP. 11,290 experience each. Right. Well, that was an almost insultingly weak troop to use the lightning claw against. You would have to kill quite a few of them to level up. Too many, that's for sure. How about your level up? Was it any good? Affirmative. I have leveled up 5 times and reached level 6. Nice. Let's have a look at your status then. Hans LV, 6. EXP, 10.4%. An artificial spirit and former man of iron, aka Iron Automaton, who had degraded over millennia, broken down and recreated by Gerhard, the gamer. He has been granted artificial life, which is protected from most dangers the natural souls face. HP. MP, 1750. STR. VIT. Dex. Int, 125. Wis, 65. Luck, 5. Status points, 25. Ooh, that's nice. Plus 5 INT, plus 3 WIS, and even plus 5 SP per level. But for some reason, your MP doesn't strictly follow your INT stat. I wonder what that's about. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I must also gain MP for each level up. 100 MP for each level up, and together with the 125 from the int stat, that makes 1750. Huh, that's probably it. We have to recalculate the MP regeneration again. And every time you level up, your total MP replenishes. Quite a cheat if you ask me. Anyway, I wonder how slow the time runs in here compared to outside. It's a higher leveled instant dungeon than the time dilation one, so it would make sense, no. I have nothing to go on to answer this question. Right. Then, let's get you some more experience, and see how the MK I performs before going back, so that I can make the adjustments. As you say, Master. Chapter 29, Labyrinth. Gerhard arrived at the end of the tunnel, which led to a large cave. And in that large cave, a huge red snake lay rolled on the ground. It's huge. Looks like 10 meters or something. Greater than 9.34 meters to be exact. From start to finish. Observe. Red-scaled snake LV, 12. EXP, 53.92%. Type, Nature. HP, 1293/1293. STR, 38. VIT, 66. Dex, 46. Int, 7. Wis, 9. Luck, 12. Special. Poison, active, hardened scales, active. It has pretty high STR, VIT, and DEX stats. And to think that it's level 12. Truly, stats are a conundrum in this galaxy I find myself in. If I go from the Genestealers I've encountered so far, it looks to be surpassing the hybrid metamorph in all things except INT and WIS, but only narrowly. And the metamorph was level 32. Perhaps the levels and stats of monsters inside the instant dungeons can't be compared to those of the real world. Might have something to do with the different energy sources. In all my dungeons, things run on mana, and outside, the Empyrean affects all things, except nulls. Calculating. Yes, my calculations show that you might be right. the immaterium, or warp as it's called, does influence everything. The two energy sources are not the same. From the levels and stats, it seems that mana is the most potent and safest one. Well, thank fuck for that. It's also why I haven't used the warp skills yet. I'm sure I've been noticed already as soon as I got the skill. And considering where we are, I suggest you allow the monster to hit you. For research purposes. Fair enough. Gerhard moved forward with the heavy suit, drawing the snake's attention. It lifted its head above him and opened its large mouth, showing 4 large fangs, dripping with poison. This might not be a very good idea. You'll be fine. The snake shot forward, showing its high physical stats, and bit into Gerhard at once. Boom. You have been poisoned. HP, 190. HP, 190. Great idea, Hans. I would suggest killing it before. No. The snake, realizing that its mouth was big enough to simply swallow Gerhard, did just that. Its fangs had managed to penetrate one small part of the armor after failing to do so the first time. Gerhard flailed around with his arms as he was thrown into the air and then swallowed. Toxin and disease resistance has leveled up. The snake could feel a low hum as vibrations traveled along its spine. That was until a second later, 4 power claws slashed out of its stomach and cleaved through half of its body, causing its bones, blood and gore to spill out. Hiss. That strange hissing sound was heard as it flailed around in pain and wiggled, only making the wound worse and forcing Gerhard to cut the wound open further to get out. But eventually he did. We have left the snake's stomach successfully. Lightning Claw has proven powerful once again. Well done, Master. HAAA, if you mess with the bull, you get the Lightning Claw and Assault Cannon. Worms should know their place. Very good, Master. Sounding very xenophobic. You fit right in. Keep it up. Shut up, Hans. This was a stupid idea. I disagree, Master. Your toxin and disease resistance has leveled up 3 times, and we know how strong the armor is and where we will have to make improvements. Ugh. Red-scaled snake has been defeated. Plus 23, 410 EXP. Well, how much did you gain? It appears the previous division of EXP was 3 for me and 1 for you. And this time it was the same. I gained a total of 17.558 thousand EXP. I leveled up to level 8. Nice, so 2 additional levels. What are your stats like? Still the same gains. Indeed. 200 total MP plus int 135 and with 71, giving me a total of 2050 mana. And an per generation of 22 per minute. Good. Let's continue. Gerhard moved forward. The suit had been damaged, but was still holding up fine. Gerhard had to defeat the first floor's boss to leave the instant dungeon. Or lose all his HP, but he wasn't very keen on that. They reached an area with 3 entrances. 3 corridors to choose from. Detect presence. The one on the left has 31 presences, the one in the middle has 45, and the rightmost one has 121. I suggest we go to the rightmost path to test out the assault cannon. Yeah, I thought so too. Since we have a lot of enemies, we can finally use the assault cannon a bit. So Gerhard walked through the corridor. Suddenly, however, he stopped walking. He had an idea. Hans, turn off the energy support systems. You want to carry the entire suit on your own? Yes. It's called multitasking. I might as well train my physical stats while I'm here. Turning off energy flow. The suit powered down, with only Hans' core glowing blue. Gerhard felt the weight of almost 500 kilograms immediately. It was a lot, and he had to adjust his center of gravity multiple times to avoid falling. Ugh, that shit's heavy, Gerhard groaned. He forced himself to take a single step forward and again, avoid falling. It looked like Goku in the gravity chamber, only a bit more realistic. His entire body wobbled and moved left to right, like a large building in the wind. But he managed to do it without incident. He took another step and then waited 30 seconds to stabilize. Gerhard had his breathing technique active all the time, so he was moving with a buff, strictly speaking. But he couldn't do it otherwise. From what he knew, Space Marines could lift between 2 and 5 tons. So if he wanted to be relevant in this galaxy, he had to start lifting, bro. Gerhard took another step. But unlike before, the floor sank slightly, triggering a booby trap. Shit. Gerhard cursed as he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Thunk. At the same time, hundreds of arrows shot out of the walls, some flying over his head and some hitting his armor. The damage was nil, but he was still lying face first on the floor. Why didn't my danger sense activate? I presume there was no danger for you. You falling like an infant was your own fault. Hans, check for such traps from now on. I have no interest in falling through a trapdoor or something like that. I still haven't installed boosters to fly. Understood, Master. Gerhard pushed himself to his feet again, and surprisingly and excitedly, he was rewarded for his hard work. STR has gone up by 1. VIT has gone up by 1. DEX has gone up by 1. Hee hee, it works. Gamer's body for the win. Agreed. This method should harm you more than do you good. But having a gamer's body negates all the negatives and leaves you with the positives. For making good decisions, WIS has risen by 3. Wow. I'm on a run today. Gerhard moved on. Every once in a while, one or more of his physical stats would rise by 1. It was a delicious cheat way to train his physical stats, but he took it. Finally, after hours of fighting through basic movements, Gerhard arrived at a large hall. And in that hall is that. It appears to be a snake den. Filled with red-scaled snakes. HIISSSSSSSS. All the snakes suddenly became alert to Gerhard's presence. Danger sense. Gerhard didn't think about it and immediately cast Psionic Mana Shield. Several dozen snakes hit the shield at the same time, making Gerhard's mana drop considerably, but one of the snakes suddenly hissed in pain, as a very small percentage of the damage was reflected. Gerhard moved his left arm forward and finally activated the assault cannon. It roared to life, and for only 1 second. 1 second, it fired 50 rounds into the horde of snakes, killing several dozen of them in one go. Red-scaled snake defeated. Plus 23, 410 EXP. 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 Level up. Gerhard didn't stop. He turned around and fired in a wide arc, killing dozens each second and making sure to stop firing in order not to waste any ammo. It wasn't limitless after all, and he didn't know what he would meet later on. Red-scaled snake defeated. Plus 23, 410 EXP. Red-scaled snake defeated. Plus 23, 410 EXP. Level up. After 2 minutes, there was but one snake left. This one was larger, but aside from that, she didn't look any different. Observe. Red-scaled snake LV, 18. Name, Long Life Snake. EXP, 56.92%. Type, Nature. HP, 1293/1293. STR, 68. VIT, 66. Dex, 56. Int, 17. WIS, 19. Luck, 22. Special. Poison, active. Hardened scales, active. Strong attack, active. It's a named monster. So you do get stronger if you're a named character, huh? Interesting intel. The larger, stronger snake shot forward, opening its mouth to attempt what the first snake had done, swallow Gerhard. But this time, all it was met with was a powerful shield that stopped its attack. And a second later, several powerful bursts of fire from the assault cannon through the head put an end to the monster. Plus 37, 923 EXP. Gerhard looked around and saw that the entire floor was littered with loot. There were spirit stones, health potions, metals and other resources, scales, hide, and even a sword to be found. There was a lot of material Gerhard could use in the future. Toothpick rank, special. From a monster that lives on the first floor of the mysterious labyrinth made from the teeth of the red scale snake. The shape imitates a European sword and is stronger than normal steel. Because the poison is still active, if the attack succeeds, the opponent will be poisoned. Type of poison, paralytic. Are you joking? My first ever special grade item comes from a dungeon. Well, I suppose my power sword actually does way more damage. But not in its base state. You could turn this blade into a power weapon by integrating the distortion field generator. Not a bad idea. Together with the poison effect, although I am interested in the bones word I acquired from the Primus. That could be even better. It took Gerhard 10 minutes to stop collecting all the stuff on the ground. This takes too long. I have a better idea. Gerhard opened his status window and looked at the blasted INT stat, which had refused to go up by 1 for such a long time. He pressed the plus button once. Int 99 greater than 100. Since your INT has reached 100, you will gain an ability related to your brain functions. New skill, Psychokinesis, has been created. Psychokinesis, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A mana-based telekinetic ability that allows the user to manipulate objects through mental force. This ability is stable compared to warp-based powers but still crude and inefficient at this stage. Effects. Move small objects within a limited range. Basic push and pull force. Limited control over a single object. Requires full concentration to maintain control. Bonus. Plus 5% control precision. 5% mana usage. Slight reduction in shaking/instability. Basic directional control, no fine rotation. Since your INT has passed 100, you gain the passive skill, medium mana capacity. Since your INT has passed 100, you gain the passive skill, mana regeneration. A new skill has been created through a special action. Through the faint connection to the warp, and the newly created skill powered by mana, the skill, Telekinesis, has been created. Telekinesis, Warp Discipline, active, LV.1. EXP, 0%. A psychic discipline that uses warp energy as a physical force, allowing the user to manipulate matter, space, and kinetic energy directly. Effects. Move and manipulate objects without physical contact. Convert psychic energy into force, push, pull, crush. Limited control over multiple objects simultaneously. Can affect both solid matter and energy constructs. Plus 20% force output for all telekinetic actions. Plus 10% control over multiple targets. Chapter 30, Successful Testing. No. Fusion postponed. I'm not going to level up a skill that will gain attention from the dark forces. That's the peak of idiocy. So you will first increase the skill of the mana-based skill, Psychokinesis, and then maybe fuse them, to get a higher level from the start. Precisely. A low level guarantees that I will be wasteful with energy and lack good control. So I have the negatives of everyone's attention without it being a useful skill. If I first maximize the skill and then fuse it, I'll get much better bonuses, or at least I hope so. Medium mana capacity, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. An ability given to the few mana users who are born with an exceptional ability to handle mana. Effects. Plus 15% increase in mana-based attacks. 10% less MP for skills. Mana regeneration, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. An ability given only to those of special heritage that allows faster recovery of MP. Effect. Plus 100% increased MP regeneration. This is great. Status window. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, LV34. Title, The Grinder. HP, 1158/1158. MP, 1208/1208. STR, 39, plus 10. VIT, 41, plus 10. Dex, 29, plus 10. Int, 100, plus 10. Wis, 68. Luck, 20. Points, 106. Money, 0. What about the regeneration? Well, there are several skills and a title that affect that now. Let's see. After the stat int reached 50, you were rewarded with the skill, Mana Affinity, which is a passive skill and increases your mana regeneration by plus 10% and your total MP amount by plus 5%. It also increases the magic attack and defense by plus 5%. And it increases the mana-related skill effects by a total of plus 30%. The skill, Mana Control, reduces the mana consumption of all your dependent skills by 20%. The title, The Grinder, gave you plus 100% MP and HP regeneration. And a permanent plus 30 in int and wis, as long as the title is used. Now, at int of 100, we have medium mana capacity, which increases the mana-based attack damage by plus 15% and decreases the MP requirements of mana-based skills by 10%. Mana regeneration increases your MP regeneration by a total of plus 100%. Iron Will increases your MP and HP regeneration by another plus 50% after it drops below 50% total. Finally, there is your breathing skill, Deep Breathing Energy Control. If it's active, you gain another plus 15% MP and HP regeneration, and an increase of 10 points in your stats, STR, VIT, DEX, and INT. If we take all of that together. Passive MP Regen, 434.31/min. Active MP Regen, 475.67/min. Passive MP Regen with Iron will trigger, 651.47/min. Active MP Regen with Iron will trigger, 713.50/min. MP cost for skills, 72% of normal. A substantial increase, Master. Indeed. And to think that I spent roughly the same amount of skill points in LUK as INT, this is quite impressive. The MK1 suit can now be used at all times, and there is still some mana regeneration over for other skills, like the Psionic Mana Shield, although not at all times. True. Well, let's continue where we left off. Agreed. Gerhard raised his hands and used the skill, Psychokinesis, for the first time. It was hard, but his INT of 100 allowed him to adapt right away. He pulled a small piece of pure steel towards him, very slowly. Psychokinesis has leveled up. Sweet. This will be such a broken skill if I get it high enough. He continued. After the second level, it got easier again. He went from 2 pieces of spirit stones to 4, and then 8, and so on. He didn't use his hands once the entire time, but he felt that the heavier an object was, the more mana he needed to lift it. Now, thanks to his ridiculously high MP regeneration, he could use Psychokinesis at all times, without a problem. And since he was literally the grinder, he didn't stop until he had everything inside his inventory. Psychokinesis has leveled up. LV2, LV12. After the skill had passed level 10, the skill went through a small change. Psychokinesis, active, LV12. EXP, 8.2%. A mana-based ability that allows the user to manipulate objects through mental force. Unlike warp-based telekinesis, this ability is stable, precise, and fully controlled through mana. Bonus. Plus 20% control precision. 10% mana consumption. Reduced shaking/instability. Fine movements become possible, e.g. turning knobs, pulling triggers. There weren't any fixed effects for the skill, since it all depended on what Gerhard did with it. But there were extra bonuses after he had passed level 10. After he was finished, Gerhard continued on his way. He didn't use power to use the MK1 armor, choosing to continue with his training. He returned to the bifurcation and chose the middle path. There, he encountered 45 level 8 kobolds. Assault cannon remaining ammunition, 1588. I want to try something else. The kobolds rushed Gerhard, but didn't move. He had enough mana to use his Psionic Mana Shield, and that's what he did. The kobolds were utterly powerless against it and snarled at the edge of it, giving Gerhard time to do what he wanted. He reached out with his psychokinesis and focused, trying to recreate Force Choke from Star Wars. Surprisingly, it didn't work as well as he had hoped and was met with resistance. Naturally, since it was a mana skill, other creatures who had mana could resist it to a degree. But the kobolds had so little that it was somewhat possible. Gerhard focused really hard and flexed that invisible muscle, pushing himself further, without using the skill actively, instead relying entirely on himself. Very slowly, he managed to block the blood flow to his head. The creature snarled harder and tried to free itself from the invisible hand that gripped its throat. But it didn't work. It was a very slow and agonizing way of being choked to death, but Gerhard did it. Kobold defeated. Plus 11, 290 EXP. Psychokinesis has leveled up. Psychokinesis has leveled up. Psychokinesis has leveled up. Congratulations, Master. You slowly choked the creature to death. Truly you honor the Imperium with your service. That shit was hard. But it was also worth it. You might make a good Inquisitor, Master. At least a good bad one. You're right. Hey, can you imagine? Ha ha ha. Gerhard focused on the 44 kobolds that were left and repeated the process. This time, he could stop the blood flow right away and even lift the kobold off the ground slightly. It took 2 minutes to kill the monster. Kobold defeated. Plus 11, 290 EXP. Psychokinesis has leveled up. The third one was even quicker, taking only 1 minute. Kobold defeated. Plus 11, 290 EXP. The fourth one was special, since Gerhard managed to break the kobold's neck. Kobold defeated. Plus 11, 290 EXP. Psychokinesis has leveled up. I'm getting the hang of this. Gerhard continued this way. Like a child playing with his new favorite toy, he used only psychokinesis to kill the kobolds 1 at a time, 2 at a time, 3 at a time, 4 at a time. At some point, Gerhard imagined creating kinetic force and sent it forward, like force push. He enjoyed himself, completely forgetting that he was killing monsters here. And in a way, that was fitting considering in which galaxy he was in and the skill, gamer's mind, having a profound effect. Level up. Psychokinesis, active, LV 23. EXP, 19.37%. A mana-based ability that allows the user to manipulate objects through mental force. Unlike warp-based telekinesis, this ability is stable, precise, and fully controlled through mana. Bonus. Plus 25% control precision. 15% mana usage. Reduced shaking/instability. Fine movements become possible, e.g. turning knobs, pulling triggers. Unlock rotational control. Gerhard walked to the third and last chamber, and there he was met with a strange sight. Right in front of him stood 30 kobolds in formation, holding wooden shields and bows and arrows. And then there was a set of stairs leading to a higher platform that held a golden chair, and on that chair sat the kobold boss. Ah! They're in formation. The kobolds attacked right away, moving forward as one unit, looking quite impressive, if they weren't so small. They hit the shield of Gerhard, like the previous ones, unable to do anything about it. Well, back to grinding, I guess. Might I remind you that we are here to test out the armor and weapons? Right. I forgot about that. Alright, I suppose we can do that. BRRRTTTTT. Gerhard moved the assault cannon from the left to the right horizontally, mowing down the monsters like weeds. He stopped firing for a moment and looked at all the black dust that was rising, where the monsters had stood seconds before. That left only the boss monster. Gerhard focused on using psychokinesis to collect all of the loot again, putting it into his inventory. He was rather happy with the resources he got, since they were far purer than anything he could find in the Underhive. Right, let's look at this one. Observe. Kobold King LV 20. Name, crashed. EXP, 72.11%. Type, evil. HP, 2388/2388. STR, 45. VIT, 56. Dex, 56. Int, 33. Wis, 41. Luck, 44. Special. Aura Body, active, Tough Skin, active, Poison, active, Berserk, active, Herculean Strength, active. Look at that LUK stat. What the fuck is this? How is this logical? Can't be right if he met you now. Exactly. The overall stat is almost 300 points. And he's supposed to be level 20. And look at those skills, Aura Body, Tough Body. That won't save him though. No, but it's still impressive that he has them. And then that LUK stat. Whatever. The Kobold King stood up and grabbed a large golden hammer. He was wearing some parts of armor and was roughly 3 times the size of the smaller kobolds. Roahar. It roared and charged forward. It jumped and swung its hammer towards Gerhard. Surprisingly, or stupidly, Gerhard didn't cast Psionic Mana Shield, choosing instead to use his skill and the MK1 durability. He reached out and used psychokinesis to try to stop its kinetic energy. But that didn't work very well. The Kobold King was too strong, but there was definitely some resistance. So it wasn't as powerful a hit when it impacted Gerhard's arm as it could have been. Boom. The hammer hit him, leaving a small dent. Gerhard was pushed back, and after stumbling, he managed to catch himself from falling. The training had proven to be fruitful. He turned towards the Kobold King again and activated the Lightning Claw and also the power for his suit. This was a real test, not just training. The monster rushed forward once again and swung its hammer vertically, just like the first time. Gerhard followed his danger sense and pushed himself to the side. The hammer crashed into the ground next to him. He brought his lightning claw upwards, gutting the monster easily. RROOOAAAAAAAAHHHH, it roared in pain. But all it was met with was the 6 barrels of an assault cannon. 44 LUK, my ass. BRRRRRRRTTTTTTTTTT. Kobold King defeated. Plus 52, 225 EXP. Gerhard was awarded with a few resources, 4 health potions and the golden hammer, which the Kobold King had used. Not bad, I'll say. It works. Agreed. Well, how are we doing in terms of your level, Hans? Rather well. I managed to reach level 18. Let's see. Hans LV, 18. EXP, 91.7%. An artificial spirit and former man of iron, aka Iron Automaton, who had degraded over millennia, broken down and recreated by Gerhard, the gamer. He has been granted artificial life, which is protected from most dangers the natural souls face. HP. MP, 3550. STR. VIT. Dex. Int, 185. Wis, 101. Luck, 10. Status points, 85. Special. Machine Authority, active/passive. Hey, Hans, you've got a skill. Machine Authority, what's that? Machine Authority, active/passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. Can interface with nearby technology, overpower its machine spirit and take control of it. Only those of similar or lower intelligence and complexity. Plus 25% efficiency. Dude, that's the shit, right there. And it's level 1. I am indeed impressive. Plus my mana regeneration is at 39 right now. Yeah, that's cute. But this skill has insane potential. We're definitely going to have some fun with that. But now, we'll go back, and I'll do the improvements and adjustments. Chapter 31, Improvements. Gerhard's gains were also impressive during that one dungeon run. He left the dungeon after completing the first floor, but that was alright. What he wanted to know, he now knew. Through all that training with the MK1 polymorphic armor, Gerhard gained 5 points in Street, 4 in VIT and 8 in DEX. The suit was really good, but it had many aspects that could make it so much better. The biggest weakness right now was its terrible dexterity. With this, Gerhard was the miniature version of an Imperial Titan with their void shields. He was terribly slow, but it could be improved, and it would be. Apart from the obvious lack of flexibility and speed, there was a severe lack of ammunition space. All he had were the 2,000 rounds that fit into the ammunition pack on the assault cannon. And that was simply too little. Gerhard had no interest in using the assault cannon sparingly. He wanted to overwhelm the enemy with firepower. And to do that, he needed more ammunition available than those meager 2,000. But it could be improved and quite easily at that. Gerhard knew he could definitely increase the handheld ammunition pack to 4,000, but beyond that, it would be too bulky. So if he wanted to go further, he had to add an ammunition storage system to the suit itself, but then he had to change the suit's entire design and move away from the Iron Man look. It didn't matter, of course, since Terminator armor was also sick to look at. At least some of them. I suggest you go for the leaner build and not quite Terminator level. It would allow you to still be dexterous and fast, while also using different weapons. You could switch between them. So not fixed. No. You're nowhere near close to Primarchs in physical aspects, so don't use such armor. Go for leaner, but versatile. You can always improve your technology and physical stats later on. But right now, keep the advantages you have. You're right. But I'll still install that ammunition storage. Then you would have to connect it to the assault cannon mid-battle. That's not a good idea. Bigger weapons then. For more firepower, but leaner armor for mobility. Yes, that's the best in my opinion. And since you are on a clock, I suggest we do that. Afterwards, you can always create a body for me to support you in battle. Very well, it's a good idea. Bolt pistol, rank, novice. Durability, 140/140. Damage, 110. Critical chance, 10%. Fire rate, semi. Bolt pistol magazine rank, novice. Capacity, 12. That was the treasure Gerhard had acquired from the Genestealers, and what a find it was. Now, this version, which was the standard version, wasn't anything impressive. Especially with a magazine capacity of 12, it was barely usable for what Gerhard had planned. However, Gerhard was not about to leave things as they were. To smoke out the Genestealer cult once and for all, he needed more power and a lot more ammunition. He got to work right away and took apart the magazine and the bolt pistol itself. Dismantle had grown to a good level, making it more likely to clean each part and improve its durability. With it, he gained the blueprint for a bolter pistol and could now improve it. The truly interesting part, however, was the types of ammunition. Sadly, there were only standard bolts in the magazine, so Gerhard wouldn't be able to research others, but the idea of having portable mini-rocket launchers in such a magazine was brilliant. Standard bolts were comprised of the following components: outer casing, propellant base, main charge, mass reactive detonator cap, depleted deuterium core, and diamantine tip. The caliber of the standard round was .75, and it possessed a superdense metallic core. Standard bolts could also feature a depleted uranium core, which Gerhard's did not. It seems that creating more ammunition will be rather impossible. Deuterium and diamantine are hard to come by. You're right. It's impossible. Indeed. Absolutely unattainable. It looks that way, yes. Why do we even bother? You have a solution, don't you? You bet your ass I do. And it makes me giggle just thinking about it. Has Adept Creation finally pushed past level 100? Not quite, but after creating the Mk1 armor, I'm about to hit it. Level 98, so it shouldn't take that long anymore. Then chop chop, get to it. You might as well start with the improvements to the Mk1. 2 birds and 1 bolter, or something like that. Indeed. Yees. I did it. May I express my congratulations to you, Master? A truly impressive. The suit is not even done yet. Of course it's not done yet. I'm talking about the creation skill. I finally advanced it to special creation. I see. So we shall never require resources to create novice-grade resources and items, is that correct? That's right. Can you imagine me creating a full mag mid-fight? Or endless amounts of ammunition? Or the endless resources to create something even better out of them? Oh, this is a glorious moment. Write it down, Hans. Today is the day. A special folder has been created, Master. If I may focus your attention to the present. Am I correct in assuming that you are still going to create better ammunition for the bolter pistol or not? I won't. Creating new ones will take too much time, and there's a chance that I run out of ammo during the battle. So I would have to create the novice grade ones anyway. No, I'll focus on the better graded ones later. And I already have an adept grade bolter pistol. Bolt pistol, rank, adept. Durability, 320/320. Damage, 330. Critical chance, 16%. Special effects. Plus 70% internal explosion damage. Ignores 35% armor. Moderate AoE damage. No accuracy penalty. 30% heat generation. A good weapon, Master. So you get a set amount of damage just through the pistol itself? No. This has the novice grade bolt rounds inside, and that's what does the damage. If I could create better ammunition, it would do a lot more damage. And what about the other weapons you spoke of? The power sword. Oh, yeah. I had a brilliant idea on how to show the Genestealers the middle finger and kill them with their own weapon. The Bones word. I assume you found a way around the living organism with the small brain that tries to drain your energy. Check this out. Bones word rank, adept. Durability, 400/400, regenerating. Damage, 710. Critical chance, 20%. Attack speed, mid-high. Special effects. Psychic disruption field. Ignores 85% physical armor. Life drain. Restores HP equal to 25% of damage dealt. Monomolecular edge. Greater than plus 50% damage to flesh targets. Greater than plus 30% damage to armor. Neural synchronization. Scales with user's INT/WIS. Greater than plus 20% effectiveness when using mana/psychic skills. That's. Hee. Well, it's something alright. Hee. Is this even allowed? Ha 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 ha. Look at it. Look at this beauty. 710 damage per swing, and that doesn't even include the amount of energy it drains. So you found a way to not only use, but enhance your energy drain skill. How did you get past the living organism? I took its genetic structure, grew a new one by infusing my mana into it at the same time as it grew, repeated the process again and then killed the original after succeeding. It's not only alive, and doesn't want to harm me, I control it fully. So you managed to replicate me in a biological way. Very impressive. Did your biology mastery and chemistry mastery level up? Oh, for sure. Both of them saw massive leaps. I even took care of the too many spikes it had. I can't show it to the Imperium, but I can definitely use it to kill the remnants of the Genestealer cult. So then only the armor has to be fixed and improved, and then we're ready to go. Not quite. I also want to create one thing, and then we're good. Gerhard approached the Genestealer Sanctus's high-performance sniper rifle. Ever since he had killed those Genestealer Primus from a far position, he wanted to get himself a sniper rifle, and now, he could go ahead and improve it. He began the disassembly with the optical components. First, manipulating the large, complex optic sight, he worked on the integrated targeting and stabilization elements. He unscrewed the main scope and separated the advanced digital processing core, a valuable focus calibrator piece. Moving down the length of the rifle, he carefully removed the entire upper assembly. He focused on the long, specialized silver barrel, detaching it from the receiver. He then broke down the upper casing, which involved detaching the central stabilization and focusing nodes. Gerhard removed the Sanctus's barrel, integrated recoil dampening components, separating the inner, highly accurate barrel from the outer heatsink and muzzle shroud. The trigger group and grip were set aside, as they were too specialized for his lasgun's standard pattern. That's right. Gerhard was going to take some parts of the Sanctus sniper rifle, improve what he could and then add them to his lasgun. He placed his reliable, green-bodied lasgun on the workbench, preparing it for a major overhaul. He started with the power pack. Depressing the power pack catch, he ejected the high-capacity, heavy sickle magazine he had created himself. This made the weapon safe. He then turned his attention to the rear of the weapon. Using a standard field tool, he managed to detach the entire integrated solid stock, leaving the open holding lug receiver interface exposed and a simplified grip behind. Looking at the barrel, he recognized that the current short, slotted barrel needed to be replaced. He unscrewed the small, ribbed barrel screw at the front end, freeing the standard barrel. The body casing, with its golden Imperial Aquila crest, was now a hollow shell. With a field full of parts, Gerhard began the fusion. He retrieved the Sanctus's primary, extended sniper barrel. It was already over twice the length of the standard one, truly a long-lost barrel. He integrated it directly into the forward opening of his lasgun's body casing, after heating it and doing the minor changes, meticulously threading the original barrel screw into a custom-threaded adapter to lock it in place, ensuring perfect alignment for the coherent beam. He added the Sanctus's outer thermal regulating vents from the sniper shroud over the new barrel. The optic sights were now a priority. Instead of a basic scope, Gerhard took the Sanctus's advanced, long-range targeting module. He created a custom mounting bracket and fixed it directly to the receiver's top. He used fine wire to connect the digital core and the focus calibrator logic to the lasgun's power system via the small, circular trigger and firing controls housing, bypassing standard limitations to enable precision targeting at distances exceeding 4,000 meters, usual for standard long loss. Gerhard did not use the standard wide sickle power packs for this sniper role. Instead, he inserted one of his own creations into the chamber. This allowed for cleaner power delivery, higher capacity, increased damage and improved sustained firing. This he fine-tuned using the newly advanced firing controls, setting the lever on his trigger and firing controls between the high-power Max and Min-4 focused, efficient shots. Finally, Gerhard reattached the simplified grip he had kept earlier, then grabbed one he had created himself, a sturdy, simple black stock option. The golden skull and Aquila on the dark green casing remained. A formidable M36 Kentrel pattern lasgun was now upgraded to a powerful long-loss sniper rifle. Long-loss rank, Adept. Durability, 300/300. Damage, 410. Critical chance, 25%. Fire rate, mid. Charge capacity, 120. Special effects. Extreme precision core. Plus 70% accuracy. Critical overload. Plus 100% headshot damage. Penetrating beam. Shots pass through multiple targets. Silent execution. Reduced sound and reduced flash. Kill confirmation. Plus 20% damage on targets above 70% HP. The only thing remaining was the finishing touches on the MK 1.2 armor. But that wasn't going to take long. A few hours later, he was finally finished. Chapter 32, Carnage. I see you did not go with the sleeker option, Master. I wanted to, but there were just so many things to do that I had to adapt to it. Well, it's not that much bigger, so I suppose it is a bit sleeker with less protrusions than MK1. I guess it's alright. The energy requirement has risen to 520 MP per minute though. Yeah. For what I added, I had to do that. It makes the most sense, considering what we need to kill the Genestealers. And I also added some other things, like an auspex. Clever. So are we ready to go? Only a week has passed since you questioned the Genestealers, but I still don't think that we should delay this. And we won't. Let me put MK 1.2 on. 1.2 Malawian Quach's polymorphic combat suit, Hans integration, rank, adept. A heavy combat exosuit created by Gerhard the Gamer using polymorphic alloy, salvaged automaton components, and an artificial spirit core, Hans, as the central processing and energy system. Designed as a hybrid between powered armor and an intelligent combat platform, this suit integrates mana, machine logic, and adaptive material science. Stats. MP, 520 per minute, base. Durability, 2700/2700, self-repair slow. Energy core, Hans, EMP-based system. Armor class, heavy exosuit. Defensive effects. Plus 100% low-class physical resistance. Plus 50% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 75% low-class shockwave resistance. Plus 50% low-class energy resistance. Plus 42 STR. 25 dex. Thermal regulation layer. 50% heat generation. Reduces plasma/energy damage. Polymorphic alloy structure. Minor adaptation to repeated damage types. Plus 5% resistance after repeated hits. Power and core system. Artificial spirit core, Hans. Provides primary energy supply, EMP-based. Enables real-time combat analysis. Allows automated system optimization. Mana-conductive reactor. Converts Hans' MP and Gerhard's MP into usable energy. Dual power feed. Primary, Hans. Secondary, Gerhard. Prevents total system shutdown. Limitations. High energy demand. EMP drain is mid-high under full load. Core dependency. If Hans is damaged, system efficiency drops. Gerhard had managed to significantly improve the MK1 polymorphic armor. On the one hand, the energy requirement under full load was no longer as high as it had been initially, and he had gotten rid of the pesky prototype status. It was now tested and was overall more efficient than the first one. Another bonus was that Gerhard had made the suit more durable, which gave him some minor bulk. The durability had increased slightly, and so had the added STR he gained while wearing it. It was now plus 42 instead of plus 40. And what he was most pleased about was that, despite the suit weighing more, not by much but still, the DEX was now only 25 and not 30. So that was also good. It was still an adept-ranked item and not special, despite his creation having leveled up. But Gerhard hadn't done enough on it to warrant such an increase. Finally, there was now storage for ammunition. Roughly 10,000 rounds for the assault cannon were now available. Gerhard had abused the fact that he could create novice-grade items without needing resources. All he had to do was clasp a special connector to the magazine at the end of the assault cannon, and he was ready to go. Gerhard had taken the assault cannon off as a permanent extension of the left arm. It was too bulky and had too little ammo to be there all the time. Now, Gerhard could take it out of his inventory and hold it like a Gatling gun. His plus 42 STR allowed him to do that. He had also worked on the suit's hand parts. They were too big before, making it hard to use the weapons he had created. But now, that was no longer a problem. It looked a bit funny, but Gerhard could use his power sword or bonesword and the bolter pistol with his hands without a problem. It was finally time to end the Genestealer menace. The Underhive District's battlefield was a tapestry of apocalyptic carnage. But in a way that showed that the forces had been spent. The forces of Khorne, once their usual screaming tide of blood red, had been ground into the mud by the combined weight of Nurgle's disgusting filth and the desperate, suicidal holding actions of the Imperial survivors. Lieutenant Saraval watched from a crumbling barricade as a swarm of acolytes tore apart their last hope, the Sanctioner combat servitor. The humans were done, their ammunition spent, their hope a flickering light of a candle in a hurricane. It had started out bad, then got worse, and then even worse. But it seemed the Emperor was watching over them. They had gotten a chance to fight back, to turn the tide. The Sanctioner had walked out, firing his weaponry at the Khorne cultists and killing them by the hundreds. The forces of Nurgle had even helped them, momentarily turning the tide red. Everything was going well, even the Xenos weren't attacking but were retreating. But then it started. The bad events. One after the other, troops left, deserted their posts for no reason. And of course, even the tech priest took the road with his Castellan robot. Never to be seen again. Why? Probably looking for Archaeotech. That was bad for morale and even worse for their very tight formation that couldn't spare a single man or woman. And then, it was revealed that the forces of chaos were doing their own thing by helping them. The toxins and rot only grew stronger with the disappearance of the Cornish cultists. Of course, that wasn't the end of it, as the Genestealer cult returned. As they turned their cold, fanatical, multi-limbed gaze toward the last pocket of humanity, the final flicker of hope died. Gone was the chaotic, uncoordinated way of fighting that had created days of hope for humanity in the first place. They were back to their brutal and efficient way of death and merciless killings. No mercy and no respite. Saraval smashed her plasma gun into the head of a chaos cultist. It had long since lost power and was now used as a blunt weapon. The command post had been overrun. They were down to the last woman. Suddenly, a commotion pulled her attention to the Xenos side. Several loud explosions and gunfire could be heard from that side, and a larger figure walked into view. Astartes. The sight gave the woman strength, and she raised her weapon with a defiant shout. For the Emperor. She stormed forward, choosing to go out in defiance rather than depression. Boom. Acolyte Hybrid defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Gerhard had arrived. The Genestealer cult had set up scouts for his eventual return. It seemed like they had truly learned from the past, blasted broodmind. Now, they were most likely alerted that he was there. The MKI.2 polymorphic combat suit hummed as it transitioned to combat mode, the maniconductive reactor pulsed with a steady beat, like an artificial heart. He had taken a high position from which he could get a picture of the battle below, and what he saw was hard to describe. It looked similar to the first time he was there, only that the amount of death on all sides seemed to have fueled the power of the Nurgle cultists. This is bad. Agreed. The chance that stronger warp denizens will be summoned at this rate is high. I suggest you design a disinfectant. A big one. That probably won't help much. The best would be a Culexus assassin that runs amok on these pests. Then again, I should be able to find a solution for these shits. But I don't want to really touch them, you know. Resistance to toxins and diseases has constantly leveled up, but has not reached immunity. And thinking of the volatile nature of the warp, I believe keeping your distance might be the right call. Anyway, let's focus on the insects first. He took a knee, which was now thankfully possible due to the improvements. He grabbed the long loss he had created and looked through the scope. Naturally, he had tested the long loss and was very happy with it. Sure, there were improvements to be made, but that was always the case. Sniper Mastery, Passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. A specialized combat skill focused on long-range precision, target analysis, and lethal single-shot execution. Developed through disciplined aiming, breath control and battlefield awareness. Effects. Plus 20% accuracy when aiming, stacks with firearms mastery. Plus 25% critical hit chance at long range. Plus 30% damage when using a sniper rifle. Reduces weapon sway significantly while aiming. Increased effective range of the firearm used. Additional effect. Gains increased benefits based on Firearms Mastery, level. Firearms Mastery, Passive, LV, 32. A skill that allows the user to handle firearms freely. Effects. Plus 72% increase in attack damage with firearms. Plus 62% increase in accuracy when using firearms. 22% recoil. Plus 18% firing speed. Now, one might ask, Gerhard, with all those buffs, how much damage are you essentially doing per shot? Well. Pew. Abominat defeated. Plus 220, 233 EXP. Yeah, it was quite powerful. The long loss did 210 damage. Now that was gamer statistic damage, and didn't translate into real life, it was more in reality. But even then, that 210 damage gained a plus 72% boost since he was using a firearm and an additional plus 30% since he used a sniper rifle. Genestealer Primus defeated. 219,222 EXP. That was 414 damage per shot. And that wasn't even including the 50% chance of critical hits. Since the long loss had a 25% chance to hit a critical shot, and the sniper mastery skill did too. Acolyte Icon Ward defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Nexos defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Gerhard was targeting those who supported the cult, hoping to plunge them into disarray again and reduce their combat effectiveness. And it was working somewhat, but the cult went through a change. The broodmind was under secure hands, and it seemed they were even more effective this time around. The Genestealers turned, looking for him on the raised platform. Fascinating. Judging from what you told me, they seem to be better prepared for you. I suggest changing positions now. Not yet. I might as well make use of this for a few more moments until they reach this position and spread out. Aberrant defeated. Plus 120, 000 EXP. Aberrant defeated. Plus 120, 000 EXP. Level up. Aberrant defeated. Plus 120, 000 EXP. Purest Rain Genestealer defeated. Plus 122, 875 EXP. Multiple hostiles detected. Your presence has been noticed. Hybrid and Pure Strain Wave inbound. Estimated target count, 829. And counting. Well then, let's call the herd, Hans, Gerhard muttered. He placed the long loss in his inventory and instead drew the bolt pistol and his newly grown bones word. A pack of neophyte and acolyte hybrids and pure strains rushed forward, screeching in their chittering tongue. Gerhard, however, didn't flinch. He reached into his inventory and took out a special item, one he had created just for these Xenos. They rushed forward, having climbed to Gerhard's level and were right on him. However, he casually dropped the small, round and beeping object to the ground. Then, he walked right over the edge. He plummeted to the ground, landing in typical superhero fashion and creating a crater. And at that very moment, BBOOOMMM. The explosive he had dropped went off. Hybrid Metamorph defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Neophyte Hybrid. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Purest Rain Genestealer defeated. Plus 122, 875 EXP. The notifications flashed across Gerhard's face, but he ignored them. He stood in front of the horde of Genestealer cultists and was about to have the fight of his life. Listen up, you cunts. My name is Gerhard Valkyrie. You killed my species, prepare to die. Gerhard walked into the middle of the Xenos like a reaper. Bum bum bum. The bolt pistol barked 4 times. For standard bolts, propelled by mini-rocket motors, buried themselves in the chests of the closest hybrids. A microsecond later, the mass reactive detonator caps triggered. Because of the plus 70% internal explosion damage, the hybrids detonated in a mass of gore. Ribcages shattered outward, shredding the unarmored, weaker neophytes standing nearby as well. Yeah, Gerhard went all out this time. A hybrid metamorph lunged, its whip limbs lashing out towards him. Gerhard didn't even look. He spun the bones word through the air while firing the bolter pistol at another one coming from the opposite side. The monomolecular edge ignored the creature's chitinous armor entirely, cleaving it from shoulder to hip as if it were made of paper. Life drain active. Health at maximum. Converting health to mana. Plus 325 MP gained. Oh, I like that, Gerhard chuckled as he felt his mana pool grow slightly. The ground began to shake as a trio of aberrants pushed through the crowd, followed by a newly arrived massive abominant. The brute stood nearly 10 feet tall, its mutated muscles under the purplish-blue skin, a massive power hammer held in its 3-fingered grip. But they weren't the only ones. The little distraction was a good idea, but not really enough to stop the horde from converging on him. They came like a tidal wave now, throwing themselves at Gerhard and using the technique that humanity was proficient in, overwhelming numbers. Daka time, Gerhard said, stowing his pistol and drawing the assault cannon. He had a big grin behind his helmet as he gripped the cannon with both hands, clasped the connector to the storage on and activated it. BRRRRRRTTTTTTTTTT. A stream of 3,000 rounds per minute chewed into the disgusting mass of aberrants, the abominant, hybrids, and even the Attalon jackals on their dirt cycles. They were tough, but the sheer kinetic force of 4,000 available rounds in the assault cannon's magazine alone, backed by Gerhard's plus 70% damage increase because he was holding a firearm, was unquestionable. The first two aberrants were turned into unrecognizable meat slurry in seconds. The abominant roared, raising its hammer, before suffering the same fate. Gerhard moved the assault cannon horizontally, mowing down the Xenos like weeds falling to a scythe. It truly looked like part of a field that had been pressed down. Damage substantial. I believe the upgrades were a success. 423 different Xenos slaughtered. The smell is going to hit hard in a few minutes. Better get this over with. Indeed, Master. The smell, that's the true problem here. And not the incoming horde of flesh-eating and delusional aliens. I got an insecticide ready. Another abominant was approaching, but Gerhard used psychokinesis to seize a discarded mining cart and hurl it at the brute's knees. There was no need to let the skill get rusty. Psionic mana shield. As the abominant stumbled forward, he came to a stop before the human. Gerhard jammed the spinning barrels of the assault cannon directly into its face and winked at the monster, pulling the trigger. The bloated mutation didn't stand a chance, it disintegrated in a fountain of gore and sparks. He stepped forward, the heavy thud of his 1.2 Malawian Quacha's suit echoing in the blood-soaked area, and brought the bones word down in a vertical arc. The blade hissed as it bisected a metamorphous skull, the psychic disruption field short-circuiting its nervous system before the physical edge even touched gray matter. Life drain active. Health at maximum. Converting plus 800 HP to plus 400 MP. Mana's topping off nicely, Gerhard grunted. He felt the suit's servos whine as he pivoted. A pack of purest rain Genestealers, elite shock troops of the brood, leapt from the shadows of a rusted bulkhead. They were a blur of violet slashing with their powerful claws. These organic scythes, designed to peel open Terminator armor, approached Gerhard's suit. Gerhard raised his left arm. The bolt pistol barked with each pull of the trigger. Tum. 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 He didn't aim for center mass as he had practiced crowd control. One bolt caught a purest rain midair, the depleted deuterium core punching through its chest before the mass-reactive detonator turned the creature into a bloody frag grenade. The shrapnel from its own hardened chitin blinded the two behind it. Gerhard waded into them, firing to the sides as he did so. He was a vision of industrial terror, a walking, metallic, small tank. A purest rain managed to close the distance, without him being able to kill it. Its claws sliced across the suit's chest plate with a screech and almost reached Gerhard beneath. This was material that once belonged to a man of iron, who had survived for 15 millennia. It was exceptionally resistant. But it was not invulnerable. Sparks flew, and Hans flashed a warning. Durability, 2310/2700. Self-repair in progress. Adapting alloy. Greater than plus 5% physical resistance in progress. My turn, Gerhard growled. He used the suit's massive plus 42 STR to swing the bones word. The crossguard of the sword smashed into a Genestealer's face, pulverizing its snout and skull, followed instantly by a thrust that impaled a second one through its primary and secondary hearts. Bones word special effect, monomolecular edge. Plus 50% damage to flesh targets. The creature was liquidated. Gerhard didn't even have to pull the blade free, as the corpse slid off. The organic weapon pulsed in a satisfied blue tone. Gerhard had his bolter pistol aimed and immediately fired into the face of a third. The recoil was non-existent thanks to his 22% recoil and the suit's stabilization. Dozens of ranged weapons hit the suit, but most bounced off without much damage. Nevertheless, it was noted. Gerhard continued to plow through the enemy lines, making sure never to be swarmed by Xenos. Numbers were their strong point, and they were capable of harming him. Warning, Master, a massive thermal signature has been detected. Heavy mining laser have Lockeden. Danger sense. Psionic mana shield. Identify. 2 Achilles Ridge runners mounted with heavy mining laser. 120 meters. Surrounded by acolyte iconwords and accompanied by a Goliath truck. The heavy vehicles roared over the rubble and corpses unbothered, their heavy stubbers and mining lasers lighting up the dark. They fired everything they had at Gerhard. The mining lasers hit the shield, but the energy splashed harmlessly away. Gerhard didn't hurry at all. He acted quickly, but not hastily. He connected his storage to the assault cannon's magazine and filled it before stowing the cannon. He gripped the bones word with both hands and charged. Gerhard didn't retreat or move to the side. He broke into a heavy, loud run. Every step cracked the ferrocrete beneath him. A wave of neophytes tried to block his path, wielding rusted autoguns and industrial saws. Gerhard didn't even slow down. With his psionic mana shield still active, he became a human battering ram. He fired the bolter into the thickest part of the crowd. Thump thump thump. Clearing a path of gore and blood, while his right arm kept the bones word in a constant, spinning motion, reaping lives like a harvester around him. He was a titan in miniature. Attacks that would have slain a dozen Imperial guards or even bothered space marines simply bounced off his shield or were absorbed by the suit's internal dampeners. Small arms fire on his suit sounded like hail on a tin roof. Time for some lore-accurate badassery. He was about to hit the first ridge runner. The crew was frantically trying to recalibrate the laser, but didn't stop. Gerhard jumped. Using psychokinesis to augment his own jump inside the suit, Gerhard launched himself 20 feet into the air and landed on the hood of the vehicle, the weight of the suit crushing the engine block instantly. He leaned down, looked the frightened neophyte driver in the eye through the viewport, and shoved the barrel of the bolt pistol through the glass. Delivery for the Star Children. Boom. The Ridge Runner's fuel tank cooked off, sending a fireball into the cavern ceiling, affecting Gerhard as well. He used that force, supported himself through the use of psychokinesis, and leapt off just as the vehicle erupted in a spectacular fireball and landed on the Goliath truck. As he crashed into the vehicle, he drove the bones word through the vehicle's roof with all of his strength. The psychic disruption field fried and split the driver's brain instantly. Gerhard dropped another explosive, and he used the sword as a pivot to position himself, then pushed himself onto the second trailing Ridge Runner. Psionic mana shield. Gerhard turned into a cannonball and punched through the cockpit glass with a bang and splattered the driver beneath him and anything that was in the way. BBRROOOMMM. Gerhard fell back, but Hans took control of the suit in that split second, guiding the limbs to position Gerhard upright and land in a crouch. Thump. That's why you're the goat, Hans. Nice one. He stowed the bolter pistol and stood up as more Xenos swarmed the kill zone, grabbing the assault cannon once more, piercing the ground with the bones word. Come on then, he roared, I've still got a few thousand rounds in the hopper with your names on them. Remaining hostiles, 612. And a powerful signature detected at the core. Perfect, Gerhard grinned. Stress testing at its finest. Chapter 33, Gamer Moves. The battlefield was a cacophony of screeching genestealers and the heavy thrum of the MKI.2 suit and the different weapons. Gerhard was a force of capitalistic violence, moving with a seemingly unstoppable momentum that saw hundreds of Xenos splash against it. Bum bum bum. The bolt pistol fired 3 times. The first bolt took a purist rain in the head, the internal explosion decapitating it before its body could even hit the deck. The second and third bolts caught 2 acolytes mid-lunge, their ribcages expanding and shattering like water balloons under the pressure of too much water. In the same heartbeat, Gerhard's right arm snapped through the air. The bones word hummed and bisected 2 metamorphs in a fluid horizontal slash. The creatures didn't even have time to shriek, the monomolecular edge parted their flesh so cleanly that their upper torsos slid off their lower halves before they realized they were dead. Energy drain active. Health at maximum. Converting plus 950 HP to plus 475 MP. Gerhard spun on his heel, his suit's servos whining in protest as he performed a 180-degree pivot, faster than he should have. Bum bum bum. 3 more bolts hammered into the face of an encroaching aberrant, the specialized ammo ignoring 35% of its toughened hide. The mutants had vanished in a spray of gray brain matter and purple blood. Clang. A heavy industrial pickaxe swung by a hidden hybrid slammed into Gerhard's left forearm. He didn't flinch. The mid-class physical resistance of the suit turned the lethal blow into a vibration. Gerhard's counter was instantaneous, consisting of a brutal forward kick that caved in the hybrid's chest cavity, sending it flying back into the horde. Without pausing, he slashed the bones word through a purist rain attempting to flank him from the right, the blade drinking deep of its alien vitality, while his left hand snapped the bolt pistol toward a neophyte on his left. BOM. The hybrids had exploded. Danger sense. Psionic mana shield. The shimmering blue barrier was cast to life as a volley of heavy stubber fire from a distant gantry converged on his position. The bullets splashed harmlessly against the psionic mana construct. Using the moment inside the shield's safety, Gerhard's actions were a series of practiced moves. He ejected the spent magazine of the bolt pistol with a flick of his wrist, while grabbing a fresh one from his inventory at the same time, and punched it into the magwell with a satisfying metallic clack. He didn't even fire the pistol after that. He dropped it into his inventory and, in the same motion, pulled out the assault cannon. The transition was impressively seamless, considering the heavy armor he was wearing. The shield flickered and was turned off as he clasped the special ammo connector from the suit's storage to the weapon's housing. Hans, spin, up. Affirmative. Overclocking rotary servos. Whir. The 6 barrels became a blur, faster than they were in their base state. Gerhard had to create some breathing room. BRRRRRRTTTTTTTTTT. The muzzle flash looked like a continuous firing of small explosions. Gerhard swept the cannon in a wide arc. A line of 30 hybrids was simply erased from existence, their bodies splashing in a spray of red mist and bone fragments. An Adelon jackal tried to jump its dirt cycle over a pile of crates to reach him. Gerhard tracked it with the cannon, never stopping his attack. The stream of shells caught the bike midair, detonating the fuel tank and turning the rider into a charred husk before it even hit the ground. Gerhard stood his ground. The gray look of his armor was now entirely covered by gore, but as he mowed down the next wave, his focus couldn't have been higher. Master. The MP regen is spiking. The continuous use of life drain is overflowing and fueling our mana reserves. We are at 100% capacity, right now. Your tactic is working. Good, Gerhard grinned. The air grew cold after the shower of flames from the exploded Adeln jackal receded somewhat. A silence fell over the remaining cultists. It was a silence born of absolute, terrified subservience and reverence. Above everyone, at the far end of the battlefield, the leader and commander stepped forward. The Genestealer Patriarch had finally emerged. It was twice the height of a space marine, a disgusting monster of purple chitin armor and diamond-hard talons. It moved with the cold, calculating intelligence of the Predator King that it was. Observe. Genestealer Patriarch, LV.85. HP, 22,000/22,000. MP, 4,500. The apex of the cult. The Patriarch is always the oldest purest reign of the cult. As the first Genestealer of the group, all other members are psychically linked through it. This leads it to attain a level of intelligence much higher than that of other Genestealers. Over time, it can become a very powerful psyker. It grows in size and strength, developing a bloated, immobile appearance. A Patriarch whose cult is on the verge of taking over a world becomes a psychic beacon, attracting Tyranids to the planet. As the Tyranids approach, it will fall under the power of the Tyranid hive mind, and begin leading the cult in attacks on vulnerable positions to facilitate the inevitable invasion. STR, 155. Vit, 150. Dex, 160. Int, 125. Wis, 80. Luck, 20. Master. What the fuck is that? The Genestealer Patriarch, Master. Or were you surprised by its stats? How is this only level 85? That's cheating. He's using hacks. Anyone? That fat insect is cheating. This should be the Broodcoven. There's a Magus and another Primus at his side. Danger sense. Danger sense. Danger sense. A powerful feeling of danger alerted Gerhard, and their talk was interrupted by a monstrously powerful shriek. The shriek came from the Patriarch. Psionic Mana Shield. SCREE. It was a psychic shriek so powerful that the nearby weaker members of the cult collapsed, bleeding from their orifices. But that wasn't all. Gerhard's psionic mana shield was broken and shut off. His suit's artificial spirit core, aka Hans, fought to stabilize the systems, but wasn't unaffected by this either. Warning, psychic interference detected. Diverting MP to neural dampeners. Redirecting power. The psychic shriek, though weakened by the barrier, assaulted Gerhard's mind. Mental attack detected. Resisted through gamer's mind. Mental mirror. Gerhard's skill, Mental Mirror, activated and reflected a portion of the attack to the Patriarch, surprising it and making it stop its shriek right away. but there was more. It appears that the Patriarch was affected by a mental attack just now. It looks shaken. That was me, Gerhard said, recasting his shield as he felt danger. Mental mirror has leveled up. Mental mirror has leveled up. Gerhard's skill was rather convenient as it not only harmed the Patriarch with a part of its own most potent psychic attack, but it also weakened the entire broodmind to a degree that the weakest members started stumbling and bleeding. The Patriarch shook its big head and snarled angrily. Then its figure blurred. Danger sense. Danger sense. Danger sense. It was faster than anything Gerhard had faced. Much, much faster. And it was far more intelligent as well. Its claws struck the psionic mana shield and ripped it to shreds as though it were made of paper, continuing on their path and slicing into the Mk 1.2 armor. It carved deeply into the polymorphic alloy, unlike the purest rain Genesteller previously, and it harmed Gerhard significantly. HP 697. Uff. Gerhard was thrown back, his health dropping by 700 in a single strike. Psionic mana shield. Psionic mana shield. Gerhard cast the skill twice, digging deep into his mana reserves, but being forced to by the danger he faced. The Patriarch observed Gerhard and controlled the broodmind to have its posse attack him. The Primus and the Magus got active, organizing the remaining troops and striking while it was hot. Gerhard clenched his jaw and scrambled up. He wasn't bleeding, thanks to Gamer's body, but it still hurt. The polymorphic alloy structure shifted and hardened slightly in response. Greater than plus 5% physical resistance achieved after repeated hits. Greater than 13% more mana required to enhance it further, Master. Don't. We're going to be in rather short supply on mana any moment now. He and the Patriarch stared at each other. Both recognized the threat that the other one posed. The Xeno's intelligence wasn't for show. You want a piece of me, you big purple bastard? Gerhard roared. He discarded the sword for a moment and lunged forward, not away. Gerhard's heavy metal boots skidded across the blood-slicked ferrocrete, the servos in his legs whining as he stabilized. The Patriarch was already mid-lunge again, using speeds that defied its massive bulk. Danger sense. Gerhard took out the assault cannon and fired, causing the Patriarch to deviate from his direct path and giving Gerhard a split second. Hans, calculate the vector. Now. Analyzing. Strike incoming from 2 o'clock. Probability of shield bypass, 98%. Gerhard didn't wait for the hit, especially because Hans' information aligned with his danger sense. Just as the Patriarch's claws whistled through the air, Gerhard used a skill. Psychokinesis. He didn't target the monster directly, instead, he targeted the support pillar behind it. It would have been impossible for Gerhard to move, considering his current level, but it was already broken and about to fall. With a mental roar of great effort, he pushed the threatened chunk of rusted plasteel from the structure and targeted it into the Patriarch's path. Path deviation of 32 degrees to the right. Crash. The Patriarch didn't stop, but the sudden obstacle forced it to deviate from its strike again. Its claws sliced through the plasteel like a hot wire through wax, but the momentum was lost nonetheless. It jumped over the large obstacle with surreal ease and speed. But what awaited it on the other side was Gerhard. Having seized the blind spot beforehand, he slid behind the pillar and was under the creature when it jumped over it. He had his weapon ready and pressed the bolt pistol against its stomach. Bum 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 bum. Critical hit. HP, 19,100. The monster shrieked in pain, its massive tail whipping around with enough force to level a building, striking Gerhard's shield and breaking the outer one easily. Gerhard barely flicked his wrist. Psionic mana shield. MP, 972/1208. Gerhard cast the skill again right away, not bothering with the insane cost. He felt the mental clarity buff kick in as the shields flickered. Warning, Magus initiating psychic lance. He's closing distance. Gerhard saw the Magus raise its staff, its eyes glowing with warp energy. He couldn't dodge both the Patriarch and a wannabe psychic sniper. He used psychokinesis again, this time seizing a pile of discarded industrial saws near the Primus, who was ordering his troops to attack from a distance. Gerhard spun them into a vortex of jagged metal between him and the Magus, creating distance. The psychic lance was about to strike the spinning scrap, detonating in a shower of sparks, but Gerhard moved them to the side, hurling them at the Patriarch instead, choosing to tank the hit. MP, 880/1208. MP, +50. MP, 930/1208. Parts of the warp energy used in the attack were converted into mana by the shield skill, paying off Gerhard's gamble. The Patriarch recovered, its eyes fixed on Gerhard with a burning hatred. It didn't lunge this time, it used its own psychic might to try to lock Gerhard's joints. Gerhard felt his armor lock up, the servos fighting an invisible force. The low-class energy resistance wasn't helping much. Hans. Overload the joints. Burn the mana. Diversion successful. Initiating kinetic burst. Gerhard broke the hold, but the Patriarch was already in front of him. A flurry of 4 claws from 2 arms struck against his shields. Smash. Shatter. Smash. Psionic Mana Shield. Psionic Mana Shield. MP, 640/1208. Shit. Gerhard was running low on mana and health. The Patriarch was a relentless engine of destruction, and the surrounding hybrids were closing in to trap him and cut off his escape. The Primus lunged with its blade, clashing against Gerhard's suit shoulder. Gerhard was being suffocated. Quite literally, and it wasn't helping that the darn Patriarch could cut through his most powerful defensive skill like wet paper. The Patriarch's STR was 145, nearly 4 times his own. Every block felt like his arms were being driven into his chest and cut off, doing major damage. It wasn't looking great. Gerhard was about to use his save status points when he had another idea. Interestingly enough, the immense danger only made him more focused, with the corresponding skill activating. I need a reset. Hans, give me a path to the left. The hybrid pack. Gerhard said, casting the shield one final time and then almost losing all of his mana. Path calculated. 12 meters. Target density, high. I recommend taking off. Now. Gerhard pushed himself sideways. Without realizing it, he used the warp-derived skill, telekinesis, to propel himself away from the Patriarch, holding his suit together and tumbling into a group of nearly 50 neophyte hybrids and acolytes that had been waiting for their turn to strike. The bones word appeared in his hand as he stowed the pistol, needing his other hand as a way to guide his telekinesis. Batteries. Gerhard became a blender, forgetting all grace he may have had, hacking like a lunatic from left to right. He ignored the Patriarch's roar behind him and dove into the weaker cultists. Slash. Cleave. Thrust. The bones word drank energy as it reaped through the unprepared hybrids. Energy drain active, plus 300 HP. Acolyte hybrid defeated. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Energy drain active, plus 500 HP. Neophyte hybrid defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Energy drain active, plus 300 HP. He didn't stop. He moved with a peak, gamer move. He enhanced his body with warp energy, kicked a hybrid's head off, slashed through 3 torsos in one sweep, and fired a salvo of bolter rounds into the center of the pack. Purest Rain Genestealer defeated. Plus 120, 000 EXP. Energy drain active. Health at maximum. Converting plus 950 HP to plus 475 MP. Gerhard was at max health, but his mana was still a problem. He wasn't able to use a skill this way. Or so he thought. He didn't realize that he had been using the warp-dependent skill telekinesis and not the mana-dependent one, psychokinesis. He had messed up in that regard, since he swore not to touch the warp anytime soon. The Patriarch was above Gerhard. Its shadow had jumped over the pile of corpses Gerhard was creating. It leapt, its claws poised to end the gamer once and for all and struck through Gerhard's suit, hurling him through the air. HP, 1000. That one hit almost killed Gerhard outright. The suit was broken, held together only by sheer force of will. Just one more. Gerhard muttered as he killed the first Xenos he crashed against mid-flight. Flailing around like a helpless puppy. Neophyte defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Level up. All HP/MP restored. The Patriarch's claws were again inches from Gerhard's faceplate, which was the only piece that hadn't been fully broken, when the level up arrived. Psionic Mana Shield. Psionic Mana Shield. Psychokinesis. My turn, maggot. Chapter 34, End of the Genestealer Cult. The Patriarch hit the shield with such force that he reeled backwards. What Gerhard didn't realize was that the mental clarity from his previous shield shatter, plus his unconscious use of telekinesis, had unknowingly leveled up his minor warp manipulation several times, making the cast faster and twice as dense as before. The reason for this was that psionic mana shield was a skill that could be used through mana and warp energy. The system turned everything into MP, but that didn't mean that Gerhard couldn't use the warp if he wanted to. The situation had unwillingly revealed an interesting fact, that if he increased his minor warp manipulation skill, he would require less MP to use his psionic mana shield. Gerhard stood defiant on a literal hill of Xenos meat, the Patriarch in front of him. The MK 1.2 suit, or what was left of it, was dripping with purple blood, and his mana pool was brimming with fresh energy. He looked at the Patriarch, then at the shocked Magus and the one-armed Primus. "I will bathe this underhive with your blood." The Patriarch let out a scream of pure, unadulterated rage, understanding Gerhard perfectly. Gerhard knew that level up was a temporary reprieve, a full tank of gas in a car with a shattered chassis. "Hans, focus everything on the suit's regeneration and adaptation. Don't focus on the battle for now." "Understood." Redirecting remaining suit power to stabilize the integrity and begin structural regeneration. Durability critical, 12%. Gerhard broke into a sprint, but it wasn't a straight line. Every time the Patriarch tried to intercept, Gerhard concentrated as hard as he could, flicking his fingers. Psychokinesis. He didn't try to move the powerful monster. He pulled a heavy industrial floor grate up by 6 inches just as the Patriarch's foot landed on it. The Predator King stumbled, which translated into a microsecond of lag that Gerhard used to bypass it entirely. He wasn't after the king yet, he wanted the subordinates first. The Magus screamed, a wave of warp fire erupting from its staff, which Gerhard took deaden. Psionic Mana Shield. MP, 1100/1248. Absorbed damage converted to MP, plus 85. The shield rippled, feeding off the Magus's use of the warp. Gerhard closed the gap using massive strides. The Primus lunged with its own bones word, aiming for one of the large breaches in Gerhard's armor. Gerhard didn't parry, though. He let the blade sink into the polymorphic alloy, trapping it with one arm, took out the assault cannon and then brought it point blank against the Primus's stomach. BRRRRRRTTTTTTTTTT. The Primus was shredded into a fine purple mist that coated the Magus, who reacted, creating a warp shield of his own. Primus defeated. Plus 219, 222 EXP. Gerhard spun around. The bones word in hand as he coated it with psychokinesis, adding more piercing power to it and cutting through the warp shield. With another step, Gerhard sliced the dizzy Magus, who suffered a psychic backlash, in half. Magus defeated. Plus 380, 282 EXP. But the cost was high. The Patriarch, seeing its broodcoven slaughtered, went into a frenzy. It used its highest speed and struck Gerhard from behind. Its claws tore the entire backplate and the left shoulder pauldron of the 1.2 Malawian Quatch's suit off, and struck Gerhard once more. HP, 550. Durability, 0% suit failure, master. Gerhard was smashed to the ground, and pieces of metallic silver alloy clattered across the ground. He was exposed. His suit was a ruin of sparking wires and crooked metal. The Patriarch loomed over him, its claws already pulled back and about to strike again. Gerhard acted as fast as he could, using psychokinesis and telekinesis both, to trip the monster slightly, making it lose its balance and snarl with rage so hot it could have burned the sun. But it had been enough time. Gerhard had ripped out Hans' core and thrown it into his inventory, along with the rest of the suit's remains, which vanished, leaving Gerhard in his basic gamer clothes. He was heaving. "You die." The Patriarch hissed, a sound triumph, and swung its claws through the air, for that final and permanent death. Flash. 1 second, the Patriarch lunged at Gerhard, the next, it struck empty air. He was gone. The monster and leader of the entire Genestealer cult on this planet, the most powerful creature in the Underhive, was confused as it stood on an empty, but very bloody remains of a battlefield. Swing. A bonesword's sharp edge caught the Patriarch's thick, armored neck. Cutting through the outer chitin armor, through the powerful muscles and bones, finding the spine and cleaving through it. Thud. The Patriarch's massive head hit the floor with a wet sound. Its body stood upright for a second longer, twitching, before collapsing like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Genestealer Patriarch defeated. Plus 938, 230 EXP. Level up. Energy drain active. Health, 1158/1158. Gerhard stood over the corpse, leaning on his sword. He looked at the severed head of the Predator King and let out a long breath. For a moment, silence fell over the cavern. Without the Patriarch, the primary synapse creature has been lost. Usually, depending on when that happens, the cult members either go insane, realizing that they were manipulated through the broodmind into becoming voluntary tyrannid snacks and not the Star God's chosen people. If it happened before the cult revealed itself, a purest rain genestealer would undergo a hormonal transformation into the new synapse creature and resume control. Now in this case. No. All around the Underhive battlefield, the now disillusioned genestealers descended into a crying and angry mess. The truth is that the humans weren't really doing this as willingly as it seemed. They were manipulated into believing that now that they were part of the cult, they would be rewarded eventually, and their saviors would descend from the sky and come for them. In an imperium of men doing everything it could to make life for its inhabitants a living hell, this was, of course, tempting. But the horrible truth is later on revealed. You couldn't have anything good in this reality. The remaining cultists descended into chaos, their minds shattered by the sudden realization of what had happened. They started to fight against the other genestealer cultists, using whatever they had at hand and hacking into each other. It was an even worse look than when they had fought as one unit. The terrible emotions they experienced at being used as slaves and manipulated, only to then realize what happened, had to be one of the worst things to experience. Gerhard looked on for a moment, seeing cultists running past him, without even a second glance at times. They were filled with pain and anger, hating what they were and willingly killing each other. A genestealer neophyte ran towards him. Interestingly, Gerhard's danger sense didn't go off. He still gripped the bones word, which was slowly regenerating, prepared for anything. The former cultist threw itself on the ground in front of Gerhard, wailing. "Please, kill me." He cried hard, making Gerhard glad that he had, gamer's mind, once more. The creature begged again. "Please, kill me. I beg you." Gerhard took out his bolter pistol. Boom. And shot the former cultist in the head, ending his suffering quickly. Gerhard was still human, and this situation was different from the genestealers he had captured and experimented on. This one had been freed and was in terrible psychological pain. Gerhard could feel it. Killing him was as much mercy as he would ever muster in this galaxy, as harsh as that sounded. He looked at the maddening sight of the broken battlefield and shook his head. He walked forward and started the cleansing, freeing these tortured souls from their suffering. He also wasn't going to take any chances and allow a single purest rain to go free. He looked at his mini-map and used Detect Presence to keep an eye on such cases, going out of his way to hunt and kill them. He also used the technique he had just developed. However, calling it a technique was not quite correct. It was more like cheating on the highest level. What Gerhard did was use Instant Dungeon Create and enter his time dilation dungeon of a 5-to-1 ratio. Then, he walked forward on the battlefield inside the dungeon to the rough spot where the enemy had been a second ago in the real world, used Instant Dungeon Escape, and appeared somewhere in front of or behind the enemy, killing him. That's how he had killed the Patriarch. And it was bloody effective, too. The only thing he had to make sure of was that no one and nothing was touching him while he did it. Otherwise, that person or thing would accompany him inside the dungeon, and that wasn't a good thing, now was it? Was it honorable? PFFF, what a ridiculous notion. And there was another bonus by Gerhard using this tactic. Since the time inside ran 5 times faster than outside, he also regenerated his health and mana faster. So imagine this. Gerhard disappeared for 2 seconds from the real world. The enemy is confused for 1 second, and maybe, depending on how powerful he or she or it is, it will take another second or a few more to look for Gerhard. However, those 2 seconds turned into 10 seconds for Gerhard, allowing him to regenerate 10 seconds worth of mana. And he didn't need to use it only to ambush people. He could also simply dip from danger. Although there was another problem here, and that was whether he was inside the warp. Doing this inside the warp was not a good idea. Creating a separate dimension in the warp was like doing the same thing underwater. Sure, it was a separate dimension, but it was still underwater. There was still water inside the separate dungeon. Meaning, there could still spawn warp denizens like before. Not a great plan. Gerhard guessed he would have to significantly raise his level in ID creation to eliminate that negative aspect. If it were even possible, but for him, as the gamer, it should be possible. Gerhard returned to his base and entered an empty dungeon for now. He had finally ended the Genestealer cult and, hopefully, if he was now lucky enough, prevented Hive Fleet Leviathan's arrival. He would have to wait and see. But he would also have to train and prepare again. Because if that happened, Gerhard had to go on a mad killing spree and kill as many Tyranids as he could. But for some reason, he didn't think that would happen. Gerhard first pulled up his status window to have a look at what had changed. Name, Gerhard. Class, the gamer. Level, LV39. Title, the grinder. HP, 1343/1343. MP, 1230/1230. STR, 47 plus 12. VIT, 50 plus 12. Dex, 40 plus 12. Int, 101 plus 12. Wis, 73. Luck, 20. Points, 131. Money, 0. Derived stats. MP Regan. Passive, 476.10/min. Active, 521.20/min. Passive plus Iron Will, 833.18/min. Active plus Iron Will, 912.10/min. MP cost. 72% of normal. You know, that's not a bad-looking status window. Considering I haven't spent a single point in STR, VIT, and DEX. Right, Hans isn't here. I forgot how boring it can get when you're talking to yourself. It's not that bad. The reason for this was that Iron Will and Deep Breathing Energy Control both leveled up. Iron Will, passive, LV, 2. EXP, 0%. You will never stop, you will never give up. You would rather die than give in. There is no obstacle you can't climb. This skill activates as soon as either HP or MP drops below 50%. Effects. Plus 75% HP regeneration, only when HP drops below 50%. Plus 75% MP regeneration, only when HP drops below 50%. Plus 15 VIT, permanent. Deep Breathing Energy Control, active/passive, LV.6. MP, 20. EXP, 0%. A breathing technique that enhances physical performance through controlled respiration, by precise mana control. Effects. Plus 16% total HP, passive. Plus 6% HP regeneration, passive, greater than plus 16% when active. Plus 16% total MP, passive. Plus 6% MP regeneration, passive, greater than 16% when active. Special effects. Plus 12 STR, active. Plus 12 VIT, active. Plus 12 DEX, active. Plus 12 INT, active. Ugh, to think that this breathing technique is still an active skill. I'll have to change that before going against the orcs, that's for sure. Then there's the problem with chaos. Yeah, I am in desperate need of training and more powerful weapons and armor. Gerhard was correct. He divided the dangers of the Warhammer 40k reality into some very broad tiers. It helped him prepare mentally. His status looked rather impressive if he compared it to the lowest tiers, but he was constantly on the back foot against the Patriarch, and for good reason. He was about to spend all his points when he remembered that crucial cheating skill. And he was lucky that he did. Spending points before your stats in one area were not even 100 was a terrible waste. He could still train on his own, and if he was right, he should already be ready to handle most orc boys, depending on which clan they belonged to. But then again, saying that was not healthy or even a good idea. Orcs might not look as impressive in terms of INT, WIS, or DEX, but they were physical stat monsters. And their tech made them unpredictable. So an orc boy might be in a similar tier to elite Imperial troops like Tempesticians, but their health, strength, and vitality would be far above theirs. Orc boys most likely also had higher health, STR, and VIT stats compared to Space Marines, despite Gerhard thinking that an orc boy would win against a regular Space Marine in a 1v1, like 80% of the time. Again, it all depended on circumstances and chance. Theoretically, an Imperial Guard could kill a Space Marine if he got lucky or the Space Marine was arrogant. Or a bomb squig. Yeah, all of this was useless to think about. Gerhard had to prepare more. Not necessarily level up, but in terms of his skills and stats. Alright, let's get Hans back in action. Chapter 35, Time Skip. Boom boom. Orc defeated. Several months had passed since Gerhard cleared the underhive of the Genestealer cult. Pew pew. Poison arachnid defeated. No hive fleet had arrived in the skies of the planet, at least Gerhard thought so, as he hadn't heard anything akin to a planet-wide war. Boom. Kobold defeated. Kobold defeated. Kobold defeated. So the increase in luck had proven to be a good idea after all. And now, after all this free time, what had Gerhard accomplished? Pew. Orc defeated. Gerhard's figure flashed across the battlefield, with top speeds that were impressive considering that he hadn't been training his physical stats that much to warrant this. The air in the deep sublevels of the labyrinth dungeon was a mix of different odors. For months, Gerhard's reality had revolved around research and training in different areas. He had been working a relentless grind through engineering, programming, and the creation of better, more powerful armor and suits. Naturally, that wasn't all he did. A tide of slimes and zombies approached from the western corridor, their wet footsteps reverberating against the cold stone. Gerhard didn't flinch in the slightest. He moved at a predatory pace that wasn't entirely new but now seemed backed by experience and power. He looked like the apex predator in this dungeon. And he was. Gone was the clunky, improvised and rather impractical plating of the past. Gerhard now wore the MKIIIS Apex Predator kinetic suit. The suit was iconic in his past life, and everyone probably knew it at a glance. This was unironically the famous Mjolnir-powered assault armor from Halo. Recreated through research and the use of local resources. The dark, matte finish ceramitarmoplus composites absorbed the dim light, making him look even more menacing. As he pivoted, the polymorphic alloy joints moved with precision, synced perfectly to his nervous system via the neural link, an invention of his own creation. A giant arachnid lunged from the ceiling, with its mandibles clicking and poison dripping from them. Gerhard seemed to have eyes in the back of his head because he pointed the rifle up and pulled the trigger. Pew! A silent, red beam of light cut off the creature's head before it could even register the danger. Giant arachnid defeated. Gerhard held what he called the Spartan in his hands, and it was beautiful. Gerhard was incredibly proud of it and how he came to create it. It took a long time, but he managed after months of research and work. This beautiful creation was what you got if you combined a bolter with a loss gun. That's right, Gerhard found a way not only to combine the two weapons but also to make them incredibly efficient and work together seamlessly. Spartan Bolter-Loss Hybrid Rifle, Rank, Special. A masterwork weapon created by Gerhard the Gamer after months of research, engineering, and battlefield testing. The Spartan seamlessly combines loss technology and bolt weaponry into a single unit, allowing the wielder to switch between precision high penetration and explosive devastation. Stats. Durability, 6920/6920. Damage, Loss Mode 440. Damage, Bolt Mode 580. Critical Chance, 22%. Fire Rate, Medium. Charge Capacity, 380. Magazine Capacity, 100. Special Effects. Dual Mode Weapon System. Instantly switch between. Loss Mode, Precision/Stealth. Bolt Mode, Explosive/Anti-Armor. Loss Mode. Plus 80% accuracy. Plus 120% headshot damage. Silent Execution. No visible muzzle flash. Greatly reduced sound. Penetrating Beam. Shots pass through multiple targets. Target Analysis Integration. Plus 25% critical chance at range. Bolt Mode. Mass Reactive Rounds. Plus 70% internal explosion damage. Ignores 40% armor. Moderate AoE damage. No accuracy penalty. Adaptive Combat Logic. Plus 20% damage when switching modes. Plus 25% accuracy after mode swap. Integrated HUD Sync. Perfect Targeting Assistance. Reduced aiming time to near zero. Energy Ammo Efficiency System. 20% energy consumption, Loss Mode. 15% ammo consumption, Bolt Mode. The Bolter-Loss Hybrid was held in his steady grip. In Loss Mode, the weapon was a literal laser scalpel. Seriously precise, silent, invisible, and powerful. Thanks to his ever-growing level in firearms mastery and the integrated HUD in his helmet, he didn't even need to use the sights to fire accurately. 3 kobolds attempted to flank Gerhard. He turned his head and looked at the approaching horde of lizards behind the kobolds. He flicked the selector switch on his grip with his finger. Click. The rifle switched to bolt mode, and unlike what one might think of such a weapon, it was ready to fire right away. Boom, boom, boom. The hybrid weapon barked with the impressive power of a heavy bolter. Mass-reactive rounds buried themselves in the kobolds' chests, detonating internally and painting the walls and ground in a bloody red mist. The recoil stabilization and his suit kept his arm locked like a vice. The weapon didn't move an inch. Hans, status, Gerhard muttered, his voice filtered through the helmet's vox grill. Multiple low-threat signatures detected. There are ogres and armored lizards approaching. Tactical logic, engaged in tagging targets. I suggest switching to the blades now. No need to waste time on such weaklings when you have all the advantage. I believe the testing was a success. I suppose you're right. A massive ogre smashed through a wooden barricade, flanked by a squad of lizards clad in silver iron plates. Gerhard didn't bother using the Spartan anymore. Hans was right, it was too powerful to use here in this level of the labyrinth. He placed the weapon into the inventory and reached behind his shoulders. With a soft click of psychic static, the synaptic execution blades were drawn. These beauties were Tyrannid Bones words, even if they didn't look like it now. When he held them in his hands, they hummed. These living blades were vibrating at a frequency that made the very air tremble and split atoms apart. Twin Bones words, synaptic execution blades, rank, special. A pair of enhanced Tyrannid Bones words created from the claws of a Genestealer patriarch, modified and stabilized by Gerhard the Gamer. Linked through psychic resonance, these blades amplify each other's power, creating a feedback loop of destructive force. The blades retain their living nature, growing during combat and feeding on the life force of their victims. Stats. Durability, 10, 800 tenths, 800, regenerative. Damage, 10-20, per blade. Critical chance, 26%. Attack speed, high. Special effects. Dual psychic disruption field. Ignores 100% physical armor. Resonance chain system. Plus 35% attack speed when dual wielding. Plus 40% damage when both blades are active. Extended range via chain attacks. Enhanced life drain. Restores 40% of damage dealt as HP. Monomolecular Tyrannid Edge. Plus 70% damage to flesh targets. Plus 50% damage to armor. Synaptic Overload. Plus 5% damage per consecutive hit, max plus 40%. Neural Synchronization, enhanced. Scales with INT/WIS. Plus 35% effectiveness of mana/psychic skills. Increased reaction speed. Execution Surge. Plus 120% critical damage. Chance to destabilize target. Living Weapon Core. Regenerates durability over time. Cannot be permanently degraded. Instinctive Aggression. Plus 20% attack speed during sustained combat. Limitations. Requires high STR and DEX. High mental load due to dual psychic feedback. Holding them, Gerhard pushed himself off and became a blur. The power in his suit exploded as he dodged the ogre's club, converting the near miss into a plus 5% speed and power boost. The black color was, in truth, chitin, and the golden parts were the evolved bone. Gerhard sheared through a lizard's shield as if it were air. The dual psychic disruption field ignored 100% of any creature's armor. Armored lizard defeated. Energy drain. He spun around. The resonance chain system extended the reach of his blades, allowing him to hold one and use it like a retractable projectile. He twirled one blade at high speed and threw it out, controlling its path with the other. The second lizard was decapitated before it could even hiss about the death of the first one. Armored lizard defeated. Energy drain. Gerhard leapt into the air. The suit's plus 65 DEX increase allowed him to move like the wind. He buried both bones words into the ogre's skull. Energy drain. The enhanced life drain kicked in all the time after the blades touched a living being. Whether they were created by a dungeon or in real life, it didn't matter, and if he was already full health, it transformed into mana, and after reaching a certain threshold, it condensed and increased his total mana pool permanently by a few points. A surge of warmth flooded Gerhard as the blades absorbed the ogre's vitality, funneling it back into his own body. The ogre collapsed, its flesh turned into smoke. Ogre defeated. Gerhard stood amidst the thousands of dropped items and resources. The maniconductive reactor in his chest was pulsing with a steady, blue light. He felt no fatigue, no mana burn, only the coolness, calculating efficiency of the New Year's version of himself. He was certain that the last year of the 41st millennium had arrived. And with it, a new set of problems. He looked at his HUD inside his helmet, checked his vital signs, and added the information from the modified auspex. Everything was perfect, the suit was in peak condition, and so were his weapons. His mana was regenerating at a staggering 784 per minute, and that was if Iron Will wasn't active. Months of preparation for the final year of the millennium, Gerhard said. I think we're finally ready for the next stage. What do you think, Hans? Indeed, Master. I believe you are more than ready to do that. However, I don't have enough information to say this with confidence. And we haven't tested the Ironmonger yet, have we? Gerhard returned his living blades to his back. They were so sharp that he had to create a set of psychokinetic sockets that held them as water would, because they would break the suit otherwise. Well, we are going to test the MKIIH, aren't we? That's what the orcs are for. Ah, yes. It seems months of training and research haven't actually made you smarter. I wonder whether the INT stat affects your intelligence, as it says. I wonder the same. I feel like I can focus better, think faster and have close to an eidetic memory, but not that I'm that much more intelligent. No, you definitely became more intelligent. It's just not possible to quantify that like the system does. You aren't 2 times as intelligent as you were when your INT stat was 60. It doesn't matter. The totally not Mjolnir-powered assault armor, which I cleverly called Apex Predator, works beautifully. Indeed. A masterful use of low Gothic, Master. What was that about intelligence? Touchy, are we? What's the problem? Oh, nothing. I was just wondering when you were going to address my mobility, as you said you would, months ago. Observing you mow down these weak monsters is not as interesting as you think, Master. Ah, right. The Castellan Project. I'll tell you what. We're going to give the MKIIH a spin, introduce ourselves to the orcs, and then I'll use the scrap I salvaged and the one I can generate in limitless supply now to start the Castellan body for you. How does that sound? Like you will lose yourself in research again. But still good. That's the spirit. Pun intended. Hilarious, Master. When Gerhard said going back, he meant hopping from one dungeon to the research and work room that the system had generated for him after using the skill for that purpose for months. The MKIIS hissed as the seals opened. Gerhard took each piece and placed it in the inventory, where all his weapons, items, resources, and gear were. It was far too convenient to have something like that. Observe. MKIIS, Apex Predator, Powered Assault Armor, Rank, Special. A high-mobility combat rig modeled after the legendary Mjolnir power armor. It is bulkier than the original. It prioritizes ceramite armor+ composites for the main plating to keep the weight low, utilizing polymorphic alloy only in the joints and the neural link to allow Gerhard to move extremely fast. Stats. MP, 700 per minute. Durability, 800/800, standard repair. Energy core, Hans, synaptic sync. Armor class, medium kinetic suit. Defensive effects. Plus 70% mid-class physical resistance. Plus 60% high-class energy resistance, optimized ceramite thermal shedding. Plus 40% psychic/warp resistance, silver-etched armor+ lining. Plus 30 STR. Plus 25 VIT. Plus 55 DEX, enhanced reflexes and microthruster assistance. Specialized layers. Kinetic capacitor, 10% of the energy from dodged attacks is converted into a temporary plus 5% speed boost for 10 seconds. Neural link refinement, reduces the casting time and MP cost of psychokinesis and telekinesis by 25%. Refractive coating, makes the user harder to track with auspex scanners or thermal vision. Power and core system common to both MK3 suits. Artificial Spirit Core, Hans upgraded. Now integrates Men of Iron tactical logic, providing a plus 20% bonus to hit chance against tagged enemies. Maniconductive Reactor, V2. Features a polymorphic core that stabilizes high energy output, preventing mana burn during prolonged combat. Dual Power Feed, V2. Emergency Siphon, if Gerhard's MP reaches 0, the suit can drain 10% of its stored energy inside its materials to instantly restore 500 MP. Gerhard was quite proud of the totally not Mjolnir. He had managed to increase most of his stats while wearing it. It was truly a powerful tool for him, as it allowed him to fight enemies that were considerably stronger than he was right now. If Gerhard had this armor while fighting the Genestealer Patriarch, he would have had a much easier time doing so. And combined with the extra training and the much more powerful weapons, it wouldn't have been even remotely as interesting as it had been. Well, it's time. We are going to fuck up some orcs and see what Krumpen is really like. I mean, I already got a taste of Daka, and I have to agree with the greenskins. It's fucking great. I think that's a bit of an understatement. If you were even slightly green, you would be seen as a Xenos and killed. And you still might, considering I exist and you have no interest in stopping the creation of new technology anytime soon. Hey, if you're not called a heretic, you're doing something wrong or part of the disgusting corpse that the Imperium has become. So you'll face the Ecclesiarchy, the Sisters of Battle, the Adeptus Astartes, all of the Mechanicus, the... Yeah, I understand. But I know how it will work out just fine. Don't say it. More power. Chapter 36, New Additions. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, LV42. Title, The Grinder. HP, 1900/1900. MP, 1651/1651. STR, 72. VIT, 76. Dex, 64. Int, 131. Wis, 80. Luck, 20. Points, 146. Money, 0. MP Regan. Passive, 784.37/min. Passive plus Iron Will, 1372.64/min. MP cost. 72% of normal. Gerhard looked at his status window and nodded. This wasn't bad. It was still nowhere what that patriarch cunt was, but that didn't matter. So far, Gerhard hadn't been as strong as the enemy he had fought and killed. He used tools and skills to help him. And that was more than fine. Because this time, he was more prepared than ever. Or so he believed. You never knew with the orcs. But he was looking forward to it. Gerhard hadn't spent a lot of time in dungeons and power leveling. Not because he couldn't. Because he didn't want to. He took a break for a few weeks initially to calm himself down. Not his mind, as that was always calm and collected by Gamer's mind. It was more like buried stress and the weight of his new existence in this reality. One had to remember that he was playing the most dangerous game he could imagine. He took some time to play around with his skills for once. He went back to the planting pots and tried to make better ones, since he now needed them. Gerhard was convinced they would come in handy as quick HP boosts during later fights. He even created an electric guitar and learned to play it. For a few weeks, he only enjoyed himself. Something impossible in this galaxy, unless you were an orc. After that, it was time to get back on track, though. Gerhard fully immersed himself in his grinder mindset and researched anything he could to advance his technology. He had superficial knowledge of the Iron Man suit, the Mjolnir, the Doomslayer armory, and, of course, Astartes armor. But that wasn't going to help him, not really. He needed to start from scratch, and so he did. That was the beauty of being the gamer. Even research was, in essence, a game for him to play. He could simply grind himself through it. And by the throne did he grind. That MF grinded the shit out of that research and testing until he finally managed to create something that looked like what he was going for. That was the MK2. However, Gerhard didn't like it. So what did he do? He decided that, instead of trying to get both a bulky, powerful tank and a fast, swift speeder in one, he would simply make two. That's when he started to see real progress. He didn't bother too much about the decrease in DEX, as it wasn't the focus of his heavy bulwark armor. And after months of doing it, he had created two powered armors that were quite impressive. The first was the Mjolnir knockoff, which wasn't quite there yet but would, in the future, surpass its original by leagues, and the second, well, MKIIIH, Ironmonger, Siege Plate, Rank, Special. A big, mobile engine of war inspired by the brutal silhouettes of ancient Terran comic, Ironmonger designs. Constructed almost entirely from polymorphic alloy and reinforced with diamantine strike plates, this suit is designed to ignore the laws of the Imperium. It utilizes the former Men of Iron's self-repairing and slightly adaptive logic to weave metal back together in real time, drawing on a wide range of energies. Stats. MP, 730 per minute, enhanced by sanctioner capacitors. Durability, 7500/7500, rapid auto-repair, 200 durability/min base. Energy core, Hans, upgraded logic. Armor class, heavy siege suit. Defensive effects. Plus 100% mid-class physical resistance, virtually immune to small arms and mid-tier melee. Plus 90% mid-class energy resistance, multi-layered ceramide and armorplus coating absorbs heat. Plus 40% mid-class shockwave resistance, internal inertial dampeners. Plus 95 STR. Plus 70 VIT. 40 dex. Specialized layers. Diamantine bulwark. The outer shell is lined with diamantine, reducing the critical hit chance of enemies by 50%. Thermal regulation layer. 70% heat generation. Reduces plasma/energy damage. Polymorphic alloy structure. Minor adaptation to repeated damage types. Grants plus 5% resistance to a specific damage type every time it hits the suit, stacks up to 75%. Ammunition generation. By using the special creation and the specially maniconductive materials used, it is possible to spend MP and convert it into beginner-grade ammunition. Bolter rounds, autogun rounds, assault cannon rounds, power packs. Flight. Capable of using powered turbines, which compressed ambient air into incandescence to generate thrust, thereby enabling the suit to fly up to 275 miles per hour. Weapons. Storm bolter, lightning claw mounted. Lightning claw. Repulsor ray, laser technology. Power sword. Energy shield. Smart missiles. I know we're in the grim darkness right now, but the thought of me going against an army of orcs in that does put a smile on my face. Yeah, you have that stupid grin on your face. Gerhard turned around and saw a woman walking towards him. A woman with a confident, composed demeanor. She had short, asymmetrical blondish hair, mostly platinum blonde, swept to frame her face. Gerhard had cut her hair and given her the clothes she wore. Also, one of his new hobbies. This was Lieutenant Saraval, the last uncorrupted human on the planet. Gerhard didn't count, as he was something else entirely. After clearing out the last Genestealers, Gerhard was alerted to her as she was taking on the entirety of the Nurgle cultists on her own. Yeah, Saraval was built different. Her eyes were hard and cold, calculating, with a striking teal. What was most striking, though, was Val's size. She was a strong woman, that much was clear, and she didn't fear men or much of anything, really. When Gerhard arrived, she had a grin on her face, had cut off her left arm, which had been infected, and was holding an autogun with her right arm, which was also infected and slowly spreading towards the rest of her body. She was about to kill herself and decline the disgusting Nurgle her soul, when Gerhard intervened. How had she survived, one might ask? Funny story. Khorne champions get blessings from Khorne, and killing them awards you that blessing. Unless Khorne or the greater demon who gave the blessing changes it. In most cases, the blessing giver, when not busy fighting, takes a look at how you fought, and the more brutal and honorable you did it, which was not mutually exclusive, the greater your blessing. It turned out that cutting off your own arm because it was infected by chaos plagues and still diving headfirst into battle, warranted a blessing. Especially since it was against a rivaling faction. That was the reason she was still alive, but also in a terribly fucked up state. In more ways than one. Sarah. Nice to see you still lingering around. How's the arm? Gerhard asked. You mean the one you cut off? Fucking splendid. That's good to hear. I healed both of them afterwards, didn't I? Gerhard said as he assembled some things and loaded several of his weapons. Naturally, that wasn't all that Gerhard had done. He had cut off her entire arm to stop the spread, similar to how she had done, but was aware that it wouldn't be enough. Afterwards, he used Burning Spirit Principle, his healing skill, in combination with dozens of spirit stones, unlocking a far more valuable skill. Remove Curse, active, LV, 9. EXP, 2.23%. MP, 500. Using various energies like mana, ki, or even psionics, it is used to remove any curse on a target. As an experienced mana user, it is used to physically remove the curse using mana. Effect. Able to remove medium or higher grade curses with spirit/soul stones. Able to remove medium or lesser grade curses without spirit/soul stones. Removing the curse on Vol leveled up Gerhard's skill to level 9. That's how tenacious it was. What Gerhard didn't realize was that his accomplishment didn't go unnoticed. Who would have thought that you couldn't just remove a chaos curse and go about your life with no one noticing? I'll pay you back for that. Now, the Inquisition will come for me and see me as a heretic, since you used your sorcery on me. It's not sorcery. It has nothing to do with the warp. It's called mana, as we discussed hundreds of times already. No one will do anything to you, since no one has to know what happened. They always find out. Me being with you is probably already heresy. And I don't even know what kind of tech heresy you commit constantly. I should kill you to save myself. Ah, yes. And then they'll torture you for decades to be sure you're not tainted by the warp, only to turn you into a servitor then. Is that really the way you want to pay me back? Sarah narrowed her eyes. Oh. I thought you said you didn't need compensation. I know. It's just funny to bring it up and stop you from continuing with this pointless dialogue. If you want to leave, you can do that at any moment. You're not a prisoner. So you said. Sarah was suspicious, to say the least, of Gerhard. She observed him closely these past months, and while she wasn't allowed to enter his workplace, which was located inside a separate room, she got to see him do his testing of the weapons and armor he created. She saw his sorcery. And she hated it. She didn't scream heresy and attack him, since she knew he was the only reason she was still alive, and there was nothing she could do to him. But as time passed, she noticed that Gerhard was always the same. He never acted differently and seemed as open as he could be. Not that he told her everything, no. That would have been folly. She still knew nothing of Hans, and that wouldn't change for a long time. Gerhard didn't trust her yet either. She was no threat to him, and her attitude towards him was gradually changing. But some things took a lot of time. So what's got you all excited? Sarah asked. My newest creation. A weapon to fight the orcs. Sarah grimaced and raised an eyebrow. She turned to Gerhard and looked at him like she would an idiot PDF youngling, pure disgust. What? Gerhard didn't answer and instead took out the MKIIH from the inventory. Vol's eyes went wide instantly at the almost 10-foot, or 3-meter, tall armor. There was a magnificence to it, she couldn't explain. She took a moment to catch her bearings. What is this? She stuttered. This is the MKIIH heavy power armor. I call it the Ironmonger. 4 reasons. You built this. How? Well, I could go into detail on engineering, physics and all that fun stuff, but I don't think I have all that time. So let's just say with the scrap I found and salvaged all around. I got to know carapace armor and its components, ceramite and armaplas. But the Mechanicus, this will. Don't worry about that. We have bigger problems now. Like, if this doesn't work, I'm going to have to try again, and that would take a while. But I think it will. No, I'm certain it will. Together with my other abilities, I'll show the orcs the true meaning of Daka. So much heresy, that I can't even describe it. Whatever. Gerhard didn't bother with Vol, since she was still too indoctrinated into that normal Imperium thinking process. To get her out of it, she would need several heavy shocks from Gerhard, and at some point, she would either go nuts or adapt. The suit opened up for Gerhard and welcomed him, as Hans was loaded into the center of it all. Ready to go to war once more. He got in. All right, Sarah, here's what will happen. I'm going to introduce myself to the orcs and start the first stage of the extermination plan. But I can't have you come along, as you would be a liability. I suggest you stay here and wait for me to return. You still have the lost gun and the bolter pistol. I have some ammo for you in case it gets bad. Now, if you do choose to come, I won't help you if something happens. I saved you once, but I won't do it again if you willingly expose yourself needlessly to such danger. Do you understand? Vol nodded, understanding that what he was saying was correct. Gerhard had shown her more kindness than she had ever experienced in her entire life. Such generosity. He even gave her a novice-grade lost gun and bolter pistol with ammunition. This was the weakest grade, but even that was like a superior version of the standard weapon she was accustomed to. Gerhard's lack of cruelty or fanaticism and his generosity were what made her so suspicious in the first place. As ironic as that was. But Gerhard had no interest in that. All that mattered was that she didn't cross him or try to go against him. If she did, she would be dead quicker than she could realize. Good. Then I'll see you when I return. The helmet closed, as did the rest of the armor. Are we ready, Hans? Gerhard asked once everything was secure. More than ready, master. I'd say eager. You got that right. Chapter 37, Whack. Deep in the rusted industrial gut of Hive Orestes, a slopper named Mugrit was busy cooking in his slop shop. His rivals had laughed at him for his use of stampa oil in his fungus stew last time. And now, he was going to show them. The air in the plaza was thick with the stench of his boiling spicy fungus and oily exhaust. The orcs who had taken over the hive city had attacked from the ground floor, unlike others who preferred to go through the underhive. They had worked their way up towards the spire and taken the space and made it their own, looting everything they could on their way to the big whack. Mugrit stirred a vat of grey, bubbling sludge with a rusted girder. His face was a mask of grease and scars, which he got during his fights with the other sloppers. Outside, 2 snotlings were being chased by a small squig. The snarling, red ball of teeth and 2 legs lunged and snapped its jaws shut on the leg of the first runt. As the snotling shrieked, the second one panicked, scrambled into the slop shop, up the slopper's back to escape the snapping beast, and, with a wet plop, fell directly into the massive cooking vat. Ayer! Mugrit roared in frustration, reaching into the boiling broth with his bare, calloused hand. He fished out the already burnt cooked snotling by its neck, glared at it for a second, then squished it flat with his hand. He tossed the smashed blob corpse into the soup, like a piece of compressed bread. You want in? Den get in me soup, you stupid git. It might be good meat. Nearby, a mob of 10 orc boys, barely 6 feet 6 inches tall and with a hunched posture, were laughing and punching each other as their head bash game heated up. They began to walk toward a massive, reinforced blast door leading deeper into the hive. I's gonna find something killy in deer, one boy boasted, holding a rusted slugga. They stepped into the darkness of the transition tunnel. Several squigs ran by them and played around, running in front of the group. Everyone was having a good time, only to stop dead when they heard the squeaking of the squigs followed by a wet sound. What's this? They had bumped into something. Something tall. Something cold. Something made of heavy, powerful metal. A low, mechanical hum began to vibrate through the tunnel, and a bright light lit up the otherwise dark tunnel, revealing to everyone present just what they had bumped into. Back in the plaza, Mugrit was just about to taste his brew. He planned to create another crunchy pie when a thunderous boom echoed throughout the monstrous plaza of the ground floor of the hive, alerting thousands of orcs in the process. Boom. The reinforced wall next to the doorway exploded outward. Dust, ferrocrete chunks, and the mangled remains of 2 orc boys flew through the air and splashed on the ground. Gerhard stepped through the irregular, large hole he had created in the wall, ignoring the perfectly good doorway right next to him. The MKIIH Ironmonger power armor stood 3 meters tall, its sleek, metallic surface shining under the light of orange promethium fires, making the evil suns among the crowd salivate with desire. Stand ready for my arrival, gits. Gerhard's voxcasters reverberated throughout the plaza, drowning out the crackling fires, the brawls, laughter, and the chaotic orc day life. He dropped the remains of an orc boy and shook his large mechanical hand. His presence filled the area, and what a presence it was, pulling everyone's attention. Gerhard opened his helmet, showing them that he was indeed a human, and to prove to them that he was going to shit on them. I am Gerhard, the superior Krumpa. The Dakamasta. And I's, heir to kill all ya. The orcs in the plaza stared in stunned silence for a moment. Then, that silence made way for a collective cheer and excitement of all the orcs present. Wag. Scargrind, a goth knob, one of thousands here, with a jawplate made of tank treads, pointed his big choppa at the giant. Dakamaster. Use just a shiny box. Boys. Get stuck in. Crump, I am good. The plaza further erupted into chaos. A wave of goth boys, squigs, and Gretchens rushed forward. They didn't wait on anyone, they didn't think about anything, they unleashed everything they had with their shuttas and chop paw. Observe. Orc Boy, LV.16. HP, 6300/6300. MP, 0. A brutal green-skin warrior, who with his mob forms the core of any orc army. Stronger and tougher than humans, but less disciplined and more excited. Member of the Goth clan. Goth clan the biggest and the baddest. The Goths are the Orc clan who represent the largest and most aggressive of the known greenskin clans. The Goths are the biggest, meanest and most brutish of all their kind, and that's saying something since they are orcs. Of all the Orc clans, the Goths are the most inspired by the thrill and thunder of battle. Goths will take any excuse to start a brawl, even amongst themselves. As a result, the Goths are specialists in hand-to-hand combat who prefer their battles up close and personal. Clang. Ping. Spark. Shoota rounds pancaked against the diamantine polymorphic bulwark. Chop-paw swung with massive bone-breaking force, striking Gerhard's legs and torso. They roared with excitement and battle lust, striking with everything they had. Dozens of stick bombs, an anti-infantry fragmentation grenade, were hurled forward. Gerhard just stood there. He had his mechanical arms crossed over his chest and waited for them to finish, but they didn't. When the dust settled and the orcs paused to observe their Krumpen, they saw the Ironmonger suit still as pristine as it had been initially. Not a single scratch marred the polymorphic alloy. That's it. Gerhard mocked. He reached out. His movement was almost lightning fast, seizing a Goth boy by the throat. The reason he could move this fast was the thrusters he had built inside them. He lifted the 300-pound orc until they were Ito helmet. Tell me, runt, Gerhard's voice dropped to a menacing growl. Is you a real orc? Or did your spore get bored and grow a grot by mistake? Or is you a blood axe by chance? Before the boy could snarl and lash out in anger, Gerhard pulled the orc towards him and slammed its head against his own armored helmet. Crunch squelch. The boy's skull turned to a wet paste instantly. Gerhard tossed the headless corpse into the crowd, where it squished 3 Gretchens and a squig. Orc boy defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Gerhard slowly turned around, looking at the others who were staring at him. Wayag. The rest of the mob surged forward, undeterred by the sight of such brutality. On the contrary, they got fired up. Gerhard raised his right arm, and the storm bolter mounted on his lightning claw began to fire, almost excitedly. Boom boom. Firearms Mastery, Passive, LV, 53. A skill that allows the user to handle firearms freely. Effects. Plus 114% increase in attack damage with firearms. Plus 100% increase in accuracy when using firearms. 64% recoil. Plus 60% firing speed. Plus 3% kill chain damage increase. Because of Firearms Mastery, there was already less than half the normal recoil, and with the Ironmonger, this was reduced to absolutely nothing. Only a stream of high explosive death could be seen, and the glorious sound of the bolter shooting into the crowd. Every single explosive burst was a masterpiece that, depending on the distance, also took advantage of Sniper Mastery, detonating orc heads and, in the process, half their upper bodies with eerie precision. Sniper Mastery, Passive, LV, 13. EXP, 30.05%. A specialized combat skill focused on long-range precision, target analysis, and lethal single-shot execution. Developed through disciplined aiming, breath control, and battlefield awareness. Effects. Plus 44% accuracy when aiming, stacks with Firearms Mastery. Plus 49% critical hit chance at long range. Plus 54% damage when using a sniper rifle. Strongly reduces weapon sway significantly while aiming. Increased effective range of the firearm used. Additional effect. Gains increased benefits based on Firearms Mastery level. Orc boy defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Orc boy defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Gretchen defeated. Plus 5, 000 EXP. Orc boy defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. Gretchen defeated. Plus 5, 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 000 EXP. Orc boy defeated. Plus 25, 000 EXP. The notifications rolled in as the battle heated up. Whack, a slightly bigger orc appeared, wearing armor, a helmet and a big choppa in his hand. Orc Knob, LV.52. HP, 11,000/11,000. MP, 0. A massive orc leader. Knobs are among the physically larger members of the orc race and thus more socially powerful. STR, 120. Vit, 115. Dex, 40. Int, 10. Wis, 8. Luck, 9. The knob smashed his choppa at Gerhard with all his power. Gerhard could feel the power difference between him and the regular boys right away, but it wasn't enough to severely damage the ironmonger. He swung his sword through the air, slicing through different orcs, while holding the knob's weapon in place. While the knob's strength of 120 was impressive, in the armor, Gerhard's STR was 167, so this wasn't much for him. Whack! Stupid beaky, the knob shouted and pulled his weapon away with all his strength. Gerhard let go and made the orc fall onto several charging orcs, knocking them over. He didn't care, though, smashing into a boy out of frustration and standing back up to get close and personal again. Boom boom. 2 shots with the storm bolter, and the orc was blasted to bloody mist. Orc knob defeated. Plus 120, 000 EXP. Gerhard was a monster, a true bulwark against the green tide of excited deaths. He waltzed through the Goths and killed wherever he passed. Goth-dominated warbands were notorious for the sheer number of orc infantry they mustered in times of war. All it took was the hint of a good fight, and the Goths appeared in droves, flocking to any warboss who could promise them the chance of opening some skulls. Because they preferred close combat, Goths preferred to fight on foot, usually only hitching a lift on passing trucks so they could jump off nearer to the enemy and get stuck into them as soon as possible. And while this horde consisted mostly of Goths, there were not only orc boys present. Detect presence. Suddenly, the sensors and his skill warned Gerhard about movement from behind him. 2 orc commandos decloaked. Orc commando, LV.25. HP, 6600/6600. MP, 0. A rare stealth-oriented orc. Considered to be the epitome of orc cunning, they work as units behind enemy lines to create havoc and confusion. These commandos, a rarity among the Goths, used their jagged blades and rushed forward, aiming at the suit's power joints. They were cunning, but Gerhard's mind was faster, long having noticed them and knowing where they would strike. He didn't even turn around. Thanks to his new skill, parallel processing, he continued to fight up front while using psychokinesis in the background. He seized a massive, discarded engine block from the scrap pile and swung it behind him like a flail. The engine block smashed into the first commando, liquefying him against a pillar. The second commando tried to dodge and leap, but had severely miscalculated. Gerhard moved slightly to the back, making the commando miss him by a hair's breadth. The commando turned around and slashed his combat knife forward again. But Gerhard brought his right arm forward and pierced the commando's torso with his lightning claw, holding him in the air, as if he weighed nothing. Whack! The orc still roared, even as he was being pierced, proving his incredible tenacity. Gerhard used energy drain through the lightning claws and sucked the orc dry, while swinging his left arm through the air, cutting through dozens of boys with his power sword. The orc commando shriveled, his life force feeding Gerhard's mana pool, before he discarded him like a pile of trash. Another orc mob rushed forward. This time, it was an Ardboy mob, thinking themselves smart and wearing EV armor. They roared at the top of their lungs and slammed their choppa and shuddas at Gerhard. Ardboy, LV.30. HP, 9200/9200. MP, 0. An orc boy that wears EV armor. Such armor is usually made from sections of armored plates and scavenged pieces of armor, battered into shape so that it fits its wearer, well, sort of. It usually includes huge metal pauldrons and other metal plates bolted together, or even riveted onto the orc himself. EV armor has a ramshackle, improvised appearance, but offers far more protection than its humble origins can suggest. Traits. Plus 40% physical resistance. The Ironmonger aimed his left arm at the shouting gits and, right before they reached him, he triggered the repulsor ray in his palm. The repulsor ray was what Gerhard managed to create after focusing on the laser technology and the loss guns and long loss he created. Pwiwu. Only slightly more powerful. He vaporized the Ardboys' upper bodies, totally unbothered by the armor and special traits. The beam continued forward and melted through dozens of other orcs of the mob running towards Gerhard. Orc Commando mob defeated. Plus 600, 000 EXP. Orc Boy defeated, X14. Plus 350 foot 000. The fighting never stopped. Suddenly, a roar, followed by an oily black flame, could be seen in the sky above. Storm Boys, the shock troops of the warband, activated their rocket packs and shot through the air. Storm Boy LV.24. HP, 5000/5000. MP, 0. Orc Storm Boys dedicate their lives to the time-honored martial disciplines of drilling, marching and hurtling through the air. To this end, they go to war strapped to rocket packs that, when activated, propel their wearers forward. Traits. Plus 12% speed boost. They hurtled through the sky with zero regard for steering or their own safety, aiming to slam into Gerhard like living missiles. They fired their shootas while they were at it, for extra damage. FERDA boss, one roared, his rocket pack sputtering. The proud Storm Boy was met with the first demonstration of Gerhard's more powerful, psionic mana shield. As the first Storm Boy slammed into it, the shield reflected the kinetic force. The orc bounced off the barrier, seemingly defying conventional physics, and spiraled uncontrollably into the slopper's shop, causing a massive explosion of fungus and shrapnel. Gerhard raised his lightning claw, and the storm bolter boomed, picking the remaining Storm Boys out of the air like bigger pigeons. 5x Storm Boys defeated. Plus 125, 000 EXP. Chapter 38, Whack. 2. From the side, another orc emerged through the crowd, pushing others to the side and kneeling to the ground next to those who had been killed already. Pain Boy LV, 26. HP, 7400/7400. Also known as Mad Dokes or Dokes, they are a class of orc oddboy that act as the doctors of Greenskin Society. Traits. Battlefield surgery heals nearby orcs over time. Stim injection boosts STR/VIT of allies. The Pain Boy was waving a massive, blood-stained, earthy syringe and a whirring bone saw. But not to fight Gerhard, not yet. Don't you worry, boys. I's gonna patch you bits right up, he cackled, stepping over a fallen orc to try and weld a new arm he found onto a corpse mid-fight. Gerhard walked forward, ignoring the sounds of light rounds hitting his armor. The orc Pain Boy was being defended by a few boys, who were waiting in line to get surgery, when Gerhard arrived. A single swing with his massive power sword sliced through 3 orcs, splitting their bodies and ignoring their armor. He reached out his lightning claw, caught a choppa in his hand, pulled the boy close, stabbed him with his power sword and then slashed the sword to the side, beheading another approaching orc. He swung his lightning claw horizontally, splitting several of the boys who had gotten too close into chunks of meat. One after the other, everyone in front of Gerhard was slaughtered, and finally, he arrived at the Pain Boy. Before the smarter orc could even start his surgery, a bolter round shot through Orky Nowat's brain. Orc Pain Boy defeated. Plus 70, 000 EXP. The waves of orcs grew more crowded, forcing Gerhard to take the initiative for the first time. And he was more than willing to do that. He pulled out the assault cannon from his inventory, capable of holding it with one arm, and fired away. BBRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR XP. Ardboy defeated. Runthard defeated. Gretchen defeated. Berna Boy defeated. Gerhard ignored the notifications as he moved the assault cannon from the left to the right, mowing down hundreds of orcs, fueling the flames of their enthusiasm. A. WAAA. BBRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR nodded slightly, content with the output of the assault cannon. Assault cannon rank, special. Durability, 360, 000/400, 000, shots fired. Damage, 590, per round. Critical chance, 18%. Fire rate, 4,000 revolutions per minute. Capacity, 12,000. Special effects. 50% heat generation. Plus 25% damage stacking. Plus 25% firing stability. Ignores 50% armor. Armor piercing increases during sustained firing, up to 75%. Plus 5% damage per second of continuous fire, max plus 50%. 20% ammo consumption under sustained fire, possible due to special creation. Target spotted. Big tankagit, a voice shouted. A squad of tank bustas emerged, their eyes wide with an unhealthy obsession. Tank busta, LV.27. HP 7100/7100. MP 0. A specialist orc warrior who is fixated with the undeniable thrill of scoring a direct hit on an enemy tank. Seeing the Ironmonger makes them itch harder than ever before. The tankbusters didn't care about the infantry, they saw Gerhard as the ultimate armored prey. He had shown more power and durability than what a Killican or Def Dread had, while not realizing that the psionic mana shield was capable of putting both of those constructs to shame. They fired a volley of rockets at Gerhard, as he swiped his lightning claw through a mob of boys. Incoming rocket, master. Should I deploy the shield? Gerhard watched the incoming projectiles for a fraction of a second. Negative. Deploy the smart missiles. Understood. Firing now. The Ironmonger's shoulder pod opened slightly, revealing several rows of missile heads. Without pause, Hans launched the miniature smart missiles that intercepted the rocket's midair. BOOOOMBOOOMMM. The resulting explosions filled the plaza with a cloud of smoke and debris that fell on the orcs below. Through the haze, the tank busters charged forward, clutching tank buster bombs on sticks, screaming with insane glee. VRRROOOOMMM. Fast bikes approaching. Redirecting fire. Gerhard, who could see perfectly, thanks to his heat sensors, swept his repulsor rays in a low arc, hitting the sticks they held and detonating the bombs while they were still in the orcs' hands. BOOOMBOOOMBOOOM. The deafening roar of engines grew louder and announced the arrival of the Warbiker mob, as they broke through the smoke and orc bodies. Warbiker, LV.35. HP, 8300/8300. MP, 0. Being speed-obsessed maniacs that treat their prized warbikes as personal steeds, warbikers typically have a specific set of features, especially after a really good battle. They roared into the plaza on their smoke-belching steeds, guns blazing. To a warbiker, the bike was prestige, a conduit to the thrill of speed. All of them had an ecstatic smile on their faces, and their bloodshot and unfocused eyes were opened frighteningly wide. Zog off. They were unbothered about the orcs they hit on the way, only seeing Gerhard in his massive armor. Several of the smart missiles Hans had fired hit a few of the warbikes and blew them up. But not all of them were affected, some managed to evade, through sheer belief and speed. Gerhard stood his ground as the bike sped towards him. He used psychokinesis to seize the lead bike's front wheel. The bike stopped instantly, but the momentum and insane torque sent the rider flying into the Ironmonger at 80 miles per hour. Splat. For the rest, Gerhard didn't even use his weapons, he simply hurled the warbike's tire he still held in his psychic grip and used it like a death frisbee, making it crash through the other bikes as they passed him by. The incandescent explosions melted the surrounding metal and roasted the riders alive. Warbiker mob defeated. Plus 240, 000 EXP. Level up. Gerhard didn't bother about the gore of the warbiker on its front side and stomped forward, slashing through several orcs as he did. WAAA. He gripped the head of an orc boy and used him like a bat, smashing him into another orc to the left. The body broke apart, and Gerhard swung it back again. The body, which had armor, was useful that way, and turned several of them to pulp. He smashed the boy's corpse into another one and parried incoming choppa with his power sword. The blade passed through the choppa and cut off the orc's head in the same movement. Boom boom. The Stormbolter fired 2 times, blowing several orcs to bloody mist in the process. Gerhard picked up the burning, smoking remains of the warbikes with his psychokinesis and rotated them around him, forming a protective shield of debris. The Goth boys still threw themselves against this high-speed debris and were blown to bits and had limbs ripped off. The ground began to shake. 3 meganobs waded through the retreating snortlings and the observant Gretchens and even some slower boys. Orc meganob, LV.66. HP, 19,000/19,000. MP, 0. Meganobs are orc knobs who value the thrill of close combat. They are recognized by their bulky armor, which they call mega armor, and by a dogged belief in their own invulnerability. A suit of mega armor is composed of extremely thick metal plates welded onto a piston-driven exoskeleton. It incorporates several engines and submotors that give the wearer tremendous strength. These particular suits were provided by one of their Bad Moon's mechs, and it is the ultimate status within orc society. Stats. STR, 118. Vit, 140. Dex, 24. Weapons. Power Claw, Killsaw. Trait. Plus 120% physical resistance. Plus 60% explosive resistance. Plus 50 STR. Plus 50 VIT. Quite some impressive specimens we have here, Gerhard remarked. While STR and VIT were very impressive, the other stats were a bit disappointing. But that didn't matter to the orcs, and didn't diminish their danger in the slightest. If anything, it made them more unpredictable and therefore more dangerous. These walking tanks were encased in thick, yellow-on black-painted power armor. Their power claws snapped with hydraulic power. Tinman is tough. But WE's tougher, one bellowed, his twin shouldas barking. Gerhard didn't back away, he never backed away. For the first time in this fight, he engaged his powered turbines, and the massive armor shot forward with a burst of compressed air. Doing this used a lot of power, but it was perfect for emergencies or short bursts of immense thrust and power. And the Meganobs were more than surprised. He met the lead Meganob Hedon, crashing into him. The impact was less of a normal metallic collision in the sense that it was more of a kinetic squishing. Gerhard's turbine-boosted momentum met the lead Meganob's rusted bulk with the force of 2 million newtons. The sound of yellow-painted metal, bent like a fluid, against the Ironmonger's superior durability and defenses, echoed across the battlefield. The Meganob, weighing several tons in his piston-driven exoskeleton, was physically lifted off its feet as he folded in half. Gerhard not only crashed into him, he literally drove right through him like a car would treat a fly on its windshield. Gerhard's shoulder pauldron, reinforced by the suit's buffs, slammed into the next Meganob's chest plate. The weld snapped like dry twigs. The invulnerable mega armor buckled inward, the Bad Moon's custom hydraulics exploding in a spray of oil, blood, and sparks. As the lead orc's two halves fell to the ground, Gerhard's right arm swung through the air. He slapped the orc's clumsy kill saw aside and drove his lightning claw directly into the thick cabling of the suit's torso. Gerhard engaged the Stormbolter on his lightning claw that pointed right at the orc, while blocking the power claw from the third Meganob with his power sword. BROOOM. The sudden, concentrated burst of explosive energy punched through and vaporized the orc's heavy armor and thick hide. Gerhard slashed his lightning claw upwards, and the Meganob's massive, tusked head was split and fell from its shoulders. The different pieces were sent spinning into the dirt while the last part of the body remained upright for a fraction of a second, held in place by the locking joints of its ruined armor. Gerhard didn't break his stride. As the 5 parts of the second Meganob toppled over with a thud, he pivoted on his pressurized heel, his suit's sensors painting the remaining target in a crimson tactical overlay, showing him the data Hans collected at all times. Status: kinetic impact successful. Core temperature rising. Energy reserves at 84%. Durability, 5292/7500. I suggest giving it a moment and focusing on long distance. New ammunition is being created as we speak, but it takes energy. Got it. The remaining Meganob skidded to a halt, his tiny eyes widening in surprise and bloodlust. The Tinman was not only tough, he was a force worthy of Dem Goffs to fight. Gerhard's armor hummed, the cooling vents on his back released hot steam as they expelled the excess heat from the clash just now. Use next, Gerhard said and pointed at the last remaining Meganob. Through the Meganob's shock, glee, and surprise, he swung his massive power claw. Gerhard parried the attack with his power sword, making the blade hum at a high frequency. Sword Mastery, Passive, LV, 35. A skill that allows the user to handle swords freely. Sword Mastery is obtained through continuous sword training. Effects: plus 70% increase in attack damage with swords. Plus 32% attack speed when using swords. Plus improved edge alignment, higher armor penetration efficiency. Power Strike. With Sword Mastery at level 35, the Power Sword's 900 base damage, the ability to ignore 90% of armor and the increase of Power Strike, Gerhard did well over 3000 damage. And translated to the real world. The blade sliced through the Meganob's power claw, his reinforced arm and his entire thorax as if he were still soft fungus. Gerhard didn't stop there. He spun around, firing his storm bolter as he did to get those kills in, and decapitated the final Meganob, for good measure. 3x Orc Meganob defeated. Plus 683, 400 EXP. Master, I detected powerful warp currents. Someone is using the warp and not subtly. 120 degrees to the right, half a mile out. I felt it. Thanks. From the back of the plaza, an orc began to shake. Green lightning arched between his copper staff and his teeth. Eyes feelin' de whack. It's in me mouth. It's in me teef, the weird orc shrieked, green lightning erupting from his eyes. Chapter 39, Whack. 3. Orc Weird Boy, LV.38. HP, 5800/5800. MP, 1500. Weird boys are orc psychers, unique in that they act as psychic sponges, absorbing and channeling the psychic energies of other orcs. All orcs are innately psychic, though in only a few the weird boys are their psychic powers fully developed. Stats. STR, 78. Vit, 86. Int, 14. Luck, 77. The weird boy wasn't particularly smart, but he was insanely lucky, which was why he hadn't died using the warp yet. That was all there was to it. The weird boy slammed his copper staff down, and instead of a simple bolt, he unleashed a Whack spell. Warpath. A wave of green, jagged energy rippled out from him, washing over the surrounding goth boys and knobs. The orcs' eyes turned into a glowing, lightning emerald, their muscles swelled, and they began to strike the floor with such frenzy that the ferrocrete shattered. Days gettin' faster, a Gretchen squealed before being trampled by a frenzied boy. Gerhard raised his lightning claw, but before he could fire, the weird boy shrieked again, using another discipline. The jump. In a flash of green light and the smell of ozone, a whole mob of Ard boys and tankbusters vanished from the back of the plaza and reappeared instantly in a crackling warp pop directly above Gerhard. They didn't think about it and swung their big chop paw and hurled their bombs with warpath, enhanced speed and power. The metal clanged against the diamantine bulwark, finally doing some damage. The sheer kinetic force, enhanced by warp sorcery, staggered the 3-meter suit and dealt damage. HP, 4928/7500. Heat is looking good, 89% of the ammunition spent has been recreated. You are ready to go, master. Enough mucking about. Gerhard roared. He swung a massive armored backhand, his +95 STR sending 3 Ard boys flying like ragdolls. He sliced the tankbusters to pieces and continued to kill boys with his lightning claws and storm bolter. But the weird boy wasn't finished. He had gotten closer to Gerhard and suddenly vomited a gout of green, ectoplasmic flame. Psychic vomit. The psychogenic energy, which the weird boy could no longer hold, was vented powerfully in a great green stream, attacking Gerhard. Psionic mana shield. The psychic vomit clashed with the shield, and it flickered as massive amounts of power erupted. MP, 1651/1651. The orc suffered damage, which was reflected from the shield, but he didn't care. He was losing control over the energies, as the battle had turned into a semi-Whack, already. Bang. The weird boy gathered every ounce of Whack energy for the finishing blow. As he was losing control of the energies raging through him, he caused his head and the heads of those around him to explode. A jagged, screaming bolt of Whack energy slammed into Gerhard's psionic mana shield and shook it. The barrier flared a bright white and was about to break under the onslaught of the orc's collective Whack energy. But Gerhard reinforced the shield using his telekinesis. Too much gumph, Sparky boy. Gerhard growled. His right shoulder plating slid open with a mechanical hiss. 24 smart missiles ignited. Gerhard used psychokinesis to reinforce them and then release them. They weaved through the chaotic green lightning. Whir screech, boom. The missiles struck the remaining body of the weird boy, creating an explosion of monstrous power, affecting hundreds of orcs nearby as well. The physical explosion was secondary to the psychic catastrophe. A massive, dome-shaped shockwave of emerald and blue energy expanded outward, creating a localized feedback loop. Nearby snotlings, Gretchen, orc boys and even knobs suddenly clutched their heads as their brains literally cooked, popping like wet firecrackers. Orc weird boy defeated. +60, 000 EXP. 148x snotling defeated. +740, 000 EXP. Level up. But the orcs still weren't done. A screech of grinding metal announced the arrival of several mobs of cyborgs. Sometimes orcs get critically injured in battle but survive to fight again later after an extensive rebuild by mad dokes that turns them into as much of a machine as an orc a cyborg. One had a spinning saw blade where his left hand should be, another had an entire steam venting furnace bolted into his back, and another was only an upper body bolted to mechanical legs. "I's got metal too, Beaky Git," the lead cyborg roared, his mechanical jaw clicking. Above the deafening sounds of battle, a new one emerged, the frantic, high-pitched thwip-thwip-thwip of ramshackle rotors. Observe. Defcopta, LV.38. HP, 10 500/10 500. MP, 0. The most common type of orc aircraft. Defcoptas are single-seat attack craft, comprising little more than a warbike-like frame screaming through the air on jet-assisted rotor blades, whirring above the pilot's head. Weaponry. Twin-linked big shootas or rocket launches. The first cyborg lunged at Gerhard. His saw blade threw sparks as it ground against Gerhard's power sword. Gerhard felt his danger sense suddenly kick off, and it came from above, where the Defcoptas were very close now. Master. Incoming big bomb. Despite their name, big bombs are the smallest type of orc bomb, carried by Defcoptas and Warcoptas, but they still make a big boom. Look at the shiny boys, one pilot cackled, leaning out of his seat to toss such a big bomb by hand. But Gerhard had no time for them right now. Psionic Mana Shield. BOOMM. The bombs exploded as they hit the shield, while Gerhard was focused on the cyborgs, who were now inside the shield alone with Gerhard. Use garbage, Gerhard snapped. He grabbed the saw arm with his lightning claw and squeezed. The polymorphic alloy of the suit's glove, plus the disruption field, ground the orc's bionic limb into scrap metal. Gerhard then pivoted, using the power blade to cut a wide horizontal arc. The blade sheared through the second cyborg's bionic chest plates and organic hearts alike. Metal screeched, and green blood sprayed the ground. 4x orc cyborg defeated. Plus 480, 000 EXP. Gerhard ceased the psionic mana shield, and engaged his powered turbines, shooting into the sky as the Defcopta's rockets pulverized the floor where he'd just been standing. He looked up, the HUD tracking the three Defcoptas who were circling him like vultures and attacking as they did. He used psychokinesis to seize an approaching rocket midair and moved it around him, back towards the sender. BOOMM. Gerhard pointed his storm bolter towards another Defcopta and shot it out of the sky, leaving him with a final one. He fired his repulsor beam and sheared through the rotor blades of the last Copta, sending it spiraling into a pile of tank bustas who were trying to line up a shot. 3x Defcopta defeated. Plus 285, 000 EXP. 4x tank bustas defeated. Plus 144, 000 EXP. Level up. Gerhard crashed back down, creating a crater and squashing dozens of orc boys that had been beneath him. How's the energy levels looking? Gerhard asked Hans. More than fine, master. Thanks to our passive MP regeneration of plus 54 netto, I can constantly replenish my reserves. I'm currently down 2998/5950. But that will rise quickly. Start using mine to get the Iron Will bonus regen. Understood. The air suddenly turned spiked violently in the last quarter of the battlefield. A large squad of orcs arrived, with what was possibly the final assault they could muster on such short notice. Quite an interesting group we have here, Gerhard said. Interesting is an interesting word to use here. Fun. Yes. From behind a barricade of charred crates, a wall of flickering orange and blue light announced a new threat. Leading the charge was a big mech, having bolted a whirring custom force field onto his shoulders. Big mech, LV.45. HP, 9500/9500. MP, 1200. A master of orc engineering whose creations bend reality through whack energy. Big mechs dominate the battlefield with force fields, teleportation, and devastating experimental weapons. Weapons. Shock attack gun, damage, 400 to 900, warp-based, unpredictable. Custom Mega Blasta, damage, 300 to 500. Special effects. Custom force field. Creates barrier reducing incoming damage by 40% for nearby allies. Whack tech amplification. Buffs all nearby orc weapons, plus 15 to 25% damage. Teleporter burst. Short-range teleport, self or allies. Unstable warp interaction. Chance for extreme effects, insta-kill or misfire. Behind the big mech, Gretchen's pushed a custom mega cannon, whose barrel was glowing and smoking already. They had come prepared. Give IMDA full power, boys, the big mech bellowed. To the big mech's left and right, a squad of Burna boys walked forward and unleashed a uncoordinated wall of blue-hot promethium flames. And the Gretchen fired the custom mega cannon with wild abandon. Burna boy, LV.25. HP, 5500/5500. MP 0. Flame has an undeniable appeal to all orcs, but some of them take this mania to the next level. An orc's fascination with fire and the ignoble art of setting things aflame may become so profound that he finds himself acquiring a Burna and joining the ranks of the Burna boys. Weapons. Burna, damage, 150 AoE, continuous flame. Simultaneously, Orc Ludas, perched atop the ruins on a higher platform, had shining eyes as they looked at Gerhard, similar to the tank Bustas had, but for different reasons. Luda, LV.28. HP, 6200/6200. MP, 0. A scavenger orc who wields a cobbled-together def gun made from stolen technology. Ludas provide overwhelming suppressive fire and thrive on battlefield chaos. Weapons. Def gun, damage, 180 to 320, high fire rate. Special effects. Daka overload. Sustained fire increases damage over time, plus stacking. Unstable weaponry. Damage fluctuates wildly, high variance. Suppressive barrage. Reduces enemy movement and accuracy. The Ludas braced their def guns and let loose, shaking the plaza with a deafening mix of fire and explosions. Thump-room thump-boom thump. Gerhard's HUD was a strobe light of warnings. Thermal regulation layer, active. Polymorphic alloy, adapting. The damage isn't anything much, but it will stack. The def guns are no joke, master. Inside the Ironmonger, Gerhard didn't even sweat. Use mucking about with sparklers. Let me show you a real burn, he addressed the orcs. Just as the flames began to subside, a new sound drowned out even the def guns, a rhythmic, deep bass pounding accompanied by the shrill cackle of grots. From the far terrace of the plaza stepped a mob of the most obnoxious orcs in the galaxy, the Flashgits. Flashgit LV, 34. HP, 7800/7800. MP, 0. The wealthiest and most arrogant orcs, Flashgits are noble-level warriors obsessed with firepower. Armed with heavily customized snaz guns, they dominate the battlefield through sheer destructive output and unpredictable weapon effects. Weapon. Snaz gun, primary, damage, 250 to 450 base, variable. Special trait. Each burst has a chance to trigger one of the following. More Daka. Plus 100% fire rate for short duration. Shootir. Plus 60% damage per shot. Blasta mode. Converts shots into plasma. Damage, 350 to 600. Ignores armor, very dangerous. Overload/misfire. Weapon jams or backfires, minor self-damage. Clad in flamboyant, gold-trimmed armor made of squide and sporting bionic, Gitfinda eyes that whirred and clicked, these bad moon knobs sneered at the primitive Goths. They were the richest and the most well-equipped and the most well-fed and well, you get the picture. Each of the Flashgits carried a snaz gun, a weapon so over-engineered it had 3 barrels, a built-in toaster, and enough trophies to sink a truck. And some other stuff as well. It was ridiculous, and it was glorious, even in Gerhard's eyes. Which was exactly why he was going to get them for himself. He could make much better use of them. Oi! Look at this shiny bark bit, the captain of the Flashgits roared, his bionic eye locking onto Gerhard. Needs more decorar, ration. That armor would make a snazzy trophy pole. Open fire, boys. Show 'em what real TEEF can buy. The Flashgits unleashed a barrage that made the Ludas fire look like a warm-up. Their snaz gun spat a mixture of high-caliber shells and crackling plasma energy bolts. The energy impacts rippled against Gerhard's shield, the blue plasma arcs dancing across the polymorphic alloy. One Flashgit had a more Daka upgrade that allowed his gun to fire so fast the barrels turned white-hot in seconds, raining a continuous stream of lead that threatened to push even the Ironmonger back. And most importantly, it did considerable damage. The big mech cackled behind his shimmering green bubble. You can't hit us, beaky git. The bubble is dead, Ard. Is it? Gerhard mused. Psionic mana shield. He used psychokinesis in tandem with his shield. He was all out of smart missiles, sadly. They were a newer addition to the armor and had seen their first battle today. Gerhard targeted the custom megacannon directly. Stomping forward so he was within range, he performed a mental wrenching motion, and he seized the unstable internal coils. Parallel processing allowed him to maintain his psionic mana shield against the Flash Gits' plasma bolts while simultaneously squeezing the cannon's core, causing the rather unstable weapon to begin to groan and burn uncomfortably until... kaboom! The mega cannon detonated. The explosion hit the custom force field of the big mech, overloading it and shattering it like glass. The big mech was struck by the released energy and tossed backwards, his bionic legs sparking and smoking from the damage. What a stupid thing that was. I built these legs with the best scrap I got, he groaned as he pushed himself into an upright position. Something blotted out the light, making the big mech look up and stare into the scary image of Gerhard's lightning claw. Das a good KLA. Orc big mech defeated. Plus 180, 000 EXP. 6x Gretchen defeated. Plus 30, 000 EXP. With the field down, the Ludas, Burna Boys, and the arrogant Flash Gits were exposed. The Gits scrambled, their well-dressed grots desperately trying to reload the massive snaz guns. Gerhard raised both hands, his storm bolters and repulsor ray were ready for action. "Allow me," he said. He fanned his repulsor rays in a horizontal sweep. The high-intensity loss beams sliced through the Burna Boys' fuel tanks. Kaboom! A chain reaction of liquid fire turned the squad into a localized sun. Then, Gerhard remembered that he didn't want to kill all of them that way since he wanted a Burna or Flamer. He had Hans, now he needed a Flamer. A heavy Flamer. Gerhard tilted his wrists, lancing the rays upward into the Luda's ruins, while using his storm bolter and his almost impeccable aim to kill the remaining Burna Boys. As the orcs died, Gerhard focused his targeting logic on the escaping Flash Gits. They reckoned that if they fled, they could always return with better snaz guns and eventually kill Gerhard. But it was not to be. The captain of the Flash Gits tried to raise his snaz gun for one last blast shot, when Gerhard used psychokinesis to seize the gun. He yanked it upward out of his grip, much to his loud displeasure. And then, he fed the orc a series of boulders de la cream. What the? The Flash Gits turned into a wet green paste of gore and blood. The explosion that followed wiped out the entire mob of Flash Gits, sending gold-plated scrap and bits of fancy armor raining across the plaza. Burna Boys mob defeated. Plus 200, 000 EXP. Luda squad defeated. Plus 220, 000 EXP. Level up. Flash Gits mob defeated. Plus 420, 000 EXP. As the smoke cleared, Gerhard stepped out of the fading flames. His armor was soot-stained, and the small damage he had suffered was already being repaired. He didn't say anything else as he continued on the slaughter. The plaza was now a charnel house that had been burnt to the ground. The monstrously wide plaza on the hive's ground floor had been overturned. Oil, gore, and other nasty things had mixed with green blood, creating a foul-smelling muck. Gerhard stood amongst the smoldering wreckage of mega armor, bionic limbs, and gilded cannons. Only 2 orc boys remained. They were lying on the ground behind a large piece of wreckage, their shutters jammed, their eyes wide with excitement and terror. They had tried to run off, to fight another day, but had their limbs blasted off with perfectly aimed bolter shots. Gerhard walked over, his heavy mechanical legs crushing a scrap of trophies on the ground. He seized the 2 boys by their necks, lifting them high to his face and revealed his face. "Right lads, I am Gerhard Valkyrie, the Daka Master. I just wreck some your whole mob, your shiny Gits, and your metal boys, and I ain't even got a dent in me paint." He clenched his fist and claw slightly, making it hard for them to breathe. "In 1 month, I's be comin' back. Right, air. You tell the big boss, tell dat grot that I want a proper fight next time. Bring Lotso, Choppa, bring Lotso, Daka, Lotso, Waak. We's gon' see who's the better orc. Me, a Humi or you grots." He smashed their heads against each other and then dropped them. "Now. Get your legs on." The armless messengers scrambled to their feet and bolted into the dark, their screams echoing, "Da Metal Crumper is comin'. The Dakamaster is air." Gerhard stood alone in the aftermath of the destruction. He checked his HUD and the status of his suit and himself. The EXP bar had grown strong. He turned around and used psychokinesis to start collecting all of his loot. It would be a shame to leave it all here. Chapter 40, Guard Down. The air in the inner vaults of the Sanctum Imperialis was thick with the scent of ancient scrolls and the many secrets of the Imperium, making it feel like breathing literal knowledge. Trajan Valoris, the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, stood in a secluded alcove, his massive silhouette looming over endless parchments, notes, and historical texts. The flickering light of thousands of votive candles lit the area. Before him was a very special vox relay of ancient times. "The static has changed," the voice from the other side whispered. It was raspy, clearly cultured, and weary. The voice of a male, most likely, but it sounded slightly mechanical. "The tides of the Underhive and the Segmentum Solar are changing at a pace I haven't seen since the Great Crusade. Something is going on, both subtly and yet not enough to affect much. And yet it is there. What am I looking for exactly?" Valoris adjusted his grip on the Watcher's axe, which for some reason he had in his hands at the moment. "He has finally revealed his will to us again." "About a disturbance on Ludus Prime," Valoris stated, his voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. "A spark of ancient times, or perhaps something entirely new. If what we interpreted is correct, it is buried in the Underhive." A long silence followed. "You suspect a relic of the Iron? Or a mind that dabbles in the forbidden tongue of logic? Will it threaten the Imperium?" "We suspect the first two, but are uncertain as to the third," Valoris replied. "It has taken us several Terran months, but that's all we can say for certain in such a short time. I need you to find it and evaluate it. If it is a threat to him, extinguish it. And if it is an asset," the voice asked, a hint of curiosity in its tone. "Ancient could also mean pure in a few cases, such as biology. Then I leave it to your discretion. You be the eyes, old friend. Do not let them corrupt something that may actually be of use to him. I'll contact you. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects." Veteran Sister Adarine Hestia had finally embarked on what might be their enclave's most important or risky mission. They used their ship, the Silent Vow, to make the journey. If the text the Astrophath had gotten could be trusted at least. But the sheer brilliance and damage he suffered when receiving the message, and that particular golden glow, spoke in favor of its authenticity. However, a chaos cult, the so-called Circlet cult, which they had discovered in the shipyards of Aranin V and the information it had revealed, had kept them from leaving right away. Hestia worked hard to keep her sisters from being completely forgotten and extinct. She wasn't going to risk it all for an Imperium that didn't care about them anymore. But they had a duty, despite everything that happened. But now she and 4 of her sisters were underway. If their calculations were correct, they would reach the system in 2 months, tops. Then it would be a matter of finding out what they had been told. Vera Sol stepped forward. She had been silent the entire time, but now her fingers snapped into motion. "Ludus Prime is a graveyard of Xenos and filth. The Astropatha's damage was excessive. Are we chasing a ghost or walking into a trap?" Hestia turned, her gaze focused as usual. She signed deliberately, trying to be as open as possible. The light was not of chaos. It was his. It was the master of mankind pointing a finger into the dark. We do not ignore the hand, even if the Imperium has forgotten one of his talons. Leora Thorne, a witch seeker, checked the fuel line on her rusting flamer, her expression one of grim irritation. The Circlet cult on Aranin V was a distraction. This new signal feels like strange reasoning and timing. Cold, calculating logic. It smells of Sheedim. Kaelin Voss, the Vigilator, held her great blade, standing straight as an arrow. "If it is, we burn it. But if it is a spark," the message hinted at. She paused, looking at Hestia. "Then we are no longer going to fight against the dark alone. Who knows, we may find a worthy sister." Hestia nodded, her eyes reflecting the flickering holographic map of the Hive worlds. 2 months of travel. Train. Sharpen your blades. We will find and evaluate the anomaly. If the spark is pure, we shield it. If it is darkness, heresy, or chaos, we are the judges, jury, and silence. An impressive amount of loot, Master. Might I ask what you plan to do with technology you can't use? I thought you'd know me better than that by now. Just because it doesn't work for others, doesn't mean it doesn't work for me. Burna rank, Orcish. The Burna is the basic Orc flame weapon, akin to an Imperial flamer. This is a little more than a can of fuel hooked up to a pump, but it is devastating on a battlefield. Burnas are a heavy-duty combination of cutting torch and flamethrower, switching between 2 functions with a simple twist of the spigot and altering the fuel pressure. This allows its user to slice through anything from personal armor to a starship's hull, or incinerate enemies, using it as a normal flamer. Status. Functionally unusable for anyone other than an Orc. Okay, maybe I can't use it. But I'll still use its components and create a set of flammers and heavy flammers. He he he. I see so then. Gerhard's boots hadn't even made it back to the underhive when the air was filled with the screams of a binary and heat. Danger sense. Sure. Psionic maw. Gerhard cursed, just as the darkness of the corridor turned into a literal hellscape of ionicing radiation and high-velocity projectiles, which hit the ironmonger point blank. BBBRROOOOOOOOMMM. The hits and sheer energy output were so immense that Gerhard was hurled off his feet and flew through the air for a very short distance. Stepping from the shadows of a massive, oil-stained macro-generator around the corner was a member of the cult Mechanicus. Mugos Datasmith Row 7 Caspel no longer looked like a man. His single yellow eye locked onto Gerhard with the cold precision of a targeting logic core. In his mechanical hand, the gamma pistol hissed as all of its charges had been spent. The gamma blast was a beam of pure, excruciating blue light that had slammed into Gerhard. The radiation was so intense that the air itself began to smell of ozone and burning metal. And the atoms were broken on the outermost layer of the ironmonger. But that wasn't all. Two Skitarii Rangers stepped out behind Caspel. They were dressed in their red robes, though mostly tattered and ragged. Instead of regular legs, they had metallic stilts, and one could see that they had been fixed repeatedly over the last few months. They had opened fire with galvanic rifles, hitting the ironmonger and causing significant damage. The reason the Magus had survived so long in the hive became clear when a Castellan robot appeared. This towering machine, standing about 7 feet tall and built for destruction, stepped forward with a heavy thud. It raised its powerful phosphor blaster and continued firing into the smoke that had risen, while the others had already exhausted their ammunition. Thum thum thum. White-hot shots of burning phosphor rained down on Gerhard's position. You have taken direct impact damage. HP, 1294. HP, 1210. HP, 1136. Abnormal status effect detected. Severe radiation exposure. Extreme ionicing energy is damaging biological structure. Effects. Continuous HP loss. Cellular degradation. Increased internal damage. Pain and instability. Secondary status effect detected. Radiation burn. Tissue damage caused by prolonged exposure. Effects. 5% physical performance. HP loss over time. Increased damage taken from further radiation. Tum. HP, 1040. HP, 958. HP, 874. Master. Severe radiation exposure intensifies. Effects updated. HP loss increased. Internal damage escalating. Nervous system disruption detected. Warning. HP has dropped below 60%. ARRGHH, stat. Status, suit integrity, 52% and falling. Radiation exposure, 2 rads. You are pinned in a kill box, Master. I suggest you immediately cast the shield spell and launch counterattacks. The Datasmith is the linchpin. He is using data wipes to override the Castellan's commands, forcing him to attack constantly. If we disable his control harness, the robot will revert to its last programmed behavior, which currently appears to be, exterminate everything in this coordinate. Shall I proceed? Burning Spirit Principle. MP, 50. HP, plus 250. HP, 380. Burning Spirit Principle. MP, 50. HP, plus 250. HP, 390. Gerhard gritted his teeth in immense pain. It felt like vomit pushed its way up his esophagus, making him spit. The extra plus 20 LUK he'd invested felt like a heavy weight on his chest. Fucking interesting lifestyle, fucking shitstain. Gerhard whined pathetically as he was in more pain than he ever was since he could remember. Gastric fluids trickled out of his mouth uncontrollably as he pushed on, attempting to heal himself to the best of his abilities, but the damage was unbelievably serious, and he felt the threat of impending death. Come on, give me a break. Suddenly, the Castellan's phosphor blaster jammed, a 09 million mechanical failure. The ancient machine spirit inside the robot hissed in frustration as a spent casing wedged itself in the firing chamber. Ha, NS. Over, clock, respiration. Respiration needles in use. I'm taking control. Hans took control of the suit and rerouted the energy circulation around the heavily damaged areas, overclocking everything. The ironmonger, which was luckily hidden through the smoke, pushed itself up and started walking further down the dark hallway, away from the firing Castellan robot. The datasmith started shouting in binary. "Spirit of this machine. Chase," he gave the order. The Castellan robot started marching forward. The Muggos did the same, switching the empty magazine for a new one and using his augmetics to search the darkness for the ironmonger. Breathing apparatus failed. Multiple systems have failed. Calculating new options. Hans, having taken control of the ironmonger and what was still left of it, arrived behind a large crate that offered a semi-safe environment under these circumstances. Hans knew that Gerhard needed to access his inventory to get spirit stones and make the healing spell more effective. Hans calculated that his trying to escape with Gerhard had an abysmally small chance of succeeding. So he would offer himself as the target and engage the enemy. Hans opened up the ironmonger and dropped Gerhard on the floor, rather unsoftly. Then, he closed the suit again and walked in another direction. Muggos datasmith row 7 Caspel's mechanical word, his internal cogitators struggling to process a mechanical target moving at such illogical speeds after suffering all that damage. He leveled the gamma pistol again and pulled the trigger at the rather large target that tried to sneak out of there. Target reacquired. Capture the Archaeotech. The gamma pistol fired again. The bright blue beam punched through the ironmonger's shoulder, vaporizing the remaining plating. Hans didn't flinch, as he had no nerves to feel the heat, only sensors that showed him, in red text, what was happening. Distributed Cognition Core, active. Thread 1, Evasive Maneuvers. Thread 2, Binary Intrusion. Thread 3, Structural Integrity Management. The 2 Skitarii Rangers rushed forward and opened fire, their galvanic slugs tearing into the suit's legs. Hans calculated the trajectory of every shot, tilting the chassis just enough so the bullets ricocheted off the reinforced frame rather than causing much damage. "Spirit of this Archaeotech," the Muggos screeched in binary. "Cease hostilities. Return to the Omnisia's forge." The ironmonger stopped and turned around. "Fuck that." Hans pushed his processing power to the breaking point of his current capabilities. His skill, awakened machine spirit, poured outward, a digital form. He didn't attack the Muggos, instead, he went after the Castellan robot. The Castellan's machine spirit, which was currently struggling with its jammed phosphor blaster, felt a foreign presence in its chest slot. Not the clumsy, ritualistic commands of a datasmith, but the absolute authority of an intelligence far surpassing its own. Machine Dominion Protocol, intrusion successful. Chapter 41, worth it. Machine Dominion Protocol, intrusion successful. The Castellan's head snapped 180 degrees. Its glowing visor turned from red to blue. What heresy is this? No. Caspel screamed as his control slate sparked and died. Binaric override. "Spirit of this machine, I command you." The Castellan didn't listen. It swung a massive power fist, not at the ironmonger, but at one of the Skitarii beside it. The blow was catastrophic, turning the mechanical and flesh construct into molten slag. But the strain was too much. The ironmonger suit was a wreck, and Hans's MP was draining at an unsustainable rate to keep the link active. Unlike with Gerhard, his mana regeneration wasn't close to enough to keep the suit active for that long. The Muggos, realizing he had lost his titan, went into a frenzy, screaming incomprehensible words. He lunged forward, his omniscient axe humming with power. His augmented body allowed him to bury the blade deep into the ironmonger's chest, right where Hans' core was. Crack. The feedback loop hit Hans, severing his connection to the Castellan robot. The blue light in the Castellan's eyes flickered and died. Then the machine fell into a slumped standby mode, as the forceful severing had slightly damaged its machine spirit. The ironmonger suit collapsed to its knees, its power core hissing. Hans used his final drops of mana and reached out, grabbing the omniscient axe's handle and pulling it out of the Magus' hands. Caspel pressed his gamma pistol against the faceplate. 00101111000010101000, you abominable intelligence. You will cease your heresy and return to the Omniscient's control. I wouldn't count on that. The voice came from the shadows behind the Muggos. It was very human and sounded enraged. Bind. 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 Gerhard held a glowing spirit stone in one hand as he used, burning spirit principle, to heal himself fully. Muggos Caspel was jerked backwards as the mana ropes wrapped around his metallic flesh body. He continued cursing as he fell and lost his grip on his weapon. The remaining Skitarii Ranger froze mid-step, his stilt legs tied together, sending him crashing to the floor. The Castellan robot was ensnared in glowing mana rope several times, as Gerhard used the spell 3 times on it to make sure it was locked in place. Gerhard coughed. He looked at the mostly ruined ironmonger suit, which had suffered more now than during the fight with the orcs. Hans, Gerhard said. You still with us? Master, suit integrity, 4%. Calculating. I believe we have one, Master. Though I recommend we kill the loud one first. Gerhard wiped his mouth, a smirk forming on his face despite the situation. Good idea. But let's first see what a Muggos looks like when he's stripped for parts. He is bound to have a lot of secrets stored in that cogitator of his. Despite what happened and the fact that Gerhard had let his guard down after the long fight against the orcs, it wasn't without its own positive aspects. That was the problem with playing around with luck. Gerhard's life had changed. He was no longer in the trial period, so to speak. It was good that he got another reminder never to let his guard down. Even when he thinks he's safe, things can turn to shit. Danger sense wasn't an absolute skill. Because of a rather striking lack of danger for several months, the skill hadn't grown at all. Gerhard's tendency to overprepare worked against him a bit. On the other hand, one had to admit that now, Gerhard had access to a tech priest, and if he worked on his mana a bit, even his memories. But that would take time. So in a way, Gerhard had been lucky to come across this shit squad. A gamma pistol was a seriously powerful weapon. Worth it. Repeated exposure to the same abnormal condition detected. Repeated forced recovery detected. Analyzing biological response. Analyzing energy interaction. Conclusion. Survival achieved under extreme ionicing radiation. Recovery performed under active contamination. Adaptation threshold reached. A new resistance-type skill is being created. Through repeated exposure to ionicing radiation, persistent cellular damage, and forced recovery, the skill, radiation resistance, has been created. Radiation resistance, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The body adapts to ionicing radiation and high-energy contamination through survival and repeated exposure. Effects. 10% damage from radiation-based attacks. 10% duration and severity of radiation-related status effects. Plus 10% stability under radiation exposure. Slight reduction in pain and internal damage caused by radiation. Through repeated exposure to ionicing radiation, persistent cellular damage, and forced recovery, the skill, heat resistance, has been created. Heat resistance, passive, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. The body adapts to extreme temperatures and thermal damage through repeated exposure and recovery. Effects. 10% damage from heat-based attacks, fire, plasma, explosions. 10% duration of burn-type status effects. Plus 10% tolerance to high temperatures. Slight reduction in pain and performance loss from heat. Hans LV, 34. EXP, 18.5%. An artificial spirit and former man of iron, aka Iron Automaton, who had degraded over millennia, broken down and recreated by Gerhard, the gamer. He has been granted artificial life, which is protected from most dangers the natural souls face. HP. MP, 5950. STR. VIT. Dex. Int, 265. Wis, 149. Luck, 15. Status points, 165. Skills. Awaken Machine Spirit, passive/active, LV.3. EXP, 0.6%. The dormant authority of a forbidden intelligence awakens. A remnant of the Men of Iron asserts control over lesser systems. Effects. Plus 40% efficiency when interacting with technology. Can override simple machines, active. Perceives machine states and weaknesses. Plus 1 parallel processing thread. Special. Allows limited communication and influence over machine spirits. Distributed Cognition Core, active/passive, LV, 2. Hans splits his processing into multiple independent threads. Effects. Plus 1 additional processing threads. Plus 30% calculation speed, Can handle. Combat analysis. Targeting. Crafting assistance simultaneously. Machine Dominion Protocol, active/passive, LV1. The true nature of a man of iron begins to emerge. Effects. Can override complex systems. Turrets. Vehicles. Basic servitors. Can network multiple machines together. Special. Creates a local machine network field. Those are some impressive stats and skills, Hans. I agree. It does look rather good now. But the skills are still disgustingly underleveled. I wonder if we could use the Castellan robot to increase them. I don't see why not. I was thinking that we could use the Castellan as a base for that body you wanted, Gerhard said. What about the powered assault armors then? You have multiple thought threads now, so I don't see why we need to change anything. Or I could create a new artificial spirit/soul. Negative. No. Why not? That wouldn't be logical. Why not? Gerhard laughed. Dividing your attention among too many different things would be the illogical part. I disagree. A new artificial spirit or soul wouldn't have the experience and knowledge I hold. It wouldn't be able to help you as efficiently as I could. Therefore, it is illogical. Hans, I think there's a green light on your core. I'm not jealous. Whatever you say, buddy. Then let's forget that for now and focus on this thing, Gerhard said, kicking the tech priest with his foot. They had to use another mana rope to wrap around his mouth and silence him. Now is the time for Gerhard to use dismantle on this Vox Mechanicus. Then let's get started. Right here. Oh, right. Instant dungeon create. Row 7 Caspel was a thrashing, pathetic mess of arrogance and curses, in both binary and normal low gothic. His binary screeches were thankfully muffled by the dense mana ropes wrapped around his head multiple times. But sadly, he would have to remove them. Hans, keep the Skitarii and that Castellan suppressed. I'm going to peel this onion, Gerhard said, his voice dropping into a cold, clinical tone. He was anything but happy about what happened. But that didn't mean he would hold a grudge. After all, it was his own mistake that got him into this situation. If anything, he was thankful, since he got a reality check. And having one here where the situation was relatively mild was better than, well, anywhere else. He knelt beside the tech priest, looking at him using observe. Caspel's single red mechanical eye whirred frantically, the lens zooming in and out as it tried to find a way out of a situation that should have been a literal impossibility. Master, the diagnostic thread is active. Muggos Row 7 Caspel is currently 87% augmented using various machinery, if you can call it that. It is also what allowed him to live this long. Although it's not the only thing, I theorize. The primary cogitator fuel is a fluid core model, which is located in the posterior cranium. However, I must caution you. The removal of this life-sustaining manifold will result in biological cessation. Just say he'll die. Gosh, I thought you repaired yourself. I did. Thanks to your mana, the Ironmonger is currently at 105% of its original state. Look at this whiny dick. He tried to turn me into radioactive waste, and now he's wiggling like a worm in the desert. I think cessation is a fair trade. What do you think, eh? Gerhard reached out and used the skill, dismantle, right away. He was methodical about what he did, not wanting to waste too much of the Muggos' potentially interesting parts. The Gamma pistol had already been stripped from the Muggos' possession. Now the weapon's holster and power packs followed as if they had never been attached. This is a great find, I'm not going to lie. The Gamma pistol packs quite a punch. Observe. Gamma pistol, rank, novice. Durability, 120/120. Damage, 280. Critical chance, 5%. Fire rate, low. Special effects. Ionicing beam. Emits a concentrated beam of radiation. Can reduce a man to a blackened shadow in a second. Those able to tame its savage, machine spirit, meaning those who know how to use it properly, can cut holes in enemy fortification if necessary. You know that's not even half bad. Especially considering what you can do with it. I think the orcs might be interested in meeting this weapon when we meet in a month. Don't let the Flashgits get their hands on this. Or the Ludas. How much power would I need for it to work off of mana? I can run the calculations if you want. Do that. After talking with his artificial spirit and committing the gravest of tech heresies in front of the tech priest, Gerhard focused on him again. Because next came the mechadendrites. Gerhard gripped the base of the primary manipulator arm, feeling the motors beneath the brass casing vibrate. The idiot was still trying to free himself. Gerhard used his mana to sever the neural links cleanly. One by one, the extra limbs, consisting of surgical needles, laser cutters, and heavy pincers, clattered to the floor like cutlery. The Muggos let out a garbled, high-pitched whine as Gerhard began to peel away the layered mechanical plating of his torso. Underneath the blashoily armor, there was almost nothing human left, just gray, vat-grown muscle stitched together by a network of oil and coolant dripping tubes and pulsing rusting fiber optics. It was disgusting to look at. Especially for Gerhard, whose engineering skill had leveled up to 96. And now for the brain, Gerhard whispered, turning the Muggos over. At the base of the skull sat the prize, a heavy, brass-encased cylinder that clicked in a frantic, frightened rhythm. This was the fluid core cogitator, the repository of centuries of forbidden and known logic and mechanicus secrets. Master, the cogitator is linked to a volatile data tether. If you disconnect it improperly, a scrap code burst will wipe his memory, leaving him in a blank state. Wait, like a tripwire. A physical booby trap. Correct. Are you kidding? Bahahaha. I am speechless as well. It is hard to believe that all our technology was once stored in a standard template construct, and you could take that with you to new worlds and build anything. And now it's this. Hans, grab the port. Hold the data steady while I cut the physical housing and the tripwire. Blue threads emerged from the open ironmonger suit, easily plugging into the Muggos' interface ports. Hans's presence flooded the priest's internal network, like a megalodon entering a goldfish bowl. The data lock has been established. I have suppressed the self-destruct logic just to be safe. He had a self-destruct sequence and didn't use it. The mechanism had to be activated manually, from outside. He had a self-destruct button. On the outside. Like Dr. Doofenshmirtz. I don't know who that is, but yes. And I got blindsided by this. I feel fucking ashamed. As you should. Huh. I also feel ashamed. Gerhard placed his hands on the brass cylinder. There was a yucky pop as fiber optics and reinforced bone were severed simultaneously. The cogitator came free, effectively killing the tech priest. Immediately, the Muggos' body went limp, the red eye dimming until it was nothing but a dead piece of glass reflecting the light of the dungeon. Gerhard stood up, wiping all of the oil and dried chunks of blood from his forehead, holding the warm, humming cylinder like a trophy. Hee, I am quite interested to see what we will find here, he said. Gerhard turned his gaze toward the bound form of the Castellan robot. Hans, connect to the Castellan's machine spirit and shut it down, but don't delete it. I am interested in studying its code. I might be able to turn it into a golem of some kind. And if not, we can still rebuild it for you and fix the suit. As you wish, Master. I have already mapped the Castellan's internal structure and mechanics. Shall we begin integration? Let's get to work. Chapter 42, Talk with Val. Gerhard made it back to the spot where Sarah was waiting. She looked visibly pissed off. What? I was starting to think you'd finally found a hole deep enough to die in, Sarah snapped, her voice rough. You've been gone for hours, Gerhard. In this hive, 3 hours is long enough to die, your corpse to decay and for new life to grow from it. What are we? Married. I had to carve my way through a few thousand orcs to get the components I needed. That kind of shit takes time. Val didn't rise to the bait. Her eyes narrowed, scanning his burnt clothing. You were injured. It's nothing. She held his shoulder, and despite the difference in strength, her grip was like a vice. The strength of a woman who had literally butchered her way through a blood and plague cult while her own flesh was melting. Gerhard stopped and turned to face her, showing her the respect she deserved. Ranks mattered nothing to him down here, but Sarah deserved it. You're behaving like a fucking child. Are you functionally operational, or am I going to have to carry your corpse back to that hole you call a workshop? She asked. How do you think I got my ass back here? In a sense, Sarah had taken on the strange role of a lieutenant of the PDF even in this situation. Or it would be more accurate to say she had never laid down that role. She knew that Gerhard didn't need her help, but it was precisely that feeling of being a weight that pulled him down that bothered her. She was a strong woman and abhorred the feeling of doing nothing while others returned from the battlefield. I'm all right. A momentary lack of vigilance, Gerhard said. What happened? Well, there was this tech priest and... Tech priest? You found that cunt member of the priesthood of Mars? Where is he? If he has a Vox array or a shuttle, we could actually get off this rotting rock. Ah, he died. Died. Yep. To what? To the orcs. No. He had his cogitator taken out of his head, quite a messy sight. Vol narrowed her eyes, feeling that Gerhard wasn't telling her all he knew. She could smell the lie. Gerhard cursed her instincts but kept a perfectly neutral, innocent expression. Thank you, gamer's mind. It wasn't that Vol was a danger to him, or some other anime bullshit trope where the female was violent and it was supposed to be funny. Gerhard simply judged her as not yet ready to hear that he had killed a member of the Imperium, no matter the truth of the situation. If he told her, he would explain himself, she wouldn't believe it and would call him a liar, forever mistrusting him. Or worse, try to attack him or something like that. And Gerhard wasn't interested in killing the only human he had saved in the hive. Hans was good company, but having a human around who didn't constantly shout BS was a nice change. Besides, she was a skilled commander, at least from what she told him. It would be a waste to kill such a capable individual. I hate not knowing the variables, Gerhard, she said, her hand dropping from his shoulder to the grip of the lost gun at her side. I'm a lieutenant. I spent my life leading men into meat grinders because we lacked the miracle tech you seem to pull out of your pockets every third hour. If there's a force up there capable of gutting a muggos, I'm coming with you next time. I'm not sitting here like a fucking civilian ward. Truthfully, Vol hated being not good enough for a hard task. It was what made her rather bitter about not being allowed entry into the Imperial Guard. She clearly had the will and the mind for it. She claimed the officer who tested her wanted to force himself on her, and she beat him to a pulp, barring her and almost making her into a servitor, had others not seen what happened. Whether that was the truth was anyone's guess. But Gerhard didn't care either way. He explained what happened and lied about most of it. Unlike him, having too much knowledge was a curse for others, which was why he kept his abilities a secret from her as much as possible. She didn't know what happened behind closed doors and wouldn't ever find out. You're not coming with me next time. Yes, I am. This is not a debate. You're right, it's not. I'm a lieutenant of. Seriously. The Planetary Defense Force no longer exists. These are things you can't fight. The PDF exists as long as a single member exists. She was a bit emotional about losing all of her fellow PDF members. To her, it felt as if she had failed terribly. I'm not giving you a suit. You think this is about the suit, she growled, her voice dropping low. I've held backline trenches against Xenos and heretics with nothing but a combat knife and a prayer to a throne that didn't hear me. I've watched my entire platoon get turned into red pulp because some highborn hive spire cunt thought it beneath him to spend some forces to get rid of all the orcs when they attacked the first time. She poked a hard finger into the center of his chest. I don't need your clockwork armor to be lethal, runt. And I don't need a nursemaid. What I need is for you to stop treating me like a civilian who wandered into a war zone. I am the war zone. Ugh, barf. I can't physically throw up in my mouth, but if I could. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. I'm not good with words. If you can forge a weapon like this, she lifted the novice-grade lost gun he'd given her, then you can stop hoarding the front line. You want to save this hive? You want to burn out that Xenos rot? Then stop playing the lone martyr. Give me the frequency, give me a sector, and let me do the one thing I was bred to do, hold the line. This isn't about you, Lieutenant. Gerhard said, raising his voice for the first time. You don't know anything about the orcs, other than the propaganda bullcrap that you have been fed all your life. Xenos threat this, heretic that. This is a bit more complex than it appears. The Imperium's war strategy is to throw as many bodies at all Xenos and try to overwhelm them with numbers. Newsflash, that won't work here. You're smart, think about it. The orcs love us, humans, precisely because we fight that way, but that won't help us now. I am not playing around here. There are far more serious threats approaching than this. Then tell me how to fight them, if you know better. Gerhard felt Gamer's mind keep his mind clear and dampen the spike of annoyance, but he couldn't deny the sheer strength of her conviction. She wasn't asking for permission, she was making it clear that she was willing to learn but would fight either way. I don't care if you're the second coming of the Omnicia, she said. I don't even care about tech heresy or whatever bullshit they usually spout. When the Inquisition comes for you, I'm dead either way, so what does it matter? Ha, very well. Then let us get some facts straight. Fighting orcs is a losing battle for most who face them. The galaxy, this reality, all the wars, the orcs already won. They don't care about much, but hearing their weapons go off and getting close enough to crush all of us. That makes them extremely dangerous. But as dangerous as the orcs are, they are also rather dim-witted and most of the time predictable. That doesn't mean that they are easy to fight. But it means that we can plan somewhat. And how would we do that? As long as they live long enough, and if they continue to fight and commit violence, the orcs grow stronger. Not only that, they are incredibly resourceful when they have to be. And even if they die, if their blood isn't burnt, they will return in greater numbers, stronger and with better technology. Hungry for more. So we need to kill them fast enough and use fire to do it. Yes and no. The orcs' greatest strength can also become their weakness if their violence and bloodlust aren't channeled. Usually, that's the biggest and baddest orc that does that and guides a warband or whack and makes them incredibly dangerous. So if we take out their leadership. Yes. If we take out the war boss, the orc knobs will start to fight amongst each other for leadership, and that, similarly to the Tyranids, will make them very ineffective and easier to kill for us. Then how do we take him out? That's the problem. You can't. At least not the way we are right now. The suit I created is powerful, but not enough to just march through all of the probably hundreds of thousands of orcs and kill the war boss. So we bait him. Precisely. And I already started with that. And how exactly did you do that? I thought you'd introduced yourself to the orcs, those were your words, or not? Yes. On one hand, I tested out my suit, killed thousands of orcs, scavenged their equipment and bodies, and introduced myself as a formidable enemy. I also let 2 of them live to spread the word and deliver my challenge to the orc war boss, Gerhard said. A challenge? Why? I challenged him and the rest of the orcs to another battle to see who is the best and strongest. He won't be able to refuse such a challenge and prepare for it. So that way you get him closer and take him out. That would be optimal, but it's unlikely to work with the way things stand. I need to improve my suit's power. So what can I do? How are your sniping skills? Gerhard asked. Average. That's a problem then. You will need to train if you truly want to become useful. If you snipe orcs from a distance, while I fight them hidden, no one will notice in the chaos. And if you're truly good, you might even kill the war boss that way. However, there is no chance that you can accompany me on the battlefield. Why don't we just attack them right now? Wouldn't the element of surprise catch them off guard? Sarah asked. It would, but it would also prove that I'm a lying git and no longer make them trust me. We want them to trust you. Why would we want Xeno's scum to trust us? And why would you show honor to them? HAAA. Because belief matters. If they believe me to be honorable, they won't see the moment coming when I'll stab them in the back and assassinate the leadership. But that will take a while. Plus, it gives us time for the last aspect of this plan. Which one? The archenemy, of course. It still exists, even if I manage to damage it greatly. And how could the Xenos help us in that regard? Simple, they will fight them for us. If both forces fight one another, we get to watch and pick off the stragglers later. And why would they even meet? Because the war boss won't take things lying down. He will send forces to search for me. So they'll come to the Underhive. But they won't find you, they'll find the archenemy. That's a bingo. I see. Make the beast reveal its neck to you and cut off its head when it least expects it. Make the Xenos and the heretic kill one another. I like it. We appear honorable, while one side grinds the other to the ground, and we are planning to assassinate the war boss, or until you get a lucky shot in during the fight. Or I kill him. All's possible in war. Very well. Then let's begin. Do you have a sniper rifle? Sarah asked. Do I have a sniper rifle? Of fucking course I have a sniper rifle. Do you have a sniper rifle? The nerve on this woman. The edge of Vol's mouth moved up the slightest bit, but was back down again a second later, when Gerhard handed her the long loss. That was the moment Sarah started training again, something she hadn't done since her youth as a fledgling PDF member. Gerhard watched her train and set up targets for her to practice on. He created several courses for her, including moving targets, stationary ones, and others. And in between, he worked on creating better weaponry and improving his MKIIH power armor. He knew that Sarah wasn't going to get close to good enough to help in 1 month, so he used Instant Dungeon Create and the now 6:1 time dilation to work on his things. Creator's thoughts. Merindangler. I hope I managed to flesh out Sarah Vall's personality and character a bit. She's not the annoying type. She can go toe-to-toe with most mortal men and come out on top. She is a strong woman, but understandably, she's a bit emotional about what happened in the hive. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 43, another one. Gerhard sat at his new, heavily upgraded computer. He had taken time to improve it, and it was worth it. At this rate, he was a master at scavenging and creating miracles from scrap metal and seemingly worthless materials. Not that he did that anymore, of course, he could use the resources he created and then use them to create higher-tiered items. Quite fucking broken. He had roughly 6 months to prepare thanks to time dilation, but since he spent quite a bit of time with Sarah Vall, that was reduced to 3.5 months at most. Thankfully, Gerhard didn't need that much time to fix his armor. And the reason for that was, of course, his engineering, skill and all the other ones that went along with it, and, probably, the most important one, special creation. Special creation, active, LV 91. A skill to make something. Humanity has advanced its civilization through inventing things. Created objects become higher quality as the mastery level rises. Effects. Registered blueprint, 1293. Probability of failure when crafting items of apprentice grade or above, 9%. No resources used for items below beginner grade. No chance of failure when creating items below apprentice grade. Novice, beginner, apprentice, adept, special, legendary, mythical, transcendental. And Gerhard was more than happy with his current progress. He was already about to move up to another grade in the skill, and it made sense. He used no other skill as much as that one. And thanks to the gamer title, it had grown even faster. So what do you think, Hans? Not good. I would prefer the Castellan robot as my primary body rather than the rotting datasmith Cybernetica. I understand, but by placing you inside the tech priest, you not only get to speak openly with me and those around, but you also get to control the Castellan without a problem as a datasmith. You have multiple processing threads anyway. And it grants us a very narrow window into the mechanicum of Mars. The idea of using such a rotting body doesn't appeal to me. If it helps your plans, Master, I'll do it, of course. Are you joking? We're naturally going to give you the cream of the crop of tech I can create right now, none of that disgusting holy oil shit. But then how are we going to convince others that I'm truly what I appear to be? Well, your appearance won't be pretty, but what lies beneath is going to be seriously powerful. I'll give you better muscles and just cover it with the disgusting leather hide that the tech priest had. And the Macandrites also won't look good, but will be insane. I see. That does make it a lot better. Then let's do it. Good. Thanks to biology mastery and chemistry mastery, I can rather easily grow the cells enough to give you pieces of a biological body. We'll also add chemical fluids to better integrate the machinery. I have it all planned out. And if it doesn't work, I have the healing potions. A pleasing thought, Master. I look forward to what you have planned now. Don't worry, I'll give you a body as powerful as none other among the Mechanicum. Not even Belisarius Call will hold a candle. The irony that a former man of iron, turned artificial soul, takes over the body of a tech priest and will do better, is not lost to me. Now that you think about it. You're right. So Gerhard got to work, starting with the weaponry first. In total, Gerhard was focused on the following points. Number 1, improvements of all the weapons he acquired. Number 2, the creation of a superior Castellan robot for Hans to control. Number 3, leveling his mana-based attack skills. Number 1 was a rather important project, as he got some very powerful weapons. First and foremost, the Orksburnas, which Gerhard was going to use to create flammers of different shapes and sizes. A flamer was important as Gerhard didn't want to have to worry about the orc spores. Plus, it was a powerful weapon to use, no matter the enemy. The salamanders proved as much. Then there was the gamma pistol that the datasmith had. This weapon, even in the hands of an idiot, was capable of breaking down targets at the atomic level. There were only 3 shots per magazine, but that was alright given the weapon's power. Only that it wasn't alright, since Gerhard was never going to bother spending time switching out magazines after 3 lousy shots. So, he was going to turn that one into a truly disgustingly powerful weapon. After that, there was the phosphor blaster, mounted on the Castellan robot and capable of burning through armor and lighting up targets. That was a powerful weapon to have, especially considering the high fire rate it showed during their fight. Then there was the galvanic rifle, which the Skitarii Ranger had used. Galvanic rifles are weapons that fire specialized servitor bullets over long distances, causing the target's potential energy to burn out in a killing blast of electric force. Quite a powerful weapon to have and improve. That brought us to the second-to-last weapon of interest, the arc pistol. Arc weapons were powered by permacapacitors shipped from Mars. They were ancient weapons that stored energy. They discharge with a loud crack, firing a bolt of blue-white electricity that can fry a man's brain or overload a war machine's circuits in seconds. One shot from an arc pistol can cause a grot to explode or stop an orc's heart and punch it backwards with the force of its energy. It was also this little thing that caused immense problems for the Ironmonger. Although it was a combined effort from all the weapons used, it was still rather effective, and if Hans hadn't been mana-powered, Gerhard would have died 100%. Finally, that leaves the last guns that Gerhard was going to address and study, the Snaz gun and Def gun. To quote the Flash Git, Fat Druzka, bought me a Def Blasta off Rotskrag earlier. Nice little killer. Just ask Rotskrag, her. They were good weapons from the orc standpoint. These guns varied widely in design and general principles of operation so that the term may refer to a bewildering variety of custom and insanely expensive weaponry, much like a Def gun. However, one thing was always true: Snaz guns were always big, loud, rapid-firing, and assuredly dealt bloody death. All Snaz guns were unpredictable and deadly on the battlefield, and could always be even further enhanced to make them even deadlier. Gerhard had already created the Spartan, which combined lost technology and bolter rounds. It was a very good thing, too, since it allowed him to use different attack methods without needing to switch guns. That saved time. Right now, with the MKIIH, Gerhard had a lightning claw with a storm bolter mounted on it and a power sword, which he used with his left hand. He could quickly take out the assault cannon and connect it to the ammunition storage inside the suit. And he had smart missiles. So, all in all, it wasn't bad, but it was still a bit too impractical. He thought about going the dreadnought route with his heavy armor, but didn't really like it all that much. He liked to be flexible during combat and have as much mobility as possible. A dreadnought didn't allow that as much as he wanted, which was why the Ironmonger seemed like a good middle ground. But it still seemed too small. At almost 10 feet, 3 meters, it was impractical to mount the assault cannon on the arm, as it would hinder Gerhard when he used the power sword. I suggest you focus on the smaller improvements for now, such as adding more ammunition, increasing durability, and reducing the DEX penalty. As you create smaller weapons with the same amount of damage output, you will eventually be able to fit all that you want without enormous size increases. I also suggest finally focusing on your mana-dependent attack spells. They are useful and very versatile, and you have more than enough mana even while powering the MKIIH. Those are very good points, Hans. I can also fit the weapons on your Castellan body. Indeed. Outsourcing is the key word here. Then let's finish this project. Gerhard moved on to the Castellan robot, which would serve as one of Hans's main bodies. He wouldn't speak using it, which allowed Gerhard to use the space differently. He already knew how to create polymorphic alloy, which, now that his skills, material analysis, and, observe, had increased further, was a brilliant mixture of some of the most powerful materials like adamantium and even, yes, it was true ormite. Humanity during the Golden Age was fucking ridiculous. Now, it also made sense why, despite being constantly fired upon for several minutes by the Mechanicus, the Castellan, and the Skitarii Rangers, it hadn't managed to reach Gerhard fully. It was the immense radiation that effectively almost killed him. The heat had mostly been absorbed, and even the radiation was severely weakened when it hit him. That showed just how dangerous those weapons were, especially if fired with wild abandon. To almost kill Gerhard was impressive. But now, that would be much harder. Gerhard had figured out the ratio of the different materials in the polymorphic alloy and realized that ormite accounted for a very low percentage, which made sense. But Gerhard was now closing in on unthinkable levels in the creation department. He guessed that as soon as he hit legendary creation, he would be able to create ormite from nothing. Perfectly balanced, Gerhard said, which sounded even more appropriate since he had a British accent. After a lot of work and further research, hundreds of thousands of failures, the Castellan robot was finally ready. And what a glorious creation it was. Castellan Battle Automata, Iron Castellan Pattern, Rank, Special. A reconstructed and enhanced Castellan robot, brought to life through Gerhard's engineering and artificial spirit integration, allowing Hans to use it as an attacking body. Designed as a frontline siege unit, this automata combines overwhelming durability with brutal close-range firepower and relentless melee capability. Stats: MP, 450 per minute, Artificial Spirit Core Assisted. Durability, 7000/7000, Auto-Repair, 200 per minute base. Energy Core, Artificial Spirit, Subcore Logic. Armor Class, Heavy Automata. STR, 140. VIT, 180. Dex, 20. INT, Hans Core. WIS, Hans Core. Defensive Effects. Plus 100% mid-class physical resistance, Castellan Battlehide. Plus 80% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 60% mid-class shockwave resistance. Castellan Battlehide. Reinforced ceramite plasteel composite plating. Resistant to crack-grade explosives. 40% incoming critical damage. Head-mounted Scoptic sensor plate enhances battlefield awareness. Thermal regulation layer. 60% heat generation. High resistance to flame and plasma weapons. Polymorphic reinforcement. Minor adaptive resistance to repeated damage. Plus 5% resistance per hit, max plus 50%. Weapons systems. To be added. You know, sometimes my genius, it's almost frightening. This is truly frightening. Did I really improve this to the point where it's stronger than the orc knobs we fought? Well, I am not yet quite clear on the translation from durability to health. But yes, in terms of STR and VIT, the Castellan automaton is stronger than an orc knob, at least on average. I don't think you can say that it is stronger than all knobs. That's true. Hans, play, if you want blood, from the alternating and direct current group while I focus on the weapons. As you wish. Guitar, it's criminal. There ought to be a law. Criminal. There ought to be a whole lot more, guitar. Gerhard got to work, feeling fired up by the music. And it would prove to be useful for his endeavor, because he was about to create some insane weapons for the Castellan. If you want blood, you've got it. Voila. Now, what about the weapons? Good. I can safely say, they are rather good, yes. Phosphor Blaster, Rank, Special. An advanced Mechanicus weapon system designed for battlefield control. Targets struck are illuminated and hunted relentlessly, turning them into priority kill markers for all subsequent attacks. Durability, 760/760. Damage, 820. Critical chance, 32%. Fire rate, high. Special effects. Phosphor incendiary rounds. Plus 150% burn damage. Burning spreads between nearby enemies. 48% heat generation. Advanced target illumination. Marked targets take plus 30% damage. Burning duration significantly increased. Auto-guided volley system. Shots home in on marked targets. Plus 40% accuracy. Armor searing. 55% armor effectiveness while burning. Radiant exposure. Marked targets are visible through cover. Heavy flamer, Inferno Purge Engine, Rank, Special. Durability, 1/200/1/200. Damage, 650 per second. Fire rate, continuous. Fuel capacity, 600 units. Special effects. Inferno Promethium, heavy grade. Plus 250% burn damage. Extremely rapid incineration of organic targets. Adhesive Firestorm, expanded. Flames stick and spread aggressively between targets. Can engulf entire groups at once. Armor breakdown, enhanced. 60% armor effectiveness while burning. Effective even against heavy armor. Fuel overdrive, heavy output. Plus 75% damage. 75% fuel consumption. 60% cooling time. Perfect ignition system. Instant ignition. No delay or misfire. Power Fist, Cataclysm Gauntlet, Rank, Special. Durability, 550/550. Damage, 850. Critical chance, 15%. Attack speed, DEX dependent. Special effects. Annihilation Disruption Field. Ignores 90% armor. Partially bypasses energy shielding. Devastation Strike, enhanced. Plus 180% damage. Massive bonus versus large and armored targets. Armor Collapse, advanced. Reduces target armor by 35% per hit. Stacks up to 70%. Enhanced Servo Core. Plus 75 STR. Greatly increased striking force. Seismic Impact. Large AoE shockwave on hit. Knockback plus stagger effect. Structural Breaker. Plus 100% damage versus vehicles, fortifications, and heavy units. Gauntlet Bolter, rank, special. Durability, 820/820. Damage, 660, per shot. Critical chance, 18%. Fire rate, burst/full auto. Special effects. Stabilized fire control. Perfect accuracy during burst and sustained fire. Mass reactive rounds. Plus 50% internal explosion damage. Ignores 50% armor. No accuracy penalty. Gauntlet integration system. Mounted directly into the power gauntlet. No recoil. Can fire while engaged in melee. Close quarters execution. Plus 25% damage at close range. Increased hit reliability in melee combat. I have an idea. Hold off on connecting to it. Gerhard sat down before the computer and started typing. He had done something similar back when he was trying to solve the corrupted logic core of the AI that is now known as Hans. But this time, he has more experience and is dealing with a far weaker level of intelligence than before. He started coding, focusing on nothing else for hours as he attempted the impossible once more. He picked the code apart like an onion, then recreated each layer, all the while adding his mana through the machinery. All of the materials he used were now infused with his mana, for the simple reason that he didn't want to deal with corrupted technology. That would be the galaxy's doom. There, I think. I did it. I believe you did, Master. A very elegant solution, I must say. Masterfully done. Thank you. Now let's see whether we can't get this to work. Gerhard connected the Castellan automaton to the computer and then loaded the new, large, and masterfully changed code into the core logic processor. Loading. 15%. 28%. 42%. 66%. 89%. 99%. 100%. Upload complete. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to create and control golems has been created. Chapter 44, The New Datasmith. Lowest grade golem creation, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. MP, 2000. A legendary inanimate creature. Its existence has been known for millennia. The basics of this spell allow you to breathe life into a puppet as long as the grounds are given for the life to take root. Effect. Permanently allows Gerhard the gamer to create one golem at a time. The golem's abilities will be based on the caster's stats. Limitations. 1 golem. Yes, this seems appropriate. That's so broken, Master. What even are you? Resourceful. That stands without question. So, I suppose I won't be able to control the Castellan robot. It should still work. That makes me think what else I could do with the golem creation skill. I am thinking about orcs, tyranids, and the like. True, if you want to be killed outright by the Ordo Xenos, I think you could do that. Then why not humans? Humans. Space Marines. They are already biologically modified. Can you imagine? Space Marine golems. And no one would realize. You're a weird man, Master. But it does seem like a good idea. A long-term goal. I'll look into the gene seed when we get off this planet. But that's a long-term goal, for sure. I believe you might even be able to look into chimerism then. Since you can create a golem out of any material you wish in the future, you could, like with the creation skill, simply use biological material as a base and then create a golem out of it. But that would then simply create a biological golem and not necessarily a human golem. I'll need to upgrade my skills for sure. But chimerism isn't a bad idea. I could fuse what makes both orcs and tyranids strong and fuse those characteristics with biological golems. The shape wouldn't really matter then, since it's all heresy anyway. That would be disgustingly broken, especially if they can gain levels. Let's see here. Castellan, Iron Castellan Pattern, LV, 1. Race, Battle Golem Rank, Special. A golem created through the gamer's power over mana and programming, binary manipulation, compiler construction. A former enhanced Castellan robot, brought to life through Gerhard's golem creation skill. Designed as a frontline siege unit, this golem follows the commands of the artificial spirit known as Hans. Stats. MP, 2000. Durability, 7000/7000, Autorepair, 200 per minute base. Energy Core, Artificial Spirit, Subcore Logic. Armor Class, Heavy Automata. STR, 160. VIT, 190. Dex, 30. Int, 20. Wis, 20. Defensive Effects. Plus 100% mid-class physical resistance, Castellan Battlehide. Plus 80% mid-class energy resistance. Plus 60% mid-class shockwave resistance. Castellan Battlehide. Reinforced ceramide plasteel composite plating. Resistant to crack-grade explosives. 40% incoming critical damage. Head-mounted Scoptic sensor plate enhances battlefield awareness. Thermal regulation layer. 60% heat generation. High resistance to flame and plasma weapons. Polymorphic reinforcement. Minor adaptive resistance to repeated damage. Plus 5% resistance per hit, max plus 50%. Weapons systems. Heavy Flamer, Undermount. Phosphor Blaster. Modified Bolter, Undermount. Power Fist, Right Arm. Power Fist, Left Arm. The Castellan is no longer an automaton but is classified as a golem. And it gains some stats as well. It seems that it can now theoretically function according to my or your orders. Truly interesting. And how would I give it orders? Wait, let me connect you. There. You should be able to do it now. Stand up. The Castellan golem followed Hans' order right away and stood up, standing before Gerhard. That's pretty bloody cool. But I don't think you need to say it out loud. Try to do it silently. The Castellan took 5 steps forward and then turned around. Then, the Phosphor Blaster started aiming around, as if it were looking for an enemy. After that, the Castellan raised its power fists. It looked hilarious, like a new existence getting familiar with its body. And in a way, that was true. Right now, Hans had 100% authority over the golem and could make it do anything he or, more importantly, Gerhard, wanted. This was perfect, since it allowed Gerhard to have a reliable and capable partner not only inside his power armor, but also at his side to fight with him. That was an insane advantage, and in a reality like this one, where you couldn't trust anyone, it was even more valuable. That leaves me with my body. Will you still make me one? Of course. I said I would, so I will. The beauty of all of this is that I will be able to have you both visible to all and use you in the fights to come, without having to worry about the heretic brand. A skilled individual having a tech priest to accompany him, who just so happens to be a datasmith, while rare, is not impossible. I suppose you are right. What about the energy core then? I doubt I will be able to power the MK3, my body, and the Castellan golem simultaneously. You don't have to. Because the Castellan, now that he is my golem, uses 2000 of my mana whenever I activate him. And after that, he can function on his own until he is destroyed. What? That is impossible. This is a complete disregard of the laws of physics. You can't simply create energy. This is a perpetuum mobile. It was true. Now, theoretically, Gerhard hadn't cast the golem creation spell at once, since he doesn't have 2000 mana. What he did was make the mana flow into the golem and then create it after the total mana reached the threshold. It was also this reason that he couldn't use the skill mid-battle. He had to use the spell as he did just now and make sure the golem wasn't destroyed. Because once it was, he couldn't recast it. But what did that matter when he created a literal perpetuum mobile? I am a walking cheat. I suppose that's what you would otherwise call the rule of cool. Only that it doesn't really apply to me as the gamer, it's all just overshadowed. This is so unfair. But it also solves the most pressing problem of too little energy. Very well, then let's get started with your body. Gerhard stood in the center of the instant dungeon workshop, surrounded by a macabre assembly of components. The plans were visible on the computer screens. In the air, floated the desiccated, augmented remains of Mugos Caspel's corpse, still mostly bound in glowing mana ropes. Next to him, floated the different parts which Gerhard had assembled and was now mostly ready to put into one single piece. Scattered across various work tables were the high-grade materials he had painstakingly synthesized using his advanced crafting skills. The logic holds, Hans. As a tech priest, you are above suspicion among your own kind. You can even walk alongside the Inquisition or on Mars, though that brings its own problems. The Castellan, while powerful, is a limited medium and mostly used for battle. You need the flexibility, Gerhard said. He started with the Mugos' remaining organic matter. Using biology mastery, he delicately separated the truly dead, vat-grown tissue from the cybernetic parts. It was a tedious process, akin to peeling dead meat from an overcooked crab, but essential to the foundation. Thankfully, Dismantle came in clutch and helped in that regard. Gerhard treated the salvaged biological material with a concoction made through chemistry mastery, derived from the healing potions Gerhard had so many of. It was a cocktail that provided a brief burst of rapid regeneration stimulants and sterile nutritional fluids, turning the withered flesh components into viable, if grotesque, biological connectors. I am studying the cellular stimulants, Master. They are highly efficient. Perhaps too efficient. It will overgrow into a tumor. I am planning on it. Unlike what the third millennium thought, a tumor is but a misguided tissue, capable of so much more. By providing it with nutrients, I can grow what I want and then cut it to the size I need. I mean that is quite a bit simplified, but you understand what I mean. With the biological components prepped, he began the heavy engineering. He used the strongest adamantium alloy he could currently create and forged to build a new internal skeleton, based on Mugos Caspel's form but significantly reinforced. But he didn't stop there. Gerhard wasn't going to shy away from work when creating a body for his most trusted and loyal friends and subordinates. So he added what he had learned from the polymorphic alloy and reinforced the adamantium with it, making it not only powerful but flexible for change. This wasn't the brittle, aging augmetics of the datasmith. He integrated powerful, multi-jointed servomotors, based on the same principles he used in the ironmonger but miniaturized, into the new metal joints. The mechadendrites were next. Gerhard didn't reattach the ones he had looted. He completely rebuilt them from scratch, using the original interfaces as a guide but replacing the internal wiring and structural rods with ceramite, very little auramite filaments, and high-density actuators. Each mechadendrite was a masterpiece of both utility and death, outfitted with newly designed, multifaceted data tips and precise micromanipulators, for all sorts of work Hans might need to do. Gerhard pulled out a mass of freshly grown, synthetic musculature, which he cut to size. He added the necessary hair-like threads to create a complex weave of height-tensile biopolymers and specialized nerve filaments. Unlike the Mugos' original tissue, this was designed for both flexibility and strength. Gerhard spent hours meticulously layering and sewing the supermuscle onto the new internal chassis, integrating it with the polymorphic alloy joints and chemical fluid lines. The kinetic potential of these synthetic muscles is impressive. According to my calculations, my new physical strength will almost rival the Castellan's and will most definitely exceed it in all other aspects, like DEX, INT, WIS, and LUK. We're just getting started. This chemical cocktail here, Gerhard lifted a beaker of glowing, sparkling fluid, is what I call the interface serum. It should fuse the synthetic flesh with the biological anchors and the adamantium auramite skeleton, creating a single, cohesive entity. At least it should. I haven't tested it. And you will use this body to test it. What if it fails? Then I'll try again. Failure is an opportunity to learn and gain insight. Far more than success is. I am aware, but I thought it better to fail on a less important piece of TSCHHHHHH. I see. So start from scratch. Yes. After failing like the idiot that he was, Gerhard went at it again. All he lost was time, because he could create the resources again and was even faster this time. He spent more time finding a way to improve the serum, at least for now. He knew that as he went further down the rabbit hole, the more specific the serum would become. But he didn't care. He would focus on other serums at a later date. Eventually, Gerhard began the delicate process of pouring the serum along the biopolymer muscle lines, watching with satisfaction as the various materials began to knit together. The biological tissue absorbed the stimulant fluid and expanded, forming seamless connections. Gemerschens. You had to love it. With the core physical form established, it was time to install the mind. Gerhard carefully picked up the new core cogitator, replacing the one he had taken from the datasmith. The information he had gathered was truly invaluable and would prove useful in selling the lie that Hans was the datasmith. This was the centerpiece, the most complex computer he had ever handled, as he had fused the cogitator with Hans' central logic core, creating a new version of him. Gerhard built a new, heavily armored cranial cradle within the brain, lined with crystalline shielding to protect the core from external interference and warp corruption. Not that he was worried that Hans would ever get corrupted, as that was impossible, but the circuitry or the connection to the body. I might be over-preparing, but that's what gamers do, I suppose. All right, Hans. Moment of truth, Gerhard said. He delicately seated the Hans core cogitator into its new housing. He activated the Machine Dominion protocol on a separate interface, allowing Hans's artificial soul, currently connected to the computer's data banks, to flood into the physical core. There was a moment of silence. Then, a soft blue light began to pulse from the data ports on the back of the newly built body's neck. The chemical lines began to pulse as well, but this time with mechanical clicks. The sensation is different. My new processing bandwidth allows me to take in the world as if from a being of flesh, while still retaining my clear core of an artificial soul and intelligence. I could also turn the sensations off. Hans now spoke through the Vox grill, but sounded like the same digital voice as he did when he spoke with Gerhard through the speakers. It was another irony that nothing changed in that regard, and he truly could pass as a tech priest. I thought you might experience a small growth in this aspect, but it's good to hear that you can appreciate it. Gerhard then handed Hans the newly created and heavily improved Omniscient axe. So, what do you think of your new rotting body, Hans? Looks just like the tech priest did, right? Gerhard asked, gesturing to the disgusting image of the deceased tech priest on the computer screen. Hans looked down at its own hands, flexing the new, powerful mechanical fingers. He had experience with using the different power armors that Gerhard had created, but this was still different. He then raised the heavy Omniscient axe with ease that belied its heavy weight. Gerhard had gone a bit overboard when he improved it, making it much heavier. The multiple green lenses on Hans' faceplate whirred as they focused on Gerhard. I see the irony in this, Master. The combination of biological anchors, chemically enhanced biopolymers, and superior alloys creates an entity of extreme durability and physical power. It is not rotting at all. I believe the Mechanicum may have thought of this when they dissected themselves. Now, don't get everyone's hopes up. All I did was use the body's blueprint, replace all the mechanical parts he had with better ones, and add a few of my own twists and improvements. I'm not a great inventor just yet. I disagree, Master. This is amazing. What are my stats? Well, let's see. Chapter 45, Second Chat with the Orcs. Observe. Hans LV, 40. EXP, 0%. An artificial spirit and former man of iron, aka Iron Automaton, who had degraded over millennia, broken down and recreated by Gerhard, the gamer. He has been granted artificial life, which is protected from most dangers the natural souls face. He has been integrated into a body similar to that of the tech priests. HP, 10,000. MP, 6850. STR, 120. VIT, 105. Dex, 85. Int, 295. WIS, 167. Luck, 20. Status points, 195. Skills. Awakened Machine Spirit, passive/active, LV.4. EXP, 4.6%. The dormant authority of a forbidden intelligence awakens. A remnant of the Men of Iron asserts control over lesser systems. Effects. Plus 40% efficiency when interacting with technology. Can override simple machines, active. Perceives machine states and weaknesses. Plus 1 parallel processing thread. Special. Allows limited communication and influence over machine spirits. Distributed Cognition Core, active/passive, LV.3. Hans splits his processing into multiple independent threads. Effects. Plus 1 additional processing threads. Plus 30% calculation speed. Can handle. Combat analysis. Targeting. Crafting assistance simultaneously. Machine Dominion Protocol, active/passive, LV2. The true nature of a man of iron begins to emerge. Effects. Can override complex systems. Turrets. Vehicles. Basic servitors. Can network multiple machines together. Special. Creates a local machine network field. You know, I'm not sure whether I'm happy with such injustice. Why the fuck do you have the same amount of luck as I do? I also seem to have 195 stat points, Master. What shall I do with those? I don't think they are worth keeping around needlessly. Can you spend them on your physical stats? Gerhard asked. I can't spend them at all, Master. Since it is you who has the system, I am affected by your power. So if anyone can do that, it would be you. That makes sense. I see your MP Regan is roughly 80, which is abysmal all things considered. I believe it is natural, Master. After all, that's the way it is calculated. Right. Honestly, the best thing we could do is to spend the points into INT and WIS, to give you more energy and MP Regan, to power your weapons. How does that work, Master? Will I also have endless ammunition? No. You will, from now on, have to prepare in advance and then deal with the problems of each battle. What we can do, however, is maybe come up with a new energy source, although, we could also spend the points and keep things as they are. Would an alternate energy source help me in any way? I believe having mana is better overall, no. I agree. Let's do it. Gerhard reopened Hans' status window. Int, 295 greater than 457. WIS, 167 greater than 200. HP, 10,000. MP, 8470. STR, 120. VIT, 105. Dex, 85. Int, 457. WIS, 200. Luck, 20. Status points, 0. My MP regeneration has risen to 101 per minute, Master. Because I don't have the abilities that you do, I don't get any special skills for reaching thresholds like INT 100 or 200. So it is rather small, compared to yours. That's at least something. Now you also don't need mana to keep functioning, unlike me in my suits. I will still be present in your logic core, Master. I know. We'll keep it that way for now, as you have more than enough logic threads to handle this. Well, I think we're just about ready to have another go at the orcs, what do you think? I believe the orcs won't be ready for what is about to hit them. I agree. Gerhard exited the instant dungeon and walked through the door that was his workroom. Since Saraval was there, Gerhard had started building a secret base, which he reinforced extensively to make it easily defendable should something happen. He didn't want Sarah to see all that he did in the dungeons. And because it was secret, Sarah could train without worry, and her results were visible. She was a hard-working woman. And incredibly motivated. Sarah, it's time. The month already over, she asked and wiped sweat off her brow. Yep. Time to remind them that we're still around. Now, here's how it's going to go down. Exactly 1 month had passed since Gerhard sent the orc messengers back to the orc big boss. In that time, the Hive Plaza had been transformed into a fortress of junk and scrap, and the orcs had spent every second of it getting louder, angrier, and more numerous. After the orc war boss had heard about the Humi who killed all of them and then dared to challenge him, he naturally wanted to see it for himself. But what he found was nothing. Gerhard had looted everything, only leaving some of the orc boys' corpses and the Gretchen behind. It did bother the orcs greatly, since only the most cunning enemy could do something like that. The boss immediately ordered the Underhive searched. All they found was chaos and plagues, which sparked a new set of battles, which the orcs won decisively, just like Gerhard had hoped they would. Not because he was on one side, but because it was simpler to deal with the orcs. They basically brought him all the materials and weapons he wanted. So, when it was finally time to go again, Gerhard was looking forward to it. Gerhard stood at the edge of the plaza while Stealth was on the MKIIH Ironmonger, humming with a powerful thrum, ready for combat. To his left stood the Castellan Golem, its blue visor glowing, feeding intelligence to Hans. To his right, Hans, draped in the red-leathered robes of the deceased Muggos, held the omniscient axe and was just as ready as Gerhard was. The Auspex sweeps are hitting 100% saturation, Master. They've brought a few heavy hitters. I count 12 warbikers, 3 trucks, and a big mech signature. Shall we begin the schooling? Let's not keep them waiting, Gerhard grinned. Just like the first time, Gerhard announced his arrival with a loud explosion and stomped into the plaza. I has returned. His voice carried far and wide across the plaza. The orcs didn't wait for a formal challenge this time. With a deafening roar of whack, the battle started right away. Observe. Warbiker, LV.35. HP, 7500/7500. MP, 0. Weapons. Twin Dakaguns. Special effects. High-speed movement. Hitandron attacks. A swarm of warbikers tore across the Ferrocrete, shouting as they did, and their twin Dakaguns spitting lead with wild abandon. Hans, the stage is yours. I want to see how effective all that work was, Gerhard commanded. Initiating Machine Dominion Protocol. Castellan, engage spread pattern. The Castellan golem didn't move its legs. Instead, its torso spun fluidly, and the shoulder-mounted phosphor blaster erupted into high-intensity fire. Thum thum thum. White-hot incendiary rounds shot through the air, their path perfectly calculated to hit. The first biker didn't even have time to scream before a phosphor round punched through his body and the warbike's fuel tank. The weapon's lethality was immediately evident, exploding in a blinding white light and reducing it to nothing. But that wasn't all. Unlike the original Castellan robot, this Castellan golem was armed to the teeth. He lifted his power fist and fired the gauntlet bolter into the fray. Every subsequent shot from the Castellan's arm-mounted gauntlet bolter zoomed through the air, drawn to the glowing, marked position of the orcs, moments before by the phosphor blaster. The mass-reactive bolters detonated inside some warbikes' engines, turning the high-speed raiders into tumbling scrap metal, which caught those next to them in the aftermath. Warbiker defeated, X4. Plus 440, 000 EXP. After taking care of all the warbikers, the melee orc boys horde was about to arrive, but they weren't the only ones. They're clustering up, Hans. The trucks are moving into ram. Gerhard said over the Vox as he used his storm bolter to pick off a few stragglers. Orc truck, LV.36. HP, 12,000/12,000. MP, 0. Weapons. Big Shoulda. Special effects. Transports orcs. Ram attack. 3 orc trucks rushed forward, their reinforced rams glowing with heat. From the flatbeds, tank bustas leveled their rocket launchers, aiming for the Castellans and Gerhard's joints. Most of them ignored Hans, as he was the smallest target and so in the minds of the orcs, the weakest. Master, the kinetic impact of the ramming maneuver exceeds the Castellan's stability parameters. Then I believe it is time for the other solution. High above, a Defkopta attacked, its rockets fired at Gerhard. He didn't dodge, leaving Hans and the golem to deal with the trucks for now. He cast the psionic mana shield, which appeared around him. Unlike the ball shape of before, this one was an icosahedron. He found that this shape reduced the amount of mana he needed significantly, yet remained strong. The rockets detonated against the blue barrier, but the kinetic force barely registered, making Gerhard smile. My turn, he muttered. He raised his lightning claw and pointed the modified storm bolter at the Defkopta, but the Castellan was faster. It raised its phosphor blaster, and white-hot rounds shot upward. The Defkopta exploded in the same bright, hot white as the warbikes had. The attack shredded the rotor blades, sending the air unit spiraling into an approaching orc truck below. Defkopta defeated. Plus 120, 000 EXP. Orc truck defeated. Plus 130, 000 EXP. Orc boy defeated. Did you just steal my kill? Gerhard asked Hans. All kills register as your kills, master. It was the most effective way to deal with the truck. Apologies for doing this. Gerhard laughed, parrying a choppa from one of thousands of orc boys who had finally gotten close. The fighting promised to be an even more intense one than the last one, as there were bigger vehicles and more boys present. But that was perfect. Gerhard swung his power sword through the masses, splitting them apart without feeling resistance. His lightning claw did the same on the other side, and his storm bolter spat explosive rounds into the fray, clearing small chunks of the green tide with ease. But the horde was huge. There was only one way to deal with this. Hans. Yes, master. Get ZE Flamer. ZE Heavy Flamer. Hans, who had been keeping the horde away from him, with precise strikes of his gamma pistol and other weapons, ordered the Castellan to do just that, as the green skin wave was literally optimally positioned to do the most amount of damage. Understood. The golem stepped forward, into the path of another truck. The orc driver widened his eyes with mad glee, stomping on the accelerator, expecting a crunch of metal. Instead, the Castellan lifted his arm that held the heavy flamer, and activated the weapon. Heavy Flamer, Inferno Purge Engine, activated. A flood of heavy-grade Inferno Promethium fire erupted. It was a physical wall of liquid fire at over 2,000 degrees. The lead truck didn't stop or apply the brakes, it started to melt and veered off course, missing the Castellan and running over dozens of orcs. The adhesive firestorm effect of the heavy flamer caused the flames to leap from the burning vehicle to 2 trucks flanking it and all the orcs that were run over by it as well. Wah-wah. Orcs began to roar in pain and collapse from the trucks, already charred black before they hit the ground. The armor breakdown effect turned the hard armor into molten slag that fused to their skin and killed them moments later. The battlefield turned into a sea of fire, with orcs roaring in pain and succumbing to the damage moments later. And it continued to spread, making the orcs particularly angry, who wanted to get closer. Orc truck defeated. Plus 130, 000 EXP. Tank Busta defeated. Plus 70, 000 EXP. Orc Pain Boy defeated. Plus 70, 000 EXP. Orc Truck defeated. Plus 130, 000 EXP. Tank Busta defeated. Plus 70, 000 EXP. Orc Mech defeated. Plus 100, 000 EXP. Level up. Level up. It was total pandemonium. Gerhard watched a big mech frantically try to recalibrate his custom force field as the wall of fire, which the Castellan was still firing forward without stopping, spread toward him. The mech's eyes bulged as the Inferno Purge simply ignored his barrier's frequency entirely. That's inorkably. Orc Big Mech defeated. Plus 180, 000 EXP. Hans, that's enough. You're melting the loot. Gerhard said, though he was grinning like a madman. Correction, Master. The scrap is now preheated for easier dismantling and forging. Proceeding to the next target thread. Hans stepped through the curtain of fire, his red Muggos robes untouched by the heat, as he flooded himself with his mana. His omniscient axe crackled with blue lightning as he activated the power button. He swung the axe through bodies of groaning, angry orcs, killing them with ease. That's enough. Gimme dat shiny metal, another mech roared, as he stepped forward, leveling his custom Mega Slugga. Pathetic. Countering with the Gamma Pistol. Hans, in turn, leveled the Gamma Pistol and aimed at the mech. A beam of blue annihilation punched through the big mech's armor and defenses as if it were tissue paper. The atomic breakdown effect ignored every scrap of lucky scrap armor the mech wore. Gamma Pistol, Atomic Disintegration Relic, Rank, Special. Durability, 560/560. Damage, 1020. Critical chance, 12%. Fire rate, low. Charges, 9. Special effects. Gamma Annihilation Beam. Breaks down targets at the atomic level. Plus 200% radiation damage. Severe irradiation. Targets suffer extreme HP loss per second. Effects stack rapidly. Atomic breakdown. Ignores 100% armor. Damages both organic and inorganic matter. Fortification breach. Plus 100% damage versus structures. Can melt through defensive positions. WOT in DA, a nearby big mech roared in anger, as the mech ceased to exist. Hans didn't give that one a second to attack. He swapped to the Archon Storm Galvanic Rifle. Galvanic Rifle, Archon Storm Pattern, Rank, Special. Durability, 360/360. Damage, 720. Critical chance, 22%. Fire rate, medium. Special effects. Galvanic Annihilation Rounds. Plus 150% electrical damage. Devastating internal energy release. Kinetic energy collapse. Burns out all stored energy within the target. Massive internal damage effect. Precision execution. Plus 100% headshot damage. Increased weak point accuracy. Advanced armor penetration. Ignores 60% armor. Chain discharge. Electrical energy jumps to nearby targets. Target lock system. Plus 40% accuracy at range. Faster target acquisition. Crack. A single, precise shot to the head, amplified by precision execution, sent a surge of electrical energy through the mech's neural wiring, detonating his teleport pack and destroying pretty much everything else around the area of impact. Big Mech defeated. Plus 250, 000 EXP. Gerhard landed in the center of the battlefield. His power sword hummed. The plaza was silent, save for the crackle of burning promethium. The orcs had run away so that they could fight another day. Gerhard looked at his status. He had gained a total of 3 level-ups after all that killing. He had ignored most of the notifications, but now he saw every killed Gretchen, Snortling, and Squig, and together with the passive kills of the Heavy Flamer, it was 3 levels. Not bad, but not as good as it could have been. They went about it wrong. Hans, how's the golem? Durability is at 94%. The auto-repair is already in effect. The weapons performed at 112% of the theoretical maximums. I must have calculated something wrong. That was the orcs most likely. They see the Castellan mow them down the way he did, and they'll think he's more powerful than he is, or something like that. I suppose we have 1 month to go over our battle strategy. If we want to deal with all of them, we should cut off their escape. After a few minutes, Sarah Val arrived. She had been helping from a hidden, higher platform, using the long lost to pick off several orcs. If she was curious about the sudden appearance of the tech priest, she hadn't said anything. Gerhard thought that she simply didn't care. How was the weapon, Sarah? Gerhard asked. Impressive, honestly. To think that you created this from almost nothing, truly impressive. I think it might be time to upgrade the sniper rifle. You were good just now. You more than deserve the best weapon I can create right now. Chapter 46, Training with Sarah Val. What is this? Sarah Val shouted. Gerhard had decided to finally introduce her to some of his abilities, like the dungeon and a few attack spells. He had observed her closely when she thought he wasn't present, and through his different skills and increasing level of observe, he had gotten to the bottom of her character. It was efficient to show her some things he could do. No matter what happened, even if she wanted to, she wouldn't be able to tell anyone. Gerhard had taken precautions and created a mana contract with her, stating that if she ever had the intention of telling what she saw here to anyone, she would die. And because she swore it on mana and her life, despite not having mana, the system counted this as a valid contract between them. Now, whether the system had enough power to truly follow through with this. Gerhard wasn't certain, but he had seen the sliver of mana enter Sarah's mind and get dormant. So there was a very good chance that it was very real. It's called a dungeon. It's part of the abilities I told you about. It's an illusion. That doesn't look like an illusion, Gerhard. Those are plague zombies, she shouted and aimed her long loss at the zombie. Pew. The zombie dissolved into black mist instantly. This surprised Sarah, since she hadn't ever seen that happen. What just happened? She asked. You killed the zombie, and it dissolved into smoke. It's not real in the actual sense that it can exist outside of this dungeon. It can touch you and you it, and it can hurt you, but with me here, that won't happen. Can I die? Well, yes, theoretically you could die from this. But let's be serious, Sarah. You can take this dungeon on your own. With the long loss you hold in your hand, you can kill the boss monster with a single headshot. There are boss monsters. What heresy is this? Where did you bring me? Fuck, I should have known that you're... Oi. I already told you. This has nothing to do with the warp. You can't get corrupted here. You are by far safer here than you have been in the Underhive or the rest of the hive. Val managed to calm herself down somewhat. Her reaction was natural and understandable, but she also realized that if Gerhard had been a traitor, he probably wouldn't have gone out of his way to help her, train her, and purify the corruption she had. Please tell me again, what is going on here and why we're here. This place is useless for me. So this is entirely for you to train. Honestly, this is a joke for you. All I wanted was to demonstrate it and show you what's possible. Then what am I supposed to do? Well, how about you give it a shot? Literally. Kill a few of the zombies and get used to the new power. Gerhard had gifted Sarah the newest version of the Long Lost series. Long Lost rank, Special. Durability, 500/500. Damage, 960. Critical chance, 33%. Fire rate, mid. Charge capacity, 190. Special effects. Plus 80% accuracy. Plus 110% headshot damage. Shots pass through multiple targets. Reduced sound and reduced flash. Plus 20% damage on targets above 70% HP. What is this? Sarah asked as Gerhard explained the weapon's stats to her. What do you mean? Those are the long-lost stats. Sarah quickly lifted the sniper rifle, looked through the optics and shot a zombie through the head. The shot seared through the first zombie and into two others, before cutting through the wall and disappearing. How much health does one of those zombies have? She asked. It has 800 health points. Did each one have that much health? Yes. What are you asking? If one shot does 960 damage and one zombie has 800 health, then why did the shot kill multiple targets and not even stop when hitting the thick metal wall? Because 960 is bigger than 800. Yes, but the stat makes no sense. Give me a weaker long loss or any weaker weapon you have, Sarah said. Gerhard reached into the inventory and took out the first long loss he had created. The adept grade long loss had a damage stat of only 410. The reason for this was, of course, that Gerhard managed to improve not only his skill, creation, but also the blueprint of how to create a long loss. He wasn't restricted to using only the skills he had learned, he constantly learned new things, which allowed him to make better items. How much damage does this do? Sarah asked. 410. She nodded, raised the adept long loss and pulled the trigger. The red beam pierced through a zombie's head, turning it into dust immediately. But Sarah wasn't done. Even before she saw the result, she had moved the rifle slightly to the right, pulling the trigger again. The beam melted another zombie's head, and Sarah repeated the process. She pulled the trigger dozens of times, killing the zombies with each hit, headshotting them all. See? Yes, you made a lot of progress. No. Well, yes. But that's not the point. The point is that the weaker loss, which only does a bit over half of the zombies' health and damage, still killed each one. I see. So that's what you meant. Yeah, in that regard, my abilities are a bit convoluted. It is a bit of a bother to explain, but here goes. Imagine you fire at a human who is running at you and wants to kill you. You fire the long loss at his body and pierce his stomach. Theoretically, the weapon you fired had only delivered 410 damage and shouldn't have killed him. But the human, shall we say, who isn't a traitor, will still fall to the ground and die a moment later. That's because his health continued to drop after you did all that damage. So the initial damage you did was still 410, but the effect the wound had on the person was lethal. If you had hit the person's head, you would have killed him right away. So the stat you describe isn't able to put the effect it would cause into context. It only tells you the base damage it would do. Yes. It tells me the cause, but not each effect. It's like an average. If I were to fire the loss gun at an orc and hit his stomach, he would still continue to rush towards me, despite having dealt the same amount of 410 damage. But his biology is different and therefore has a different effect. I don't think that's a very useful thing then. It is useful in the regard that I get feedback on how I did when creating the weapon. I know that I more than doubled the damage when creating the newest long loss. So my skills have improved considerably. So it doesn't really matter then. Not for you, who is merely using what I made, no. Alright, then let's continue. Can we have faster targets? This won't help me at all. Sure. Gerhard entered the labyrinth dungeon with Sarah to have her train and for him to train as well. The reason was simple, he had realized it was now time to expand his magical repertoire. He wasn't going to stop grinding his technologically focused skills, but that didn't mean that he couldn't use the dungeon to train his magic as well. And since he was here with Sarah anyway, it was the best way to go about it. Spinning Mana Arrow, active, LV, 10. EXP, 82.3%. MP, 4.25, Mana Control. A long-distance attack skill with increased piercing power by adding a strong spin to a mana arrow. Only possible for those talented in manipulating mana. Arrows, 4. This skill was still pathetically underleveled. Gerhard hadn't focused on it and preferred to go with technology. And in terms of what would be accepted the most, he chose the right thing. However, he had an idea for combining magic and technology that would make all his suits and weapons stronger than they were now. And that was, of course, through runes and magic circles. But that wasn't all. Truthfully, Gerhard didn't necessarily have to join the Imperium and could become something akin to a rogue trader, or even join an Inquisitor's retinue, since those had enormous amounts of political power. And since only those who were psychers themselves would know that what Gerhard used wasn't really the warp, he could go for a long while being undetected. Now, of course, that wasn't going to happen, since this galaxy didn't allow anyone to have nice things. Something would happen and mess those things up. Besides, Gerhard wanted to make it to Cadia, if he could. And if not Cadia, then at least to Makridge in time to support them. Again, that was his idealistic side talking and not realistic. But if Gerhard could become strong enough to face greater demons. He immediately put that thought out of his mind. That was wishful thinking and not going to be possible. But it didn't matter. In the end, all that mattered was what Gerhard did with the time he had on his hands and how cleverly he abused his abilities. Sarah went through the dungeon, shooting kobolds and giant snakes and the like, easily dealing with all of it on her own, allowing Gerhard to train while keeping an eye on her. The thing he was interested in learning, dual casting. Dual casting was a skill that allowed a magician to use two different spells at the same time. Truthfully, Gerhard knew that mastering dual casting would help him immensely, because there are spells that take all of his attention to cast. It wasn't that easy, and Gerhard had to concentrate very hard on the task. It was essentially dividing his own thoughts into two. Gerhard imagined that on his left hand, he thought about spinning, and on his right hand, he thought about construction and deconstruction. And after trying this for a while, Gerhard managed to do it surprisingly fast. A skill has been created through a special action. A skill to cast two spells at the same time, dual casting, has been created. Dual casting, active, LV, 1. EXP, 0%. Allows the user to use two or more spells at the same time. Yes. Let's go. Gerhard immediately went further, doing what he should have done a long time ago. He focused on his right hand again and used his skill, Charge, a skill that had seen a lot of use over the past months of his new existence. And on his left hand, he focused on using Mana Arrow. Charge, Mana Arrow. Your efficiency in dual casting has risen. Dual casting has leveled up. Gerhard's right hand had chains of electricity running from finger to finger, and above his left hand hovered a mana arrow. That was what Gerhard wanted. He slowly brought these two together and concentrated, focusing on keeping his mana under control. Normally, this was ludicrous even to attempt, but for a gamer using gamer logic. A new skill has been created through a special action. Lightning Arrow, active, LV, 1. MP, 10. EXP, 0%. You imbue the power of lightning into a magical arrow. The speed of this spell can be compared to the speed of light. Dodging this arrow after it's fired is impossible. To dodge this arrow, you must identify the direction of the arrow and dodge ahead of the cast. Arrows, 1. What the? Gerhard had done it. He had created a skill that combined electricity and his mana arrow and turned it into one skill. And what's more, it was apparently as fast as light. Was that logical? No. Should lightning be as fast as light? No. Was mana involved? Most likely. Did all of this matter? Absolutely not. Besides, it only said the speed could be comparable to the speed of light, not that it was at the speed of light. So it was still slower. The wording of the skills was always rather interesting, as breaking the laws of conventional physics wasn't even that special for the gamer system, but it was still interesting to see to what degree. Especially since the skill wasn't even that powerful and could be created rather easily. 10 mana per cast was very cheap. Especially because Gerhard regenerated 12 passively per second. Gerhard thought about it suddenly and came to a shocking realization. He had been a fool. He had worked so hard to scavenge materials and resources that he ignored mana. Why didn't he simply create a mana bullet? He went right ahead. His mana manipulation had grown over the months, giving him more and more freedom in the usage of the energy. He focused and slowly shaped his mana into a bullet shape. It was still rather big, so he concentrated on making it smaller. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to create a mana bullet has been created. Mana bullet, active, LV, 1. MP, 5. EXP, 0%. A skill that creates a bullet made of mana. It can be fired at the speed of a bullet on average, but can be increased through training and with more mana. Bullets. 1. Chapter 47, Mana Motherfucker, Do You Use It? Gerhard had created the bullet version of Mana Arrow. But he wasn't content with this. He realized that what he was creating with this skill was merely the shape of a bullet, not an actual bullet. Again, the system was cheating for him. But if it were like this, it should be able to be ecstatic if he created an actual bullet. And so, he did. Gerhard sat down, completely ignoring what Sarah was doing, and focused on a standard bullet for an autogun. He had created so many of those bullets at this point that he knew their interior and design by heart. And he knew something else: mental image and willpower were essential when using mana. Mana floated above his palm as he entered, mana mediation, unknowingly. He went ahead and mentally recreated the process of building a bullet using nothing but his mind, and the mana followed his thoughts. The casing, the interior, all of it followed his will, and after roughly 10 minutes, Gerhard held an actual bullet, made entirely of mana, above his hand. Mana Bullet has leveled up by 39. Mana Bullet, active, LV, 40. MP, 5, base. EXP, 3.08%. A highly refined mana projectile technique that compresses, accelerates and stabilizes mana into high-velocity destructive rounds. At advanced levels, the user can alter projectile properties, trajectory, and firing patterns. Effects. Bullets, 12, simultaneous. Plus 250% projectile speed. Plus 180% damage. Plus 120% penetration power. Plus 80% accuracy, autocorrection mid-flight. Additional effects. Projectiles can slightly track targets, following the caster's will. Can fire in bursts or spread patterns. Increased effective range. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Bahahaha, I will become ridiculous. This isn't even its final form. Did you go insane now? The voice of Sarah pulled Gerhard out of his thoughts. She stood in front of him, holding her long loss in her hand and seemed to be ready to shoot him, in case he had truly lost his mind. I just made a great advancement. I may or may not have solved the ammunition problem. Using my energy, I can create bullets and even add certain properties as I see fit. What? So you could create a bolter round, from thin air? Sarah asked. Hey, that's a good idea. Let me try that. Gerhard once more entered his meditative state and focused on the intricate workings of the standard bolter round. This time, it took longer, and the energy exploded several times, shocking Sarah before he finally got it right. After roughly half an hour, Gerhard held the mana version of a bolter round above his hand and grinned like a lunatic. It was a real bolter, just made of mana. Mana Bullet has leveled up by 27. Mana Bullet, active, LV, 67. MP, 5, base. EXP, 0.38%. A highly advanced mana projectile technique that allows full control over projectile creation, behavior, and impact. The user can shape, accelerate and guide multiple mana bullets simultaneously with extreme precision. Effects. Bullets, 18, simultaneous. Plus 400% projectile speed. Plus 300% damage. Plus 220% penetration power. Plus 150% accuracy. 30% mana cost, efficiency from mastery. Additional effects. Advanced tracking, multi-target. Variable projectile behavior. High stability under rapid fire. Oh shit. What? What happened? Sarah exclaimed, once again, not expecting such an outburst. I think I just broke the game. What game? What are you talking about? The great game, of course. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, oh, shit. Sarah grabbed Gerhard by the shoulder and calmed him down. What is going on, Gerhard? This, Gerhard said and created a single mana bolter above his palm. Is that a WHOOOSHH? The mana bolter round shot through the air so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. All Sarah noticed was the sound and what followed. The bolter hit the boss monster of the second level of the labyrinth dungeon, the giant arachnid, and when it did, boom. The poor creature blew up so hard that it didn't even realize what happened. The entire floor shook, and the walls trembled. The shockwave was hot and strong enough to knock Sarah off her feet and send her tumbling to the floor. Ah, yeah, that. What the F? Well, it was indeed ridiculous. Gerhard had just proven that with enough knowledge and the necessary mana, you could be basically invincible. Such was it cheating to be the gamer. Naturally, Gerhard wasn't finished. Not after he had smelled blood in the water with this demonstration. No, he was just getting started. So, after Sarah had finished her training more or less and needed a break, Gerhard retreated to his workroom to go nuts. He had created a mana bullet, so could he use said bullets with his guns? The short answer was no, that wasn't possible. Worse, Gerhard destroyed several of his weapons to try out his theory. So, another thing had to be done, he needed to create a weapon that could fire mana bullets. The answer to this problem may lie in what the late tech priest had in his mind. A group of weapons called force weapons. Tell me what he knew. Yes, master. Force weapons, also known as psi weapons, are advanced, psychically attuned close combat weapons that are only fully effective in the hands of a psyker. The name of the weapon is derived from the term the force, which is commonly used for psychic energy and its use. Force weapons effectively act as deadly, psychic extensions of the wielder's own powers. They are designed to allow a psyker to channel deadly warp energies into their victim, acting as a conduit between the wielder's mind and the flesh of their target. Large alien monstrosities and demons that are resilient to conventional weapons can be slain outright by a single wound, as the unearthly powers of the immaterium destroy their bodies and minds. Force weapons take the form of swords, spears, or other close combat weapons. Within the structure of the weapon is interwoven a psych-converter, formed into a precise serpentine shape, that concentrates and directs psychic energy. Interesting. What else? If a non-psyker took up such a weapon, it functioned as a standard weapon. Do you have schematics, by chance? As a matter of fact, there were some pieces of information on force weapons, but since the Mechanicum hates everything flesh and trusts only the machine, there are very few. What about the Grey Knights? Is there some information about them or the force weapons they use? None, master. But I believe you might be able to recreate such a weapon if you've already created a normal one, no? I might, but it's not as easy as it may seem. I'll need quite a bit of research and training in that regard. Nemesis force weapons might have been the answer to fusing my mana into all of my technology, apart from using it to power the suit. Can you imagine, the Ironmonger with a silencer or a psycannon on the shoulder or on the lightning claw? Well, never mind then, I'll just have to start from scratch. Not quite, master. There is some information about force weapons from the tech priest's memories. I believe you can use them. Gerhard was in his study, using special creation, in wild abandon, creating ammunition, magazines and entire weapons from scratch. All of them were novice grade, but it was worth it. You never knew what might happen, and it allowed him to deepen his experience with the skill. It was so close to evolving to legendary creation. As that was going on, Gerhard constantly kept psionic mana shield active. Just like the creation skill, it was an invaluable skill for him, as it allowed him to block all attacks, no matter what they were. All he needed was to level the damned thing. He had come to realize that he could change the shape of the shield and maybe use less of it, concentrating it on specific areas. The smaller the area he made the shield, the higher the defense grew, exponentially. Thanks to Gerhard's new, dual casting, skill, he also tried out something else. His breathing skills had reached a bottleneck. He had finally managed to turn it into a passive skill and gain the bonus stats at all times. The problem was that it stopped leveling up. His training was getting harder, and he still had no idea how to create the iconic gravity training with his mana. The different spells were a long time away for him. But he would look into it, that was certain. There was another idea he had, which he would look into before he went and fought the orcs again. Gerhard focused on carefully controlling his mana. His mana control now sat at a comfortable level 4, which reduced his MP consumption by 25%. He controlled the mana, letting it flood his body. He imagined it slowly flowing through his blood vessels and muscles. He was careful and didn't rush anything. Nothing happened at first, but after working on it for a full hour, the system finally reacted. A new skill has been created through a special action. A skill to reinforce the body using mana has been created. A similar skill, Deep Breathing Energy Control Constant, has a high synergy with the new skill. Fusing skills. Mana Reinforcement, Active/Passive, LV, 1. MP, 1000, Activation. EXP, 0%. A fundamental technique that reinforces the entire body using mana, enhancing physical, mental and energetic systems simultaneously. This technique strengthens muscles, bones, nerves and mana flow. Passive. STR plus 10%. VIT plus 10%. Dex plus 10%. Int plus 10%. Whis plus 10%. HP recovery plus 10%. MP recovery plus 10%. Fatigue recovery plus 10%. Active. Additional STR plus 20%. Additional VIT plus 20%. Additional DEX plus 20%. Additional INT plus 20%. Additional WIS plus 20%. Plus 25% physical resistance. Plus 20% mana/energy resistance. MP, 100 per minute. Oh, baby. Yes, I think that works. Let's see my new status window. Name, Gerhard. Class, The Gamer. Level, LV42. Title, The Grinder. HP, 2400/2400, 2640. MP, 1814/1814, 2180. STR, 79, plus 16. VIT, 84, plus 17. Dex, 70, plus 14. Int, 144, plus 29. Whis, 88, plus 18. Luck, 20. Points, 181. Money, 0. Derived stats. MP Regan. Passive, 1032.66/min. Passive plus Iron Will, 1807.16/min. MP Regan with Mana Reinforcement, active. Passive, 1368.73/min. Passive plus Iron Will, 2470.28/min. HP Regan. Passive, 703.93/min. Passive plus Iron Will, 1231.88/min. MP cost. 67.5% of normal. That is quite a good status window. I believe the word quite is not really appropriate here. You basically regenerate your entire mana pool in a minute. That's beyond ridiculous. That's definitely cheating. I suppose it somewhat makes up for the fact that I still have such a small amount. What does that matter, Master? When you can regenerate at the same time you use it. That's almost like having endless mana and only a max amount you can use each time. That sounds very overpowered to me. As long as I can't see a Primarch's level and stats and am either the same or higher, I can't even call myself powerful. I apologize. Allow me to return to the bottomless pit we find ourselves in. Very well. Mental status adjusted. What terrible stats, Master. You probably barely qualify as a standard Space Marine. That's the spirit, Hans. Now we just need to turn up the music and get back to grinding. This reinforcement skill is actually ridiculous. Depending on what the max level is, I can pretty much cheese my way through life now. Might I suggest, staying alive from the BGs? Not a bad idea. But I think something with a bit more oomph is needed. Give me, in the shadows, the Rasmus. Understood. Gerhard went ahead and continued working on a storm bolter that could fire mana bullets. So instead of focusing on improving damage and recoil, heat generation, and all that, he focused only on durability and ammunition integration. And while he did that, he used psychokinesis to both train the skill and gain valuable levels, and protect himself from the frequent high-energy explosions that occurred many times. He used a time dilation dungeon to achieve this beautiful creation. Gerhard fell into a rhythm where he used psionic mana shield, special creation, spinning mana arrows, mana bullets, psychokinesis, and mana reinforcement. Gerhard was interested in creating a mana construction skill, something that was like a Green Lantern skill. But because it was real after he created it, it was essentially borderline reality manipulation on a very small scale, but still. He had a lot to do. Chapter 48, One-Sided Silence. The Silent Vow survived the madness of the Immaterium and reached its destination. Adarine Hestia stood at the command platform. Her golden armor was etched with the grim litanies of her station. Beside her, Vera Sol, the Questora, monitored the shifting Auspex feeds as they transitioned into real space. As the silent vow turned off its Geller field and breached the atmosphere of the planet below, they realized that they were not welcome. The sky was filled with the erratic welcome of orc dakajets, warcoptas, and defcoptas. The orcs didn't have high-range sensors, but they had itch. The presence of the sisters was like a bucket of ice water poured over the collective psychic gestalt of the Wyak. "There's a big black box in the sky." "Get it," a Copta pilot roared. The Dakajet was an incredibly fast orc aircraft propelled by a single, massive jet engine. It roared through the sky, guns blazing, a near-constant stream of bullets from its supashutas, tormenting the silent vow from all directions. Dakajet pilots firmly believe in quantity over quality and commonly bolt as many guns as possible to their aircraft. Some of those bullets are bound to hit the target. Rockets also slammed into the silent vow's hull, causing the ship to shudder, and the bridge filled with the sound of groaning metal. Hestia didn't blink, though. Her fingers snapped through the air in sharp motions of Battlemark. Battlemark was less flexible than Thoughtmark, and also less ambiguous, and its larger gestures could be seen from farther away. This made it a better choice for a command language on the field of battle. The vessel is compromised. Forced orbital insertion. Prepare for high-altitude grav drop. We land in the industrial spires and use the explosion as cover. The sisters moved with their usual, wordless synchronicity. They reached the launch bays just as a massive explosion tore through the ship's primary thrusters and caused it to shudder. Without a second's hesitation, the 5 golden figures stepped out. As they had calculated it perfectly, they hit the ventilation spires of the hive, just as the silent vow crashed into the side of the hive and exploded. Grafjets softened the impact, but the landing was far from clean. Serial, the Vigilator, landed rather unfortunately. A structural beam sliced through the seal of her greave. Blood leaked onto the dusty gold of her armor, but she didn't make a sound. She simply rose, her light great blade already in hand and ready for action. Hestia sent her a look, which Serial returned, assuring her that she was fine. They were deep in the upper spires, which were a labyrinth of rusted pipes and clattering steam vents. The sister's aura showed itself, creating a psychic void that turned the ambient, Wyak, energy to nothing. Vera Sol held the auspex in her hand and motioned in a direction. They moved furtively and quickly, not wanting to alert the obvious orc presence any more than necessary. They encountered their first obstacle near a primary coolant artery. A lone orc stood guard, but to their luck, he wasn't watching the corridor. He was staring at his shuda in his hand. His face was twisted with genuine orky distress. The weapon, which was held together by wire and stubborn orc belief, had simply died. The firing pin had snapped, the magazine had unspooled, and the luck that kept it functioning had suddenly vanished. What he didn't realize, because he couldn't, was that this was due to the sister's proximity. He sniffed the air, as a cold, oily sensation crawled up his green spine. He didn't feel so orky right now. As he turned, his eyes widened at the sight of the golden wraiths, who had suddenly appeared before him. Before he could draw breath to roar, Kalen Voss's executioner great blade slashed through the air. Thud. The orc's head hit the floor with a wet thud. There was no battle cry, no warning, and to his dismay, he couldn't even fire his weapon. Just the silence of the merciless death of the sisters. Move, Hestia signed. The Psyche-Gestalt mind of the greenskins will notice the closer we move. As they descended through the hive's labyrinthine interior, the unease they radiated became a problem for the most sensitive orcs. The sisters encountered a mob of 12 Goths, who had, until a few minutes ago, been fighting amongst themselves in a narrow transit tunnel. Driven into a mindless, itchy rage, the orcs charged the Golden Sisters blindly. Leora Thorn, the Witch-Seeker of the group, stepped forward, her Witch-Seeker flamer spat out a torrent of promethium, setting them all on fire. To the orcs, the fire didn't feel as if it merely burned their bodies, it felt as if their very souls were being eroded, which made for a very painful and rather loud howling, much to the sisters' concern. Vera Sol picked off the survivors who tried to flee with the Viridian bolt gun, knowing that the loud shouts had already revealed their position. Her shots echoed like explosions in the silent tunnels. But the orcs were relentless. Now that they knew the sisters, those humies that made them feel funny were there, they were ready to kill them. They were even angrier than usual. They no longer fled from the discomfort, instead, they tried to smash its source. A jagged cleaver caught Kalen's shoulder, biting through the Vratine armor, if only slightly. Another sister took a stray, loud and powerful set of bullets to the thigh. They were winning every skirmish, cutting and shooting through hordes of the orcs, but the hive was a city of millions of orcs, and they were only 5. Even worse, they didn't realize that they were actually dealing with a hive's minority, who hadn't been allowed to attend the bigger event. Slowly, the golden Vratine armor was painted with green gore and red blood. Their movements grew slower by picoseconds, as thousands of orcs rushed towards them like an endless tide, weighted by the ever-so-slow exhaustion and the relentless pressure of a Xenos and a hive that seemed to want them dead. That didn't mean that they were doing poorly, quite the opposite. They plowed through the Xenos and kept a good pace towards their actual goal, the Underhive. They made a tactical error. The Auspex told them the quickest way to the Underhive, but they failed to check the heat sources in the area they would have to move through. They were led through a heavy blast door, which they thought was a service exit. Instead, they stepped out onto the green ocean of the Great Plaza. The sisters' eyes widened as they arrived and saw the several hundreds of thousands of orcs. They were gathered in a frenzy of anticipation, because it was the day of the third meeting. Another month had passed since their second meeting, and they had prepared extensively since then. Warboss Deathskull, a mountain of cybernetically enhanced muscle, sat upon a throne made of crushed tanks. Big mechs were tuning teleporter blasters, and killa cans were revving their saws. Deathskull had punched a lot of bad moons for their teeth, handing them to the mechs and making them build bigger machines of war for him to use against the Humi. So much had they prepared that they even had a Gorkanaut ready. When the sisters appeared, the presents they had dropped onto the plaza like a physical weight. The whack field wobbled and was affected. The orcs stopped their cheering. Hundreds of thousands of heads turned upward, their eyes filling with a strange, sociopathic hatred for the shiny gits who were ruining their fun. Kill EM, the war boss roared and pointed at the sisters. The following slaughter was disastrous. The sisters leapt from the mezzanine into the fray, knowing there was no retreat, and if they wanted to make it out alive, they had to force themselves through half of the plaza. Adarine Hestia did not wait for the orcs to attack. She raised the Adratic Destructor, an archaeotech relic of the dark age of technology, and fired. A beam of agonizingly bright white light lanced out, striking a massive meganob closest to them. There was no explosion, no gore or flashy sight. The dangerously unstable energy beam severed the internal bonds of the orc and his massive armor, causing him to unravel in a spectacularly destructive manner, leaving only a flaring afterimage of what was. Burn them, Hestia's fingers signed in battle mark. Leora Thorn stepped into the gap created by the Adratic blast. She braced her Witchseeker flamer and pulled the trigger. A 30-foot tongue of white-hot promethium flames shot out across the front rank of the Goth boys. 24 orcs were turned into screaming pillars of fire, their psychic connection to the warboss severed due to the null field of the sisters, and even those standing behind them fell to their knees, clutching their heads as their Gestalt link shuddered. Behind the wall of fire, the two vigilators, Kaelin and Serial, moved like two lethal spinning blades. Kaelin Voss swung her executioner great blade in a wide, horizontal arc. The blade, which was humming with a power field, sheared through the midsections of 3 Goths at once. She didn't stop and stepped over the bisected corpses to thrust the tip of her blade through the throat of a knob who was struggling to unjam his twin-link Shudha. The orc's reality-warping belief had failed him. The gun was just a heavy piece of dead iron in his hands, like it would be for any other race if it held the weapon. Serial was the fastest among them. She was a blur spinning her light great blade in her right hand while her needle pistol shot hypertoxic darts into the eyes and joints of the larger knobs. She moved with a lethal grace that was very hard to replicate, decapitating 2 orcs in a twin stroke before leaping onto the shoulders of a third, using his head as a springboard to leap over a charging squighog. Veyra Sol acted as the group's guardian angel. Her Viridian bolt gun barked with double taps. Each mass-reactive shell found its mark on a mech's eye lens, a tank Busta's rocket pack and a warbike's fuel line. Explosions blossomed across the plaza, adding to the chaotic racket, but for the sisters, the world remained as quiet as they were used to. Not physically, but otherwise. In the first 60 seconds, the sisters had killed nearly 200 orcs. Days got to bad Humi shiver, a big mech screamed, frantically trying to reset his teleporter blasta. Crump M. Crump M all. Warboss Deathskull roared. The warboss didn't feel fear, but he felt a strange irritation which made him even angrier than he usually was. He pointed his massive power claw at the sisters' position in the plaza. The value of numbers began to show. The sisters were forced into a tight defensive circle, moving like a star of blades, bolters, and fire. Hestia used her Architect plasma pistol, since the Adratic Destructor was out, to fire at Aquila, Kansas. The blue plasma melted through a part of the walker's armor and killed some of the orcs too close. But for every orc they killed, 20, 50, hundreds more stepped over the body of their brethren. Serial, seeing Aquila revving its massive buzzsaw as it plowed toward Hestia, broke formation. She looked like a golden streak, as she dove low, slid between the walker's hydraulic legs and sought the delicate wiring of the hip joints with her massive great blade. She even managed to shear through the primary fluid line, spraying black oil across her vratine plate, and as the walker groaned and tilted ever so slightly, she was supported by her sisters who fired their weapons into the pilot's viewing slit. The Killican shuddered, its pilot dying. But Serial had moved too deep into enemy lines. In the moment of her triumph, a mob of nearly 50 orcs, grots, and squig saw a lone, golden target. "Gotcha, shiny lady," an orc roared. Serial spun around, her blade severing limbs and heads, but there were too many, and she had drifted too far from the group. Even the smallest of mistakes would prove fatal in such a battle. One Gretchen latched onto her wounded leg, driving a rusted blade into the gap in her greave, and an orc punched her head with his broken choppa. She stumbled, and in that picosecond of instability, the dying Killican above collapsed. The massive, multi-ton walker fell directly toward her. Serial looked up, her eyes calm even in the face of death, and fired her last needle pistol shot into the throat of a charging Goth knob before the shadow of the machine engulfed her and brought an abrupt end. Crunch. The sound of the Killican crushing her golden form was the first noise the sisters had truly acknowledged since the battle began. Hestia let out a wordless, silent shout of fury as the light of one of her sisters was snuffed out by the green skin tide. Serial was the first to fall. "Hold the line. Move to the exit." Hestia signed. Her Archaeotech plasma pistol was turning a knob's head to heat with a glowing glow. But the big mechs were ready, and the bigger cannons, Deftas, and all the other larger weaponry were closing in, and while they damaged much of their own men as well, it was only a matter of